Hello there and welcome back to another edition of the Hot Lab Classic Remastered. This time we'll take a look at the 1999 Spoon Integra Type R. We've had the Spoon Civic go round, now is the turn of the Spoon Integra. And this should be interesting because we've had the Mugen Integra go round as well, so I guess we're going to find out what tuning shop for Hondas is better, Spoon or Mugen. I would say Mugen's definitely got the win in the styling front. Spoon cars are very cool though. I like the carbon bonnet and the lettering on the rear before modern car culture completely ruined that. But I think the Mugen Integra looks a little bit better. The colour's more my thing. It's got the side stripes, it's got the spoiler, which is important for Integras to not look a little bit rental car. This is also ruined by that plastic valance on the front, which I think ruins the styling quite a bit. But it is still a very cool car. Statistically, it's also quite cool. Front-ended front-wheel drive, 317 horsepower, 828 kilos. I have no idea how they managed to make this weigh only 828 kilos. They must have dipped it in acid or something. Torque figures not necessarily high. Unlike the Mugen, this is naturally aspirated, so we'll see how that affects it. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. God, the Spoon Integra is unlikely to beat that. Mugen Integra set a time of a 30.486, and up until very recently, the Honda Integra Type R, the standard version of this car, was actually the quickest front-wheel drive car we ever had, 29.894 I think that car was. This I'm not expecting it to get to those heady heights because it is lacking power, and as found out with our newest front-wheel drive leader, the Peugeot 206, power it means a lot in a front-wheel drive car. It gets it places that you wouldn't expect it to. So yeah, obviously this has the advantage of power to weight ratio on its side. 828 kilos is not a lot of weight. Of course, that also makes it slightly sketchier to drive, which is the one thing I am noticing right off the bat. This is, well, it's very Integra-like. Despite them being based on Civics, Civics definitely drive better in this game. Integras are very wayward to drive. Yeah, they like to strut the rear end out, and the turning grip is amazing. It's just everything else that happens after that is not so good. Okay, this is quick. 30.094. That's very quick, actually. Phenomenally quick. I don't really know how that lap got strung together, because again, this is not the best handling car in the world. But yeah, that's pretty good from Spoon. Can we get anything more out of it? It has trounced the Mugen Integra, although that being said, I think the Mugen Integra is probably the one I would drive. Actually, tell a lie, the one I would drive is the Honda version, the standard car, because as I've discussed previously with these tuned cars, they're a little bit weird in this game in the sense that the obviously stock performance is better than that you'd get from the standard car, but your actual overall like fully upgraded performance does suffer compared to the fully upgraded standard car. So for example, with the 98 Integra Type R, you can get more power out of it. Sure, this is lighter, but lightness, as mentioned, is only going to get you so far, and I think it's like a 70 horsepower deficit to the Honda version. You're going to notice that. I overcorrected there, so I thought this was going to go straight into the tyre barrier, overcorrected, and because the front end on this is so snappy, it threw it off. That's a shame, but it's okay, it's atrocious to drive. It actually is, I will be honest. This is not a nice car to drive whatsoever. But the actual speed in there is definitely in there. I think this could get under 30, no problem. Well, I say no problem. Obviously, I have problem, but I think it could get into under 30 all day, but the handling is not there for it to do it, basically. Yeah. I mean, the quickest lap definitely seems like it was pretty spot on, but yeah, I do think there's a little bit of time that you could take back in this. Anyways, a 30.094 will place this into a 92nd place. Goes in between the Toyota Celica RC Rally car and the Alfa Romeo 156 Twin Spark, which was a very quick car indeed. It's quicker than a standard Lancia Delta, quicker than the Camaro Z28 Coupe, quicker than an RX-7 RSR. Very quick car, no doubt about it. Like I said, I think under 30 was possible. I don't think this would be beating the standard Integra Type R. But still, very quick car. Good, I'm happy, I like Spoon. Spoon is victorious. Yeah, unfortunately this didn't have the crazy red line the Spoon Civic had, but I think that might have actually helped it a little bit in this case. The 1997 Honda NSX. Just NSX, this isn't a Type S, this isn't a Type R, it's just the 97 NSX, which should be an awful lot better than the 1990 NSX that we had. That had a 4-speed auto, this has a proper 6-speed manual in it. It should be mentioned, unlike in the base game, this does not make more power than the Type S. That was a weird bug with power multipliers. That's been fixed. All NSXs have the same engine, so they all make pretty much the same power. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, as all NSXs are, apart from those weird GT500 ones, but we don't talk about them because they don't exist in this time period. 451 horsepower, 1,201 kilos. Pretty decent stats, should be relatively okay. NSX's GT500s, yeah, they do great around here. The regular cars, not so much. We'll find out how well it does, because it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GCO LM Edition, and that set a time of 27.223. This NSX unlikely to beat that as it goes a little bit wayward. NSXs, the quickest one we've had has been the Type S, which technically should be quicker than this, but we'll see. That set a time of a 30.826. Other than that, NSXs have hovered around general JDM mediocrity. The big issues with these cars is they don't make an insane amount of power, because they're naturally aspirated. It does mean, like, through the rev range they lose out a little bit. So because they lose out a little bit, it does mean they haven't got the overall speed. Obviously they don't have the 4-wheel drive of the Skylines, they don't have the lovely drivability of the RX-7s, and while they were matched with Supras until recently, we have had a Turbo Supra that set a stonking lap time and left the NSX in the dust, so they don't have the all-out, balls-out power that the Supra has, as much as the Supra is far worse to drive. These are quite nice to drive. They're just a bit weird. They don't drive like they've got 450 horsepower. You know, they feel a little bit lackluster compared to that. First flyer 31.211, which is, I think, ironically enough, about the same time we got out of the 4-speed NSX. I honestly thought when I drove that 4-speed NSX before, not the Acura one, the one before that, the yellow 90, I did think it was like the NSX's lack of pace was definitely down to the transmission, but after having driven the Type S and also currently driving this one, that is not the case. These are just slow. Like I say, the GT500 one's crazy quick. I think it's like a 28.5 or something like that from them. God, this is understeery as well. This is not a nice car to drive. This needs to get a move on as well, because otherwise it's... The NSX is like the only car in this series that seems to get slower every time I drive one. You know, for the most part, it's not like that. Obviously, like stuff like the Supras and the RX-7s and stuff have gotten loads quicker as we've gotten more embedded into this course. As much as I've driven this thousands and thousands and thousands of times, You can't help but get better at stuff over time. That's sort of how it works. But yeah, for whatever reason, these have just gotten more and more. Like, they haven't gotten any quicker. To the line, 30.942. Okay, we did manage to salvage something from this, but again, they're just not quick. They're just not, you know, the actual drivability of them isn't great. It doesn't feel like it's making 452 horsepower. It feels like it's making an awful lot less than that. They're just not quick cars, which is a shame because I love the NSX. I hope the Type R can really pull something out, but I don't. Even the Type R, you know, I don't think he's gonna make anything much better. You know, I don't think they're gonna be massively quicker. You could say there's a little bit of time in there. I think you'd be right for saying that, but how much time? Honestly, not too sure. 30.942 will place this into 155th place. It goes in between a Mazda Unos Roadster and a Silvia K's from 1988, which isn't all that impressive, actually. Slower than the BMW 320ci, slower than an Alfa Romeo 166. It is quicker than a Fairlady Z. I think that's the quickest 300ZX Fairlady Z we've had, quicker than a naturally aspirated Supra. But again, these aren't, you know, massively impressive cars it's picking off. They just aren't very quick. That time on this leaderboard at the moment makes this firmly average. So, yeah, I don't know what to say. They're just not brilliant, which is a shame because I like the NSX a lot, but alas, that's the way it is. The 1996 TRD 3000 GT. A beautiful car that's probably going to kill me. So, the TRD 3000 GT is the best looking Supra, by far, in my opinion. I love the way it looks, and this race mod helps it even more. This is actually a race mod from Gran Turismo 1. It was on all the Supras in that game, but in this game, they changed the Supra race mod to something that I think's worse, and the only car that carries on the race mod is this one. So at least it's in here in some regard. Looks absolutely exquisite. You can get it in blue or grey. Of course, blue is the correct colour. Looks fantastic on the 3000 GT. However, I'm scared of this because it is a Supra. And Supras and this track do not get along very well whatsoever. Before very recently, when we had a Turbo Supra that actually did well, the quickest Supra that we had around this track was a naturally aspirated one. So it gives you an idea of how useless the turbo ones are. And this one's got a stage 4, as most Supras do, which means, yeah, 720 horsepower, awful lot of power, 1,289 kilos, which honestly probably isn't enough. Yeah, all that power's going through the rear wheels, as it does in all Supras, and yeah, not good. Anyway, to find out how not good it's going to be, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The TRD 3000 GT unlikely to beat that. So here's a rundown of Supra times. We've had a Turbo Supra that actually did well. That set a time of 30.401, which does prove these cars can be quick if they're controllable. Then you've got a naturally aspirated car, 30.9 something or other. Then you've got a non-race modded turbo car that set a time of a 31.0. And then finally the Tom Supra, which has been the slowest Supra because that made like 740 horsepower and was completely undrivable. So that's at a 31.341. It's right down there with a RX-7 with a 4-speed automatic. So that gives you an idea of how undrivable these can be. Now, the bad news with this is it drives exactly how I would expect it to do, i.e. atrociously. The good thing with this is it only needs 1 lap. It only needs one lap to prove what it's made of. 30.730. To be honest, I'd probably take that to the bank, but we'll try and go a little bit quicker. That definitely is not near where the peak of this car can go. I have no doubt this could beat that 96 Supra. The problem is it isn't drivable. I mean, the other issue Supras have is not only do you have the big stage 4 turbo, which as you can see there just sort of kicks in at the top of the rev range and makes it very hard to drive, and you can't just, you know, short shift it because, well, you'll make no power, because that's how stage 4 turbos work. They make no power unless they're making all the power. Yeah. What was I saying? Oh yeah, they also seem to have some sort of like weird Gran Turismo 1-esque rear brake bias. We'll get run up for this final lap. Which does make them a little bit uncontrollable. So you can see, actual straight line speed, excellent. It's quicker than the GTO LM edition in terms of straight line speed. It's just, it cannot actually, outside of this one straight, it does not stick the power down. You just saw it there. It was wheel spinning at the top of 3rd gear. So that gives you an idea of how interesting the speed in this can be. The worst part is there's definitely, like, that grass moment there probably cost it 0.1 of a second. This rear corner wasn't taken all that well, that's easily 0.2. I can identify all the places in which this is losing time, but I can't make it gain the time. It's just awful. It really is. They're difficult cars, these. They really are. Like I say, honestly, this is probably quicker than that other Super RZ, but I can't get the lap out of it. And if I can't get the lap out of it, I can't, you know, there's no magic wand for this. It's just is what it is, which is a huge shame, but that's the way this cookie's gonna crumble. A 30.730 places it into 136th place. Goes in between an Integra Type R and a Lancia Y. Y indeed. Quicker than the Mugen S2000, quicker than a Corvette Gran Sport, so it's right around sort of problematic cars. Slower than a Nismo 270R, which is quite surprising actually, but yeah. Like I say, I know there's more time in this. I know there's at least 0.3, 0.4, but I can't get it, which is the problem. So, here's what it is. The 1999 Nissan Silvia Spec R. Another S15 to take on the course. My favourite generation of the Nissan Silvia. I guess they all come good in the final gens. This one is our first Spec R, and power-wise, it's quite crazy. Front engine rear wheel drive, 474 horsepower, 1,103 kilos. Is that going to be too much power for it? Which we have seen with Nissan Silvias. That's what we're here to find out. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Silvia Spec R, unlikely to beat that. This doesn't feel like 474 horsepower, we'll be honest. So, Silvias. S15s, we've had 2. One of them we don't count because it was the D-Rights car, which means it had no upgrades whatsoever. The Spec S is currently sat with a 30.592. So that had race mod, this does not, but that shouldn't really matter in the grand scheme of it. I would have honestly preferred to use the Spec R Aero as the sort of non-race mod, and then the Spec R, the standard car, this one, with race mod, but for whatever reason the Aero I think makes more power, which it shouldn't because it's the same engine, but it does because Gran Turismo logic. So you have to see the S15 without a wing, which is a little bit weird. Although I suppose it's weird, but when you consider the Silvia Variata exists, maybe it's not so weird. That weird, in case you're wondering what the Variata is, it was the convertible S15 that looks very strange, looks very odd. It basically looks like a pickup truck. And to be honest with you, as a kid, that's what I thought it was. Featured in GT3, God knows why. If I ever redo Gran Turismo 3 as a Let's Play, which seems unlikely, but you never know, I am definitely going to make a point of using a Silvia Variata for something, because, yeah, that car is so weird, it needs to be showcased, truly. In terms of this Silvia, 30.529, so it's fractionally quicker than the Spec S. The one thing I am definitely blown away with in this car is, to be fair, it actually handles quite good, but also more, I don't want to say alarmingly, because again, it's probably part of the reason this drives so well, does not feel like it's got 470 odd horsepower. This drives, honestly, like a 350 horsepower car. Like, it does not accelerate or anything like that in the same way a car with 470 horsepower probably should. I'd be interested to see, I might look at it afterwards, what the speed traps are with this compared to the standard Silvias that we usually have. Because, yeah, the S13 and S14, because, like I say, this doesn't feel all that much quicker in a straight line. It is quite good to drive though, and that's why it's been duly rewarded with a pretty decent lap time, actually. Yeah, I think there's a little bit of time in there. It does feel like it could go a bit quicker, but yeah, it just doesn't feel massively quick. It feels quick, it's just not massively so. Wow. To be fair, I mean, the consistency in those lap times is pretty good, but yeah, 30.529 places this into a 122nd. It is fractionally slower than a naturally aspirated GTO. It is, of course, fractionally quicker than the Silvia Spec S. Again, it doesn't feel like it's got all that much power, but I guess it has beaten the Spec S. Quicker than an E36 323i. Quicker than the TVR Griffith, quicker than an MR2 GTS, so I mean, it's up there with the high horsepower Japanese stuff that actually drives okay, but I don't know, like I say, the power, it just doesn't feel like there's a lot of power there, which is surprising, but I don't know, it must have been quick enough because the lap time's good. The 1998 Jaguar XJ Sport 3.2. A Jaguar XJ takes on the course. What a marvellous car this is. This is the 3.2 litre version. Of course, there's the XJR in this game, or XJR vehicle, as the game calls it for whatever reason. So this is the lesser model. The one for, I'm not going to say peasants, but you know, the people who are a little bit more down the rung drive the Sport 3.2. I don't really know what's sport about it, but there you go. In case you're sort of scoffing and going, oh, this isn't going to be funny to watch, hold your horses a little bit, because big saloon cars, as of late, have been doing quite well. Lexus GS400, Mercedes-Benz E55 AMG, C43 AMG, all those sort of cars have been very quick indeed. So how's the giant XJ going to get along? Is it going to be like those? Or is it going to be more like its Bavarian brethren, like the BMW 740i, which is very slow? Well, we're going to find out. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports track in order to set the best time it possibly can. It is so long the camera can't even keep up with it. Fantastic. Yes, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports track in order to set the best time it possibly can. The current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM, set a time of 27.223, and I will physically give myself a controversial mustache if this car beats that car, which it won't. Yeah, Not expecting a lot out of this. It is turbocharged. I could be wrong on this, because I usually am. This may have the same engine as those DB7, or rather, the DB7 has. That went around not long ago. That wasn't fantastically quick. But I wonder if this is the same engine, because it's making similar sort of power figures to what the DB7 did. I assume we have a 5-speed automatic, but it feels like a... Yeah, we have a 5-speed automatic, but it feels... It's as long as a 4-speed. I think the turbo in this is probably going to hurt this a little bit. It is Stage 2 turbo, though, so that means it isn't quite as crazy as those giant Stage 4 turbos. This is a car that probably needs first gear, but first gear doesn't really last long enough to really be that usable for it. And of course your oversteer issues that you get from using first gear. Might have to use it though. Yeah, this is more BMW 740i. That being said, it's not as truly wretched to drive as the 740i was, but it's not great. I don't know, this is a weird one. It actually doesn't drive all that bad, per se, like it's not letting go or anything like that. It just feels, to be honest with you, like all these cars should, in that it feels like it's just very not made for this track. Let's put it that way. It does feel a little bit that sort of way. Which was, I mean, I'm not surprised. It's a bit of a shame because I was hoping for like a big like Jaguar XJ upset here. Like this was going to be a super quick car competing with like the Mercedeses and the Lexuses. Of course, the one thing the Lexuses and the Mercedeses had, which this does not, is those were naturally aspirated. This is not. So I'm assuming the XJR is a NA vehicle, so the XJR is going to be an interesting yacht to drive around here. As this one stands, 32.068. I'm not going to lie and say that that's any form of good, because it isn't, but it also isn't all that bad. It's right around sort of big Toyota luxury cars. Again, they're all 4-speed automatics, but let's be honest, this may as well be. Yeah, I think there's a bit more time in there, but this just isn't... It isn't made for that. It's a Jaguar. Yeah, all that. Not quick. Not... Is there a silver lining? I mean, you've seen an XJ go around the course, which again is probably one of the most ill-fitting cars that you can imagine on this course, so that's cool. But yeah, in terms of speed, it's better. Is it better or worse than I expected? I don't really know, to be honest. 32.068 will place this into 255th place. Goes in between the Mugen CRX Pro 2 and the Tom's Angel, which is two cars this car never shared road space with. In terms of stuff it's quicker than the Mark II Tourer S, quicker than the Toyota Chaser Tourer S, quicker than a Toyota Altezza, again 4-speed automatic, Lexus GS300 4-speed automatic. It is quicker than the BMW 740i, its sort of chief rival, which is very good. Slightly slower than the 840 Ci, but not bad. Just, I don't know. Again, I don't... Is that better or worse than I was expecting? I honestly don't know. The 1999 Peugeot 406 3-litre V6 Coupe. Our first 406 to take on the track. There's two in this game. There is the 2-litre 4-cylinder sedan and the mighty 3-litre V6 Coupe. One of Pininfarina's finest moments, they managed to make a Peugeot look good. which is saying something. Although actually I quite like Peugeots from this era. The 406 stands cool as well. But the coupe is of course the one everyone wants, and the problem with the coupe is it was a 406, so everyone just got the 2.2 diesel, which you don't want. So that's the usual problem with the 406, but we have the mighty PRV in this one. Front engine, front wheel drive, 373 horsepower, 1,297 kilos. I don't really know how this is going to get along, but we'll find out. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition from 1997. That's at a time of a 27.223. The Peugeot 406 Coupe, unlikely to beat that. The Peugeot 406 Coupe, I'm gonna guess somewhere around like a 30.8. Just sort of normal, generic front-wheel drive time. It's a bit difficult to tell with this one because it does make a lot of power, but also like the actual, there's a lot of weight in this. 31.086 means this isn't going to be complete garbage though, which is good. Mighty PRV. I think the PRV is the same engine that was in that Laguna we drove. Well, actually I say Laguna we didn't drive that long ago, but we actually did drive that long ago. It's just that video only just went up, so that's what's in my head. For whatever reason, they all make completely like randomized power figures. 30.314. That's quite good. In its second lap as well. Can this be another Peugeot to get into the under 30 club for front wheel drive cars? I don't know. I don't know, it handles fine. There is some deep understeer in here to an extent, but it's not too bad. Again, like, it's actually quite quick in a straight line, like, compared to like some of the cars we've had around here. This isn't too slow. I'm just trying to think how that 206 drove last time. I don't actually really remember that car all that well, but 206, the last front wheel drive Peugeot to go around, that actually holds the front wheel drive record for this track currently. So or rather front wheel drive sort of normal car. It's that last sector it just seems to struggle with. It's the turning on it's just not fantastic. I think I might need to be slower into that first bit to be quicker on the out. Maybe, because otherwise you just understeer over the hill, which, as we've seen time and time again, does slow you down on this course. Right, final lap. Let's see what we can get out of the 406 Coupe. I hope this one does well, because I actually quite like this car. Even though it is... I looked through the colours, none of them were particularly interesting apart from this absolutely hideous sherbet yellow this one seems to come in. So as soon as I saw this yellow, I was like, yes, that's the colour we need to run. So the line, not quite into the under 30 club, but it isn't far off, 30.105. That's quick. That is quick. It's good. I think that could probably get into under 30, if we're being honest. That last lap wasn't, like, perfect. There's definitely a little bit of time in there. The handling's not amazing. It does feel a little bit sort of limited on that front end, but... yeah, there's definitely a little bit of time in there, I think. And, yeah. Overall, though, quick car. Not the best handling, but then again... as we've seen time and time again in this series, the best handling front-wheel drive cars aren't necessarily the quickest. It's just, that's the way it goes sometimes. 30.105 will place this into a 93rd place. Goes in between the Spoon Integra Type R and the Alfa Romeo 156, which is an interesting place to be. In all honesty, I would take the 156 because it's a much better handling car. And I think for around most tracks it'd probably be quicker than this, but it's not a bad time. It's also quicker than a Delta HF Integrale, a couple of WRXs, a 28 Camaro. It's a quick car. Like I say, it's really not far off that sort of top line under 30 club front wheel drive cars, stuff like the Golf Rally car and the Peugeot 206 Integra Type R, that sort of thing. So good. Yeah, impressive from the 406 Coupe. The 1987 Tommy Kaira M30 GTS. This is our second Tommy Kaira to take on the course. Of course, this is another Skyline-derived Tommy Kaira, this time off the R31 generation, which, if I was to be a hipster, I would say probably my favourite generation of Skyline. I think the GTSR from this era looks really cool, and this one especially. It only comes in this one colour, but what a colour. Navy blue, grey pinstripe down the side. It does look absolutely wicked. That being said, I don't expect this to be the quickest thing in the world. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 414 horsepower, 1,254 kilos. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure what this is going to do. Rear wheel drive Skylines have been fine around here, but the last Tommy Kaira we had wasn't, I think it was on about the same pace as the car it was based on, the same as an R33 GTR, so we'll see how the M30 gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM, which set a time of a 27.223. The Tommy Kaira M30 GTS, unlikely to beat that. This is going to get a bit confusing because like I say, the R31 of this generation is the Skyline GTSR, but the Tommy Kaira M30 GTSR is actually a completely different car, an R32. So, yeah, a little bit interesting there. I was about to say, rear-wheel drive Skylines, I think 31.1 for an R32 and an R33 pairing we've had, which were naturally aspirated cars. Well, this is just set on 31.221 on its first flyer, so maybe this can go a little bit quicker than that. Unfortunately, we haven't had any sort of Skylines of this vintage to compare it to. We've only had the 71 and then sort of jumped straight to the R32. We haven't tested an R33 and an R31 yet, so no real sort of boundary on what those cars will do. A little bit of a tail slide there. I have got an R30 built up, so we'll probably see that soon. R31, I need to find one in the dealership because they are difficult cars to find. Very rare, as they probably should be. Unfortunately, the wheels on this model clip through. We've seen this on a couple of cars. The Lexus GS400 is the one that comes to mind at the moment. But we've definitely seen this on a couple of cars, which ruins it a little bit because, like I say, this is a fantastic looking thing, definitely. I think we're getting about 300 episodes in and I'm realising it's a bit difficult to do while sort of talking and thinking and all the rest of it. I definitely think taking a shower sort of wider line into that first sector and then trying to be flat out as you come out onto the next bits the way to go here. 30.412, which is pretty darn quick for a rear wheel drive car. It's alright to drive this. It's there's a little bit of sort of sliding, in a good way. I mean, it allows you to do turning just off some of the corner cuts. A little bit of sort of turbo kicking in. I think this is a stage 2 turbo in this car. From stock, I think this makes like 300 odd horsepower, so from standard it's already pretty decently tuned up. I'm also not 100% sure, but this might be one of the few tuned cars that actually makes more power than the car it's based on when you fully upgrade it. Because I don't know what power an R31 makes, but I don't think it's quite 414. Looks like it is going to be 30.412, but yeah, that is a lot quicker than I was expecting it to be, in all honesty. It's pleasant to drive that. It's as pleasant to drive as it looks, and it looks very pleasant indeed to my eyes. So yeah, pretty good showing from the Tommy Kaira. Definitely, there's a lot of these to go through. The Tommy Kairas, very strange cars in this game because Tommy Kaira has a big lineup in this game, and of course in the later games it was literally 2 cars, but not in this one. Is there a bit of time in there? I don't believe. I've spoke about this before, sectors feed into each other. If you have a quick sector 1, then you're not as likely to have a quicker sector 2 and sector 3, so I don't know how much more there really is in that. I don't think there's like that amount of time in this, I will be honest, but it didn't do too bad. A 30.412 will place this into 114th place. Goes in between a Toyota Supra and a Clio Sport V6, which is a place for this car to end up. Quicker than a Prelude, quicker than a Mitsubishi GTO naturally aspirated, quicker than a Legnum VR4. It's only slightly slower than like the Altezza 280C, which is a much more modern vehicle. Mazda Roadster C-Spec, sort of similar thing, so it's not the quickest tuned car we've had. Well, no, that's a respectable time from this car, definitely. Like I say, I didn't really know where this was going to go, so I'm pleasantly surprised by it. Good car indeed. The 1997 Acura Integra GS. This is another car added with the GT2 Plus mod, dropped from the original game because, well, it's a base model. This is the standard car, which you might think I've heard those words before, and you have. We had the Acura Integra LS a while ago, which had a 4-speed automatic. The GS is the 5-speed manual. This is the one you want if you can't afford a GSR or a Type R. Anyways, yeah, because this is a base model, statistically this is not particularly impressive. Front engine, front wheel drive, 255 horsepower, 1,101 kilogram. That being said, this does come in a fantastic colour. This is called a Black Currant Pearl. I don't know if it'll be showing up quite right on YouTube, but it's like a very, very dark purple. It'll be interesting to see what this looks like in game. Exquisite colour. Not going to be particularly exquisite performance, but we'll find out. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. Set a time of 27.223. The Acura Integra GS, unlikely to beat that. It's really hard to remember to say GS instead of LS. I'd say this was the base model. It's probably the base engine, but I suppose the GS is slightly sporty because there's the GS and the GSR. Don't really know the difference between them. I'm not American, if you couldn't tell, so Acura Integras are entirely foreign to me. That being said, it has just beaten the Integra LS. The Integra LS, one of the slowest cars we've ever had, currently sits in 292nd place with like a 33.2 because that 4-speed automatic gearbox was trash. This, like I say, proper 5-speed manual. I think we had the 95 GSR not long ago. I could not for the life of me remember where that ended up. If I have to guess, this is going to end up somewhere in the mid-32s. I mean, it's one of those cars where the first lap isn't like too much quicker than the second lap is. Well, yeah. So, usually your second lap's like well quicker than your first lap, so that automatically sends off a couple of warning signs that this is not a quick car. And indeed it isn't. It sort of plods around and, you know, again, not to make fun of it because it's one of the things I love most about Gran Turismo 2 is the amount of sort of different model trims and variations. You know, you didn't have to buy a Type R, you could buy a Integra GSR and save yourself a bit of money, but obviously lose out when it comes to fully upgrading it. So that's something I really enjoyed. Obviously the LS and GS, it's not hard to see why these cars didn't make it into the final game because, well, they would have, especially the LS would have been rendered redundant right away. That would have been a bit of a booby trap car, something like the Galant VRG Touring. But this one with the 5-speed, it's not too bad. You know, at the end of the day, they have an Integra Type R, an Acura Integra Type R, which isn't a real car at this time, or wasn't. So that exists. So why not have, you know, I think if they had the... I get why the Type R exists, obviously because of the North American region, because apparently they were scared to show them what Honda Integras look like. I suppose it's because like you wouldn't buy an Integra in America if you had the choice between the bug eyes and the straight eyes, because you know the bug eyes look weird. But yeah, maybe this game could have done with like the LS, the GS, GSR, and then like one Type R. I don't know why there's like 95 versions of both, because they're all in the new car dealer. Understeer through that final car. I can't believe I'm getting understeer in a 200 horsepower front wheel drive car. That could probably go quicker, if I'm being honest. My I don't think it would have gone much quicker. Bear in mind, like I literally mean like probably like 0.1 quicker. But yeah, maybe it could have gone a little bit quicker. Good colour. I've said that already, but no. Good colour. The colour's probably the most interesting bit about this car, if I'm being honest. But I shouldn't say too many bad words, because it'll end up like the Integra LS last time, where you get slightly angry Integra people. Anyways, 31.947 will place this into 249th place, which actually isn't bad. It's only slightly slower than the Corolla 11 BZG that we had. So, I mean, in terms of like sort of basic front-wheel drive cars, it's not much slower than the SIRG Integra, although admittedly that was run a while ago. If I remember rightly, the Acura Integra GSR was like a 31.5, so there's definitely a performance bump. But it's nowhere near as bad as the LS. I mean, it's not even close to the LS, really, which is a really good sign. Yeah, for this sort of car, I mean, it beats out Silvia Q's 1800, Pulsar, Del Sol. That's the sort of stuff you'd, the Mirage Asti, sort of stuff you'd cross-shop this with. So, yeah, you know, no one would expect much from this, and it didn't do much, but it did enough to be respectable, so that should be commended. The 1999 Ford Taurus SHO, one of my favourite American cars of all time. It is heinously ugly front-wheel drive, but it has a fantastic Yamaha-derived V8 under the bonnet. I would own one for all of 5 minutes to say I've owned a Ford Taurus SHO. Anyways, for show, this one looks like a NASCAR, which is an interesting decision. Of course, this happened to another car in the game as well, the Dodge Intrepid, which turns into a dragster-like vehicle. This one turns into a NASCAR, despite the fact that it has very non-NASCAR statistics. So, front engine, front wheel drive, 370 horsepower, 1,289 kilos. It is worth mentioning the Project A-Spec mod adds a proper Taurus stock car, which we will see go around the course at some point, I'm sure. That one is, as it should be, rear-wheel drive, 850 odd horsepower, and this one isn't, so don't expect this to be rousing success, because it is an American front-wheel drive saloon car. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Taurus SHO unlikely to beat that. This car is a 4-speed. I strongly suspected it might be. First gear does 77 kilometers an hour. This is supposed to have 370 horsepower, and it feels dog slow. I will be honest, it feels really, really slow. Oh dear. I also like the fact that Polyphony, I don't know if they expected this car to show up in races or something at some point in development, but I do love how it's got rear brake lights, despite being a stock car, which obviously doesn't have lights whatsoever. They're all just stickers. In this case, they actually put little brake lights into it, which is cute, next to the big Taurus on the back of it. As I said, like the NASCAR would have. Actually, that's I say this thing's dog slow. The actual speed trap, it's quicker than that Peugeot 406 we had at the start of this, and that was a very quick front wheel drive car. This obviously not as quick as that. This does not feel nearly as athletic as that. Athletic, I should say. It feels like a late 90s American front-wheel drive car. All the stereotypes that you would think of when you think late 90s American front-wheel drive car, that's what this feels like to drive. It truly is something. It really is. It's, yeah. I mean, it's cool. You know, it looks cool. And again, Taurus Show, big V8. Love it. But, of course, in actual fact, it is dog slow. I mean, what I really should say is a shout out to... I don't even know if I mentioned this on the channel before. Vanishing Point, the game that was on like PS1 and Dreamcast, had a Mercury Sable wagon in it, and I always thought that was like ridiculous when I first saw that as a kid. So maybe what I really want is a Sable wagon and stick a SHO motor in it. Because as cool as this Yamaha-derived V8 is, I'm sure Taurus shows are not expensive cars. If I remember rightly, everyone wants the first gen because the second gen, this gen, is very ugly, which is why I like it. Apparently the Americans had not heard of new edge styling. This is sort of new blob. Design it to look like a fish, which is sort of what like Ford would do later on, but a much better job at it. In case you're wondering why I'm using first gear for this, it's because it tops out far too early, so it's basically unusable. That was painful. That really was very painful to drive. Yeah, not brilliant. It looks like it goes a lot quicker than it does. To be fair, I mean, like, straight line speed's not bad. It's just, it's 4-speed auto. If this had a proper gearbox in it, 31s would definitely be doable, but yeah, as it stands, it has not got a proper gearbox in it, and as a result, it's very slow. Yeah. I think that could go quicker. If I am being honest, then yeah, there's definitely a little bit of time in that, if you sort of optimised gear ratios and got the right turn-in, which is difficult because it's understeering and heavy. There's definitely some time in that, but I don't think there's much. 31.929 will place it into 249th place. It goes in the same place that Integra GS went last time, so you can have an Integra GS or you can have a Taurus Show. Although the Taurus Show is quicker, so maybe that's the one you want. Now, interesting thing to note, cars comparable to this, it is actually quicker than. It's quicker than a BMW 840 Ci, it is far quicker than a BMW 740i, quicker than an Aristo. These are all on stock gearboxes, which might explain that. I mean, it's quicker than a Plymouth Cuda, so this is basically a muscle car, right? So for a muscle car, it didn't do too bad. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's not it's not quick. It's not quick. So yeah, Shelby GT500 is only 0.2 up the road though, so that's something to bear in mind. The 1998 Alfa Romeo 155 2-litre twin-spark 16-valve. Another twin-spark Alfa Romeo to take on the course, or TS as it's shortened to here for some reason. Unlike the other twin sparks, I'm not expecting this one to set the world alight. Alfa Romeo, the twin spark cars around here have been very quick indeed. 156 almost broke into the under 30 club. GTV, first front wheel drive car to break into the under 30 club. And even the 166 was improved over its V6 equivalent with the twin spark. But this one, despite having the same engine, for some reason it doesn't get the turbo upgrades. So that means we're dealing with a naturally aspirated one here. So probably not going to be as quick, but it'll be interesting to see. Interesting note on this 155, for whatever reason, the race modification wears the DTM livery, while as the DTM version of this car, which is in the Alfa Romeo special dealership, has the BTCC livery on it. Don't know why, but that's a decision they made. I don't think it's an inherently awful decision, because I think this livery looks really cool on this car, in the same way it looked really cool on that car as well. So there you go. That was a decision they made. So, front engine, front wheel drive, 274 horsepower, 1,110 kilos. Can you believe they made the 155 as late as 1998? I can't. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The 155 twin spark, unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, The slowest Alfa Romeo we've had has been the 166 2.5 V6 24 valve Sportronic, which sits towards the bottom half of the leaderboard, 31.238 I believe for that. So if this can beat a 238, that means this isn't the slowest Alfa Romeo. That would also put it right around the times of stuff like the Dodge Stratus, Nissan Primera. So sort of similar-ish touring cars. Of course, the key thing to mention on those cars is stuff like the 2-litre Vectra, 2-litre Primera, and the Accords and so on. They're all 40 horsepower up on this, so they are probably going to be quicker. 31.378 on its opening gambit, that's not bad. Not great, but not bad. Really need to find a way to turn those Steam notifications off. They sort of pop up every now and again. It's because of the weird way this is being recorded. I used to just record it directly from DuckStation, but for some reason, because of course it did, Shadowplay had an update and broke all of that. So now it's just sort of screen recording. So if you hear sound effects or see prompts and stuff popping up, that's why. I'm sure it's a really easy fix. I don't know if you're new to my content, if like the Hot Lap Classics, the only thing you watched. I am utterly incapable when it comes to recording setups and technology and all that. Like any console stuff I do, I still use the Elgato game capture thing from like 2015 or something like that. So yeah, I'm not known for my adaptness to this sort of stuff. That being said, I will say I set up DuckStation all by myself, and I did a pretty good job, if I do say so myself. Got the game running 4K 60, like overclock speed's good, so it doesn't slow down in the menus. I mean, it does also help my computer's pretty godly, so, or was. I think it still is. I don't know. I'm trying to remember the name. If you want to know, it's a HP Omen of some description. The 45L, the giant one, it weighs like 25 kilos, it's huge. It's like an RTX 3080 i9 something or other stuff. It's got like 5 cooling fans, so it runs at like a solid 60 degrees at all time. It's really good. I like it. I buy pre-builds because I hate building stuff. To the line, 31.199. Not the slowest Alfa Romeo we've ever had. Good time from the 155. It's definitely lacking power. If this had like 320 horsepower, this would be like a 30.5 car easy, because it is really nice to drive. It's absolutely effortless, but yeah, it's just not as quick as its contemporaries at the Alfa Romeo dealership. It's something you should bear in mind. Admittedly, this car is like 11 grand in the game, which is an absolute bargain, really. So, but the sector times are all over the place. I don't necessarily think it would have gone that much quicker, if I'm being honest. But there you go. We'll take it. 31.199. We'll place this into 190th place. Goes in between the Nissan Fairlady Z version R 2x2 and an Acura NSX. So it's quicker than a 4-speed NSX. So that's something. Quicker than the DB7 Volante. It is quicker than the Vectra 2-litre SRI. Quicker than the Stratus. As we mentioned, quicker than the 166. Quicker than a Primera. Not quite same speed as cars like the Neon, Mark IV GTI, Preludes, the Primera GT we had not long ago, 31.109. I mean, it's not... It's sort of in that in-between. It's not a bad front-wheel drive car, certainly, but it is desperately in need of more power, which unfortunately it doesn't get. So there you go. The 1998 TVR Chimera 4.5 litre. This is the second Chimera to take on the course. We had the 4-litre, which did quite well. So let's see how the mid-range 4.5 does. There's the 4-litre, and the 4.5, and the big 5.0. And all of them go up in increments of power. Because, of course, when I drove the Chimera around here last time, what I really thought it could do with is more power. Front-engined, rear-wheel drive, 484 horsepower, 975 kilos. That is a pretty decent power-to-weight ratio. This should be chaotic. But we will find out. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, which set a time of 27.223. The Chimera is obviously not likely to beat that. Now, I did mention that the previous Chimera that went around here did surprisingly well, and indeed it did. It set a 30.303, which puts it in sort of the top third of the leaderboard. So this has the potential to be mighty quick. And to prove that wasn't a fluke, we also had a 4.2 litre Cerbera go round, and that set a 30.284, so it was a little bit quicker. So in theory, this will have the minerals to go even quicker than that. The question is, will it? And I'm looking at the wheel spin. This is going to be a tricky car to get time out of, because that's second gear, floor it, done. 30.071, okay. First lap, did it. Cool. To be fair, that first lap was phenomenally quick. This is definitely going to be one of those cars where the more I try and take my time with it and finesse it around the course, the worse it's gonna. Or, yeah, the more I take my time and finesse it, the better it will do. But obviously you've got to be mindful to not be too slow. But also the more time you try and push out of this car is where you're going to get the problems. It does stop wheel spinning eventually. Interestingly enough, even with the wheel spin, this, in terms of like top speed throughout the lap, you can actually see it's only 4 kilometers an hour slower than that GTO. And in fairness, in terms of power to weight ratio, it probably is about the same as that GTO, if not better. So, interesting little side note there. This is a very quick car. It's just getting the power down in it is a problem, and slamming into a wall like that is also a problem, and losing the rear end is a bigger problem. Cool. I mean, it's set out and done its mission. It's beaten the 4.0 litre, so that's good. God, this is a hard car to drive. Around like a proper normal track, I would assume this is probably like phenomenally fast. I feel like this car gets slept on a little bit, the Chimera. Obviously, for most part in the game, you're going to be more gunning towards the Cerbera, and if you're 100% in the game, there's a chance you might even skip over TVR entirely, unless you're going to drive the Tuscan for the Tuscan Challenge or whatever it's called in the TVR dealership. But just a little bit too much rear end slip through some of these corners. That was a phenomenal first lap though, to be fair. Taming the beast. There's definitely some time to make up in it, but yeah, I mean, you can see from the lap times this is a difficult car to drive. If this one's difficult, I dread to think what the 5 litre is going to be like to drive. That is going to be an experience onto itself. But yeah, perhaps could have gone quicker, perhaps could have gone under 30, but I will leave with my life and I'll be happy with that. Yeah, it's like I say, on the straights, that is a quick car, no doubt about it. It's just, you can see Sector 2 is where it loses all its time because it's too busy spinning its wheels and can't get over that sort of bumpy midsection. A 30.071 places this into 90th place. Interestingly, it's only slightly slower than the as mad HKS R33 Drag GTR. As I mentioned, about 0.2 and a bit up on the Chimera 4 litre, which is good. That's progress in the right direction. Slightly quicker than the sleeker GT4 RC, quicker than the Spoon Integra Type R, 406 Coupe, 156 Twin Spark. Lose out slightly to stuff like the RX-7 Type RB, which actually makes more power than this, interestingly enough, and is a lot more controllable, and yet that car is only slightly quicker than this one. So, somewhat interesting to know. I mean, the other crazy car up here, Dodge Viper GTS, maybe we'll see one of the Cerberas or a Chimera beat that Viper GTS. That would be interesting to see. The 1994 Lister Storm V12. The Lister Storm, an iconic car to Gran Turismo for plenty of wrong reasons, because this car kind of got screwed over in the later games with having too much weight. But nevertheless, the Lister Storm. The only time this car was ever available as a road car in GT2, which I think is a huge shame, because the Lister Storm road car is exquisite. It is interesting. There is like 4 of these things in the world, and yeah, they just look awesome. I think it was the fastest 4-seater car on sale for a long time. Yeah, cool. A car that basically made a company, because Lister was a bit unheard of before this, and, well, unheard of completely after this. They make tuned F-paces now, I think. Anyways, this is far more exciting than that. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 719 horsepower, 1,227 kilos. I don't think this is going to be a very fun car to drive, but we'll find out. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set at 27.223. The Lister Storm, unlikely to beat that. I love the mid-exit exhaust. That is interesting. Does it make sense why we drove that Chimera last time out now? It was sort of a preparation for another sort of big British rear-wheel drive powerhouse, which is probably going to be awful to drive. This is one of those cars where, realistically, if this can get a good lap in, this will be a very quick car indeed, and if it can't, it will be a giant flop. A bit like, interestingly enough, one of its rivals from GT Racing, the Viper GTS. That set of time just... Woohoo. I think that's the first time I've almost lost the car through that section. That is interesting. Yeah, the Viper GTS is in the under 30 club somehow, because that just about stayed controllable enough over the course of a lap. I'm hoping the Storm can do the same. Should be able to. If you don't mind, I'm going to stick to second gear through this course. I don't think, you know, some of these cars, you get posts in the comments about, oh, if you use first gear more, you'd get around the course quicker. And usually I concede and say, hey, probably. In this case, I'm not conceding that. I'm just going to stay out of ever using first gear. Fortunately, the one thing this car does have is long gear ratios, which is good. That is what's probably keeping this run alive. I don't think this thing's beating the Viper. If it can get like one hell of a lap in, then maybe. The Viper, this is very different to how that Viper drove though. The Viper, yeah, you caressed it, but like the second gear in that Viper was really long, and you basically used the torque to pull it around the lap. Sort of similar to what we've seen with like Camaro Z28s and stuff like this. And you use like the huge rear tyres. This doesn't have that. This is just 29.59. Wow, okay. It did do it. And it could go quicker still. It's just about... Whoa, okay. It is about keeping this thing controlled around the lap. That is... Definitely lost it there. I think this could go quicker. A little bit quicker. Not by much, but... yeah, there's definitely some time in there, but that is a tricky car to drive. That really is a tricky thing to drive. The other thing, which I didn't speak about, is how huge this thing is. Like, it is a ginormous car, which really doesn't help. I mean, you know, almost 1,300 kilos, and, like, in terms of width, it's huge. So, that definitely not helping its case around here, but we did get the lap out of it. I am happy. I think it could go quicker. To be honest with you, I think it probably could go significantly quicker if the traction's better. But we will take that from the Lister Storm. A 29.590 places this into 60th place. Goes in between the Mazda Speed RX-7 A-Spec and the Mitsubishi Galant VR4. Both of those were very yellow from what I remember, so good place for this to end up. It is quicker than most of the GTRs we've had, quicker than an Evo 3, quicker than a Roof BTR2, which is also clinically insane. Quicker than the Viper GTSR, so it's actually quicker than the racing version of the Dodge Viper, which is interesting, although that car was, much like this one, completely uncontrollable and was basically as quick as you could get out of it. The 1996 Subaru Impreza WRX wagon, and it comes in very luminous purple, which is interesting, to say the least. Yeah, cool colour. Looks like your TV's got too much saturation on it, which is fascinating. We have had two other WRX wagons take on the course, the 94 and the 97, so this is the in-between one, the 96, and it's running race mod because the race mod on the 94 to 96 Imprezas are all different for all of them because they've all got different colour schemes and other weird stuff, whereas the 97s and 98s share race mods with all the other 97, 98, 99 Imprezas. We have got quadruple downforce, we've got roof rails and two wings, so that should be good. Four-wheel drive, 387 horsepower, 1,102 kilos. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. Set a time of 27.223, the 1996 WRX wagon. Unlikely to beat that. In terms of WRXs, I see the WRX 97 wagon, which did not have a race mod, set a time of 29.9. I think the 94 Impreza wagon is just outside of the under 30 club, and the 96 sedan set a time of 29.4, I think it is. So, if this can go somewhere in between those, that is, well, that's likely the place it'll end up. I didn't realise, the version 2, obviously we ran not long ago, I don't know if I brought it up in that video, but A, I realised, my god, there's a lot of Imprezas, and B, I realised, despite being a huge Subaru Impreza fanboy, yeah, we haven't done a whole lot of these vehicles, so I really need to get moving and get some more built up and ready for your eyes. And of course we all love a big Subaru Impreza here, so yeah, you won't mind. And of course no one's going to complain about cutting corners in a Impreza, because, well, that's what Imprezas are designed to do, you know. I don't know about you, but when I had my Impreza, when I saw a roundabout, first thing I did was drive straight over it, you know. School zones, plow straight into, okay, I'll stop. 29.482, which is roughly where we expected this to go. Where is that sedan? I swear I saw it. I'm trying to look while I drive, which usually in most cars ends in absolute disaster. If you did that in that Lister Storm last time out, you'd literally be killed. But in this, it's not too bad. 29.464. So that was run a while ago. In case you're wondering, because it is hard to keep track, the WRX sedan 1996 was the green one. So I suppose that's the good thing about these earlier WRXs, is they're all sort of, again, as I mentioned, the race mods are kind of unique because they're all different colours, so I can just sort of say what colour each of them are, and that corresponds. So this one's luminous purple, the sedan was very green, and I think one of the version 2s we ran, the 95 STI wagon, that was the lovely pink that some of these come in. Unfortunately can't use that twice because that's on the 96 version 3, which is going to be ran as the rally car. That's an interesting point where that understeer into there in the final bit. Bollocks. Oh well. To be fair, I don't think he was going quicker on that lap anyway. Where is... Okay, yeah, the sedan version 3, which didn't run race mod, 29.403. So all the 96 Imprezas are within 0.1 of each other, which is interesting. Oh, apart from the coupe's like miles up the road. I forgot about the coupe. Yeah. Anyways, I mean, that was cool. I always like driving Imprezas because I've spoken about it like more times than I can count, but these things are just absolutely effortless to drive around this course. They really are just made for it. They're perfect, basically. a little bit more time in there, potentially. I don't think it would have gone that much quicker, to be honest. I think in terms of lap time, it's gone basically where it should have done. So, yeah. 29.482 places this into 56th place. As you can see, it is only slightly slower than the Impreza WRX Sedan 96. It is also quicker than another rally stablemate, the Lancia Delta HS Evoluzione. Slightly slower than the 96 Legacy Touring. That is interesting to note, although I think that Legacy had more power. Slower than the version 3 WRX STI Sedan. Quicker than the Escort Rally Car, Nissan Stager. So, yeah, good shout from the Impreza, another good Impreza, which is what we like to see. The 1992 Mitsubishi Mirage Cyborg. Yeah, this is the hatchback Mitsubishi Mirage, or the Colt, I believe, as we got this, unless the Colt's the smaller one. No, I think the Colt is this one. We also got this as the Proton Compact, which is another story in and of itself, but the Cyborg is the hatchback in this game. There's two of these. There's the Cyborg R and the Cyborg ZR, which is the 97. So, yeah, Mitsubishi Mirages around this course, they've not been good. Not very bad. So, we'll see how the hatchback gets along. Front engine, front-wheel drive, 233 horsepower, 927 kilos. Comes with this knockoff Falcon livery, which is very cool, actually, if I'm being honest. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set aside for 27.223. Of course, the Mitsubishi Mirage Cyborg R is unlikely to beat that. Where is the Cyborg going to go? Well, the quickest other Mirage we've had is the Mirage Asti RX, which has a time of a 32.020, which is very slow. So maybe this will be quicker than that. This does only make 220 horsepower though, so not too sure on that. If it can get above a 32, anything after that would be considered a bonus for this car. Feeling it out though, this is slow, like really slow. I would check how far first gear extends, but I mean, if this is already at like 5,000 RPM, I'm assuming first gear would be maxed out by now. 32.5 on its first flyer. There's definitely some time in there, but how much time, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it is about Mitsubishi, much like in real life really, where they go from making absolute tosh to making some of the best cars in their class. For example, the 3000 GT is an exquisite sports car, and then they, you know, will crap out stuff like the, well, this era of Mitsubishi is a bad example actually, because 90s Mitsubishi made some quite good cars, but, you know, the same company that can make a 3000 GT can also make a Mitsubishi ASX, or my personal favourite is the Pajero Sport, which is unbelievably ugly. And awful as well, apparently. So, yeah. And it's sort of similar around this course. Mitsubishi makes some of the quickest cars we've got. The Evos, the 3000 GTs, phenomenally quick cars, universally. And then they make stuff like the Mirage, and the Minicas, and the Pajero Mini, and other such vehicles. So, yeah, Mitsubishi, very strange company. FTOs are quick as well, actually, although, funnily enough, FTOs are also a little bit all over the place, so, yeah. Easily the most disappointing of all those is the Mirage, though, because you expect Minicas and Pajeros to be slow, because they're key cars, and ridiculous ones at that. You don't really expect the Mirages, because they kind of look, I mean, the coupes look like Lancers, and this one, well, it's the Cyborg, it's cool. Again, we got this as the Proton Compact, the Proton Satria, and the Mitsubishi Colt, which was bought by no one other than old people. I'm surprised it hasn't got the JDM love for that, the style it has, where people think they're JDM for driving starlets when they're just really buying a worse Yaris. In the case of this, you'd be buying a worse sort of new model Colt, which I think isn't a bad car. 32.212, the Cyborg is not quicker than the Mirage Astis. The Mirage Astis, Oh god. That is quite depressing. I mean, at least it looked cool, eh? I mean, from the front, I think from the back it looks a little bit strange, but there you go. The quickest lap time wasn't any of the quickest sectors. I do think there's a little bit of time in that. Would it be rival? I don't think there's 0.2 in there though. I really don't. I just don't. I don't see it. So, yeah, interesting to say the least. The cyborg. 32.212 will place this into, get it, 274th place. It is slower than the CRX, which is interesting. It is quicker than a Volkswagen Polo and the Fiat Cinquecento and a Suzuki Alto works, although if I had to guess, if we reran the Polo today, the Polo would probably be quicker than this, which really is saying something. I mean, it's saying something, the fact this is far off the pace of the Nissan Pulsar, which is also another Japanese hatchback that wasn't particularly great around here. In short, buy anything that isn't a Mitsubishi Mirage in this game. Literally anything, and you'll probably be better off. The 1999 Toyota XYR Detroit Show version, aka the Celica concept car. Interesting choice to put in this game, considering the 1999 Celica, the release version of this car, is already in the game, but they put the concept car in. There's also a concept car MRS, which doesn't look at all like the MRS concept car did look, so that's interesting. Yeah, the XYR, visual differences from a normal Celica, an out-of-place rear wing, the front bumper's a little bit different, and it's got mid-mounted rear exhausts, like my old Civic had, which is obnoxious. Oh, sensor-lock wheels as well, by the looks of it, which is interesting. No, this thing's quite cool. The XYR came in silver in real life, but in-game it comes in 5 different colours. I've used the white because it looks quite cool. Fun fact, the Toyota Celica rally car, which we have seen gone round earlier in development, was called the Toyota XYR rally car. So, there you go. Anyways, this one isn't massively powerful. Front-engine, front-wheel drive, 225 horsepower, 1,048 kilos. This car does not have any major power upgrades, unlike the other Celicas, which, in fairness, doesn't affect it that much, because Celicas don't really get much more power than this, but it is something worth noted. This car was requested by Azza, so there you go, shout out. There. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. Set a time of 27.223. Of course, the XYR, that's really hard letters to say in succession. The XYR rally car, aka the Celica rally car, did once top our leaderboard. It doesn't anymore, so, and this definitely isn't going to avenge it, so don't expect anything there. In terms of time from this one, if it gets under a 32, I will be impressed. We have had one normal 7th gen Celica go around. It was the elegant sports version, and of course Azza is the type of guy who pointed out the fact that the weird, maybe it's not the letters, maybe it's just me today, the weird grey rectangle that appeared on that car was actually the optional TRD translucent fuel door, which is apparently A, a thing, and B, very sought after in the 7th gen Celica community. And when I hear words like that, it makes me very happy. I did not join the 7th generation Celica community. Yeah. If this can get under 32, I'll be happy. I think the Integra SIRG is like a 31.9, so yeah. I mean, again, no major performance upgrades. As I mentioned, that doesn't really affect 31.7. That's not bad. Doesn't really affect this one all that much because the elegant sports version made 260 horsepower. This is making 220 odd. So there's not really much difference there in terms of power output. The top Celica, the mechanical sports version, will get 280 horsepower, so something to worth bearing in mind for when that car goes round. So that should be, in theory, the quickest 7th generation Celica. Although, as we know from history, Celicas in this course don't really get along. The ST205 that we did not long ago, that was actually a quick Celica for once, but yeah, these 90s ones and the ones, so, well, I say that, all the 91s barring the ST205, not very good. Yeah, so, but we'll see, you know, maybe the mechanical sports version of the 99 and the standard 99 car will impress, who knows. Alright, final lap. To be fair, this actually, that Mirage we had last time felt dog slow. This doesn't feel as slow as that did. This does feel quicker, definitely. Of course, the caveat to that is this also doesn't handle nearly as well as the Mirage did last time. It's a little bit more sort of rear end stability isn't quite there. I don't know if this has the colour-coded Toyota logo that the actual finished car has, but yeah. 31.761, admittedly, to be fair, that was quite a lucky lap from this car. But yeah, I mean, not bad. It's, considering the power deficit, I guess, to be only 0.3 off the pace of that elegant sports version, not too bad, really. You can take to the dirt about as well as the Celica rally car could, so that's something, but yeah, not really one I'd be quick to recommend. Another car where the timings are all over the place. This one does make more sense because the handling on this is not as good. 118, 118 as the kilometers an hour there, which is interesting. Yeah, 31.761 places this into 243rd place. Interestingly, it is slightly slower than the 1983 Celica. So the concept car, slower than a car that came out years before it, but there you go, that's the way this has gone. It is quicker than a Ford Ka, which is good. Quicker than a Shelby GT500, Nissan Stager. It's quicker than a lot of cars it probably shouldn't be. Quicker than an Elise Sport 135. 0.1 up on the Integra SIRG, 0.2 up on that Integra GS we had not long ago. I mean, as far as base model front-wheel drive cars go, it's alright. Obviously, because this one doesn't have any major power upgrades, I would probably recommend getting a 7th gen Celica over this, but then again, this one's a prize car. But then again, also as a caveat, 7th gen Celicas don't cost a lot, so there you go. The 1999 Dodge Viper STP Tizen GT. This, believe it or not, is a GT500 class Viper. Showed up in the 1999 season and wasn't very good. The Viper was a phenomenally quick car in most GT racing, however, as with most foreigners when they enter GT500, this didn't do too well. So, yeah, but it exists in Gran Turismo too, which is incredible because, as usual, Polyphony goes, GT500 cars, we need the title winner and some of the competitors, and then let's just include one of the really weird ones. And this is one of the really weird ones. Like in GT300 class in this game, they have that Tirreno. So I thought this would be a very fitting car for car 316. Front engine's rear-wheel drive, 655 horsepower, 1,180 kilos. We have had a racing Viper around here, and it was not very good. So don't have high hopes for this, but we'll see. This car, Chrysler Financial. Is there any company on earth you trust less than Chrysler Financial? Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, which had a time of 27.223. The Viper STP Tizen GT500 car, unlikely to beat that. I also don't think it's particularly likely to beat any of the GT500 cars. 29.7 though on its first lap. I think actually, okay, we might be on something here because I was about to say the other racing Viper we've had, the Viper GTSR, set a time of a 29.7, and on this car's opening gambit, it's already beaten that. So I don't know what's going on here. Maybe the GT500 Viper's got more downforce or bigger tyres because it's a 99 as opposed to a 96. Okay, 28.579. So, I did check before this. The quickest GT500 car we've had is the NSX Tactor, which has a time of a 28.4. 5 something. So if this goes an inch quicker, this will be the new quickest GT500 car, and it's the Viper. That's incredible. And we had a humongous slide on that lap, and it still came home with 28.6, so it's definitely possible. I don't know what it is. This drives beautifully. I don't know what was up with that last Viper we drove. Again, I don't know if it's more power or tyres, or in fact it's older or what, but this does not drive awful at all. This actually drives for not... The amount of traction in this is just insane. 28.303. So, yeah. Not quicker in its period, but in the game made by the Japanese, the Viper stands strong as currently the quickest GT500 car we've had. It's actually, believe it or not, the fastest GT car before this we had was the GT300 Celica Wed Sports, which I did not think was going to be getting beaten, and this is quicker than the Celica Wed Sport. That is insanity. Absolute insanity. I don't know what it is in this car. It just makes so much traction. It is phenomenally nice to drive, apart from when the rear end lets go a little bit there. To the line, 27.999, and that could have been quicker because we lost the rear end on that lap. I think this could be up to 0.2 quicker. Oh my god, that is going to take some beating. That really is. I can't believe that. That is phenomenally quick. Why is it so quick? We've got one more GTS Viper to go, the GTSR Team Eureka. And from what I remember, that car is an absolute handful to drive, so I don't think that'll be beating this. But to be fair, I don't know what I don't know what GT500 car will be beating this, because my god, that's quick. That's really, really quick. Again, we lost the rear end on there as well, so that could be like 0.2 quicker, in all honesty, but I'll accept that time because it's funnier. A 27.999 puts this into 9th place. Quicker than the Vector M12 LM Edition, quicker than the Ford RS200, quicker than the Ford GT40, quicker than the Ford GT90, quicker than the Roof CTR2. It's quicker than that Wed Sport Celica, which I didn't think anything was going to be beating. It's only, I mean, realistically, that could have beaten the R390's 22B. It maybe could have even been competing with that Evo 5 RS. That is insane. Like, I can't believe that. I'm actually, to be honest with you, I'm speechless. It is 0.5 up on the previous GT500 Crowner, which was the NSX Tactor. Bad wording. And to be honest with you, I mean, I don't see anything beating that, because I think that's all the GT500 cars are just NSX's, Skylines, and the other one, Supras. Yeah, I don't think this is going to be beaten for GT500 timing, or indeed, actually, JGCC timing. We have got the front-wheel drive tampon FTO thing to run round, but yeah, that car's going to have to try hard to beat this. Absolutely phenomenal scenes. The 1995 Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo, the 3000 GT VR4, another second generation one, takes on the course. The last one we ran was a second gen, but that was naturally aspirated. This is a full-on twin turbo. We've also had the 95 MR go around, so be interesting to see how this stacks up compared to that. GTOs are very quick around this course, so GTO LM actually leads our leaderboard at the moment, but that's a different car to this, but still. Four-wheel drive, 686 horsepower, 1,521 kilos. They are heavy, but they are powerful, and they do pack a punch. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Blow off noise. As mentioned, our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223, the 95 twin turbo GTO, unlikely to beat that. all the twin-turbo GTOs are sort of congregated in one section of the leaderboard. We've had 2 of them, and they're both like within a like 0.1 of each other, I think. 28.6 for both of them. Oh, sorry, 21.8. An 869 for the 92 and a 898 for the MR. The MR also didn't run racing mod in the same way this one isn't, so yeah, it should be somewhere around there. I can't wait to start running some more of the racing mod GTOs because I think these cars are going to be very quick. But I also think, because, you know, got to keep up the suspense in this series, they're going to be a bit more late bloomer, I think. We're going to use those later down the line. Or maybe I'll start using them soon, I don't know. We haven't had a 99 round yet, which is my favourite generation of GTO. This is my least favourite, although, to be fair, not by, like, you know, I wouldn't say no to one of these cars. I wouldn't kick one out of bed, to use a slightly crude term. 28.892. Nice. That is almost the exact same time as the MR. In case you're wondering, the MR, I did get a comment about this, is supposed to be the lighter weight one. However, in the context of the game, the sort of normal cars, the not MRs, get more power for some reason. So I think I've made the trade-off for power for weight in the case of them. I mean, I could run one of the MRs with racing mod. We might do that, actually. We might run, like, the 97 MR with racing mod. Although the 95 might have been lighter. I'm not sure. I'll look into it. If it's worth doing, I'll do it. It might be interesting to see sort of the correlation. In case you're wondering, there's 2 second-generation GTOs in the game. There's a 95 and a 97. Not much difference between them. I've decided the 97's going to run the racing mode because I think the 97's get more power. Unfortunately, they don't get crazy like Gran Turismo 1 levels of power. These things used to get like 900 horsepower, which would be interesting to play around with, but the turbochargers in GT1 are pretty extreme. So, unfortunately, I think this car could go quicker. But I'm not going to get the time out of it today, which is a ball ache. Yeah. Consistent lap times, though. Unfortunately, just me not driving it to its potential. There's definitely 0.2 in there. Definitely. But I guess it continues on a bit of a tradition of all the GTOs being tightly packed, so I guess that's something. Look at the air on that. Fantastic. Yeah, these cars are quick. Not really much more to say about them. They are phenomenal cars, really. Yeah, I mean, according to that, there's definitely some time in there, isn't there? There's definitely, like, 0.2. But, you know, there's plenty of these cars in the game, so we'll get the joy of doing that. I just realised there is no 97 MR, it's only the 95, so... Oh, well. Yeah, the 97 twin turbo is going to run race mod, so we'll see when that car comes around, sort of what time that gets. Should be interesting. But anyways, a 28.892 will place this into 34th place. As mentioned, it goes into the GTO club, apparently, where all these cars are together. So, slightly slower than a race-modded 92 twin-turbo, slightly quicker than a non-race-modded twin-turbo MR, and I mean very slightly. They are still quicker than a GT500 Supra, quicker than the 97 Impreza rally car, quicker than the Zara rally car, quicker than the GT500 NSX, quicker than the Chaser LM. So, just because I didn't get the maximum out of this car, which is annoying, there isn't a lot in it. In fairness, if that 0.2 was to be made up, this would shoot up about 4 or 5 spaces, so watch this space. The GTOs are going to be quick, I know it. Definitely. The 1999 Vauxhall Corsa Sport 1.6i 16 valve. The Voki Corsa in it. Yeah, I hate these cars with a passion. Although, I should say, I hate all Corsas as a blanket term. Corsa B, I actually have a slight bit of a soft spot for this car. I remember when I was like 6, I played with this car in this game, and I remember that very well and fondly for some reason. So yeah, I don't really know how, because this car has a bit of a problem. all the Opals and Vauxhalls are supposed to be clones of each other. However, Polyphony being Polyphony somehow messed that up, and this car has a missing turbo kit, which means it is front engine, front wheel drive, 124 horsepower, fully upgraded. That's all you get from the Vauxhall Corsa in it. 939 kilos, so it is light, but it needs to be with that power. Now, I should mention that is something GT2 Plus fixed. However, I'm not using the turbo kit because A, it's a Vauxhall, and B, because we've already had the Opel Corsa with the turbo go round, which would be the same car. So this one, unfortunately, is going to have to deal. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsport Land track to see how fast it is. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, and of course the Vauxhall Corsa is in contention to beat that. That said, at 27.223, the Corsa isn't doing that. 124 horsepower. This is either going to surprise us or going to be exactly what we expect from it. I will say, we'll start with surprise. 34.022. That actually ain't half bad. From this, there is a lot of cars that should probably be embarrassed that a 120 horsepower Corsa can beat that straight away. Cars like the Minica PJ, the Mazda Roadster D-Rights, the Honda Life, which I think the Honda Life might have actually made less power than this, but still. Yeah, those cars should probably be embarrassed. 33.8 on its first flyer. I say flyer, it isn't really flying, is it? According to the stats there, top speed on this car down straight, just over 60, which is good. Nice little Vauxhall banner there. Maybe we could get that in the thumbnail to try and hype this car up a little bit more. Yeah, again, Polyphony being Polyphony, didn't include the turbos, so that... It's a bit weird because obviously this car does have a turbo kit with the Opel version. It's not like a car... Wow, 33.379. That's actually embarrassing a lot more cars. We'll go into that when we do the results. Yeah. Even when it's severely downgraded, apparently this is quick. Because that Opel Corsa was quite quick. I think that was like a 31.4. So, yeah, this isn't too bad in context. I love it how that... The number plate light is a brake light according to this game. That's fantastic. Yeah, it's a bit weird, you know, this car missing a turbo kit because of course the Opel version does have one. It's not like cars like the Renault Clio 16 valve and the MRS concept where it seems like that was sort of a conscious decision by the developers, or maybe it wasn't and they forgot turbo kits for those cars, but because they're not regional exclusives, you'd never know. It does make you wonder if Vauxhall was in all editions of the game, would it be still missing its turbo kit? This issue also applies to the Tigra. However, the Tigra I am going to stick the turbo on, mostly because I didn't really realise this was an issue until I ran the Opel Tigra. If I knew it was going to be an issue, I probably would have run the Opel Tigra with turbo. But also because the Vauxhall Tigra is going to be the one running the race mod, I guess makes sense for that to have the turbo on it as well, because that'll be like the quickest version of the Tigra. I saw a comment at some point saying apparently I'm getting a lot better at driving these sort of low-powered cars, and I guess this Corsa kind of proves that point. 33.366 for the Corsa. Not bad at all. Really not bad. Considering the power deficit this is at, yeah, that's surprisingly quick. And as I mentioned, there are cars that are more powerful than this, that have gone slower than this. And to be honest with you, you should really be quite embarrassed to go slower than this. Yeah. It says there's time in it. I don't think there is. I'll be honest. I don't think this was going to go much quicker, but there you go. Anyways, a 33.366 will place this into 306th place. It is quicker than the Nissan Cube, which had more power. Quicker than the Mitsubishi Legnum, which is admittedly woeful, but still. It's quicker than Daihatsu Mira, that had more power. Quicker than Suzuki Servo, which had more power. Quicker than the Mitsubishi Minico, which had more power. Admittedly, most of those are key cars, which seem to have got a bit screwed by the game. I mean, to be fair, it's not even that much slower than the Auto Zam and the Plymouth GTX and the Acura Integra LS. And to be honest with you, between driving that Integra LS and this Corsa, I might choose the Corsa. It's not much slower than the 78 Starlet as well, which again, another interesting sort of case study there. But yeah, as I mentioned, Opel Corsa's like a 31.4. That's pretty mid-pack, slightly below the mid-pack, that car. So definitely buy the Opel Corsa if you are playing the PAL region of the game. Switch your language over, go to the Opel dealership, get the Corsa, get the turbo, and get out of there. The 1996 Toyota Sprinter Terreno BZG. This is, much like they were in the 80s, the counterpart of the Toyota Corolla 1196. The front-wheel drive Corolla and Sprinter were also twins. The difference is in the front end, which looks slightly worse on the Sprinter. It sort of has bigger headlights, which make it look a little bit evil, but there you go. Also, same race mod. This one admittedly doesn't come in the heinous colour schemes that the Corolla 11 does, but it does come in this rather disgusting beige, which with all the green specialty signs on it is still quite poor. I was going to run this without race mod, but I decided against it, so there you go. Anyways, this car is identical to the Corolla 11 in terms of stats. Front engine, front wheel drive, 260 horsepower, 909 kilos. So it should place about the same as the Corolla 11. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Sprinter Terreno BZG is unlikely to beat that. The Corolla BZG is currently sat in 255th place with a 31.907. So, in theory, the Sprinter should be somewhere around that. I'm not a genius, so it's not going to set the exact same lap time as that Corolla unless I'm somehow more consistent than I think I am, which I'm not. So, yeah, you know, maybe this car not being a two-tone colour scheme, maybe that saves some weight, that it's all painted this horrible beige as opposed to the, I think someone called it a Spanish ice cream carton in a comment on the video, so, well, they didn't quite say that, but I'm going to generalise it to that because that sounds more sensical. Yeah, the Corolla, the Sprinter, all of them, they all drive fine. This is a low-tier front-wheel drive car, so this sort of hangs around cars like the Mirage Asti, the baser model Integras, cars like that. Me personally, I would probably, out of that pack, the Integra is definitely the way to go in terms of its power potential, but this isn't too bad of a choice. It's definitely better than the Mirage Asti, which is not a good car, so you shouldn't really be considering one of those. But yeah, it does lack in power. An interesting one as well is going to be the Nissan Almera N1, because this car sort of around the pace of the base Almera, so it'll be interesting to see if the N1 sees a sizable jump up. 31.655. Admittedly, that was a pretty bang-on lap, so I guess that shows you sort of the difference a really good lap can have between cars. Yeah, if I said about 0.2 in that Corolla 11, I got my 0.2 and some change. So yeah, or maybe the Sprinter is quicker. I don't really know, to be honest. As far as I'm aware, these cars are quite literally clones of each other. The power stats and everything are all the same, but maybe the Sprinter's better handling. I don't really know. Although, by the looks of it, that lap did just sort of come out of literal nowhere, so maybe that's one of the few times taking that Ram patch was quicker. No, to be fair, that lap did look pretty dialed in, so yeah, is the Sprinter really that much quicker than the Corolla? I plead the fifth. I don't really know. but in terms of the series, yeah, the Sprinter. Which, to be fair, I think the Corollas have been quicker than the Sprinters for the A86 generation, so I guess the Sprinters are getting their own back in this way. We'll see when we get into the Corolla and the Sprinter. Maybe we'll have to do the 98 cars back-to-back to see if there really is that much of a difference. Or if it is just in that lap, because, like I say, to be fair, that lap was pretty bob-on. 31.655 will put this into 240th place. Goes in between a Fairlady Z and the Corvette Stingray. It's quicker than a Stingray. It's also quicker than a Dodge Avenger, Peugeot 306, quicker than a Celica concept car. Again, how much of that is just getting the spot on lap and how much of it is actually that much quicker than the Corolla, I don't think. I think these cars are clones, and that was just a really good lap, but we'll take it. Not much slower than a Mugen Civic Ferrio. It's actually not much slower than the Sprinter Cheruno 83, which had a lot more power than this, so interesting to know. And not much slower than the Glanza either. The 1999 Nissan Skyline Unicia Jex GTR GT R33. Full name. This is an interesting car. This is an R33 JGCC car, which we have had go round. We had the Zexel not too long ago. But this is an R33 from the 1999 JGCC season. And for whatever reason, Polyphony messed up slightly. So this car has the stats of the R34 JGCC cars. So basically this is an R34 with an R33 body, which is interesting. And it will fulfill our needs for today, because we had that STP Tizen Viper not long ago. And that car became the quickest GT500 car we've had by far. So I wanted to give the R34s, the most powerful JGCC cars, another go around the track, because we had a Calsonic one, but it was one of the very first cars that went round, and it's down the leaderboard now. So I was going to use an R34, and then I remembered this existed, so I figured we'd get a nice story out of it, we can showcase it, and we can also see how the Skylines get along. Front-engined, rear-wheel drive, 712 horsepower, 1,200 kilos, more power than the Viper, heavier than the Viper, which isn't usually something you say about Vipers. Yeah, should be interesting to see. This car is going to get 6 laps around the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Unicia Jex unlikely to beat that. The Tizen Viper, 27.999, that currently sits in 9th place, fittingly. Quickest GT500 car we've had besides that, the NSX, 28.588, and that R33 Zexel sits at a 29.02, I believe. So that is sort of the benchmarks for where this wants to be aiming. It is worth pointing out, because of the GT2 Plus mod, the JGTC, I've said that far too many times in this episode, GT500 Skylines are all converted to rear-wheel drive. I'm using third gear by accident, and I just realised that makes this car so much better to drive. Yeah, they are all converted to rear-wheel drive, as they correctly should be in the base game. They are all four-wheel drive, so technically, in the base game, I don't know if they would be the quickest GT500 cars, but they'd certainly have an advantage. Whereas in this mod, it's turned the best GT500 cars to probably the hardest to drive, because I'm starting to realise as I drive this, and obviously thinking about cars like the STB Tizen Viper and the NSX, I think the reason they were as quick as they are is because they are... I really wish people would stop going on and offline on Steam, it's very irritating. I should really look if there's a way to turn that off. What was I saying? I lost my train of thought now. Yeah, the all-wheel drive may have given these an advantage, but the NSX and the Viper were as quick as they were because they are naturally aspirated. Now, I often complain when we're driving cars around here that don't have turbos, because you need to go high up in the rev range for consistent power. And that is true. In a road car, you definitely want a turbo for this track. But if you're in a race car, I'd rather it just be sort of drivable, which turbo ones often aren't particularly. 28.888. That's a good time. Final lap with this sort of R34, R33 hybrid. Yeah, this is tricky to drive. It's not good by any stretch of the imagination. It's just more out of this section. It's just, there's no, compared to that Viper, you know, that had traction all around the lap. This does not have the traction that Viper had, not even close. Bit disappointing for the Skyline, to be honest. I thought the R34, well, I say R34, R33, R34. I thought this would be a bit quicker now, like significantly quicker than the R33 Zexel, but it isn't really. I mean, it's quicker than the Supra, the quickest Supra we've had as well, the 96 Castrol. But the 99 cars could come back with that one. I think there'll be sort of swings between the Supras and the Skylines. But the NSXs, I mean, even the NSX that we used before, this is only slightly quicker than, and that was, again, a very early car to run. So, yeah, not great. Interestingly, though, it does break up the GTO trifecta we've got, which is interesting. A 28.888. We'll put this into 34th place. As I said, goes with a bunch of Mitsubishi GTOs, but that's not really that important to this. It is quicker than the Castrol Supra GT, quicker than the Castrol NSX, quicker than that Zexel Skyline we had, but the NSX is 0.3 up the road, and that Taizan Viper is almost a second quicker than this. So, yeah, I mean, it's beaten by a GT300 RX-7. So, it's just too much power for its own good. They're not great cars. We've seen before, the GT300 cars have a big opportunity to beat the higher up GT500 cars just because they don't make as much power, and that does make them more controllable. And that's something we definitely seem to be seeing, so interesting to know. The 1967 Toyota 2000 GT. One of the most valuable Japanese cars ever made, although I'm sure R34 Skylines will soon be on top of it. If you ever ask yourself what was the first 1 million quid Japanese car, this is your answer. 2000 GTs are very rare and very valuable. The convertibles even more so, because yes, there is a convertible 2000 GT, made because a James Bond actor couldn't fit in it. But anyways, yeah, these cars are incredibly rare, incredibly sought after, because it's sort of the start of proper Japanese sports cars. From this, you've got the Fair Ladies, and then obviously their lineage goes further back than that. They race them. This is a famous racing livery. Don't ask me where it's from, because I genuinely don't know. But I know it's iconic, and I know it looks good on this car. It also has fog lights, which are absolutely fantastic on the front end. So the reason this is here, well, because it's a car in Gran Turismo 2, but also because I'm interested to see how this stacks up compared to the other Toyota sports cars. Toyota sports cars around this track haven't been the greatest, so we'll see how quick this one is. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 330 horsepower, 1,021 kilos. Those are not particularly encouraging statistics, but we'll find out how encouraging this car is. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the 1997 Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The 2000 GT unlikely to beat that. I should also mention, as another fun fact, this is the most expensive used car in the entire game. Even back in 1999, apparently these things cost serious money, because this one is in the used car dealership. I think it's about 121 grand. It's also insanely rare, so this is one of those cars that I've had in my garage. I think it was, honestly, this is like the 6th car in my garage, which, don't get me wrong, obviously I've owned plenty of cars before and since, because I 100%ed this save, but yeah, evidently this was a car which, rather smartly, I thought, let's grab this very early into my playthrough, just so I've always got it. I did not do the same with the 240Z, which admittedly isn't quite as rare, but yeah, that car also little bit hard to get. 22B as well. I think these are sort of like the three pillars of hard to get Japanese used cars. And knowing how this game works, I'm sure like Daihatsu Opti Club Sport 4-wheel drives or 2-wheel drives or something insanely rare. Because, yeah, there's not a lot in the Suzuki. Suzuki Cappuccino is quite a rare car as well, come to think of it. In terms of driving, this is very lovely. It's not quick. 31.544. That's not terrible. Yeah, it's not quick. It definitely is not quick. It has beautiful traction out the corners though. It's very pleasant to drive. If you obviously nick a bit of grass like that, then yeah, you do go a bit sideways. Still some old Japanese DNA in this one, but yeah. Suspension's a little bit soft. It is definitely on racing, fully customizable this. But yeah, still quite softly sprung. Something I'm sure, as people like to say in the comments, yes, you could tune out of it, but we don't do tuning on this series, and that's the point. It's Gran Turismo 2. You don't do tuning in Gran Turismo 2. Ever. It's like the golden rule. Alright. Final lap. I hope we can get some more time out of this. I would like to see it sort of early 31s. I don't know if it's got the outright pace to quite get that far up, but we will see. Ooh, that was nice for a bit. A little bit of wheel spin let go there though. On the brakes. I lost a little bit too much speed through there. That's unfortunate. Better line through that final corner though, to the line. 31.397. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Well, actually, very pleasant. Like I say, it is a lovely car to drive this. Extremely pleasant. It's just not very quick. Which is a bit unfortunate, but that's the way it goes, you know. I can't say I expected an awful lot out of this, looking at it. So, yeah, we'll take that. We'll take it to the bank. We'll run with that. Yeah. It's a shame about that second sector. I think there's an equal bit more time in this, but I don't think there's like an insane amount or anything like that. 31.397 places this into 218th place. Interestingly, it is a fraction quicker than the 1971 Skyline GTR, which is a car that I blanked when I said about most valuable used cars. It's quicker than that, quicker than an 83 Corolla 11, quicker than the Mini Cooper Mark 1. So cars from this vintage, it is definitely quicker than. It's quicker than Corvette Stingray as well, significantly. Quicker than the 83 Celica. Does lose out slightly to a couple of Toyotas, ironically enough. The MR2 Supercharger, the Celica Elegant Sports Edition, and the Corona Exiv. All very slightly quicker than this. But yeah, I think, interestingly enough, without that little hiccup in the second sector, this might have been challenging the Tom Supra, which would have been interesting, but alas, it does not. But yeah, still a very, like I say, very pleasant car to drive. Just not a lot of speed, but, you know, compared to the other historic stuff in this game, it's not too bad. It's probably one of the better handling of all of them. So, yeah, if you can find it, give it a go. The 1996 Honda Prelude Type S. This is our second 1996 Prelude to take on the course, and the previous one was a very quick car indeed, so interested to see how this one gets along. No racing modification for this one. In case you're wondering what the difference between this, the Type S and the SIR are, this one has 12 more horsepower and weighs about 100 kilos more. So there you go, which admittedly on a front wheel drive car probably isn't what you want, so I'm not expecting this to be as quick as that, but we'll see. No racing modification for this one. That's going to be ran by the 1998 Honda Prelude SIRS spec, because that has more S's in its name. Anyways, yeah, front engine, front wheel drive, 338 horsepower, 1,165 kilos. One of the very few cars I'd buy in silver because it looks quite good. No gold on this one, unfortunately. The gold Prelude that'll sit on the 98 SIR because The 96 and the 98 are basically identical, so there you go. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 27.223. The Prelude, unlikely to beat that. So as I mentioned, 96 Prelude SIR currently sits in 122nd place, a 30.455. Hopefully, this can get within about 0.3, 0.4 of that. Usually racing mod seems to be a bit all over the place. This is one of those cars where I think it probably really benefits it to have the racing mod for the lower weight, but we'll see. Or maybe, just maybe, that SIR Prelude got a bit of a freak drive and turned out to be way quicker than it should be. Who knows? We have the power of Fatboy Slim playing in the background, so that's good. Hopefully that covers up the sound of my giant fan that I've got going at the moment. I'll listen back to this one. Hopefully it's not unbearable, because the heat is unbearable today, so I need that fan. Very much so. And also this computer runs very cool, but you can tell when you've got it on. Anyways, yeah. Prelude. My favourite generation of Prelude. This absolutely fantastic looking car. I think I mentioned that in the 96 video, how much I love this generation of Prelude. Because I will admit, the Prelude's a car I don't really get too much, because he's a bit of a weird one. Sort of, what was it trying to be? And it's one of those weird, like, executive coupes that sort of existed in the Japanese market. And I mean, I guess you had, in Europe, you had like cars like the CLK and those weird 3 Series 328 CIs that you get in this game. But I don't know. It's like a weird, like, harken back to like the personal luxury coupe from America. Maybe they were trying to get into like the Buick Riviera market with these. I'm not sure. But what I do know is they look cool. And of course, because it's a Honda, the big, like, handling package ones are the ones that are worth more. When, I mean, I'm not too sure, but I'm sure if you wanted like a track sort of, a track day-esque Honda in the 90s, you'd probably have been better off going for like a Integra Type R over a Prelude. But there you go, there was like Motegi editions of these and stuff, which are cool. They have 4-wheel steering as well. Whoa, okay, that's good luck. They had 4-wheel steering as well. To be fair, I've thrown that... of course I'm saying this as I've thrown that last corner, but to be fair, that lap was pretty sweet. That took a lot to get that out of that car. Yeah, it's just... okay, so I've been speaking a lot about... Honestly, the front end feels very heavy on this. I love driving front-wheel drive cars around here, and I know that's going to sound like, huh, yeah, obviously front-wheel drive, the front wheel, you know. But no, it's quite noticeable on this. This definitely, as I mentioned at the top of the episode, you sort of want, you know, this having more power but more weight isn't really the way round I would like it, if I'm being honest. But there we go. Yeah, as I predicted, that lap was nigh on spot on, I think, for this car. It does drive nice enough, I've got to be honest, but it's just not quite as nice as other cars that we've had. It's not quite as nice as, you know, the 96 Prelude with the racing mod, Integras, stuff like that. The Integras are a little bit trickier to drive, but they are quicker than this. So, probably not the Prelude you want, but definitely not a bad car. 30.786 will place it into a bit of an interesting place. Goes into 151st place. Interestingly, goes in between 2 Hondas. The Civic EG, which was the very first car to go around here, and the Type S NSX. So this is another Honda that's quicker than the NSX. Not so good. That does mean it's pretty central on the leaderboard. The centre point on the leaderboard's a little bit further down than this, but not too far off. Quicker than the Citroen Saxo, Dodge Copperhead, Roof CR4, Zara, Civic Type R. Quicker than Type R, that's quite impressive. Although that's the NA Type R, worth pointing out. Yeah, loses out slightly to Mugen, S2000 new Beetle, and of course it's about what I predicted really. It's about 0.3 down on the race modded Prelude. So here's hoping the SIR S-Spec will do well. I'd love to see a Prelude push towards the under 30. I don't think they're going to quite have the power to do it. If these were turbocharged, if these had Integra motors, possibly, but yeah, unfortunately they do not. But yeah, there you go. The 1999 Mazda Familia S-Wagon Sport 20. What a car, what a name. Those of you who don't know, in European region, this is known as the Mazda 323F, and you might notice this is episode 323 because I can't resist a car-related name pun when it comes to the numbers, unless I forget it exists. Anyways, yeah, the new Familia. I love these. I've spoken before about how I really wanted a Demio as a first car, but my second choice for the Demio was this. So naturally I ended up in a Fiat Panda. No, I really like the way these look for some reason. Apparently they're not like the greatest cars because it's a late 90s Mazda, but I think they look very cool. And yeah, I'm hoping this one does well. Statistically, should be interesting. Four-wheel drive, 394 horsepower, 1,118 kilos. Those are Impreza rivaling stats. I don't think this is going to have an Impreza gearbox, but we'll find out. Yeah, also cool race mod. Comes in several different colours, and of course I went with the turquoise. So let's see how my second favourite generation of 323 gets on. I mean, I prefer the other 323F, but anyways, let's see how this car gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Mazda 323, we'll see. Yeah, how many gears have we got? We have a 5-speed. Okay. I have no idea what gearbox would have been in this from stock. You would hope a manual, but something tells me this being a late 90s Japanese market, S-Wagon Sport 20, it probably had some sort of weird, like, Tiptronic thing. Straight away, I will say this does not feel like it has Impreza beating pace. It doesn't feel bad though, a little bit understeery, but doesn't feel too bad. 400 horsepower as well, so yeah, that's quite. It sort of continues the tradition. We've only had one other 323. Oh no, wait, we've had 2. Sorry, we had the GTR as well. I forgot about that. All of them done surprisingly well. I think on aggregate, 323 might be one of the most successful nameplates in this series history, because I think the Familia GTR was just under, or just into the under 30 club, and the Interplay was actually a fraction off of getting into the under 30 club. So we'll see how this one does. Like I say, at the moment this doesn't feel like it's got massive amounts of pace. I can't remember what turbo's in this. I think it's a stage 3. So stage 3 turbo is definitely one of the better turbos in the game. So in theory this should be an absolute rocket ship, but like I say, it does not feel like it has 400 horsepower. It definitely does not feel like that at all, which is a shame, because I'd love nothing more than this car to become like a absolutely like Impreza Evo killer, because I think it'd be interesting, because it's, you know, it's the new Familia sports wagon letters and numbers, but yeah, not quite. That was a very fine cut. We did actually reach the limits of that. Usually I don't like to take the hill. This is quite understeery, case in point. So the hill is sort of what we're using. This might end up being the slowest Familia. What a shame. But I mean, to be fair, considering like what this car looks like, I bet you didn't expect the power figures and the all-wheel driveness to be getting out of here, but unfortunately not. I know eventually this car got replaced by the Mazda Speed Familia, which is a car which was, I think Gran Turismo had a Familia in it, like the later ones, but the Familia they used was the Saloon, and not quite as good as the Mazda Speed one, and then Forza had the Mazda Speed one, which was a little bit weird. it's just understeer. You can sort of see there the front grip does run out a little bit in this. Not a bad time though, certainly. For a four-wheel drive car with about 400 horsepower, it's not great. But when you remember it's a Mazda Familia, I don't know. But then again, like I say, Familias are quick around here. I'm very conflicted on whether that's a good time or not, is what I'm saying. I'm trying to find that other Familia GTR we had. I can't find it. I know, yeah, the Interplay 30.212. Can't have been that high up, surely. Ah, there you go. GTR 29.759. So this one is about a second slower than that, which, shame. It's just the understeer in it. It's just there's too much understeer. It doesn't handle quite as nicely as you'd want, but it isn't bad. And again, I'm sure around some sort of more top-end dependent tracks, that could be quite good. I think with better gear ratios as well, that would be an under 30 car, no doubt. If you could get like a short shifting 6-speed in this, it'd be really good. But as it stands, it's fine. 30.705 sits this into 143rd place. Goes in between a Golf V5 and a Nismo 270R. It is quicker than an Acura Integra, quicker than the TRD 3000 GT, slightly quicker than a Lancia Y, don't talk about that. Quicker than the new Beetle, loses out to the MR2 GTS, Laguna V6, Mustang GT. It's alright. I don't know. I'm so conflicted on whether that's good or not, to be honest. I mean, okay, so if we have a look at sort of four-wheel drive S cars around here, it loses out to the Celica GT4 RC, which we know is not a very good car. Loses to the Mitsubishi Legnum, naturally aspirated GTO. What? Is there all-wheel drive cars this is quicker than? I'm trying to... Come on, Mazda. Be justified somewhere down here. There's got to be some sort of trashy all-wheel drive car. I mean, it's quicker than a couple of the... Oh, that ST185 Celica. Yeah, that's the generation. I can't find anything else four-wheel drive down here. Maybe it was disappointing. Maybe I just need to get over my biases and accept that was not a quick car. The 1971 Plymouth Roadrunner 426 Hemi. Unfortunately, thanks to the GT2 Plus mod, this car is not known by its original in-game name, which was Muscle Car. This was the Plymouth Muscle Car, but now it's the Roadrunner because GT2 Plus fixes the name, because the name, they didn't want to use Roadrunner because they thought it might create a lawsuit. Anyways, regardless of its naming, this is going to be a muscle car that takes on our course. And like all muscle cars that have taken on our course, it's not going to be very quick. Statistically, I'm terrified of it. Front-engine rear-wheel drive, 597 horsepower. 1,469 kilos. This is a heavy car. It's a heavy car. It's a very powerful car. It's rear-wheel drive. Yeah, this hasn't got the makings of being very quick. And Plymouths have not been quick at all around this course. So, yeah, let's get on with it. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Okay, good start. Yes, it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223, and that car laughs at this one. So, in terms of where this is gonna go, Dodge Charger 71, very similar car. Were the Charger in this related? I think they were. Yes, no, because the Cuda was the Challenger and this is the Charger. So the Dodge Charger set a time of 31.721. So we'll see if this Plymouth version can get up there. This, off the top of my head, has far more power and weighs far more. So, not great. Of course, there's also the Superbird in this game, which we will be using at some point, and I hope that's the quickest muscle car because I love the Superbird. Apparently you could just sort of shove this in second. For a naturally aspirated engine, this drives very weird. It sort of gets stuck at like 6,000 RPM and then doesn't shift. So, Plymouths. The Cuda set like a 32.4, I think it was. It was slower than a Volkswagen Polo. We had the GTX, which is the slowest of all the muscle cars we've had. That's set like a 33, which this has already beaten, so good job to... God, this car looks so ridiculous around this track. So good job to the muscle car for beating that. And I think even the PT Spider didn't do well around here. That's like a low 31 somewhere. So, yeah, not good is the family history. Plymouth PT Spider, 31.530. I would dearly love for this to beat the PT Spider, because I think that'd be hilarious. I don't think it's going to. Not with the way it's driving, anyway. This is very heavy, very slow. I say slow, I mean in a straight line. Once it like gets the speed down, this thing's monstrous. If this series took place on Super Speedway, that's an idea. And by that's an idea, I mean that's an idea for one of you guys to take and not me, because once I've driven all God knows how many cars, including Project A-Spec, this is going to end up being, I don't want to play Gran Turismo 2 anymore, so yeah, that could be for one of you guys to do. But if you want to do Super Speedway tests with these cars, you'd flip it on its head. 31.781, wow, we got a vaguely competitive time out of the... See, I know it's called the Roadrunner, but I really want to call it the Muscle Core, because that's what I know it as. In fact, as homage to that, I'll probably not even get the Roadrunner graphic for the car in the menu. I'll use the Muscle Car one from GT2, just straight rip. I think there's a little bit of time in there, I will be honest. I think if you could get this sort of big boat to play ball, it probably can go quicker, but that does put it a little bit better than I thought it would be, to be honest with you. It actually hangs around with a bunch of other sort of muscle cars from this era, and considering how... Well, let's be honest, I'm sure someone out there loves this design, but I'll be the first to say this car looks ungainly. Very ungainly. It's not a bad looking car, but... yeah, it kind of looks like, what was that car with like the Merlin engine in it, the big like Rolls-Royce aircraft engine? It looks like that, basically. Yeah, it was quite a quick lap. Could be a little bit quicker, but it was a quick lap. Yeah, like I said, that actually puts it about probably where it should be. A 31.781 will place this into 252nd place. It is fractionally slower than a Shelby GT500 and a Ford Ka, but it is only slightly down on the Dodge Charger. So, Charger I think is probably the better car overall in terms of handling, but straight line I'm sure this would murk it. Other cars around here, I mean, it's just quicker than a Stagia, quicker than a Lotus Elise, which is quite funny. 323 Ci, S14 Silvia. I mean, it's only like 0.2 down on that PT Spider. So, legitimately, this could have staked a claim as the fastest Plymouth. It didn't, although I'm interested to see if the Superbird might end up being the fastest Plymouth. That would be an amazing story to take away from this series. The 1992 Roof BTR4 3.8. You might not believe me when I say this, but this car is based on unused content. Yes, this was a car dropped in the beta stages of GT2. I guess they thought there was too many roofs, and they had a point. This car is based on a 3.8 litre four-wheel drive BTR with the EKS automated manual transmission. I don't know what that means, but what I do know that means is this should be pretty quick, because four-wheel drive roofs have been quick around here. The CTR2 is currently the quickest one we've had, in 15th place, and yeah, that was very quick. So interested to see how this one gets along. Four-wheel drive, 657 horsepower, 1,210 kilos. Awful lot of torque. So should be in for a good time with this one. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set the time of 27.223. That car, not sweating this one. Admittedly, if this had like racing modification, it probably would be, because I'm sure a racing modified roof would be hilariously quick. God, this first lap is amazing. 28.262 on the first lap. I hate it when I set really good times on the first lap, because it always makes me very nervous. I can't replicate that going forward. It is not far off that GTO LM edition now. Not at all. This is not a slow car. 27.934. Okay, this is, yeah, not... I'm about to repeat what I just said. Not a slow car. Very quick car. Very good. Don't get too excited, because I don't think there's much more time to wring out of this one. I will be honest. But that does make it very quick. And that was an off-throttle drift. I can't replicate that before someone, the drift guy, comes into the comment section and says, "This car's so much quicker when you drift." It's just like, yes, but you can't do it reliably. That's my point. Sometimes it does it, sometimes it doesn't. I don't really have control of whatever this is. This car's just sort of manically fast. It's all about being smooth with this one, though, I think. It's another one of those cars where the more you try and push it, the worse it gets. It's just sort of smoothing out the lap. There's actually some periods in here. It's such a weird car to drive. Usually, like, the whole thing with this series is you're just sort of like balls out insano with like all of the I'll try and get everyone up here. Your balls out insano with speed and all that. But this one is not that. The tail does like to let go. That is a lot of power to go through what was, at the time of this game, a pretty new chassis, but of course, nowadays, quite an old one. Yeah, those desperation moves there. So not quite, but still, this is a quick car. It is a monstrously quick car, actually. Yeah. CTR2 Sport's got a lot to answer for after that, because that one, I always thought it was going to be like the CTR and the CTR2 Sport. I didn't think one of these older generation roofs would get anywhere near that. The driving was terrible after we got that all lap in, because it's just one of those cars. Oh, there's so much more time in this. That's really annoying. I mean, ignore that last sector there. That was a desperation sector, but mind you, I don't know. There's time in that. There's definitely time in that. No doubt about it. But, yeah. What a car. What a machine. Like, it's just... It's really quick. It's... To be honest with you, this is the first roof. Roofs are pretty alright around here. They're quite sort of terrifying at first when you think about them, but after you drive them, they're not too bad. This was the first roof that was quite terrifying, because this legitimately has, like, a Scudo speed. It's just not got like any downforce or controllability with it, so a little bit of a weird one, but it's a quick car, no doubt. 27.934 will place this into 9th place. It is quicker than the STP Taizan Viper, quicker than the Vector M12 LM Edition, quicker than a Ford RS200, Ford GT40, Ford GT90, quicker than the Roof CTR2. Yeah. A very, very quick car. It just gets pipped at being the quickest non-racing modified car we've had by the R390 GT1 road car, which was more mental than this. but also probably more drivable as well, you know. That's a quick car. That's a very quick car. Excellent. The 1996 Honda Accord SIR. What a car. Yeah, this one is based off of a championship-winning JTCC car. Unfortunately, it's not the Jax, but it is this Castrol livery, which does look quite cool. And very similar to the one on the Accord wagon that we ran a little while ago. And unfortunately, that had a 4-speed automatic and wasn't very quick. So is this my attempt at some restitution for the Accord? Yes. Yes, it is. Interesting thing to note, the GT2 Plus mod corrects something that is very wrong about this car that I didn't realise, but apparently in the base game they made this thing weigh 1,500 kilos for some reason, and so they've corrected it down to what it actually is, which is 1,290. So I don't know what happened there. I think the Accord wagon stats might have got transferred onto this. Probably a bug in GT1 as well, which is interesting. That probably explains why this car never worked for me in GT1 as much as I wanted it to. Anyway, statistically, it is not much to write home about. Front engine, front wheel drive, 323 horsepower, 1,102 kilos. But we shall see how it gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The mighty Accord SIR, unlikely to beat that. So, the wagon set a time of 31.341, which actually, considering the gearbox issue that car had, isn't bad. The quickest Accord we've had overall is the 97 SIRT, 31.103. That was run very early on, and admittedly that was run very early on purely because I wanted to get some payback for the Mugen Accord being so bad. Am I biased towards cars in this series? No, I drive them as quick as I can. That being said, is there cars that I really would rather do well in this series than other cars? Yes, of course, because I'm a human and I have opinions, which is not something you can factor out of this. Unless you got someone who, like, I don't know, was born in like 2011 to do this series, who's literally never heard of any of these cars. Yes! Accord! Yeah! Alright, cool, we're in it, boys, we're in it. Awesome. Oh, I'm so happy. That's good. That's incredibly good. I was about to say, we sort of see cars hang around. Usually these four-door touring car saloons hang around like the 31s, but some of them eclipse that. Usually the ones I don't like, so Vauxhall Vectras and stuff like that. I think the Renault Laguna was quite quick as well, but not usually. Like, again, usually the Japanese ones are a little bit harder, especially, well, Hondas and Nissans don't really do NA upgrades, although I think the Vectra, maybe I should just stop talking and just accept that this is apparently a quick car. Oh boy. Yeah. This does drive very nice, actually. I think the diet's probably done this some good. If we were driving this in the base game, of course, A, it wouldn't be this quick. I really need to stop taking that hill. I think that roof has taught me a lesson. Maybe ease off and just take that corner properly. Because you won't believe this, but you you make more speed with your wheels on the ground as opposed to in the air. That's a top tip to take from this. We set identical lap times, which basically shows this car is lovely to drive, which it is. Again, this car before its massive weight diet would be interesting to test. That probably would have been around the same time as that 97 Accord, but with a little bit of a diet. This car's quicker. That final turn has screwed me a little bit on what was going to be a much quicker lap. Unfortunately, it's not a much quicker lap, but I will take that to the bank and cash it in, because that was a quick time. Good car, really good car to drive, and like I said, there's definitely some time in there, I would say. definitely. Yeah, I'm actually quite curious to see what this car would have drove like with 200 more kilos, because it probably would have been closer to stuff like the Primera and all that. Maybe it was a polyphony ploy all along to make this thing not uber quick, but no, the Accord got its redemption. I am happy. And it could have gone quicker, because that last lap was none of the quickest bits, apparently, which is interesting. Yeah, I don't think it would have gone much quicker, but I do think there's a little bit of time in there. But, like I say, I will take that. 30.449. We'll place this into 123rd. It is fractionally quicker than the Honda Prelude SIR, which actually makes the same power as this, probably the same engine. So this is officially the quickest 1996 Honda that we've ever had. Loses out slightly to the Renault Clio V6, Tommy Kaira M30, Toyota Supra, but you'd expect that. Does lose out to a 96 Civic Ferio, which a very similar power, I think, actually. It is quicker. Let's look at the positive side. Then an A4 wagon, quicker than the Mitsubishi GTO, quicker than the Mitsubishi Legnum, quicker than the Vectra, quicker than the Laguna, quicker than the E55 AMG. It is a very quick car. I am a happy man. And, yeah, awesome stuff. Go on, Accord. Let's hope the 1998 can be just as good as this, and we can truly break the Accord out of its shadow. The 1998 Subaru Impreza WRX STI Wagon version 5. What a car. I feel like Doug DeMiro at this point. He was saying on a podcast once about cars and bids, when he's like listing cars, like, this E46 is different from all the other E46s we've listed because blah blah blah. And I feel like that with these Imprezas. This Impreza's unique quirk, it comes in cool grey metallic, which is a fantastic colour. Actually, I think it really suits the Impreza. Sort of similar to what we've seen recently with like the Nardo greys on the Audis and stuff like that, but this looks cooler. Yeah, awesome colour. We have ran a couple of Impreza wagons, only one STI wagon, which was the version 2, which was significantly down on power. So this should be the quickest wagon we've ever had by the end of today. Four-wheel drive, 479 horsepower, 1,165 kilos. Typical Impreza stuff. Let's get onto the track. This guy is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set to time of 27.223. The Impreza Wagon version 5, unlikely to beat that. Now, I've sort of noticed in the last couple of Impreza episodes, I've sounded a bit down when driving these cars. In truth, I'm not, because yes, there's lots of Imprezas in this game, there's like over 20, but the difference between, you know, Imprezas and other cars there's lots of, like Fairlady Zs, there's lots of Fairlady Zs. I'm not excited about driving all the Fairlady Zs because, well, they're all sort of slightly ungainly rear-wheel drive coupes, you know, they don't handle the best. There's not a lot to distinguish between them all. Imprezas, sure, that's all, you know, there's not a lot to distinguish between them, but 28.915 on its first flyer. Yeah, this is the quickest wagon. I was going to get onto lap times, but apparently we are not. Yeah. You know, these cars are like almost a treat to drive, to be honest, because you just know with an Impreza you're going to have a nice, solid, four-wheel drive car that's going to do exactly what you want to more or less an extent. Not so much with these later 90s ones that seem a little bit more sort of hard setup and don't really want to like slide around or let you have too much fun. But you know these cars are going to be quick, you know they're going to be good fun to drive. Really good cars, the Imprezas, so I'm a big fan of driving these ones around. So I was about to say, the quickest wagon we've actually had, worryingly enough, was a Legacy. That's at like a 29.354. Quickest Impreza wagon was the 96 WRX. So I was going to say, if this can get up there, we've had the version 5 Saloon that ran racing mod, just to try and differentiate it from the version 4 from the top of my memory. and that's at like a 28.5, so I was going to be happy with somewhere in between 29.3 and 28.5, and this car has gone and given me that, so good on it. Like with all these later Imprezas, it just seems the more you try and push this, the less it likes it. It's sort of setting it in ways. It knows how it wants to go around the course, and I'm going to understeer into a tyre wall. Nice. Good. Yeah, well. The one thing I lament in this game is there's no Impreza LM edition. I think if there was an Impreza LM edition, it'd probably like go straight to the top of our leaderboard. What I really need someone to do is port the GT1 Rally edition over to this game and like give it all like the 560 odd horsepower. That'd be mental. In my Dream Gran Turismo mod, GT2 Vanilla spec, which just contains like mostly boring cars, I'd include the Impreza LM. But anyways, 2 laps is apparently all it needed. I don't think there's much time in that, to be honest. I think it probably goes to show how much seat time I've had in these Imprezas that I can sort of just do it on like the first lap and that's it. Again, it doesn't like to be pushed, which is a bit of a problem with these cars. They're not pushable, these later Imprezas. Definitely the coupes are sort of quicker and probably the ones you should go for. Then the sedans, then the wagons last. But the wagons are, of course, cool, so that counts for something. Anyways, a 28.915. Actually, between like getting just a 28.9 randomly and 28.915 does mean this climbs over a lot of cars. It goes into 38th place. It is quicker than a Castrol Supra GT, quicker than the Impreza rally car, which is a bit of a worry, quicker than the Zara rally car, quicker than an NSX Castrol Mugen, quicker than Chaser LM edition. As I mentioned, it's about 0.5 up on the Legacy Wagon GTB, about 0.5 down on the Impreza Sedan version 5, so basically where you'd expect it to go, but no, very quick car. It also loses out to the 94 Impreza WRX Sedan. That car was just quick for no good reason. I don't know why that car was as quick as it was. The 1999 BMW 328i. A car that's a bit of an outlier among all the BMWs in this game. All the other E46s are, of course, coupes. This one is the Saloon. And I think this is the best looking one. I'll be honest, I'm not much of a BMW fan these days. However, this car in 1999 I thought was like the coolest thing ever, and even now if I ever see a pre-facelift 3 Series Saloon like this, which doesn't happen often because a lot of them have rotted to nothing, I actually do remember the last one I saw, and it was on hubcaps, like steel wheels, and it's just the coolest car. In truth, BMW has really just been producing worse versions of this car since they bought this out in 1999, trying to get to this level again. But I don't think BMW will ever get to the level they got with this car, because you think like all this car's rivals at the time. You know, the C-Class just transitioned to that weird sort of looking C-Class with the combined headlights, which wasn't a very good car. The A4, I love the A4, but in terms of actual like quality, Audi wasn't quite there, and then they made the A4 really ugly a couple years into it. But this car just, you know, the post-facelift looks okay, but the pre-facelift, I think this is where it's at. This is a truly fantastic looking car. And again, I'm no BMW fan, but I have a very big soft spot for this E46 Saloon. I don't even like the E46 M3, but I like this. Now, in terms of statistics, something interesting to mention. Thanks to the GT2 Plus mod, this has the option of turbo kits. In the base game, it doesn't, but the 328 Ci does have a turbo kit. I've elected not to use the turbo kit on this, A, because the 328 Ci, when that goes around, will have the turbo kit, and also because the 528i, which shares this engine, that car's also going to have the turbo, because that car doesn't have the turbo in the base game. This is going to run naturally aspirated, because, you know, this is, if Gran Turismo makes sense, which it often doesn't, but we'll pretend it does, this isn't going to be as quick as the 328 Ci, even if you lump the turbo onto it. And of course it doesn't have racing mod either. Anyways, front engine, rear wheel drive, 376 horsepower, 1,299 kilos. Let's see how this car gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. Even the engine note in this sounds quite good. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. This car unlikely to beat that. In terms of BMWs, they have not had a particularly positive relationship with this track. We've had the 840 Ci, the 740i, and the 323 Ci. All of them were awful, and all of them this has just been beaten by in its first lap. So there you go. Currently, the quickest one we've had is the E36 323i, which I think was like a 30.6, somewhere around there. Also worth mentioning the 320 Ci that we had. That was the lightest of all these E46s. I think that got like a 30.919 off the top of my head. So, yeah, this car already looking more like its 3 Series brethren and less like the, well, if you ignore the 323 Ci's existence. Which, to be fair, is pretty easy to do because it is by far and away the least interesting of all those E46s in the game. I really wish there was more of these in the... Like, again, I get it, you know, it's literally just a 3-door version of this car, but I'm sorry, the CIs are nowhere near as cool as the saloons. I don't think... They had sort of slightly different... The CI had a slightly different look to it. It's a bit weird, because, well, in fact, it's very weird. BMW with the E46 was just very strange, because you had the CI... which sort of looked a little bit sort of sleeker than the standard 3 Series. But the M3 wasn't actually, like, based on that. It was based on, like, regular 3 Series bodywork. But also, the M3 never got the facelift. These cars got facelifted in, like, 2003, I think it was. Different set of front headlights. Which I think is sort of, if you see an E46 these days, it is far more likely to be a post-facelift. I assume they improved a bunch of stuff with the post facelift, but it needs to stop waggling its rear end out of that one corner and it'll be quick. But yeah, for some reason the M3 never got the facelifted front lights. I don't know what that was about. It's just a weird car, the E46 M3 went. The more you think about the E46 M3, the less it sort of like makes sense. But yeah, I will say, as much as I am, or was, a bit of a fan of the most wanted car back in the day, I'm not an E46 M3 person. I think there's definitely... E36 M3 for me is like the best generation, but still. 30.939. It is, yeah, firmly around the 320 Ci. I think this could go a little bit quicker. It feels like it can. It does. It's a little bit weird. It's sort of a in between of like the E46s, because the 323 Ci we drove just didn't feel like it was set up for this course at all. The 320 Ci felt really dialed in, and that E36 was really quick as well. But this just sort of feels a little bit heavy, a little bit ungainly. You know, the rear end slides about a bit, but also it feels like there is speed in it. I think with the turbo on it, maybe this could have been quicker, but then again, it probably would have also been more wayward, so I'm not really too sure, but not a bad time from the 328i. A 30.939 places this into 169th place. It is slightly slower than an Opel Astra, admittedly, slightly slower than the 320 Ci, but it's still not bad. I mean, it beats an NSX, Silvia K's, Ford Focus, Shelby Cobra, beats the Mustang SVT Cobra. It's, I mean, that is pretty much the middle of our leaderboard. We've now had 328 cars go around. Yes, it now makes sense why this one went round where it did. So 174th place is sort of the middle of the leaderboard. So it's basically mid-pack. So, yeah. That does also mean the C43 AMG is significantly quicker than this, but that also had a giant V8 in it, so... And also, that C-Class, I love that generation of C-Class, it's a lot better than that weird jelly mold thing we were speaking about. The 1998 Audi S4. Now, I know, in the last episode I did a lot of gassing about how much I love the 328i Saloon. However, this is the car I would own from this sort of generation of German saloons. It is such a good looking car, this generation of A4. It tells you everything you need to know just by looking at it. And the S4's even better. I'd love one of these. The gearboxes are awful apparently, but I'd still love one of these. This car, of course, looks even better because it is kitted out in the BTCC livery. This is from the 1998 season. Which is a bit of a shame. That's not when Audi was doing particularly well because they were front-wheel drive. But before that, in 1996, they dominated the championship because they had a four-wheel drive car. And then in 1997, it had loads of ballast and then a Laguna one. But this still came second, so it's pretty unstoppable. And this car's a bit legendary to the Hot Lap Classic because in the original running of this series, before I got bored of it, this car was second on the leaderboard. This was quicker than the Cultus. Azza has a bit of a bet with me. He thinks this is going to be as quick as that. And it's going to like really challenge for the top of our leaderboard. I don't think it is in this series. I think the Tiptronic's going to let it down. But we'll find out. Statistically, he may have a point. Four-wheel drive, 610 horsepower, 1,289 kilos. Insane statistics. Yeah, if I was an Impreza Evo, I might be a bit worried about this car coming to the course. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223, the S4, unlikely to beat that. That being said, while me and Azza have the bet that this isn't going to be the quickest car, I do think it's going to be a very quick car, as this first lap should prove, under 30 on its first flyer, and that was with a pretty fastidious wall tap. So, yeah, this car in the original series was phenomenal. It's also worth mentioning, though, in that original series, as much as I'm saying, it's quicker than the Cultus. The Cultus was like the 9th car to run because I didn't know how to structure a series properly back then. So... yeah, that probably explains a little bit of it. 28.782 on its first flyer. That is a very respectable time from the S4, as I just bin it straight into the wall there. This is one of those cars where it's all about getting the perfect lap in because it's just so quick. It like has the potential. It's like that roof we drove a couple of episodes out, where that roof was just monstrous, but you needed the lap time out of it, and admittedly hitting the wall there is not getting the lap time out of it. Although strangely enough, as I've seen sometimes with this series, if I hit that wall, the lap after I hit that wall, it just becomes stupendously quick for some reason. Not in this situation, which is good. There's definitely some time in this. I wouldn't say this is exhibiting like world-beating pace or anything like that. But definitely like the Evos and stuff should be worried about this car. Definitely. I hate when the ghost clips through. Right. That lap wasn't going to be as quick, and I want to run up on the final lap. It's just a bit too front heavy. The gears are fine. Like, the gearbox is actually A-OK in this. It just feels like it runs out of grip a little bit on that front end. Which is a shame, because, again, this has got, like, race mod and everything. So it should be, like, relatively planted on the front end. But it does feel like it runs out of front end grip. which is a bit of a shame. That being said, we are on for a bit of a heater here. 28.332. It's a quick car. No denying it's a very quick car, this. I think if it had a bit more on the front end, that would be quick. To be honest with you, that last lap as well, that final sector, I really just wanted to get it home. So, I think I could have gone a little bit quicker through that final sector as well. I don't think this would have got into the 27s, though. I just don't think it's quite that level of quick. But it is quick. I mean, you can see last sector. Maybe I could have taken that a little bit more recklessly, but it would only have been worth 0.2. So, yeah, it's annoying because it's got pace. It really has. And I could see how this with like a racing gearbox and stuff and a little bit more grip on that front end. If this was tuned to like make maximum downforce on that front end, yeah, the sky's the limit. But just not quite in its current form. Anyways, a 28.332 places this into still a very credible 17th place. It's only fractionally slower than the Roof CTR2 and the Mines Lancer Evo 5, but it is quicker than the Celica Wed Sports, Altezza LM Edition, basically all of the LM editions that aren't mid-engined rear drive or four-wheel drive, it's quicker than. Quicker than an Impreza sedan, which means it is the quickest four-door... Is it the quickest four-door vehicle we've had that isn't an Evo? I think it is. Yeah, it's definitely quicker than... Because the only other Impreza that's quicker than that is that two-door 22B. I mean, it's a phenomenally quick car. It really is. It's fantastic. It's just not quite got that final 10% to really like make this a world beater, which is a shame because I honestly wish this was like this was. I really do. But fortunately, Audi fans, there is another Audi that we've got to test, and I think that one definitely could flatter the top of the leaderboard. The 1984 Nissan Skyline RSX Turbo, the DR30. I think Boosted Ethanol once tried to tell me why this isn't an R33 and how Skyline chassis names go, but because it was Boost, I didn't listen to any of it. So here you go. Here's the DR30, one of two non-GTR generation Skylines in the game, because there's this one and the R31, because that's a GTSR, but we'll get to that at some point. Yeah, this one's cool. It's got a racing mod. I don't know what this racing mod is. It's very sort of simple. It might be sacrilege to say this, but it kind of reminds me of Peugeot rally cars. With the logos popping in and out for some reason. I don't know why that's happening. But it is. Anyway, statistically, this is actually quite sound. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 427 horsepower, 1,101 kilogram of weight. Yeah, that's actually a lot more powerful than the rear-wheel drive R32s and R33s that we've driven. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The DR30 Skyline unlikely to beat that. So, some sort of groundwork on this. We've, of course, had rear-wheel drive R32s and R33s, the Type S, so that's the non-turbos. They are sort of hovering around the low 31s, which this car's almost beaten on its first flyer. Nice. We've also had the Tommy Kyra M30, which was the R31 GTSR, but Tommy Kyra'd. That car is like a 30.4, so excessively quick car, that one. I don't expect this is going to quite get up there, even though I think technically, obviously, this has the race mod. And power to weight wise, I think this might be better. Also, I just noticed you can't see the logos when the car turns. That's very interesting. So yeah, those logos are got incredibly low draw distance on them. I want to try and get them in the replay for the thumbnail, but I don't know if I'm going to be able to. It's going to be interesting. I mean, it drives... I've noticed recently, when it comes to these rear-wheel drive cars, I've been very positive about how they drive. This one, I will not be. This just sort of drives exactly as you'd expect it to, 30.771. It is sort of the boost comes on seemingly at random. I don't know what turbo's in this. I swear it's a stage 3 turbo, but could be wrong on that. I don't think it's stage 4. Could be it's stage 4, but I think stage 4s are usually like 500 odd horsepower, not 400 and whatever this is. Yeah, this is not a particularly pleasant car to drive, I'll be honest. Looks cool. I mean, I prefer the R31, obviously, as I imagine anyone living on the planet does. But I do like these R30 Skylines, the sort of the boxy style. I quite like it. I'm into it. It's very 90s or 80s, sorry. With the side graphics as well that I'm sure came on this. That say like 2000 RSX. I think this car appeared in GT4 onwards, and it had like those cool graphics on it. It was like a really weird like used car that showed up every now and again. Sort of like it is in this game. Honestly, this is one of those Skylines, as much as I quite like it. This is definitely one of those cars where like you could probably say to me, oh, like you could not include this in a car list and I'd probably not even like notice this was missing. I'll be honest, it's one of those. We got one good lap out of it. I mean, it's consistently 31s, but trying to get like another 30.7 out of it's a bit of a nightmare. It is, yeah, it's rearward. It drives sort of, it's a bit of a, oh, there you go, there's the logos, and there they are popping in and out. It's one of those weird ones. It's like almost like an in-between of a Nissan Silvia and a Nissan Skyline in the way that drives. Like, the rear end doesn't feel as planted as it did on, like, the Tommy Kyra, but it's not bad. A lap time's a bit all over the place. Apparently the first sector had a really good sector 3. I don't remember it being good or bad, so there we go. But anyways, a 30.771 places it into 153rd place. Just slightly slower than a Mugen S2000, which is interesting. It's quicker than a Corvette Gran Sport, EG Civic, quicker than Prelude NSX. Yeah, quicker than the quickest Silvia we've had. So that was the S14Ks, I think. 30.871. It's quicker than that. So there you go. I guess don't buy a Silvia, buy a rear-wheel drive Skyline. It's not the most pleasant car to drive. It is about 0.3.5 down on that Tommy Kyra M30, which is honestly the one I'd buy. Or actually, the one I would buy is a race-modded R31, but we'll get to that car in the not-too-distant future. So, yeah. But either way, cool car. I'm glad I got the chance to drive it. The 1997 Toyota Supra SZR. This is one that I fondly remember. Not the SZR specifically, but if you ask me, name cars that you think are synonymous with Gran Turismo 2, a bright yellow Toyota Supra is up there. For some reason, this is just one of the cars that I just remember instantly. That Red Rock Valley driving test that you do with these. I think you run it twice in the same car, the yellow Supra. I just remember this car very fondly, so I'm happy to have it here. I'm not the biggest Mark IV Supra fan. I think it's physically impossible to be the biggest Mark IV Supra fan because there's lots of them out there. And I'm not like the biggest fan of the way the Mark IV looks. I think the rear end's a little bit sort of weird the way it sweeps up, but this car in yellow, yeah, I get it. We have had a SZR go around before. It was actually the quickest Supra we had for quite a while until we got a 95 Supra Turbo that actually did well for a change. So, interested to see how this one gets along. Front engine rear wheel drive, 393 horsepower, 1,290 kilos. Supras are not light, as you may or may not know. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time you possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Supra SZR unlikely to beat that. In case you are curious, Super SZRs are basically all the same. There are 3 of them in this game, 95, 96, 97. We've ran the 95. Yeah, they're all nigh on the same. This one's not running race mod, purely because I get to pick what colour this one came in, and so naturally I went with the yellow. I think this and that 96th Subaru RZ that I ran, in that like turquoisey colour, that was from GT2 Plus. That is, I think these two are like the only non-racing mod Mark IV Supras we've got. I mean, the Mark IV Supra is interesting. I don't think the race mod's particularly good, but it is one of those cars, like, depending on what model year you go for, they all have the same race mod, but they all have, like, different colours and stuff, sort of like in Pretzers, sort of from 94 to 96, so I want to use all the, or try and use a lot of the different colours. Fortunately, a lot of them aren't massively interesting. I mean, that 95 RZ ran just like a white and black. 97 RZ, I think, like there's blue and yellow or black and yellow, so yeah, they're not the most like interesting in-your-face race mods ever, but they're still quite cool. The SZR we had to go around as well is worth pointing out that was running racing modification. And in terms of how this drives, it drives exactly how I expected it to. It's tricky. Mark IV Supras, just in general in this game, are very oversteery. Sort of like Sylvia's. Of course, Sylvia's in this are actually pretty interesting. Although, I will say, this is like a Sylvia, but worse to drive, because like the SZRs are no massive amounts of power. You know, they haven't got the big turbos the Sylvias have to really help them push them out of corners and out of tricky situations. But also, when Supras do have turbos, they're stage 4 turbos, and they're huge, and they create wheel spin and problems. So, yeah, it's a bit of a tricky situation. I remember the SZR was the quickest Mark IV we had for a while, but again, that one had racing mod, and I think this is one of those cars that's really got to benefit from racing modification, to be honest. There's definitely lap time in this, but it's just trying to get it out just because the rear end is so, you know, you're spinning so much power away, and when you've only got 393 horsepower, that's not a lot of power you've got to sort of waste. So yeah, unfortunately the yellow Supra, not so good. These cars are better with speed. To be honest with you, they're better standard as well. Standard Supras aren't too bad to drive, but these are sort of big turbo nutter ones. Not fun would be the wording I would use to describe these, and this one has done exactly what I expected it to do, which is not be very nice to drive, not very quick, but yeah, I mean, it looks good because it's a yellow Supra, and you can't beat a yellow Supra. The quickest lap had none of the quickest parts, which tells you how tricky a car is to drive usually. Admittedly, I think there's like 0.1, 0.2 in there, but it's tricky to extract that out of that. You know, it's not the best driving car the world has ever seen, to be honest. And that point gets proven when it goes into 216th place. So it is quicker than a 93 Supra GT Turbo, which is alright. Quicker than the 88 GT4, which was a terrible car. Quicker than Celica's and stuff, but it does lose out slightly to the Silvia Q's S14, which isn't great. Lose out to the Prelude, Mercedes A-Class, Nissan Primera, 180SX, which was also very tricky to drive. These cars are just not great, and the problem is, when a car is this side of the leaderboard, genuinely between a 0.2, if this was 0.1 quicker, it would have leaped forward about 20 odd spaces. That's sort of how compact this side of the leaderboard is. So, yeah, not a win, but I wasn't expecting a win. It's quicker than the Tom Supra. That's something worth pointing out. So, it's quicker than the maddest Mark IV you can buy. because that's how bad these things are to drive. The 1997 Mazda Demio GL. Good luck, I guess. Yeah, the Mazda Demio. This is our third Demio to take on the course. We've had the GLX, the GLX Special, and now we're going in the GL with this rather weird looking racing mod. I like the green. I don't get the racing stripes and the red text. A little bit weird, but anyways, it's here, and the Demio's got a bit of a point to prove, because the Demio GLX is actually quite a quick car. Got just, and I mean literally just, under a 31-second lap time, so I'm interested to see how the GL gets along. Front engine, front wheel drive, 254 horsepower, 856 kilos. Statistically, off the top of my head, this is the lightest Demio of them all, so well, at least compared to the A-Spec anyway. I'm not sure whether that's lighter or not, or more powerful. Could be. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Demio, good luck, probably not going to be beating that. But yeah, Demio, bit of a point to prove around this track, so we'll see how quick this Demio is. I remember this from the GLX. It makes literally no engine noise whatsoever for some reason. It's a bit of a weird, like, a very low burble. Obviously people sort of more go towards the A-Spec Demio for its weird engine notes, but I think all the Demios just sound a little bit weird, but then again that's probably because they... I mean, where do you really get the noise file from a tuned Demio from? 31.172 on its first flyer. Yeah, that GLX Special, by the way, just to put in perspective how quick the GLX Special was, it's set at 30.999, which makes it quicker than a rear-wheel drive Skyline, a Toyota Supra with the turbo, so 641 horsepower Supra, and a Honda NSX, and the CLK 200 Sport, and the Peugeot 106. It is a blindingly quick car, the GLX, so yes. It also definitely had the better racing mod, because the GLX has the I don't want to call it the Demio A-Spec racing mod, but that's I think in the first Gran Turismo it was only on that, but in this game it's also on the GLX Special, and you can paint it different colours over the Master Speed version, which means you can make it look better. This is such a weird, because it makes literally no engine noise, it almost feels like it's... the power is like instant. It feels like way quicker than it should. It also feels a bit sketchier than I remember this feeling. I remember these being okay to drive, but maybe 250 horsepower for a Demio is a bit too much. I'm not sure though. Yeah, it feels very weird to drive this. It actually, to be honest with you, it feels like it hasn't got super softs on the front because of sort of how wayward the handling is on this, but I mean, I've checked, but if you see this video, that means it definitely has the correct tyres on it. It's just a very weird driving car, I think. Took a lot out of that final, or that second sector corner, more than I usually try to. Bit of a slide on the way out of there, but a 30.932. Demio's quick. Demios are always quick, but yeah. I think, to be honest with you, a lot of that was made up in taking that, like, second corner a bit. I don't really... I know I've started to do it more of recent. I don't really like taking that corner like that, particularly. But in stuff like this, it's definitely quicker. But yeah, I mean, you can't argue with the lap time on that one, can you? 30.932. Just to double check this, by the way. Yes, it is on Super Softs. Okay. 30.932. I can't save the replay for some reason. That's quite irritating. We'll put this in to 171st place. So it is quicker than a BMW 328i. Interesting. Quicker than an MX-5 V Special, quicker than a manual transmission NSX. So the GLX Special was quicker than the auto 4-speed NSX. This one's quicker than the manual NSX. Quicker than Sylvia K's, Ford Focus, Shelby Cobra. Yeah, I mean, in terms of like front-wheel drive boxes, there's not really much that's quicker than this. It is slower than the Opel Tigra, which is unfortunate, but that's the way it goes. Slower than Citroen Saxo as well, so that car gets to keep some credibility at least. But yeah, quick car. Like I say, I think some of it was made up in that corner cut, admittedly, but still, I mean, we've now had 2 Demios prove how quick they are, so they are definitely quick cars. The 1999 Honda S2000. For me, the most iconic car in Gran Turismo 2. It's on the main menu screen, for Christ's sakes. If you don't think S2000 when you think Gran Turismo 2, something wrong with you. This car, believe it or not, this actual car with this race mod is a real thing. This ran in the Tsukuba 9 Hours Endurance Race in 1999, got pipped to the line by an Impreza, but still second place for what is basically a stock S2000. Pretty good. I probably wouldn't have gone with the yellow if I didn't know that, because I think it looks a little bit weird with the yellow and the red and the blue, don't really go together, but still, this is what the real car ran. It is worth pointing out there's a spoon livery for this as well, so even though there's only one S2000 in this game, or, well, there's 4, but technically this is the only S2000 you can race modify, it does have 2 optional racing modifications which we won't see, so we won't see the spoon version, but I think this looks a lot better. Front engine rear wheel drive, 370 horsepower, 1058 kilos. Statistically, it's pretty average. We have had the Mugen S2000 go round, and that was actually quite a quick car, so that will be the target for this one. The S2000 is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, so this time with 27.223. S2000 unlikely to beat that, but judging by the Mugen's time, it is likely to be quite quick. This drives beautifully. That Mugen S2000 30.6, I think it was. Managed to mess that up because I was looking for the car. Yeah, 30.6. So that is the target time for the S2000, and it should hopefully beat that, because the Mugen S2000, because it was a tech string only car, as far as I can, well, sorry, not a tech string only car, it had its model in the game, but it didn't have any of its performance data, so I think the GT2 Plus guys have just used the stock S2000 sort of upgrade tree for that, so as a result, that car is this car, just with the absentees of the racing modification. 30.781 on its first flyer, it's pretty good, so, which is interesting, because I think if it was in the base game, I'd say the Mugen S2000 probably wouldn't have been as upgradable as the standard car. We see this with the Spoon S2000, which is the pre-tuned car that actually did make it into the game. That is your National B prize, I think. That can only be tuned up to 313 horsepower. This has 370. That does way less though. So, but yeah. Curiously, no race mod for that. I would have kind of liked the Spoon race mod for that. I think that would be cool, but apparently that's not something they decided to do. Maybe it was something they were going to do in development and then thought, a race mod for like a license price test is a bit weird. Then again, the Copperhead's a license price test and that, a race mod, so I don't know. But anyways, that's it. This drives amazingly well. 30.230. Wow. It's quick as well. It is so planted. It really is. In fact, it's so planted. My only 2 complaints driving this is it doesn't have quite as much torque as you'd like, because it's a Honda and Hondas don't make torque, as we've established in this game. My biggest complaint with it is it's so planted, it doesn't rotate quite enough. I'd like a little bit of slip in certain corners just so it doesn't understeer, because that's let go at the worst possible time there. That's unfortunate. But yeah, I'd actually like a little bit more slip, because through that corner there, it does feel like it's going to sort of understeer a little bit, which isn't ideal, especially considering there's a tyre wall there. But no, this is a quick car, no doubt about it. What a machine. First lap didn't do it, to be honest with you, the quickest lap didn't do it justice. I don't think it'd be an under 30 competitor. I don't think it's quite that quick. But it's a prop car. It's quick, it really is. Lovely to drive, absolutely no complaints there. Just a really good car. Usually my lap times aren't all over the place when I say it's a really good car, but no, I think I might have chinked the wall on that fourth lap, so you could probably take little bits off of this, which would be very important, but still, it's a quick car, no denying. 30.230 will place this into 109th place. It is quicker than an Evo 2, an RX-7 Type RSR. That's a good car to drive. That has 530 horsepower. Quicker than a GS400, quicker than a Mitsubishi Eclipse, quicker than TVR, Cerbera and Chimera. So this is, off the top of my head, the quickest soft top we've ever had. So there you go. And that's that sure is something. Oh no, we had the Chimera 4.5. That was quicker. Maybe it's not, but still, that's not a bad lap time. Certainly, there's a really good lap time. Does lose out to the Spoon Integra Type R. That was awful to drive, but that was quick. I mean, if I think the little 0.1 out of it was in there, I don't think it would go quicker than that. But still, very quick car. Nice to drive. Can't complain. Good car. The 1990 Suzuki AutoWorks RSR. Did you know this car's had its name changed? I bet you didn't. In the base game, this is known as the AutoWorks RSX. However, its name has been corrected to RSR because the RSX is not all-wheel drive, well as, of course, this one is. So, there you go. Also, another fix is the engine was apparently duplicated from the 1997 model, which, again, did anyone even notice? Probably not. Speaking of that 1997 model, we have had that go around the track before, the AutoWorks RSZ. So, be interesting to see how this one stacks up against that. It does come in this rather fetching racing mod with turquoise, which is interesting. Other than that, it's just some Bridgestone stickers, and that's your race mod. And the tiniest racing number I've ever seen on a car. It also really accentuates the weird thing going on with the rear window, how it almost wraps into the body there. Very strange. Anyways, four-wheel drive or 190 horsepower, 614 kilos. Those are pretty decent K-car-like stats, so it will be interesting to see how this car gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. Set at a time of 27.223, the AutoWorks RSR, unlikely to beat that. In terms of the AutoWorks RSR, where is it? The previous AutoWorks, the RSZ, that went round. That said time of 32.373, so hopefully it can be quicker than that. Off the top of my head, that didn't make as much power as this. I could be wrong on that. Usually key cars make, well, basically bang on 180 horsepower or like 177 or something like that. In some sort of more unusual ones, they can go up to like 193. I think that's the most powerful one I've ever seen, is 193 horsepower. So yeah, this one's pretty high in power for a key car. The AutoWorks in general should be pretty good around here. It's sort of one of the few key cars that Gran Turismo sort of adopted and kept as it moved through generations. GT3 very much has a lack of key cars, but the AutoWorks was one of those that actually stayed on. The AutoWorks Suzuki Sport Limited, which we will get to in this game, but for right now we have not. It came in gold in that game. I'm trying to remember what the other key cars were in GT3. There was the Daihatsu Mira Aventanzo, the midget went, which is a bit of a weird one. I swear there was another one. There was the Daihatsu, the Suzuki, there was the Mini. Wasn't there something else? I'm probably missing something like really obvious. But yeah, either way, not many key cars in GT3, but the Alto Works did survive, unlike so many of its brethren in this game. Like the Subarus, which are 4 Subaru key cars in this game, and there's none in the next one. 32.170. I think that puts it right around the time of like a Wagon R. Apparently we can go a little bit quicker. The problem with these types of cars, these key cars, is it really is just a case of trying to keep your momentum up. Bollocks that up. It really is just a case of trying to keep your momentum up as you go around the track. That, you know, you want to be using the brakes as little as possible. There's no sort of braking earlier to get a good line out of this corner. It's literally just a case of trying to keep the car going as fast as humanly possible at all times. A little bit of sideways action on the way into there, which is a bit weird. Right, here I'm going to drop a gear. There we go, that's the way to do it. Hopefully don't mess up this final corner. Messed up the final corner a little bit. To the line, 32.088. That does make it a tie with something. I was hoping to avoid a tie. But, yeah, that's not bad. I mean, it's a key car. They all sort of drive relatively the same. The all-wheel drive ones, you can sort of lose traction a little bit in them, which is very strange to say, but it does happen. I also like how that rear spoiler, you can actually see it sort of comes off the back of the car. I thought it was sort of a fixed texture there. That's very interesting. Very strange looking. So, there is 0.1 in there. Realistically, it maybe could have broke underneath the 32 seconds, but I don't think it would have gone much quicker than that. That's certainly not a bad time for a key car though. A 32.088 will place it into 286th place. Interestingly, that ties it with a standard Mazda Unos Roadster. I say standard, I mean it was obviously fully upgraded, but it didn't have the race mod. Which is interesting, that made about 209 horsepower, so they're sort of comparable. Quicker than the MR Spider, quicker than the Daihatsu Move SRXX, quicker than a Chaser, quicker than the Terios. It is slightly slower than the Subaru Plio, the Jaguar XJ, the MGF, and the quickest key car we've had up to now is the Subaru Vivio. That sits well above the others because it got a very lucky lap time. So yeah, it'd be interesting to see if anything could take that out. Maybe one of the other Alto Works, because there's still 2 more of them to go around the track. The 1995 Honda CRX Del Sol VGI. Yeah, this is our second Del Sol to take on the course. We had the 95 SIR. This is the more base model, the VGI. Don't ask me to name the difference, because I can't. I think these actually have the same engine, they're just in various states of tune, so this makes like 128 horsepower stock, I believe it is. So there you go. In case you're wondering why this isn't running race mod, and the other 1995 Del Sol wasn't running race mod, that's because these are just worse than their 1992 equivalents. They're just heavier, so that's the only real difference, and the 92 SIR actually makes a little bit more power. So the 1992 versions of the Del Sols will run the race mods. In case you're wondering, the race mod is the same between them. Bit of a shame we can't run the race mod on the 95, because I think the 95 looks a little bit better, primarily because they got rid of the weird sort of bug eye in the front bumper and gave it a more normal look, but there you go. I like the way this one looks with its sort of poverty spec wheels, and yeah, interesting. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 187 horsepower, 956 kilos. Not particularly impressive stats, so don't expect much out of this. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set this over 27.223. This obviously isn't beating that. We've already had the Del Sol that should, well, could have been able to beat that, and it didn't. We had the Del Sol LM edition a while back, so now that was mid-engine rear-wheel drive, which this one is not. Although Del Sols definitely do look like they should be mid-engine rear-wheel drive, like MR2s, kind of. I mean, this is the one I'd buy because it hasn't got any other complicated handling you've got to deal with. The other Del Sol that we've had go around, the SIR, which made a mighty 250 odd horsepower, that is currently sat in 277th place, 32.006. So this one should be some ways behind that, you would hazard a guess. But still, we love a Del Sol, or I love a Del Sol anyway, you might not. I just think these are cool, like, you know, I get it, they're not, it's weird they're called, well actually is it? So the thing that Del Sol always gets hate for is it's called CRX, because people assume that CRX, you know, that's supposed to be the sporty, you know, late 80s, or sorry, well, during the 80s, because there was the 83, I think the CRX started. You know, they had the CRX, and they sort of updated it a little bit, and then eventually the Del Sol happened, which was, well, people say it's a separate car. I mean, they're both sort of Civic-based chassis, Civic engines, all that sort of stuff. But I think the Del Sol, you know, if you think about the CRX was sort of wedgy and very 80s in the way it looked. And, you know, you had your performance kick and all the rest of it. Well, the 90s were a little bit more, you know, subdued. You know, people just wanted to relax, have a bit of fun, you know, put the roof down, which you can do on a Del Sol, and you can't do on a standard CRX. And I think they sort of appeal to the same sort of buyers, really. You know, the kids who sort of found the Del Sol cool in the 80s because they're like, yeah, it's like my dad's Civic, except, you know, sporty two-door coupe-ness. And then you had the Del Sol, which again, you know, kids were like, wow, you know, all my friends have got Miatas, but this is a Honda, and I like Honda, you know, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, interesting, I guess. I don't know. That might have just been a ramble that made no sense, but for me, I think it makes perfect sense that these were called CRXs, really. And I mean, you can't just call the car the Del Sol. If I had to guess, Honda, I think in this country they were actually just marketed as CRXs. We didn't use the Del Sol name. I'm assuming the reason they called it the Del Sol was to A, try and differentiate a bit, and B, they didn't want to like directly call it CRX because it was a different classic car. I think that's the closest lap time I've ever had between two cars. Yeah, that performed exactly as I expected it to be honest. I did not expect a lot from this, and it did not deliver a lot. And that's perfectly fine, if we're being honest. Yeah, the SIRs are there to go quick, the VGIs are there to meander. Okay, could have gone a little bit quicker, in theory. Not... yeah, because to be fair, that fifth lap, like, all the best sort of sectors are sort of in that lap. So, interesting to say the least, yeah. 32.511 will place this into 306th place. It is quicker than the Mitsubishi Galant VRG Touring, which is a terrible car, quicker than the 1982 Corvette, which is a terrible car, quicker than the Toyota Altezza AS200, which had a terrible transmission. It's quicker than the Honda Z Turbo, so I mean it beats the sort of key car that you can buy from Honda, so that's good. Quicker than the Mirage Asti ZR, that was a terrible car. Slightly slower than the Mini, the Mercury Cougar, which was terrible. The Mitsubishi Minica Dangan, Daihatsu Move, Suzuki Cappuccino. Okay, so this is slower than the Cappuccino. That's quite interesting, because these two cars aren't too dissimilar. You know, they're sort of very low-powered roadsters. It is about 0.5 off of the Unos Roadster, but then again, the S... I've forgot the names of them all now. Why have I forgot the name of them all? The SIR. The SIR beat the Unos Roadster. So, there you go. So, the Unos, a bit out of reach, but There you go. The 1997 Mitsubishi FTO GPX. This is our third FTO to take on the course, our second GPX, and this one is not running race mode because, I mean, just look at this blue. This is a fantastic blue. I think it really suits the FTO because the FTO is a really good looking car. This is a really good looking colour. Admittedly, the 94 also comes in dandelion yellow, but the 94 has a weight advantage over the 97 as well, I believe. So that's why that one ran racing mod, and this one is not. And that one was a very quick car. It actually sits in 117th place with a 30.352. One of the quickest front-wheel drive cars we've ever had. So it'll be interesting to see how this deals without the racing modification. Front engine, front-wheel drive, 327 horsepower, 1,076 kilos. Pretty sort of middling front-wheel drive stats. Not too bad though. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, the 1997 one. That's at a time of 27.223. The FTO is unlikely to beat that. Again, FTO, we're expecting decent things from this. This one not running the racing modification. I'm expecting it to hit 30.5. I hope. I mean, there is also the possibility that the previous FTO just got a really good lap. So we shouldn't rule out that possibility. That being said, that was going to be a joke, but this does not drive. I mean, in fairness, it doesn't drive particularly well, but then again, none of the really good front-wheel drive cars have so far. You know, the Peugeot 206 is currently our quickest front-wheel drive car. That managed to break well under the under 30 barrier at 29.8, and that car was not pleasant to drive in the slightest. That was an awful car to drive, actually, in all honesty. So, yeah, it'd be interesting to see. With this one, this seems to be a bit more of a better put together lap for the GPX. The GPX also doesn't have a turbo, which is interesting. 30.476, and to be fair, that last sector wasn't amazing on that. The question is, can I tame this enough to get another really cracking lap out of it? That is, I think, that might be quicker than the naturally aspirated GTOs we've had. And don't get me wrong, the GTO does weigh at least 500 kilos more than this does. But, I mean, in terms of power, that has 70 horsepower more, so that has the advantage of four-wheel drive and driving very nicely, whereas this does not have any of those advantages. This is just a not very good car. But at least it looks good, which, to be fair, in GT2, does count for a fair few bits, you know. You know, this game isn't as painstakingly easy as later GTs are, but if you know what you're doing, it certainly can be. Alright, come on. It's a difficult beast to tame, this one, it really is. That was a terrible. To be fair, even if that was not an off track, that was a terrible final sector. So yeah, I lost it a bit there. There's definitely some time in that, definitely, because like I say, that last sector on that previous lap wasn't even particularly great. But yeah, that's not a bad time at all. That actually puts it into quite an interesting spot. Yeah, it's quick. It's, as was the 94 before it, it is a very quick car. It does make me wonder when the GP version R comes around, which I think actually has about 350 horsepower, how well that car's going to get on. I think that car's going to be very, very quick indeed. That might be the FTO that breaks into the under 30, to be fair. Because, I mean, if any of the GRs do it, I'll be amazed. So, yeah, looking at that, probably like 0.2, maybe. You might be able to match the 94 car if you like sort of went at this over and over and over again, but I'm not too sure. That is a quick lap time though, definitely. Although you can see with sort of the complete sort of bouncing around that this car's done time-wise, it's definitely difficult to get that out of it. Anyways, a 30.476 will place this into 130th place. Goes in between two fellow Mitsubishis. It goes in between a GCO SR, that's the naturally aspirated one, and the Mitsubishi Legnum Type S. It is quicker than the Mugen Integra Type R, quicker than the Vauxhall Vectra, quicker than the 92 GTO, again naturally aspirated, quicker than a Sylvia Spec R. So yeah, you definitely shouldn't sleep on this one. It is slightly slower than the Accord, the Prelude. What else is sort of comparable to this? Audi A3, slower than that, slower than the Civic Freo. And again, about 1.5 off of the FTO 94. Again, that ran race mod though, so definitely something to consider. Yeah, good car. Definitely a good car. Quick. To drive, not so much, but to look at, and in terms of actual lap time, you can't really argue with it, can you? The 1991 Nissan Pulsar GTI-R. If you play in PAL regions, you'll know this as the Sunny, and if you were me, you were very confused by that, because a Nissan Sunny to you was a white 1.4 base model, not an all-wheel drive or rally homologation machine like this is with its giant deck wing. I'm very thankful it exists though. Bit of a shame that it only ever showed up in GT1 and 2 and never showed up again. It ironically ended up in Forza quicker than it ended up back in Gran Turismo. So yeah, it's a shame because I love this car. It's like the Mazda Familia, which we've had go around not too long ago. I love it, where it's just a mad sort of humdrum hatchback. It's great, you know. It's a car that, let's be honest, was driven mostly by pensioners, although my aunt had one, so she wasn't a pensioner at the time. And then, yeah, you just sort of turn it into this, and it's insane. This, of course, competed in the World Rally Championship, or at least the rally car did, which we will get to. First car Tommy Mackinnon ever drove. That's where he got his start in the WRC, so interesting to note. In terms of between this and the Familia, this is definitely quicker than the Familia, or should be. Four-wheel drive, 420 horsepower, 1,122 kilos. The Familia made 357, I believe. So, yeah, be interesting to see how this gets on. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Pulsar GTI-R is unlikely to beat that. In terms of the Pulsar GTI-R, its rival is the Familia, the GTR, set a time of 29.759. So if this can get close to that, we will deem it a success, and based on that first lap, it should be able to, because this does handle very nicely indeed. A little bit understeering. You can feel the understeer building on the front axle, but still. So the interesting thing about this car, the thing that I've sort of learned later on and I love about this car, is you can actually buy one of these as your first car in the game. It shows up in the used car dealer at the right time, which you're just starting out, and it can be had for under 10 grand. And don't get me wrong, it doesn't have 420 horsepower stock, but it does have 220, I believe it is, and again, four-wheel drive. It's a proper car, this. And in a world where people sort of swear by the Skylines and the RX-7s for being your first car, I very much prefer the Pulsar GTI-R. I think this is the one that you should go for. 29.748, so it is slightly quicker than the Familia. Hopefully we can get a little bit more lap time out of it than that, because this definitely feels like it can go quicker than that. And statistically it definitely should be able to. But we will see. There's also the rally car to come round as well. which is a separate car thanks to a GT2 Plus mod, so we'll be seeing that later on, as we will with the Familia. I might run those back to back and we can do a little rivalry between those two. That'll be fun. We'll give you back-to-back driving talk on both of them as well, because I'll be honest, I don't remember how the 323 drove. It's been a while since I've recorded any Hot Lap Classic, to be fair, and that one was a little while ago, about 30 odd episodes ago, which is a month for you guys. It was probably about a month since I drove it. Yeah, this is, it's quick. It's understeery though. That is the thing that's hurting this car, there's a lot of understeer on that front axle. You can sort of see it there as I'll turn in here. You know, it is very slow to change direction. Bit of a shame, because statistically this really should have been hamming it up with like the Imprezas and stuff like that. But as it sits, it's not really going to be able to, or at least like the sort of Imprezas that I've run more recently. So, yeah, it's not bad. You know, it's definitely not bad. Between this and the 323, I would probably suggest this, just because it has more power. But you can sort of see it is just not massively pleasant to drive with the handling characteristics that it does possess. Sector 2 there is a lot quicker, but Sector 2 times probably should be ignored because, you know, you can have slower Sector 1s and then you can go quicker in Sector 2. It's hard to really break down the sector times, but anyways, yeah, a 29.748 will place this in to 77th place. So it is very slightly quicker than the 323 GTR. It is quicker than the Audi TT Coupe Roof BTR Type 1 Peugeot 206. Quicker than an Impreza STI Wagon version 2. Slightly down on the Viper GTSR, the R32 GTR. Wow, this is sort of relevant here. Evo 3, slower than the Evo 3, that's to be expected. It is quicker than the Evo 2, quite significantly. It's also quicker than the 97 Impreza WRX Wagon. So, you know, in terms of the cars of its day, there's not really a lot. This is a 1991 model year. In terms of base model rally cars, there's nothing that old. Other than the Celica GT4, it beats that very significantly. It beats the GT4 RC by as well. So yeah, both the standard and the rally car version of that. So yeah, pretty good showing, I'd say, from the Pulsar. But I think if it wasn't as understeery, it definitely could be challenging a lot further up. I could see, if this handled better, I could see a world where it could get a 29.4. But it's just too understeery to really look that far up the leaderboard. The 1993 Mazda Unos Roadster Normal. I love the fact they refer to this as the Unos Roadster Normal. Well, that's what the game actually calls it. Of course, this is an MX-5 in other markets, but here it's a Unos Roadster because it's a Japanese spec model. And the Normal is one of 3 specs of Unos Roadster you can get in this game. You can get the Normal, the S Special, which is a little bit lighter, and the V Special, which is a little bit heavier and has the cream roof on it because it's the luxurious version. And then there's the other Roadsters, but we don't talk about them at the moment. This one, in theory, should be one of the quickest ones. A, because it's got the racing modification, which the 1993 cars are going to run, and it's got the turbocharger, which the 1993 cars are going to run. So it's really between this and the 93 S Special for what's going to become the quickest Unos Roadster that you can get from the Mazda dealer. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 301 horsepower, 873 kilos. I do like the racing mod on the Unos Roadster. We saw it on the 92 S Special as well, that had the red and white. This has got the British Racing green and yellow, so it looks like an old Lotus, which does make it look rather cool. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, the 1997 one. That's at a time of 27.223. The little Unos Roadster unlikely to beat that. In terms of what the little Unos Roadster is aiming for, well, we've had had several of these cars, and we're going to discount the NA ones because this should be quicker than those on its first flying lap. And indeed it is. Alright, let's start talking about the turbo ones. We've had the V Special go around, the 93 V Special, with the turbocharger. That set a time of a 30.9. So that's what this is aiming for. Beyond that, there is the Master Speed Roadsters. We've also covered those. I don't think this is going to get close to any of those, I will be honest. I'd be surprised if it does. The B-Spec is a 30.599, 30.886 on its first flyer, so slightly quicker than that V-Special, as we expected. Again, this has the advantage of racing mod and does weigh a little bit less than that V-Special did. I think the V-Special was about 903 kilos. This is only 846. I'm not quite sure how much more the V-Special does weigh than this. If I had to guess, it's sort of similar to the Celicas between all their different versions, where there's only about 20 odd kilos in it. So you can also, I should point out, you could the 93 V-Spec did not run racing mod. Technically speaking, it had racing mod available for it, as all Unos's in this game do, apart from the Master Speed versions. But I decided not to go with it because, well, it's heavier and variety and stuff like that. And it also gave me a chance to tell my Unos Roadster story. So if you were interested in that, go back and watch that episode of the Hot Lap Classic Remastered. I don't think I've ever cut that much of that first corner, but it wasn't the worst idea in the world. The problem is with this car is it does feel pretty good to drive, but you've got to be careful because it will catch you out because, yeah, it's still making just about enough power to cause itself a problem. You know, the rear end will come out of this, and it comes out in a sort of very subtle manner. It doesn't give you, well, none of the cars in this game really give you much warning. But this especially, because it's so sort of nice to drive normally, you really are not ready for it when it does start to snap. Oh, come on. We almost did better in that final sector, but not quite. Yeah. Alright, I'll take that. That is the advantage of racing mod, I guess. Probably about 0.2 of a second, which I think we've said before is sort of a consensus we've come to. Pretty good. Like I say, the S Special is going to come along. That's got less weight, and hopefully that won't have the 1.6 in it. So that should be quicker. But yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. All things considered. I do think it could have gone quicker. That Sector 1 and Sector 2, they don't line up for pretty obvious reasons. So yeah, I don't think there's that much time in this. I don't think you could go 0.5 of a second quicker. I think this is roughly the ballpark on what this is going to operate at. I'd say 30.6, 30 point... very high 30.5. Maybe, if you like to go around with it all day and not let it catch you out. But yeah, I think this is about what it can get. A 30 points, what is it? 30.737 places this into 154th place. It goes in between the TRD 3000 GT and the Lancia Y. It is quicker than the Mugen S2000, which is interesting. Quicker than the EG Civic, the 93 EG Civic. It is slightly slower than an MR2 GTS, but that has 500 horsepower. It is slower than the Master Speed Roadster B-Spec, which is the NA model. Trying to find anything else it's really comparable to. Beats the Dodge Copperhead. So it's quicker than the Copperhead, which is good, because the Copperhead's quite a quick convertible sports car. Quicker than 200 SX. Yeah, it's not bad. It beats an NSX. I think that's the quickest NSX we've had as well. Nice. Yeah, it's not bad. It's just, again, at this level with 300 horsepower, that will start slowly catching you out. Usually, the Unos's really, really well behaved, but at this sort of power level, that's when it does cross the line a bit. The best UNOS you should, and the one you should buy, is still the Roadster C-Spec. That is a whole 0.4 of a second quicker than this, but still, this one, pretty good, pretty good. So it'll be interesting to see if the S Special has any answer to it. The 1995 Honda Civic SIR2, the EK model. Do you remember the last time we had an SIR2 go around the course? Well, it was the very first episode. Our first car, the EG Civic. So there's a bit of symmetry here, especially considering this should be about the halfway point of the series now. So there you go, some nice symmetry. That one ran race mod. This one also runs race mod. Unfortunately, this race mod is not a Jax inspired one. It's well, I hope this is something of Polyphony's own vision, this weird sort of lightning bolt thing they've got going on. The colour palette's at least acceptable, but yeah, the free spoke wheels also don't help. Definitely better than the racing modification for the 96 Civic Ferio, which we have go around the course, and that was pretty quick, so be interesting to see how this one gets along. Anyways, front engine and front wheel drive, as all Civics should be. 304 horsepower, 971 kilos. Pretty decent statistics for a front wheel drive car. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps. It's so damn happy. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. That's not going to be the best way for it to set a good lap time. It's, well, currently at the top of our leaderboard is the Mitsubishi GCO LM Editions. That is number 27.223. The Civic SIR2 is not beating that, as hilarious as it would be. So the EG Civic, our very first car to go around, currently sits with like a 30.779, I believe it is. So hopefully you would like to think this should be able to beat that. Again, the EK Ferio, very quick car. That set us on 30.3, so you'd think this would be somewhere on that level, but I'm not too sure. At the moment, it drives like a pretty quick front-wheel drive car should, 30.824 on its first flyer, so we're not far off where we want to be. Having said that, though, this doesn't necessarily feel like a 30.3 car at the moment. I'm hoping I'm wrong in that, but this sort of does feel not quite as quick as that. I don't know if that Ferio maybe had more power. The Ferios do have the turbo kits from the hatchback models. Okay, never mind. I am completely making stuff up. Wowie. Why do I open my mouth? That is amazing. Alright. That's I didn't think this would be that quick. What is going on here? I'm not complaining, I'm just very shocked. In case you're wondering, the 1998 version of this car, which is in this game, that one is not going to run race mod purely because this one is, and the racing modification for that car is identical to this car. And the reason for that is, well, purely because I can pick my own colours for the 98. And if you know what the 98 Civic's colour catalogue looks like, you'll know which colour I'm going for. Or at least if you have watched this series for any length of time. I mean, this has to be a pretty good car, because I almost matched my lap time again on that lap. Now I'm sort of in the zone with it, and yeah, it does feel pretty bob on this, it does have to be said. I really want an under 30 Civic. Can this be an under 30 Civic? That is the question. Again, look at the consistency on those lap times, though. I didn't feel like I was driving particularly well today, but apparently my consistency says otherwise. That's quick, and that was very unexpectedly quick, to be fair. Yeah, good car. as it turns out. Didn't think it would be that fast. Good stuff. Could it have gone quicker? According to that, maybe. Maybe. I mean, to be fair, there was times where I was sort of up on myself in the ghost bit, so it's kind of weird that on all three of those lap times, the ones that are within literally thousands of each other, all the time was sort of made and lost in different areas. If that lap 5, if I had a better sector 3, you know, maybe. But I'll take that to the bank and cash it, because that is a phenomenal lap time. A 30.252 places this into 114th place. It is quicker than the Mitsubishi Eclipse GST, which has well over 400 horsepower. Quicker than 2 TVRs, quicker than the Fiat Punto. That doesn't sound impressive, but that Punto was mighty. Quicker than the Audi A3 FTO GPX. It is quicker than that Civic Ferio by about 0.1 and a bit of a second, which is sort of what you'd expect. Quicker than the Spree Sport, quicker than a Supra. That's a mighty car. I don't know what it is with these sort of 1995, 1996 model year Hondas, but they seem to have come alive in this sort of era, because the Accord Saloon and the Prelude are up here, sort of, you know, they're only about 0.2 slower than this. And of course we have an Integra in the under 30 club, so yeah, just need to keep pushing for a Civic to get in there now as well. The 1998 TVR Tuscan Speed 6. This is our first and will be the only Tuscan to take on the course, because the Tuscan was a concept car in this game. Interestingly enough, it came out not long afterwards, but still. In case you're wondering what the differences are between the concept car and the normal version, this car had its rear lights mounted as low as possible, because TVR thought that was a good idea. Man, I miss TVR. Yeah, where they're going to get all clogged with dirt and stuff. But then again, do you really need to see the rear lights on a Tuscan? Because of course, if you drive a TVR Tuscan, you're probably going to end up backwards anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, we love a TVR on this channel, and TVRs, to be fair, around this course have been doing pretty well. You wouldn't expect them to. You'd expect them to be an absolute nightmare, and to be fair, they are, but they are quick, if you ignore the Griffith. This one should also be quick and terrifying. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 559 horsepower, 945 kilos. Those statistics sound like a crash. So, yeah, should be interesting. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set time of 27.223. This car unlikely to beat that. I'm assuming first gear is going to be utterly undrivable. Let's just have a quick rain check on that. Yeah. Alright, so we are doing some second gear champing around here, like we did with the Viper GTS. I'm sort of thinking with this, I mean, this is our first TVR with a race mod to go around. Obviously we had the Cerberus LM edition. I actually led our leaderboard for a while, but we haven't had a race modded TVR yet. We're sort of waiting on the Cerberus and the well, not the Chimeras, but yeah, the Cerberus are going to run some racing mods later on, but for right now they haven't. So we haven't seen what they're going to do yet. So I'm going to say 30.2, and that definitely can go quicker because there was a few incidents on that lap. There's going to be incidents all the way through this, apparently. This is a difficult car to drive. Yeah, I am going to say, for this, we should aim towards something else equally as mad. Viper GTS, 29.9, that didn't run racing modification. So, be interesting to see. Had some wheel spin off that, which is nice. I don't think, this might sound stupid because it probably has happened before, we don't often get wheel spin too much in a straight line. So for that to happen, that does make this quite an unruly car to drive. That's good. Yeah, this is going to be one of those, isn't it? Like the Viper, where if we can get a clean lap out of it, and indeed we have, 29.780. It can definitely go quicker than that. The question is it going to allow me to go quicker than that? And we're going backwards. God, this is fun. And by fun, I mean it's terrible to drive, but still, I mean, come on. It's the TVR Tuscan, what do you expect? My dad used to love this car. Probably still does, but he was like, you know, supercars, you know, there's Ferraris and Porsches and stuff. What was my dad into? TVR Tuscans. Fantastic. I was never really much a fan of it. I much prefer the Cerber and the Chimera and all that sort of stuff, but still. I can see the appeal, because it is utterly bonkers. Come on, don't catch me out. Yes, good car. 29.327. I knew if I could get the lap in, it would do it. And to be fair, that's phenomenally quick. I actually think there might be like a 29.1 in this. I know pussyfooting around in second gear is very irritating to watch, and I do get it, because I would also be screaming at my thing like, just use first gear. But you can't use first gear. There's no controllability in that gear whatsoever. You just need to pussyfoot around it in second gear, and that's sort of the way to do it. I mean, that was apparently the quickest lap of all of them, so who am I to argue with the game? But yeah, I think there is a little bit of time in there, but I am still ecstatic with that. That has blown the Viper out of the water. It's blown the Lister Storm out of the water as well, so yeah. Anyways, a 29.327 will place this into 54th place. Goes quicker than the Nissan Silvia Zanavi Arta, quicker than a Legacy, Lancer, Impreza, GT500 Supra. Yeah, in terms of stuff, it's slower than comparable to this. I mean, the Skyline Silhouette Formula, but that's an actual full-blown race car. Slower than the Celica GT4, but, I mean, that's understandable. You know, you wouldn't expect a TVR to be this high up. I'm trying to look for the sort of the mental stuff you could compare this to. It's quicker than the RX-7A spec by about 0.2 of a second, quicker than the Lister Storm, as I mentioned, by about 0.2 of a second. It is quicker than almost all of the roofs we've had. I think it's quicker than, yeah, it is quicker than all of the rear-wheel drive roofs. So, in the battle for mentalism between roof and TVR, TVR's winning. It is slower than the Weegate Vector, though, so something to consider. The 1990 Nissan Primera 2-litre TE. This is our third Primera to take on the course, and this is the only Primera in this game that actually went on to have a life outside of GT1 and 2. This car was in 4, 5, and 6 as both the Primera and as its hastily rebadged American equivalent, the Infiniti G20. Polyphony evidently decided that the 1990 Primera is the most iconic of them, and I guess I agree. This car was a bit of a quiet revolution. The Primera never really got much notice amongst UK buyers because it was a Nissan, and look at it, I mean, don't get me wrong, this one's got a body kit and a race mod and all that, but you can sort of still tell underneath this is, you know, a handsome car, but very boring. So it didn't really get much notice there, but if you drove one of these, you knew that it drove fantastically, that it was dynamically spot on. It was so good, in fact, that when Ford were building the Mondeo, the car that they spent £1 billion developing, they originally used the Honda Accord as the benchmark, the 85 Accord, and then as that went on to its later stages, the 1990 Primera ended up becoming the benchmark. That was the best four-door saloon car on sale for Ford, and that was the car they had to beat, which is interesting. Of course, the Mondeo would end up going on to be very successful, and, well, far more successful than the Primera ever was, but it's still there, got that nice little footnote in history. Also got a good racing career. Of course, there's a lot more to speak about when it comes to the 98 Primera, but this particular car is in a JTCC livery. I believe this may have been a championship winner in 1990 or 1991. I honestly don't remember. Of course, if you couldn't tell, this would have been a Calsonic Impul car. Even though the game uses the Calsonic R34 and I think even gives the Calsonic logos to the race modded R32s, the Primera, for whatever reason, did not get that luxury, so it just says Primera Nissan on the side of it, because I guess you need reminding. It is quite a generic looking car, so I guess you do need reminding. Anyways, statistically, this car is not anything to write home about. Front engine, front wheel drive, 297 horsepower, 1079 kilos. Pretty mediocre statistics, and that's sort of what we expect from this. But anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Primera unlikely to beat that. The Primera, where is this going to end up? Well, the two other Primeras we had the 1995 2-litre TE. That was a car that ran around when this series was in its infancy, but still, that set a time of 31.245. And more recently, we had the 1998 Primera GT go round. That set a time of 31.108. And if I'm being honest, that's sort of where I expect this car to end up. Pretty much mid-pack on as far as the leaderboard's concerned. Now, that being said, should the Primera manage to break out of the 31.1s and go a little bit quicker than that, it would do it a world of good, because this part of the leaderboard is very crammed with cars. So there is definitely some, there's a lot of places to be made in just making up 0.1 or 0.2 of a second. So hopefully this can become our quickest Primera yet. I think statistically this is the lightest Primera yet. The 95 has a little bit more power, but this has the weight advantage. One thing the Primera definitely has going for it is very, very nice to drive. 31.065, that does make it our quickest Primera. That was a pretty spot-on lap as well, to be fair. Yeah, it's very nice to drive. It's maybe a touch understeery at the limit, but what front-wheel drive car isn't? The one thing the Primera does avoid, especially with how light it is, and considering it is almost touching 300 horsepower, we do see front-wheel drive cars at that sort of level start to have handling issues. They can start really moving around, especially on the rear end. We've seen that on cars like the Integras. Well, as this doesn't have that issue. This is just nice, planted, solid. That does give it a little bit of a problem in the sense of trying to make up lap time on this is a bit difficult, especially with a car that sort of handles as good and as rigidly as this. There's not really a lot of spots to out-handle yourself and make up time, because you sort of get in it, turn the key, and you roughly know where all your spots are going to be. This isn't one of those cars where, you know, you're making up new lines to enter corners and you're trying to sort of, you know, push yourself that way. This is not that sort of car. This is very much, you know what you're going to get out of it. This looks like it's going to be a pretty good one though. Nice little cut across the grass. Slightly ahead. Again, I don't expect this to be like record beating or anything, but it is going to be a little bit quicker on this final lap. 30.797. That's actually really quick, if I'm being honest. That's surprising. Yeah. Interesting. A good car to drive. Like I say, it is a good car to drive. You can't fault it. I'd say that lap time, to be fair to it, is probably the absolute maximum of what this would get. I don't think if you really... I don't think this is exactly 0.5 head of the previous Primera. I think this just got a better final lap in than that other Primera did, because, yeah, I don't think it'd be going much quicker than that. But either way, yeah, we take those. 30.797 will place this into 164th place. It splits a load of Hondas up, goes quicker than an NSX. and that's the quickest NSX we've had. So that's good. It's actually not far off the benchmark, the EG Civic, which was a really good car to drive. And actually, in Gran Turismo 1, you'd see these cars sort of share events quite a lot together, which is interesting. Stuff comparable to this, it's quicker than Citroen Zara, quicker than the Opel Tigra, definitely better handling than that was. Quicker than the Opel Astra by about 0.2. As mentioned, it's about 0.4 up on the Primera GT, 0.5 on the 95 Primera, but I don't think it's that much quicker of a car. I think, again, it just got good with the lap times, but there we go. That's where it sits. So good job, Primera. The 1998 Ford Mustang GT. Another Ford Mustang to take on the course. This is the SN95, the pre-New Edge SN95, the one I don't like as much, but I still rather like it. I think it looks cool, although I'm not 100% a fan of the weird headlight covers that the 98 Mustangs had. But anyways, this car is here as a little bit of a revenge mission, I guess, against the New Edge Mustang. You see, we had the New Edge 1999 Mustang GT go around, and it, to be honest, destroyed the 1998 SVT Cobra Mustang we had, and that had a race mod on it. So this one, the non-SVT Cobra version, is here just to see if it can be anywhere near the New Edge Mustang GT, or if that car is just so much better than this one. Statistically, one thing it has going in its favour is, like the 1999 car, this car has had its engine fixed, although not to the same degree. So, for some reason, Polyphony decided the Mustang GTs had the 5.0 Fox body motors in them, and so both of them from standard in GT2 make 207 horsepower. That's been fixed. In this version, this has the proper 4.6 litre V8 it's supposed to have, and that means this car from standard gets its power jumped up from 207 brake horsepower to 225, and all the engine upgrades are sort of upgraded to reflect that. That being said, the New Edge car is upgraded to 260 horsepower, so yeah, this one's still down on power. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 406 horsepower, 1,323 kilos. A lot of torque. Not expecting this to be the most drivable thing in the world, but we'll see. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of a 27.223. The 98 Mustang GT, unlikely to beat that. Oh well, they actually, I know they did it in the 99, but they did model the little Mustang GT into the rear bumper on this one as well. That's quite cool. I don't know what the Cobra says. That might just have Cobra. Anyways, of course, we've already mentioned what this car's aiming towards. The SVT Cobra version of this car set a time of 30.970. Ideally, we want to be ahead of that, and the 99 Mustang GT set a time of 30.642. So it's right up there with the Spoon Civic Type R. So it's import versus domestic. Unless, of course, you live in Europe, in which case everything's an import. Overall, to drive, this drives exactly how I remember Mustangs driving in this game. They're very heavy. Not like the worst handling things in the world. They're just a bit lazy. I guess you're going to get that with the GTs. That's the real difference between the GTs and the SVT Cobras. For those of you who don't know, the GT is a single overhead cam 4.6 litre V8. Like, basically it's the same engine they used in, well, everything really. Explorers, Crown Victorias, you name it, it was in it. Well, as the SVT Cobras, that's not going to help the lap time. Well, as SVT Cobras, those had a quad cam version of that engine, and that was made for the special models, and that's why it ended up in a bunch of Lincolns, basically. They end up in a bunch of Lincolns and the big Mustangs. So, and the Mercury Marauder, which is my personal favourite. So, yeah, that's an interesting footnote. So basically, if you ever want a good engine for your Mustang, then you can go to the scrapyard and pull it out of a Lincoln Navigator. And there you go. Not Blackwood though. Don't pull the engine out of a Blackwood because that's just a normal version of this engine. If you could actually find a Blackwood in the first place, of course. But yeah, this isn't like the worst handling thing once you get around the corner. 30.762, yeah, there you go. So not quite as quick as the 99. I think the 99 is just going to have the edge on power. I'm not going to say handling because they probably handle basically the same. It's just a bit of a sort of brutish car. I guess maybe the Cobra being a little bit more lightweight with the race mod and having a bit more power could have maybe hurt it, possibly like a little bit more tail happy. It's been a long time since I drove that car, so I can't really confirm until we drive the 99. But I suspect maybe having more power didn't exactly help, potentially. But yeah, there you go. Not a perfect car to drive, but definitely not bad. I don't trust that lap 5 sector 1. Maybe there's a bit more time in that. I mean, we've discussed before, sectors 1 and 2 crossing over can deliver some issues. I think maybe there's 0.1 in there. I don't know if it's quite going to beat the 99, because then you got to ask the question, did the 99 have a bit more time on the table? But we'll take that. It also means that we have another tie, though. So 30.762 places this into 159th place. It ties with, ironically enough, another tuned Japanese car. It ties it with the Mugen S2000. So 99 Mustang GT tied with the Spoon Civic, this one tied with the Mugen S2000, which is interesting. I'd definitely rather drive the S2000. This is quicker than a Corvette Gran Sport, which is not surprising because that car was not fun. As I mentioned, about 0.2 up on the SVT Cobra. Again, we'll find out when we get the 99 how representative that is. It's quicker than the Dodge concept car, which is good. Trying to find anything else this is sort of equivalent to. An 84 Skyline beats that. Slightly slower than the Unos Roadster, the quickest of the standard Unoses. So yeah, not a bad car, certainly. It sort of hangs around. There's a lot of difficult to drive rear-wheel drive cars around there, sort of 3000 GT cars that really could probably like walk a 0.4, 0.5 on this if they were just controllable. But yeah, there you go. Interesting. So new edge all the way. The 1997 Nissan Skyline GTR V-Spec. It's been a while since I've said that. We ran a lot of GTRs early on because I was very scared of being overwhelmed by the sheer number of GTRs, and yeah, we haven't had one for a while, so here we go. 1997 model, probably the GOAT car of GT1, knowing how Skylines are treated in Gran Turismo. This one not running race mod. The 1995 V-Spec will run race mod because the 95 and the 97 basically the same car. We have had the 97 standard R33 run as well. That also did not run race mod, and the 95 version will run race mod. So the 95 R33s run race mod, 97s don't, because I think the 95s are lighter, if I'm remembering. Anyways, we've had a lot of these. They're scattered all across the leaderboard, but for the most part they hang around sort of the 29.5s to 29.7 range. So good cars. Not as good as you'd think they'd be because they are A, quite heavy, and B, quite uncontrollable because they have stage 4 turbochargers, and this one is no different. 4-wheel drive, 685 horsepower, 1,370 kilos. I am not expecting this to be particularly good handling, but it should be quick. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the 1997 Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, another GT1 car. That car set a time of 27.223. This car is unlikely to beat that. Again, in terms of where this is going to end up, the 97 R33 GTR set a time of 29.6. So I guess somewhere around there would be good. The V-Specs are a little bit heavier, but I think the V-Specs are they have different suspension or something. GTRs are a bit strange, and also the game does actually have some sort of primitive version of the R34's four-wheel drive system. So in an R34, as you sort of build up speed, it engages the front wheels less through the four-wheel drive system, so you get a bit more sort of traction. It becomes more rear wheel bias, and the game does try to simulate that a little bit, apparently, although no one's ever been quite so sure to tell me how. I'm just a bit distracted by the fact this seems to have a rear fog light, so that's interesting. 29.132, okay, this is quicker. To be fair, but I was actually going to point this out. The R32, so mysteriously we ran a load of GTRs early on, and we ran the V-Spec and the Nismos and all the rest of it. And then around that time I also ran the standard R32 V-Spec with no race mod, just a 1995 V-Spec car. And that car was like 0.3, 0.4 quicker than all the other R32s, including like the later V-Specs and the Nismos and all that, so maybe there's something to these V-Spec cars that makes them quicker. I'm not really too sure, but yeah, I mean, so the quickest Skyline we've ever had is the R34. The quickest R33 Skyline we've ever had is the 4-door, and that's been that way for a long time. That car was 0.7 seconds quicker than the standard R33s. I think because its weight actually helped it with its power delivery, so we might be able to go ahead and beat that maybe if we don't get slides. That's the problem with the GTRs right there, is the traction is just not as good. It hasn't got the standard four-wheel drive traction. It feels more rear-wheel drive. Again, I don't know if that's that primitive rear-wheel drive system or how this game calculates all the sort of torque differences and all that, but yeah, that just seems to be a consistent issue with these cars, so interesting. But no, it is quicker. It is the quickest two-door R33 that we've had. That isn't one of the JGCC cars, so that's good. Yeah, it drives like a Skyline. It drives exactly like I remember Skylines driving. They're not particularly nice to drive. They're very scary. Sector 1 on that lap was bustling. But again, we had that sort of slide on the rear end, which threw it. If we didn't have that, maybe it could have gone quicker. I don't suspect it would have gone like a ridiculous amount quicker. Could it have beaten that 4-door? Perhaps. But I don't think it would have been like super quick or anything like that. Anyways, a 29.132 will place this into 50th. Goes in between the 4-door Skyline, like we mentioned, and the ST205 Celica. So the Celica gets binned off for this. One Gran Turismo Classic beats another, and to be fair, Celicas usually don't drive too well, so I'm not too surprised. You can see it's sort of around a gaggle of Skylines. You can see that R32 V-Spec that I mentioned that was quick. You can see the Zexel Skyline a little bit quicker than this, and the GTR V-Spec, the 99, quicker. So the V-Specs all go in order, so that's the best V-Spec until, you know, we get the 95 with the race mod around. Maybe that'll be quicker, I don't know, but interesting, certainly. Yeah, no, that's the Skyline to drive. That is, do you know, I haven't driven one of these for so long, and I don't miss them because they all drive like that. The 1998 Daihatsu Opti Aero Down Beaks. Yep, it's a Daihatsu Opti. The Optis are, I think, unarguably the ugliest series of cars in this game. The Opti Club Sports look horrified about something, and they're probably horrified about having to look at this, the Aero Down Beaks. What a strange looking... It's got like a sort of Mercedes E-Class face, which the Aero Down Move has, but that's kind of cool because it's all the lights are different size, or all the same size, while as on this there. different sized, like the Mercedes. It's got a hood scoop, and then it's like a move, but it's been squashed into a saloon. It's very third world looking. I mean, it's fantastic, but it's also, like, horrendous. And look at that window line as well. Just, perfect. Also comes in brown, which is what it's in. Anyways, as much as this looks tragic, just like the other Opti, this should be quicker than the other Opti, significantly. Four-wheel drive, 193 horsepower, 754 kilos. Those are pretty good stats for a key car. So this should be quicker. In case you're wondering, the previous Opti is at the bottom of our leaderboard. It is the slowest car we've ever had, and has been for, well, ever since it ran, basically. Anyways, the Opti Aero Down Beaks is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. This car is unlikely to beat that. That set a time of 27.223. In terms of key cars, quickest Daihatsu we've ever had, quickest K car Daihatsu we've ever had is the Move SRX 4-wheel drive from 1997, set a time of 32.157. Quickest key car we've ever had, Subaru Vivio, which set like 31.7. So, if this could become the quickest key car, that will avenge its younger brother, or older brother, the Opti Club Sport, which, in case you're wondering, this car on that first lap was 3 seconds quicker then. So, 3 whole seconds. And to give you an idea, between this car now with 33.5 and a 30.5, that puts it right up against, like, Mercedes-Benz E55 AMG and other such cars. So that gives you an idea of how big the gap is there. Do I think that car is going to be the slowest to ever go around our track? Possibly, actually. It's going to take something weird to knock the Optical Sport up. I was going to say, usually you get knocked down, but in this case it would be a knock up, if you will. 32.342, that's a pretty good time for a key car. Again, statistically, I mean, 193 horsepower, this should be good. It doesn't have the advantage of race mod, which we could argue whether downforce is really an advantage for a key car, but there you go. Also does not have the it doesn't have the weight of some of the other key cars. Most of the quicker key cars all weigh about 600 kilos. This is 752. This might actually weigh more than the Move Aero Down Custom does, but we'll see when we get to the Move Aero Down Custom, which I'm excited for because it's the Move Aero Down Custom, which is a very cool car. Spelt wrong as well. I don't think it was spelt wrong intentionally. I think it's fixed in this mod, but yeah, something to pay attention to. Anyways, the Beaks is coming around for one final lap. It's such a strange car, this. It really is. It's like from the back, it kind of looks like a modified like Chevy Aveo or something, with like, you know, horrible aftermarket lights on it. It is, again, you cannot possibly tell me there is an uglier set of cars in this game than the Opti line from Daihatsu. I mean, I'm not saying they're bad, I'm just saying you can't tell me there's anything uglier than these cars. Oh, gonna go a little bit quicker on this final lap. 32.193. Not bad. Not bad for the Opti Aero Down Beaks. Could it have gone quicker? Apparently, according to that, the first sector could have been quicker, but I don't think there's that much more time in it, I will be honest. I think this is one of those cars you could probably run around for about 50 laps and find a 10th if you really wanted to, but you're not gonna find it consistently. A 32.193 places this into 301st place. Goes in between the Honda CRX SIR and the Mitsubishi Mirage Cyborg, and if I was either of those cars, I'd be embarrassed about that. It beats the HKS drag car, beats the Unos S Special, beats the Cinquecento, beats the Suzuki Alto Works RSZR, so that's sort of an equivalent car to this. Slightly slower than Daihatsu's own Terios Kid, the Move, and slower than the Suzuki Alto Works from 1990. So, as far as key cars go, that's pretty mid-pack. That's pretty good. Definitely quicker Daihatsus. I think the quickest Daihatsu we've had, like normal Daihatsus, the Storia 2-wheel drive. That's a very quick car, which this one can't quite match. But considering how bad the last Opti went, that's a significant improvement. In 1 year, Daihatsu managed to go 4 seconds faster. Impressive stuff. The 1987 Toyota Starlet 3-door Turbo S. The EP71. The first front-wheel drive Toyota Starlet ever made. Yeah, Starlets were originally rear-wheel drive, and then they became front-wheel drive, like every modern Super Mini was, and they'd continue on into the late 90s and then be replaced by the Yaris because they weren't massively interesting. But I think this one is. I like this one. This one is probably my favourite in the game. You know, the old one's cool, the 78, and the newer ones I don't really care for. But this one is cool. The race mod on this one is very, very cool. Looks like a sort of entry-level rally car. I've got no idea where this livery actually came from. It definitely looks sort of like a Tom's design from like the late 80s, but I'm not too sure. But it looks cool. It's one of those few race mods in this game where they put the right wheels on it. Yellow wheels for this, absolutely the best idea. Yellow lights, it looks awesome. Statistically, it's less awesome, and going off how Starlets have been around this course, I'm not expecting this to be amazing, but we'll find out. Front engine, front wheel drive, 227 horsepower, just 704 kilos of weight. It's lighter than that Opti Aero Down Beaks thing we had last time out, so that is very impressive. So be interested to see if that helps it or not. My guess is probably not. Anyways, it makes no noise. Interesting. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track. It does set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Starlet's 3-door Turbo SEP71 is unlikely to beat that. So as I mentioned, in terms of Starlets that have gone around this course, we've had the 1996 car that set a time of 31.5, I think it was, and then we had the 78, which is unfairly classed as an 82 in the base game, and also with a turbo, which it definitely does not have. That car set like a 32.9, very, very slow because it just wasn't very quick. Yeah, so this one, I was originally going to say it was going to slot somewhere in between, but that first lap has given me quite a bit of hope that this is going to maybe beat out the 96. Which, I don't think the 96 is like massively more powerful than this, to be perfectly clear. I mean, this is 220 horsepower. That, I don't remember it too well, but if that was making like 250, I'd be astounded. So, yeah, definitely not expecting it to, you know, this isn't going to be like a massive achievement if this beats that. That might be, though, 31.129. Wow. So, these little sort of super minis can be quick around this course. Stuff like Fiat Puntos, Lancia Ys. We've seen those all day be like quick, like sub 31 cars. Japanese super minis don't really seem to be able to be that for some reason. Sort of Starlets, Micras. We've had quite a lot of them, but the only ones that are like any good really was a couple of the Demios which have managed to be quick, and that was sort of it. But this just seems to be quick, which is quite an achievement. It's not amazing to drive. It feels very light, which you'd expect because it only weighs like 700 kilos. But it almost feels... I'm trying to think of the best way to describe this, but this is not This both is and isn't at all what it's like to drive. It almost feels like it's so light the wheels aren't connected to the ground sometimes. Like it just hasn't got enough weight to actually like maneuver it around corners, which is interesting, but yeah, this looks like we're on for a pretty good lap out of the old 80s Starlet. Come on, Starlet. 30.860. David Goliath. That's not all what I was expecting. I was expecting this to be a puny little car. It's just sort of trundles, and we try really hard to try and get it to go over a 32 second, but that was... wow. I mean, it's silent but deadly, I guess. It makes absolutely no noise whatsoever, which is still freaking me out. But, yeah, wow. Wow, impressive. Unfortunately, it does mean there's another tie on our leaderboard, and I hate ties, but there we go. 30.860. What a car. So a 30.860, that will put it in a tie with the Opel Tigra. Goes into 174th place. It is quicker fractionally than the Alfa Romeo 166 Twin Spark. It's quicker than a Silvia Case, quicker than a Nissan 200 SX, quicker than the Mercury Cougar, which is the most powerful front-wheel drive car in the game. There you go. Quicker than 323 Ci, quicker than the Astra, quicker than the Demio, the GL. So that's our new fastest Japanese Super Mini, as far as I'm aware. Only loses out very fractionally to the 97 Civic Type R, Citroen Saxo. So yeah, I mean, that's impressive. That's wildly impressive. I was not expecting. I mean, I'm happy it's this Starlet that turns out to be the quick one, but yeah. I definitely was not expecting that. The 1997 Lotus Elise GT1. One of my personal favourite British cars of all time. I love the Elise GT1. It's just a crazy concept. Here's an idea for our racing car. Let's just stretch the Elise, stick a V8 in it and send it out. And they did. And it didn't go well. This car sort of got lost for a while in games. It was in GT2 and then basically nothing else, and then Forza all of a sudden came along and shone a giant spotlight on this car. It became one of the best cars in its class in that game, and everyone moaned it was OP, but I loved it because finally the Elise GT1 getting its time in the sun. So I'm hoping we can continue to beam that ray of sunshine onto it as it goes around our course. Admittedly, I'm not expecting this to be massively fast. Mid-engine rear drive, 622 horsepower, 803 kilos. Good stats, but they do sort of scream a little bit of uncontrollability, but we'll find out. We're doing pretty well with the uncontrollable British cars at the moment, so here's hoping this one goes well. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, so time of 27.223. The Elise GT1 is not beating that. Statistically, I suppose this wouldn't be that far off, but yeah, it's just not going to quite have the controllability, I feel. It's only under 30 club straight away though, so I'm going to start saying about what I think they should be aiming for. And I was going to say Lister Storm. I think maybe the Storm is a bit unoptimistic for this. We'll see. Lister Storm currently sits with 29.5. And that car was, again, sort of a GT rival to this car, but also not very quick. 29.480, so it's quicker than that. Can it go any quicker? I mean, beyond that, we get Vector, the WH twin turbo. That set a time of like a 29.0. Oof. I think that's our quickest, or one of our quickest mid-engine cars. I don't think this is going to be like a Spas F1 or XJR15. XJR15 is 28.584. I think that's going to still lull the roost on vaguely normal mid-engine cars. Because technically, I suppose the XJR15's got a bit of an advantage in both it is and is not a race car, but then again this has the oh god, the racing mod. So the problem with this, it has the Toyota GT1's problem, which to be fair makes sense. So the GT1 just was uncontrollable over the bumps. It really does not like going onto the grass, which is 100% understandable given the sort of car it is. But you get cars like the R390 and the XJR15 that just sort of eat the bumps. This seemingly doesn't want to do that. There's also a little bit of turbo lag out the corners, 28.979. I could definitely be quicker, but it's the gear ratios are very slightly too short or too long. I'll show you what I mean. If you're just changing into a little bit of a lull spot there, I'd like it to change up at about 7,000 RPM. I think it'd be a lot better for it. I mean, it hasn't done too badly. It definitely has not done too badly at all. But yeah, there's just a bit of a lull. You can sort of see it there for when the turbos kick in. About 6,000 RPM, so like properly kick in. So yeah, a bit of a shame on the old turbo lag there. That was a pretty decent lap, but it just doesn't. Quite annoying. It looks all over the place. I think I would suggest there is probably 0.2 in there, but it'd be a tall task to get 0.2 out of it. It's just a little bit limited. It's not quite, I suppose, like the real car. It's just not quite there. It's not quite finished, almost. You know, you want a little bit more power. You want it to be a little bit nicer over the bumps. You want a little bit more downforce, because it doesn't actually feel like it's generating a lot of turning grip either. Bit of a shame. I mean, I'm not surprised, and I think it actually did quite well considering, but I'd have liked a little bit more. The 1991 Mazda Affini RX-7 Type R. This is the oldest of all of the FD RX-7s in this game, but that shouldn't make you count it out, because it's definitely not the slowest, because that belongs to the Touring X, the 4-speed auto version. So yeah, we'll see how this one gets along. I am quietly positive. This is the first RX-7 we've had that's run the classic Renown livery, of course, known from the 787B and to a lesser extent the 767 and a bunch of other cars. I love this livery. I know people like to hate it now for some reason, but I very much am a fan of it. Admittedly, I think the one on this car is probably executed the worst, because there's sort of some weird black and grey triangles. You've got a black wing and you've got horrible wheels that don't suit the car at all. But some of the other versions of this livery that we'll see going on the 96 cars are a lot better. Anyways, I mean, it's still a classic regardless. Front engine, rear-wheel drive, 440 horsepower, 1,076 kilos. As you would expect, that's slightly down on what some of the other FDRX-7s get in terms of power. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The RX-7 Type R, unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to end up, it's really hard to keep track of all the RX-7s, but what you need to know is they are very quick indeed, and this one looks like it's going to be quick as well. Yeah, we've actually, the RX-7 is one of the very few cars that you can very much count on consistently being in the under 30 club. along with stuff like Imprezas and Evos. This completely walks Japanese rivals. It completely destroys the NSX and the Supras and that sort of stuff. So this is a very good car, very nice to drive, very good to see. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I was thinking this was going to be slow for an RX-7. Turns out I was wrong. So the quickest RX-7 we've had is the A-Spec. That actually, much like this though, to be fair, that was a bit measured on the power output. I'll talk about that in a second. But the A-Spec, I think that's at the time of 29.586. So yeah, this is quick. So it's worth mentioning that the A-Spec is actually a good point. That the A-Spec was the quickest RX-7, but it's definitely not the most powerful. We've had some of the later 97, I think we've had a couple of 98 cars as well. No, 97s are the latest we've gone. So we've had some of the 97 RX-7s, and they've set times, 29.9. I think we've had one do a 29.7. And those cars had over 530 horsepower, but it's the A-Spec that turned out to be the quickest normal road-going one. So, yeah, maybe less power in these cars is helping them significantly. That was a stonker of a lap, but I also absolutely destroyed that final sector with a skid. So I'm hoping we can get one final good run out of this. Yeah, I need a better run, because the front end, a little bit of lack of front end turning on there. So we'll try and get a run up and see how this goes. Just wanting to see sort of lap times where we're at the moment. We're doing well. I'd say when I was having a look at the lap times, there's just a lot of information on this text document, and it's really hard to read when you're trying to do something else, so I try to avoid doing that, because I don't want to mess this one up. Being carried. My favourite thing about these RX-7s as well, they don't feel quick. Well, that's even worse. It's that final sector. Pesky final sector. That's a 29.6 car. That's definitely a 29.6 car. It's just that final sector really trips it up. Damn. I don't know how much time loss there actually was there. I could see I was definitely gaining on some of those laps. 0.482 was the quickest. Yeah, I don't think there's like 0.482 in there. I don't think it's going to go that much quicker, but yeah, it's that, for some reason, that rear exit, that's the only time you have issues with this car. But no, that's a phenomenal job from the old timer for the RX-7s, definitely. I'm just having a look now. Type RS, Type RB, they're the 97 cars we had go round, and they're sort of sitting around 29.9s. The A-Spec's 29.5, and this is now a 29.734. That will place this into 80th place. Goes in between a Viper GTSR and the Nissan Pulsar GTI-R, which is interesting. Quicker than the Impreza, the 95 Impreza wagon. Quicker than the Mazda 323 GTR, that's the all-wheel drive one. Quicker than the Audi TT Roof BTR Type 1. Yeah, slightly slower than the 91 Skyline GTR. What's annoying about that is this would have beaten that if it wasn't for that kink off the final corner. Yeah, that's a good car. That's a great car, actually. No denying that is a good car. I underestimated it being the oldest FD. I thought it was going to be low 30s, but no, as it turns out, it's a lot higher than that. The 1999 Tommy Kyra ZZS Coupe. This is a certified Gran Turismo classic, a car that began its life in GT2 and continued on until the 6th game of the series, but by that time it built itself quite a loyal following. The Japanese Lotus is what this essentially was. It's far more known in Gran Turismo than it ever was in real life, because if this car wasn't in Gran Turismo, no one would know about it. To be honest with you, outside of those slightly strange Japanese-obsessed people, we wouldn't know about Tommy Kyra at all if it wasn't for GT, in my opinion. So, yeah, the ZZS is a big part of that. A very cool car, this. And I'm hoping it's going to be better than its European equivalent, the Elise. Although this was actually designed before the Elise, which is interesting, although by ex-Lotus engineers, so there you go. But no, I'm hoping this is better than the Elises have been, because the Elises, barring the GT1 that we had a couple of episodes ago, all of them have been not very quick, so be interesting to see how this gets along. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 283 horsepower, 597 kilos, very Elise spec statistics. Admittedly, though, this one has a Nissan engine in it and not a Rover engine, which should mean it will at least work. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land tracking order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set the time of 27.223. The Tommy Kyra ZZS Coupe, unlikely to beat that. Now, in terms of things for the Tommy Kyra to beat, the Elises. The quickest Elise we've had has been the standard one, that's at the time of a 31.519. This one is aiming for that. Now, admittedly, wow, that's actually quite quick. Admittedly, this does have more power, but the Elise's issue was not power or anything like that, it was just uncontrollable. Far too light for its own good. So this car's really going to prove if 600 kilos just makes a car, like, just totally undrivable, or if there is actually advantages to being that light. We saw that Starlet a couple of episodes ago. That was quite well. Wow. Okay. It's quicker than the Elise, boys. That is stonking good, actually. So I guess from here, MR2 GTS, I think that's at like 30.649. Admittedly, the GTS MR2 has well over 400 horsepower. I think it might have even been a 500 horsepower car, that one. So if this can beat that, that will be a huge achievement. But for right now, that is, yeah, very quick. So evidently it's not a weight problem. You know, it's not a problem of putting far too much power in far too little of a car and then driving it around a go-kart track that's the issue. It's just the Lotus engineers aren't very good, apparently. Or, you know, the ones Tommy Carter got were the good ones, I don't know. But, either way, very interesting to know. I like the race mod on this as well. I didn't discuss the racing modification. It is sort of, I guess, a bit simple, but it's the exact sort of race mod you'd expect a low volume sports car to have, you know. It's simple because it doesn't need to be too shouty. A little bit of understeer on that front end. Okay, so it's still suffering, you know, you could say that's my fault, and to be fair, you'd have a point, but a little bit, we find this on these light cars, these mid-engine rear-wheel drive cars, the front wheels, there's not enough weight pushing the front down to really get good turning grip, which is the problem with these cars. So you get understeer through some of the continuous corners. For like little corrections and stuff, it's brilliant. Like, the handling's really snappy. It's just long corners like that, this car just gets stuck at. Just cannot deal with them whatsoever. 30.775, we'll take that. We will take that, that is good. That is quite interesting for a reason you'll see in a second. But yeah, good car, good car. Okay, so good car, don't get me wrong. Couple of issues, again, we mentioned that sort of long continuous corners this seems to struggle with just from the understeer. Another thing to really raise on this is that issue happened when I tried to push it, and we saw that second lap was the quickest one, which is usually a bad sign. A car really can't be pushed too much. It needs that sort of first lap, the feeler lap, where I don't really try and go extreme on it. I just try and set a good banker time. This car benefited from that. So yeah, a bit of an issue there in that you just can't really get it down too well. So, but nevertheless, it set a good lap time. We will take it. A 30.775 puts it into 164th place, which means it is 1,000th of a second quicker than the new Beetle, 2,000th of a second quicker than the Corvette, and 4,000 up on the EG Civic. Yeah, I hope there's never a tie in that section of the leaderboard. I just want everything to be within, you know, 1,000th of each other. I think that would be hilarious, because I mean, there's not too much gap between this and that Skyline now, so yeah, interesting. Interesting placement for this. In terms of cars, this is comparable to, not quite as quick as the MR2 GTS. As I mentioned, that car was pushing 500 horsepower, so that's a good one. TVR Griffith as well, one of the slowest TVRs we've had because it was just mad. NSX, quicker than the NSX, quicker than Type S NSX, so yeah, that's quite surprising considering the NSX has perhaps the polar opposite issue with this car. This car's too light and too powerful, whereas the NSX just isn't enough of either because it's naturally aspirated and can't really make a good amount of power. So yeah, interesting. I'm glad to have given the ZZS a drive around there, and I'm glad that it didn't handle like an Elise at all, because, you know, this is 0.7 up on an Elise, something like that. So for obvious reasons. The 1998 Honda Logo TS. The Honda Logo. The shortest lived car ever to enter the UK market. It lasted just 3 months. The Logo, when it came here, because it was already quite old in Japan. We got it in 2001, and this is a 1998 car for reference, but this would pave the way for the Jazz. And I've always liked the Honda Logo. I had an uncle who had one of these, which is great. So I remember this car quite fondly. So yeah, Honda Logo, good car. Very interesting car in this game for a reason we'll get to in a second as well. So front engine, front wheel drive, 194 horsepower, 873 kilos. Not the most impressive stats, but not too bad. Unfortunately, I've ran the Logo in the racing modification. I would have loved to forego it because this car comes in a fantastic green colour, but this car has a bit of a quirk, so I'm hoping that's going to benefit it in this regard. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.223. The Logo unlikely to beat that. However, can you hear that? I'm sure you can. Get used to it. The Logo is, I think, the only normal petrol car in the game to have a CVT gearbox. So we've got a CVT in this car, which basically means it's going to rev to 6,000 and stay there, which is interesting. That might give this a bit of an advantage as it goes round, because, well, I'm not having to fumble around and change gears, so I can't be in the wrong gear ever in this car, unless it's reversed. And also, it means I'm constantly in the peak power band, so I'm always making peak power. So as much as this only makes 194 horsepower, I am essentially always making 194 brake horsepower. So that's interesting. That's one of the advantages of running this series with the stock gearboxes, because if you upgrade the gearbox on the Logo, you lose the CVT. Now, there are advantages to having conventional gearboxes, sort of right gear for right corner, stuff like that. I can't really slow the car down with engine braking anymore because that doesn't exist because it's got a CVT. The other thing, of course, is even though it is a CVT and it's constantly at the peak power, you'll see when it comes out of the corners, it does sort of take a little bit of time to hunt for the top of the rev range again. so that's something working against this. There's also the noise, which is primarily the reason we don't, well, we have a lot of CVT automatics these days, but all of them have to pretend to be manuals, to the point where the one on my old Civic, they called that the CVT7, because the idea was it was supposed to act like a 7-speed automatic, even though it was a... yeah, it is weird, it's silly, I don't like it. I mean, I get why this all the time could be annoying, but I mean, it is the most efficient transmission, so, you know. Anyways, it apparently is benefiting this car quite well, because 31.056 is the quickest we've been so far, and that is right on the level of some of the some very good front-wheel drive cars. That, so I mean, this with 194 horsepower, you wouldn't really expect it to be this far up. I think the only thing that really has come this far up is stuff like the Daihatsu Storia, the two-wheel drive Storia. I think that... So there you go. There's the problem there. Just on that final corner, I would have been able to, if I was in a manual, I was in second gear there, I would have been able to sort of ease that in and reduce that understeer. Whereas in this, I cannot do that. I just have to sort of slam the pedal and stay there. Well, no, that is vastly impressive for the logo. I was sort of half joking when I said this thing would have an advantage, but as it turns out, it really does. Yeah, that makes it like 0.7 quicker than a Micra, I think. So if you're choosing between the Micra and this is definitely the way to go. Is there a little bit more time in that? I think fractionally, maybe you could get it just in to the 30s, but I somehow doubt that is going to be happening, really. A 31.056 will place this into 202nd place. Goes in between a Peugeot 106 Rally and a Camaro, which is interesting. But no, the fact that it's close to a Peugeot 106 Rally, it beats the Fiat Barchetta, which is a good front-wheel drive car. Beats a great deal of them. Primeras, 97 Accord, Golf GTI. Beats all them. The Alfa Romeo 155 beats that. Again, as I mentioned, 0.7 quicker than the 97 Micra. It's about 0.5 up on the 96 Starlet. Only loses out really to the Demio GLX and the Storia. But even still, that is quite phenomenal from the logo. You know, there's definitely worse picks in this class. Quicker than the Corsa, there you go. That's another quick car as well, quicker than the Corsa. Quicker than the Rally Mini front-wheel drive. I'm just going down, seeing if there's anything else. Quicker than the Lotus Lan, Civic Ferio, the Mugen version anyway, the Ford Ka. For its class, for the Super Mini class, especially Japanese Super Minis, which, as we've detailed before, are not as quick as their European counterparts around here. That's quick. That's a really good job. So I guess it's a good car to call your logo. The 1997 Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition. If there's one car I keep hearing about in the comment section, it is the FTO LM Edition. How will the FTO get along compared to the GTO LM Edition? Will this be able to beat its bigger brother? That's the question we keep getting asked, so today it's time to answer it. The FTO has a couple of things going for it that the GTO doesn't, and likewise the GTO has a couple of positives over this vehicle, so it should be a pretty interesting battle. In terms of statistics for the FTO, four-wheel drive, 557 horsepower, which does mean it's down on power to the GTO, but only weighs 930 kilos, so power to weight rise, this car is quicker, and you don't really need a full 630 horsepower to be quick around here. So I'm expecting this to be quicker through certain sections. I'm expecting the handling to be a bit snappier on this due to its lower weight. Going into, I don't think it's going to be quite as consistent to drive around the corners. I think, you know, the GTO, you know the understeer is going to be with air, whereas with this it could jut out or slide out and you're not really sure what it's going to do. And traditionally, cars with really short wheelbases, stuff like the Secret Ice Race car, wasn't that quick around here, so maybe this car's a little bit too short and stubby for its own good, I don't know. But we'll see. I'd also like to have got this in green, but we'll deal with the black. The FTO LM edition, very cool looking in this game. I love the stocky appearance. It's got the giant wide rear fenders. The body kit, apart from sort of the rear bumper's a bit weird. A very cool looking car. I prefer this to the Super Touring car that was in the later games that took its bodywork off of the GT300 cars. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track build set best time it possibly can. Currently it is GTO LM edition, set time of 27.223. That's what the FTO is gunning for. Other such cars, second place, Sleeker Rally Car, 27.552, Tigra Ice Race Car, 27.713 in third. This is definitely going to go into the top 3. The question is, can it be the top numero uno? Well, its first lap, 28.844, that is pretty good. We'll try and get the usual sort of nice banker in, and then we'll really start to push it. Quicker through Sector 1. On that first lap, so that's good. Does feel a little bit more laggy in terms of power delivery. I'm not too surprised this will have some sort of ginormous turbo on it. The GTO also had that, but this will be a bit less consistent to keep its wheels spinning. Top speed throughout the lap is quicker in the FTO, which is something. 0.3 up on that first sector. So yeah, I mean, through that first sector, I was sort of expecting this to have the edge compared to the GTO. Sector 2, though, we're still up. Is it going to do it? 27.237. It is so close. Oh, man. So close. A little bit of a jut out on that final sector there. Can we keep the momentum going in favour of the FTO? Oh, we are quicker there. It's just getting it turned in for that final bit so difficult. That's not what I was expecting. I was expecting this to be able to do. I was actually expecting it to be quick through the final corner. I was expecting sort of sectors 1 and 3 to go to this and the GTO to just monster sector 2. Because it's so heavy, it can sort of keep on its weight-wise. You saw there, this got wafted around badly by the bump there. It's just, yeah, that weight helps it with the bumps as well. It definitely helps it with the bumps. Oh, we're getting a run, 27.131. It has done it. Can definitely go quicker. We'll take to the skies, see if that makes it any quicker. No. It can go quicker. It can go a little. There is a little bit on that lap. If you got like a sweet drift through there, you could definitely go a bit quicker. I mean, it's done it. Not by a lot though, which is interesting. That's yeah, interesting. So that does mean there's a bit of room for the 99 GTO to come in here, because the 99 GTO, which we haven't seen run, a little bit more power than the 97. I think it has a little bit less weight as well, different aero package. So we'll see how viable that car is compared to this one. But yeah. Wow, that Sector 3 was so much quicker on that other lap, but there's just not a lot of consistency in the way that drives. And again, I know we've said before, oh, if you get the good drift, you can go quicker. Like, yeah, but I can't pull that off consistently. I can't get the curb clip just right and get carried around just right all the time. And in this case, I didn't. Yeah. All right. We'll take that though. It is quicker, just not by a ridiculous amount. 27.131 puts it at the top of our leaderboard. Finally dethrones the GTO LM edition. 125 cars after that car took the top spot. So fractionally quicker than that. 0.4 up on the Celica rally car, 0.6 up on the Tigra ice race car. So we haven't quite managed to break into the under 27 just yet, or the under 26s, sorry. So be interesting to see when we can break into the 26-second barrier. There we go, that's the way that's supposed to be worded. But yeah, interesting. Still a little bit disappointed. I think there's a tickle more time in there. I don't think it's going to go under 26, but I think there's a little bit more time in there if you completely nailed that lap. But it's just too difficult in this car. It just hasn't quite... Yeah. I mean, it's the quickest of them all. It's one of the quickest cars in the game, no doubt. But, yeah, I think there's definitely a couple of cars that might just be able to pip that. The 1991 Toyota Aristo 3-litre V. A car that I was strangely obsessed with growing up. Whenever I used to see these in the used car dealership, for whatever reason I used to buy them. I thought it was like a super rare car or something that you just never saw. So I'm not quite sure what the deal was there, but nevertheless that's what I did, and ever since then I've been very fond of this generation of Aristo. Not as much as the next generation, the sort of the 97 that we have had go around, the Lexus GS300 version, but this is still a very cool car. A lot of upgrade potential and a lot of potential for this to be quick or terrible. I can't quite tell which way around this is going to be. It has got a very cool race mod. I'm not quite sure what this is based off. I think it's based off a car that ran in JTCC, but not quite an Aristo, because you can't picture an Aristo race car unless they made like a DTM machine out of it or something, but that never happened. So yeah, interesting nonetheless. Anyways, front engine, rear wheel drive, 553 horsepower, 1,435 kilos. Usually that would be a recipe for disaster. I used to think that was the case. However, recently, big four-door powerful cars have been doing quite well. Lexus GS400, Mercedes-Benz E55 AMG, Mercedes-Benz C43 AMG. All of them have been doing pretty well. So, here's hoping this one is, although I suspect this is going to be a 4-speed auto box, so be interesting to see. Anyways, this car's going to get 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is, after the last episode, the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition. I'm going to get used to saying FTO and GTO and try not to get the two mixed up. That set a time of 27.131. This is unlikely to beat that. As I mentioned, these big heavy saloon cars doing rather well recently, so should this go well, yeah, it is a 4-speed. Should this go well, a 30.5 could be in this car's future. Should this go wrong, a 32 would probably be in this car's future, and it'll sit it right around BMW 740i's and stuff like that. We had a naturally aspirated Aristo, and that car was not very quick at all, but this has the beauty of turbochargers, which can be a blessing and a curse depending on the car. But for a 4-speed automatic, if you can stay in the turbo band, which this seems to be doing, yeah, quite quick, 30.813. So definitely more the latter than the former, or the former than the latter, which is good. Still a big heavy car, so trying to extract lap time out of this is going to be interesting. I think what's probably helping this is it's been a while since I upgraded these, so I can't really 100% say. It's actually been about 6 weeks since I did any form of hot lapping at all, aside from the last couple of episodes that you've just seen. 341 onwards is this section. It's been about 7 weeks. And since then, it's gotten very hot, and I picked up some illness, so that's why you can probably hear that. But anyways, I think this has a stage 3 turbo in it. We like stage 3 turbos for this course because they're very consistent in their power delivery. I just had to smash that wall there because, yeah, it's a big, brutey, heavy car, this. and it's all power in this. It is all power. None of this is, I mean, it's all power and traction, essentially, because it's got good traction. Like, the rear end's not really coming out all that much, apart from there. But, yeah, it's all just traction, and weight is what's keeping this quick, and the power, obviously. It's got nothing to do with the actual handling characteristics, because this is not a good handling car in the traditional sense. You know, it is very heavy and brutish and all the rest of it. It's not, you know, GS400 was quite good, actually. Like, that car handled really nicely. This is not that. But we are going to go quicker on this final lap. 30.418. Not bad from the big Aristo. Yeah, that's, like I say, it's quick for all the reasons it really shouldn't be. You know, don't pick this car expecting it to be as good as something like a Mitsubishi GTO or a Legnum, or because it's not. Most tracks this is just going to get laughed out of the park. But because this is so heavy, because it keeps the traction, because it just pulls like a train, that's what makes it quick. So, yeah. Could it have gone quicker? Maybe. This is one of those cars where I'm not actually sure whether an upgrade gearbox would really help this. Because it'd give you, like, the opportunity to really use that power however you want, and you won't get bogged down, which can lead to a bit of the low speed issues. But also, do you need the gearbox to be that long to really help it get through the corners? If you put a big gearbox in this, would it just spin the wheels all the time and you'd end up nowhere? I don't know. They could possibly go that way. Anyways, a 30.418 will place this into 132nd place. Goes in between the Tommy Kaira M30 GTS and the Renault Clio Sport. Fractionally quicker than a Honda Accord SIR, quicker than the Audi A4 Avant, which is another big brutish car, quicker than the E55 AMG, which sort of started off this whole list of good driving, big powerful saloon cars. It's a 0.2 down on the GS400, and admittedly the GS400 probably is 0.2 down on where that should be realistically, so yeah, I'd definitely choose the GS400 over this, but still a phenomenal time. It's actually not even that much slower than the quickest Supra we've ever had. So that goes to show just how much good traction really helps you around this course. Because that's one of the few things this car had going for it. But no, I'm happy. I like this car, I like the race mod, and I'm happy it's as quick as it is. The 1998 Mazda Roadster 1.6 S package. This is our first race-modded NB to take on the course. We've had a couple of NBs go around. We had the VS and the D-Rights car that doesn't really count. So it'll be interesting to see how this one gets along with its race mod. This is the lightest of all of the NBs in the game. However, that does come at a cost of, well, straight-out power, because it's only the 1.6. And if the 1.6 litre NAs are anything to go by, they're not massively quick. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 244 horsepower, 909 kilos. Pretty okay-ish stats. Again, maybe would have liked to have a little bit less weight with the power, but there you go. Unfortunately, this race mod for the MB as well isn't the most exciting thing in the world. It's just sort of a stripe down it. You get the hardtop, which is cool, but no. For my favourite MX-5, this isn't one of my favourite race mods, I've got to be honest. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can, as the wheels unfortunately clip through it. Current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.131. This car obviously is not beating that. In terms of NBs, the slowest one we've had is obviously the D-Rights car. Then there is the Mazda Roadster A-Spec version, which sits with a 31.514. And then finally the 1.8 VS with a 31.127. Again, that's the 1.8. So I don't really know if there's much comparable to this. I guess the Roadster A-Spec, ideally. But it'll be the 1.8 RS, which will be the quickest of all of the NBs. And that's going to be the interesting one to watch and see if that can take the fight to the standard Unos Roadsters, the NA MX-5s. Because they've been pretty quick around here, and in fact they are currently the quickest of all of the MX-5s if you ignore the Master Speed versions, but they're all NA versions as well, actually, come to think of it, so there you go. 31.745 on its first flyer. This does feel like a pretty nice driving car. It is exactly what I suspected it would be. A very nice driving car, just not powerful, so it can't really do a whole lot in terms of its... Sorry, just had to pause there because it sounded like World War III was happening, and then it turns out it's just the red arrows or something going overboard. So, fair enough. Right, anyways, where were we? We was on with this little red arrow, this white and red striped symbol of excellence with its strange gold wheels. You know, I was saying a couple of episodes ago about how they nailed the wheel choice on the Starlet. This is not one of the cars they nailed the wheel choice on. I think it's the same race mod for the NB as well, so the NB, oh sorry, the 1.8 RS, so I think we're just going to use the different colour scheme for that one. So this has got the white and red, and that's going to run the silver and blue, I think is the other one, or maybe it'll be white and blue on that. I don't know if there's some slight colour differences and wheel differences between the two. Anyways, 31.478 was set, so that does mean this is slightly quicker than that A-Spec Roadster. I can't remember what engine was in that A-Spec, I can't remember how quick it was. If I had to guess, it was a detuned version of the 1.8. By detuned, I don't mean like it's actually detuned from factory, because that wouldn't make any sense. But it's compared to the tuning potential you can get with the actual 1.8 in the game, the pre-tuned cars usually have very slightly lower limits to the upgrades. Anyways, we're going to go fractionally quicker there, 31.360. I feel like there's at least 0.1 in that to come out of that, because that was actually quite nice to drive. That's one of those cars where, to be honest, I could probably drive this around all day and be quite happy. Although the wheel clipping through it is a little bit disconcerting, but yeah, good car to drive, very solid. Just, yeah, it's everything I expected it to be. There's just not enough power to really make it top tier. So, Sector 2 a little bit slower on that lap. I think I did dip a wheel on the grass at some point, so maybe that explains some of it, but as I've sort of detailed before, the sectors don't really link into each other all that well. But no, good time, good time. 31.360 will place this into 241st place. Goes in between the Honda Accord Wagon and the Toyota Corona. It is quicker than a Celica Elegant Sports version, quicker than an AW11 MR2 and a 2000 GT. So, quicker than the GTR, the 1971 GTR as well. So, quicker than a lot of 80s rear-wheel drive cars, quicker than the Corolla 11. Yeah, I mean, it's there with the Nissan Sunny, which was another great car to drive, just not a lot of power in it. And stuff it's slower than is some of the really uncontrollable stuff. The 4-speed RX-7, Tom's Supra, the SVX with its 4-speed box, that wasn't very good. But it's not a million miles off those cars, and again, I think there's probably 0.1 in there if you sort of kept bombing round and round and round, so good car, good car. There's just a lack of power, which is something we can easily rectify, and we'll see that in the coming months. The 1990 Daihatsu Mira TR-XX. Yes, this is the angry Daihatsu Mira, and it's here on a mission to be an okay key car. Yeah, I like this car quite a bit. I love the race mod on it, the blue with the white stripes. You couldn't get that on a Viper in GT2, but you could get that on the Daihatsu Mira TR-XX's race mod. And then just the white text Daihatsu placed on it, like an image they forgot to remove the background off. Absolutely fantastic. Anyways, four-wheel drive, 185 horsepower, and 659 kilos. Pretty standard key car stuff. Let's see how it gets along. It is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. It's got double exhausts. Interesting. To set the best time it possibly can, currently it is the Mitsubishi FTO LM edition, set a time of 27.131. So the Mira TR-XX, unlikely to beat that. In power reasons, this is known as the Cuore, which is something that I don't think it was actually sold as over here. We would recognise this more closely as the Perogula Nipper, which was a very sort of low-budget Malaysian brand that bought the tooling for this after it ended production and turned it into a Perogula, which was the cheapest car on sale in the UK at the time. I think it's like 4,995 quid, which is actually, I think, about the same as you could get the rebodied Maestros for. So, yeah, interesting to say the least. Which one do you choose? A 16-year-old British Leyland product or a Daihatsu Mira stamped together by the Malaysians? I guess the choice really is up to you on that one. Yeah, I suppose the reason this is going around here, for those of you who don't know, this should, if this lines up, come out on or around the 23rd of August. Honestly, I've stopped trying to get this to match up, so I'm just doing it now. And that should mark the anniversary of this car being called the TR-XX for the first time by Empty Box, who did his GT2 playthrough on this date, which is yeah, a very good playthrough. I recommend it. It was sort of it was a big influence of mine in the early days, I guess. It made me do my original GT2 LP actually, which I suppose got us to roughly where we are here today. Not quite, but you know, that and a bunch of other factors helped. So that's very cool. So I figured I'd pay tribute to the man himself. So there you go. Anyways, in terms of key car, this sure drives like a key car. Drives like every other key car in the game. In the sense that it's not got much power, but you know, traction and all that's pretty decent. Four-wheel drive, just not all that quick. 32.418. Where's that going to put it at the moment? Right around the Move and the Cappuccino. I mean, so the 1990 Suzuki Alto Works, which I guess is the other option. So you can buy this or the Alto Works. I think they both work out to probably be the cheapest used cars in the game you can get. It's either that or, like, I think one of the crummy Celica's and the 323 as well, which are better cars than these, but still. Yeah, the Mira and the Alto Works, and right now it looks like the Alto Works is the way to go. I think that's sitting, I think that might have managed to somehow get over the 32-second barrier. 32.199 on its final lap. Time really flew there because I was gonna do another lap in it. I didn't realise that was the final lap for this car. But yeah, good. It's fractionally slower than the Opti Aerodown peaks. Okay, it does work. I just realised this car makes so little power. Okay, now it is. If you do it around a corner, it does. I was pressing the handbrake and it just wasn't doing anything. That's how either too much power or how weak and pathetic the handbrake is, or how little power it's making that the tyres aren't even spinning when you're trying to do that with it. Interesting. Anyways, yeah, good lap time, good car. It drives like a key car. They all drive the same, man. These are all the same car. They just are. 32.199 places it into 310th place. It goes fractionally slower than the Opti Aerodown Beaks, So in 8 years, Daihatsu managed to go 6 thousandths of a second quicker and make a car far uglier than this. And that had a lot more power than this as well, to be fair. But this is quicker than a Mitsubishi Mirage Cyborg, the HKS drag car, a 1.6 litre Unos Roadster, quicker than the Suzuki Alto Works, the 97 version. But again, as I mentioned, the 90 32.0088, so this is 0.1 of a second slower than that. And to be fair, you'd probably notice it in this, because time moves a lot slower when you're driving a key car. So, yeah, there you go. The 1991 Toyota Celica GTR ST182. The front-wheel drive Celica from this generation. The cheapest Celica you can buy from the dealer. I have a strangely fond memory of buying this car for some reason. It wasn't my first car I ever bought in GT2, but I remember specifically doing a playthrough where I bought one in silver. I don't know why I specifically remember that, but I do. Either way, fond memories are probably not going to save this thing from being relatively mediocre. Front engine, front wheel drive, 267 horsepower, 1,113 kilos. Those are not massively impressive stats, and Celicas haven't been massively impressive around this course. Either way, we will find out how mediocre it is, as it's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Editions at a time of 27.131. The Celica GTR is very unlikely to beat that, despite having, well, despite being called the GTR. I think this one also had 4-wheel steering, but I don't think Gran Turismo replicates that. I could be wrong though. I don't think it does on the Preludes either, which also have that. In terms of where this is going to end up, the slowest Celica we've had is the Celica concept car, the XYR Detroit Show version, 31.761. That did not make an awful lot of power, so this should beat that. Other Celicas all hang around like 31.3. I think we've got an Integra down at like 31.9, one of the more base Integras, so if this can beat that, that would be a bonus. Right now, 31.771, and that wasn't an especially quick lap. So it looks like it's going to beat the XYR, which would be nice. But yeah, this does have racing modification. I decided not to use it, just because I think it looks more interesting. It is one of those cars where it's like, is there even any point to really running the racing mod? Because it's going to make it like excessively quicker, and all the racing mod on this generation of Celica is exactly the same. So, I mean, obviously it's not going to be beating the other ST185 anyway, although this is an ST182, but still, it's very hard when they're all sort of different chassis codes depending on the trim. But yeah, this isn't beating an ST185. As mediocre as the ST185 was, this is not going to get anywhere near that, so no racing mod for this one. Also, like 267 horsepower, is the racing mod even really going to help it? I don't know. We've got a couple more front-wheel drive Celicas to go around. I was just thinking, we had the newer version of this car. I think that's with the gaggle of Celicas that sort of hang around 31.3. So, I don't know. This looks like, I think a 31.5 is probably possible in this. We will see on this final flying lap. It's one of those weird cars you have to adjust yourself, because you really don't need to be as hard on the brakes in this, because it doesn't go particularly quick anyway. Ah! Bollocks, hit the wall. Well, that's this time gone. That's a shame, because I don't think that was an especially quick lap time. I think there's a little bit more in this. I still don't think it would have been like matching 31.3, but yeah, 31.4 may have been possible from the Celica GTR, but nevertheless, that's where it's going to end up, which, to be fair, isn't bad, all things considering, for this car. Yeah, alright. So, I mean, it's the slowest GTR we've had, because it's slower than the Skyline, the old Skyline, but not by as much as you expect. If this managed to beat that, that would have been very interesting. to say the least. So, yeah, I mean, there's apparently 0.2 on that second lap. I'm not 100% convinced that's massively accurate, considering the sector times, but I think there's like a 31.4 in this, maybe. I think that last lap I maybe would have been able to make up a couple of hundredths of a second. I don't think it would have been going into like 31.3 territory or anything like that, but I still, considering the car, I don't think it's done too bad. A 31.517 will place this into 255th place. Goes in between a Mazda Roadster A-Spec and the Lotus Elise, which actually doesn't sound too bad. Quicker than the Mugen Accord, quicker than the Renault Megane Coupe, which is pretty comparable to this. Lotus Elan is quicker than the March, which actually wasn't that bad of a car. In terms of stuff, it's slower than, it's only fractionally slower than the FTO GR, and I do think this might have been able to beat that. Acura Integra GSR as well is up there. So, and Nissan Sunny. So it's right around sort of this level of front-wheel drive car, to be fair to it. So, yeah, I'd say it's a pretty good lap time. It's quicker than the XYR Detroit show, which is the slowest Celica we've had, and the Celica, the 1983 Celica, the oldest one, which is only slightly quicker than that. The 1997 Subaru Forester STTB. This car was requested by Inferno the Fox, who apparently has great taste because he likes the Forester as much as I do. I love this very first-gen Forester. Before crossovers were overplayed and dull, shapeless blobs, you had the Subaru Forester STTB. Basically, it was Impreza-sized, slightly taller, big mad turbo engine. These cars were very cool, and it would go on to have a facelift, and then we'd get the Forester XT, I believe it was called, with the turbo, and it was basically a WRX without the insurance premiums. I almost bought one. I loved it. It was blue with a silver underbody, but unfortunately it sold 5 minutes before I showed up to go and have a look at it. So unfortunately, I did get a Forester, but kind of wish I did, although my wallet with the fuel economy does not. The race mod on this one, unfortunately, is not two-tone. It's very strange, this sort of strakes with the yellow. I'm surprised this has a race mod at all. Shout out to the fake sort of nailed-on rear window, which is an interesting decision on this car, but that's what it has. I don't know if this is based on anything. I'm sure someone's taken a Forester racing at some point, but yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how this gets along compared to the Impreza and Legacy Brethren. I don't think it's going to be as quick, but we will find out. Four-wheel drive, 389 horsepower, 1,152 kilos. Let's go ahead and get on the track. This car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to 5-speed. Manual, okay, interesting. This car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition, set a time of a 27.131. This Forester unlikely to beat that. In terms of direct rivals to this Forester, there's only a couple that I can really think of in this game, and we've only had one of them round. That is the Mazda 323F Sportswagen. That currently sits in 157th place with a 30.705, so I'm hoping some of the Subaru genes in this will make this a little bit quicker than that, because statistically this isn't too bad, but obviously you've got to factor in it's quite a heavy car, and it's also sort of quite top heavy as well. In case you're wondering, the other rival to this car, probably the Toyota Caldina GT. Wow, okay, under 30 club. That actually means it probably beats an Impreza, a couple of legacies. I was not expecting that from the Forester. Alright, cool. Yeah, the other one is the Caldina GT4, which we haven't had round yet. Caldina, sort of similar, two-tone. Caldina, another car I'd actually love to own as well, because the Caldina is just mental. Basically think, if you're a European, think Toyota Avensis with Celica GT4 engine. And hopefully it drives better than the Celica GT4 does around this track, although the ST205 wasn't too bad. Yeah, this is, it's alright. There's a bit of you can tell this is not like an Impreza or a Legacy or even close to that really. There's a lot of lean on the suspension. This has racing suspension, but it's still a little bit softly sprung, not quite onto sort of Impreza or Evo levels. 29.498. Oh, wow. That soft suspension doesn't seem to be, you know, disadvantaging it too much because it seems to be getting up there in lap time. That's quick. Yeah, it's yeah, just a bit soft, but other than that, pretty good. Maybe going a bit cheeky with that corner cut through there, but this is the Forester, so a little bit of understeer as well, as you sort of would imagine with softly sprung cars such as this, but not quite going to get it around there. There's no real other crossovers to compare this to in the game, so this is going to be the fastest crossover. We are going to hit the wall there. Yeah, it's not quite as you can sort of see the lean as I illustrated through these final corners. Go for a bit of a drift-do session. Yeah, there's a lot of lean in there. It's not quite as nice to drive as like a Legacy or an Impreza, but I am honestly immensely shocked at that pace because that is very quick indeed, especially for this sort of vehicle. I am very, very impressed with how that drives. Really cool. Awesome car. Absolutely awesome. Could have gone quicker, apparently, as well. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if there's another 10th in there or so. I think that 10th would be very hard to extract, but definitely possible to get that out of it. I'm astounded by that. That's really, really good. A 29.498 will place this into 67th place. It is, well, with a bunch of other Subarus, it's slightly slower than the Impreza sedan and the Impreza wagon from 1996, which is basically what this is based on. So I guess that's a really good place for this to end up. It's quicker than a Lancia Delta HF Integrale, it's quicker than a Nissan Stagia, quicker than the Escort Rally Car, quicker than a Lister Storm V12, quicker than a Mitsubishi Galant VR4. It is quicker than Evo 3, R32 GTR, Nissan Pulsar Sunny, one of the STI Imprezas. It's quicker than a bunch of Imprezas and stuff because they're all sort of littered around this side of the board. Quicker than a Tommy Kyra R, quicker than the Golf Rally Car, quicker than a Viper GTS, quicker than the 97 WRX wagon, although that car didn't run race mod, so I guess you could sort of claim in favour of that one. But yeah, super impressive, super impressive stuff. The 1999 Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo MR, also known as the 3000 GT VR4 MR, depending on your region. If you've been around this channel for any length of time, you'll know this is my favourite of the classic 90s JDM sports cars. Everyone loves the Skylines and the NSXs, but for me, the GTO is where it's at. It's one of the all-time best-looking sports cars, in my opinion. Yes, I know it's a little bit overstyled, but that's kind of the point. It is just an insane car, big wing, full exhaust pipes, you got the strakes down the side. It looks phenomenal. I love this last generation of GTO. This is my favourite generation of all of the GTOs. I love it dearly. It's my sort of sports car as well because it's more of a luxury cruiser than it is an actual full-on track-focused sports car. This is the sort of thing you could actually live with every day. Although it is a Mitsubishi, so whether it starts every day is a different topic. Anyways, these cars are very quick around here. Not only do I love these cars in the real world, I also love driving these cars around this track. Out of all of the JDM sports cars, the GTOs are just the most composed, which means they're the quickest. They have the power of the Skylines, but the controllability of the RX-7s and none of the wishy-washiness of the NSXs, if that makes sense. In terms of power, it's got a lot of it. Four-wheel drive, 705 horsepower, awful lot of torque, but an awful lot of weight, 1,486 kilos. I should point out, this is the lightweight one. This is the MR. In case you're curious, there is the 1999 normal twin turbo and this, the MR. The MR is slightly lighter. The twin turbo, while both of them start out the same, the twin turbo with upgrades actually has more power, a significant amount as well. It's about 30 horsepower up on this. So that one's going to run the race mod. The standard SR is going to run the race mod as well, the four-wheel drive, naturally aspirated one. So I've elected not to run race mod on this, because otherwise we'd be triple dipping in GTO race mods, and I can't look that biased towards the last generation of GTO. So we're running this car stock, which I think is the best way to appreciate it anyway, because it is a fantastic looking car. Standard. Bit hard to choose between the red and the green, but for me the timber green pearl is the colour for this car. Anyways, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Lander track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.131. This car obviously isn't beating that. Although, interestingly, the GTO LM Edition was the previous fastest car, so a little bit of a family lineage there. Speaking of GTOs, they have been phenomenally quick around this course. They're all basically around the same time at 28.8. So we'll see if this one can match its brethren or beat them. I'm hoping beat them, because that will be a really good sign for when the normal twin turbo goes around the course. That is quick through there. I apologise for all the Discord notifications going off. This car is quick. It is very quick, actually. That is ridiculous. A little bit on the heavy side, you can feel it, but 28.261. Oh, wow, okay. This is quicker than the normal GTO. Much quicker than the normal GTO, my god. Yeah, like I say, most of them 28.8, so this one is a bit more up there. Hopefully we can go a little bit quicker. I would love to get it. I don't think there's 0.2 in it, but I would love to get another 0.2 out of this. Get it right on the cusp of the 27s. I think that would make this one of the very first normal road cars to get into the 27s. And there will not be a lot of them that do that. I would look at the leaderboard and fact check that for you, but bit difficult. There is two normal road cars have got into there at the moment, 3 actually, because the Evo 5 RS or whatever it was called, the one that ran the leaderboard for a while, the other Mitsubishi, because of course it's another Mitsubishi. It is the R390 and the Roof BTR 3.8. They're the only 2 other ones to do it. Scrappy laps need to get into the zone. Am I talking this up too much? Can I even get it there? That's the question. I think it's already done a pretty valiant effort, considering. It's just one of those cars where you can push it. It's just a bit difficult to push it, and because it's so fast, trying to make up any time is quite irritating. A little bit of kick out on the tail there as well. I don't think we're going to get any quicker, but could it do it? I think there's a little bit more time in there. Yeah, I was not expecting that 261 on that first flyer. That is phenomenally quick. That's a really good car to drive. I am very excited to drive the 99 now. Yeah, it's a little bit... The problem is, because it's so heavy, getting more out of it and pushing it, a little bit difficult. You're gonna have to start getting really liberal with that hill, I think. If you completely like shot it off that hill and timed it perfectly right, instead of trying to make the other corner, probably could go a little bit quicker. But no, apparently that was like the full-on quickest lap. It's also interesting to note, this is only 3 kilometers behind that FTO LM edition, and if I'm being perfectly honest, the GTO LM edition was, I think that was hitting like 140, so this is quicker than the GTO LM edition down the straight, which is just insane to think about. But yeah, it's just one of those cars where when you try and push it, it just doesn't quite reciprocate. I definitely think there's some time to make up through the second and last sectors, but I think I sort of bobbed on that first sector, which I usually do on lap 2 and then never can replicate, which is very irritating, but there you go. Anyways, a 28.261 will place this into 17th. It is only fractionally slower than the Mainz Lancer Evo 5, Ford GT90, Ford GT40 and the Ford RS200, but it is quicker than the Roof CTR2, the Audi S4, the Altezza LM edition, the Daihatsu Storia rally car, the Evo 5 GSR, which bodes interesting for the race modded version of this, the standard car. Quicker than the Spas F1, quicker than the 98 Impreza. Yeah. The only, like I say, the only road cars this is slower than is the Evo 5 RS, the 22B, the R390 road car, the BTR4, and the GT40, because the RS200 is sort of technically a race car. So, yeah, and the Mainz Evo as well. So, yeah, no, that is a phenomenal step. I do think this might become a bit of a competition between sort of the Evos, the Roofs, and this on what's going to come out as like the quickest out-and-out standard upgradable road car in the game, which I'm very excited to see which car wins that battle. The 1999 Mazda Speed RX-7 GTC LM Edition. This is going to be interesting. So, fun fact about this car, this was originally supposed to be a racing mod for the RX-7 GTC, but for whatever reason they decided to turn it into an LM edition, which is a little bit baffling to me because this car has 3 LM editions. There's this one, the A-Spec from GT1, and the standard car, the standard LM edition, which I believe was also in GT1. And to complicate things even further, this car got a further LM edition in the transition to Gran Turismo 3. So I think this car probably has the most LM editions of any car in Gran Turismo history. It's either this or the Ford GT, which has had a lot as well. Obviously, they're a bit more recent. Anyways, this car is here with a purpose. The RX-7s have been very quick around here. They are super controllable, really nice to drive for rear-wheel drive cars. And so I got thinking, how quick is the LM edition going to be? We have had a racing RX-7 go around. We had the GT300 RE and Memia car, and that was very quick. So how quick is the LM edition? Or is it too much power and, you know, just not quite dynamically there enough for this course? Or is this going to really shock us and be super quick? I don't really know. There's not a lot of front-engine rear-wheel drive LM editions in the game anyway to compare this to. The only ones I can really think of are the Toyota Chaser and the Dodge Copperhead. And we've only had one of those go around. It was the Chaser, and it wasn't very good. So this should beat that. Anyways, front-engine rear-wheel drive, 566 horsepower, 960 kilos. Of course, FR powertrain. So should be interesting. Also, good amount of torque for a rotary. Usually these have no torque, but this one has more torque than power, which is interesting. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition. So at a time of 27.131, this car is unlikely to beat that. I think the top 5, 6, 7... top 7 cars are all 4-wheel drive and all extremely quick, so I don't think this has got any shot of beating any of those. Quickest rear-wheel drive car we have ever had was the STP Tizen Viper, which at the time of 27.999. I don't suspect this will be as quick as that was, but we'll see. In case you're wondering, the RE Memia at the time of 28.7, so that was 130 horsepower down on this, so I could see this being a bit quicker than that. 28.8 on its first flying run, which isn't a bad time. That Chaser's at a time of 28.9, so I think this does become de facto the quickest LM edition we've had. It's worth mentioning a lot of the LM editions from the prior games sort of got dulled down a bit for this. I think the Viper may have been an LM edition, but that's just the GTSR in this game, which isn't very good. And of course the Castrol Supra got turned more into a JGCC car, while as in the first game it was a bit more ambiguous as to what that was, and I guess it was more comparable to the LM editions. Of course, the most upsetting one between the first game and this game is the loss of the Impreza Rally Edition, which I know is something a lot of people are not happy about, because, yeah, we were all hoping... If the Impreza Rally Edition was in this game, yeah, that would be a very quick car indeed, but we had the 22B and that almost killed me trying to drag that lap time out of that car. Hopefully this one isn't as strenuous as that car was. So far so good. I mean, it drives like an RX-7, to be fair to it. A little bit of wheel spin on the exit out corners, 28.366. Quick. That's very quick actually, to be fair to it. And there's a little bit more time to be gained because there was a bit of a... Oh, never mind, it's the final lap. Damn. There's a bit of a rear end... Wow, okay, there is quite a bit of time to be gained out of that. That's annoying. Time just flew past in this. To be fair, is there... I mean... This is the problem, as the cars get quicker, it's a bit harder to get consistent lap times out of them. I think there's a little bit more time in there, but... I mean, the other thing with the RX-7s that is important to remember as well is even when you get like little moments and slides out of corners, it doesn't really affect them all that much. Like most rear-wheel drive cars, you have a really hard time trying to gather them back up. Like that, you'd have probably lost the rear end in any other rear-wheel drive car, but in this, not so much. That was the quickest as well. See, that's, again, it's one of those where it snaps so easily, but it's really controllable when it snaps, so... Is there even that much? I don't know. Oh, TVR Cerber LM Edition, of course. That's a front-engine rear-wheel drive one. It's beaten that, anyway. 28.366. We'll place this into 20th place. Quicker than the Celica Wed Sports GT300. Quicker than the Altezza LM Edition. That does make it the 4th quickest LM Edition we've had. 5th. Sorry, Vector M12. But it's the quickest front-engine rear-wheel drive one by far, so that's good. It beats the Cerberus by 0.3, beats that Chaser by like 0.6, beats the Amemia by 0.4. Quick car, very quick car, very impressive, as all RX-7s have been. And the interesting thing with this, of course, is I think this is going to be the slowest of all of the RX-7 LM editions because I think the A-Spec makes a little bit more power. And the A-Spec is just generally a very good car. And then the other LM edition, the standard one, has very wide rear fenders. And while you can't really see tyre sizes in this game, it is something the game factors in. And I think that car has like far wider rear tyres than this, which for a rear-wheel drive car will be a godsend. So I think that one is definitely one to watch as well. The 1991 Mugen Beat. The Mugen Beat. How dare you Mugen Beat people. Yes, the tuned Beat. It's been a while since we had a Beat. Good reason. Beats are not very good around this track. They are by far and away the slowest of all of the key sports cars. So how will the Mugen get along? Well, the first bit of good news for the Mugen Beat is this is our first turbocharged Beat, which means it goes from 90 horsepower to 130, which automatically probably makes it at least a second a lap quicker. This one's not running race mod. The final Beat that we have to run, the version Z, I believe it's called, that's running turbo and race mod, so that will be the quickest Beat. But maybe the Mugen will be even quicker with its fantastic deck lid. Definitely the best looking of all of the Beats. I quite like the hardtop. I imagine that's an insanely rare piece to find for your modern day Mugen Beats, but yeah. Anyway, it's a very cool car. It's slow, but it's very cool. Mid-engine rear-wheel driver, 130 horsepower. There's the problem with the Beat. That is the max power you can get out of a Beat, 699 kilos. So that means it is 50 horsepower down on the Cappuccino and 60 down on the AZ1, I believe. So, yeah, not a quick car. We'll see how least bad this can go. Bless it. This car's going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Look at those exhausts. Fantastic. Set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition. 27.131, the mug and beat. Unlikely to beat that. Get it? The Mugen beat, in terms of where this is going to end up, slow. So the previous beats, we had a standard beat, a 91 beat with the NA tune. That was 57. Oh, 57. Jesus, it was 57. 35.782 for the 91 beat. We then had the race modded but still naturally aspirated version F go round, and that was even slower. That set a time of a 35.979, meaning it is the 4th slowest car we ever had. So, yeah. It can't be much worse than that. I mean, it's beaten it on its first run, almost. So, you know. I guess a 34.5 would be nice out of this. I mean, God, what does this beat? So if it gets a 34.9, gears are going to be a problem on this. Trying to make sure you're in the right gear. Because it's high revving and, let's be honest, the turbo is not really doing much either. The highest... Oh, sorry. If it gets a 34.9, it will be a stock Mazda MX-5, that's the D-Rights car, which had no upgrades other than tyres. So if it could be quicker than that, then, I mean, that'd be good. I'm not being funny, that car didn't have much more power than this does. So there should be no excuse there. And any quicker than that, Mitsubishi Minica, 34.132, that's the PJ Minica. Not the Dangan. The Dangan's definitely out of reach, but the PJ... maybe. Although I somehow doubt it. How do I understeer into a wall? I thought the one advantage of this car is I was at least not going to have to brake. I guess because it's mid-engine rear-wheel drive, it means there's not a lot of bite over the front end. 35.083. I don't know if I'm hurting this by trying to sling it at corners. Like, the whole point of slow cars is you're not supposed to lose momentum, or like you're supposed to try and keep the momentum going as much as possible, which in this seems almost impossible because it's still understeering. I don't know how a 130 horsepower MR car understeers, but Honda found a way. Honda's a fantastic manufacturer. I love Honda, but this ain't it. And beats are pretty popular, so I don't know. Maybe someone at Polyphony really hated the beat and had to make this terrible. That almost worked. Dumping it into first gear almost got it around the corner quicker. What's a pitiful little car. 34.888. I will be honest, there's probably a bit of time in that, but this is not a good car. It doesn't even drive nice. Like, at least usually with these really slow cars, at least they're like pretty like fine to drive, like uncomplicated, but this just understeers, or like I don't know, it almost feels like there's different tyre compound on the front. Not a good car. A very bad, not good car, that. It does beat that D-Rights Roadster, but I don't even know if it should, to be honest. Times sort of all over the place. Sector 2 times that. Yeah, I mean, like I said, there is probably some time in that. If you sort of kept going at it over and over again, you could probably knock little bits out. I think we've found probably around the ceiling of this car. If it got over a 34.6, I would be amazed. But it's not even a good driving car. Thing is, you'll look at that and go, wow, you drove really badly. And, you know, I sort of agree with you. But also, it doesn't drive nice. If it drove nice, then at least there'd be a redeeming quality there. But there is not in this one. A 34.888 will place this into 351st place. It is fractionally quicker than the D-Right Roadster. It is almost over a second quicker than the standard 91B. So like I said, the turbo definitely makes a difference, but not enough to even come anywhere close to stuff like the Minica or the Servo or the Daihatsu Kuore or the Legnum ST, which was pathetic. Silver linings. It's quicker than the standard beat. That's as good as I can get you, I'm afraid. And there's another beat to go around with a racing mod. And if this is any indication, maybe the racing mod will help. Maybe it will keep that understeer in check. Or it could be like the other one and go even slower. I don't know. The 1992 Roof BR2. It is a roof in the GT2 Plus mod, so say the line with me. This is a car added with this mod based on unused content. Can you believe this one was unused? Neither can I. This is based on the roof-tuned 911 Turbo, apparently. So there you go, two-wheel drive only. Sold in Japan as well, only. Apparently this was an exclusively Japanese roof. I'm sure the Western world cried. Yeah, like I said, based on a 911 Turbo. And the 911 Turbo of this era was not four-wheel drive, so a little bit scary. Although, to be fair, the rear-engined rear-wheel drive roofs haven't been too bad. So I'm hopeful I can escape with my life on this one, although this one is a proper Widowmaker, so we'll see. Yeah, rear-engine rear-wheel drive, 567 horsepower, 1,205 kilos. Lot of torque, big turbos, as you'd expect. Yeah, we'll see how it gets along. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition, set at time of 27.131. The Roof BR2, completely did not have to look at the leaderboard to figure out which one this one was, is unlikely to beat that. In terms of the roofs, I think the slowest we've had is the RCT, that's set a time of 29.835. Nope, tell a lie, it was the CR4. Well, we don't talk about that one. So 29.8 is sort of what this is aiming for, because like I say, in case you're wondering, the Roof CR4 was a non-turbo Carrera, I think, tuned by Roof, and that car sucked. That car sucked really bad. Got a little bit of a snap of oversteer there. Yeah, I don't think we've got many two-wheel drive roofs to go anymore. I think it's mostly oh, there's the Yellowbird. I don't know, I think this is pretty balanced. As we've discussed quite a few times with the roofs, there's 12 of them now thanks to this mod. There was 8 before, now there's 12, and to be fair, they're all a little bit similar. I mean, this one is, I think, the second lowest power output of all the roofs. It's between this, the BTR Type 1 was low power, but the BTR Type 1 was also quite quick. 29.462, there you go. Maybe this one was a stolen Japanese treasure. We should get these back. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the roofs are a bit hard to tell because, I mean, they all go up in power, but weight-wise, they're all pretty much the same. And these rear-wheel drive ones, I mean, realistically, how much does power really matter once you're over 500 horsepower, you know? The difference between a 650 horsepower roof and a 567 horsepower roof is more death-dealing chances for oversteer, I guess. But the good thing with these cars is they offer really nice traction out the corners. That's sort of the one thing that's really shocks me in this series. How nice the roofs are to drive, to be fair, because usually these cars are regarded as pretty difficult to drive, but they've actually been alright. This 29.138. It's good there. Is there a little bit more time in this? I'm not sure. The problem is with the rear-engined ones is you get a little bit of understeer, but then again you get that in the four-wheel drive ones as well, so It's a bit of a swings and roundabouts issue, but no, that's deeply impressive. That makes this significantly quicker than well, a lot of the BTRs, to be honest. Again, remember BTR2s, not the BTR4. BTR4's a different kettle of fish. I mean, that last lap was very scruffy, and even that wasn't that far off. Yeah, this one's quick. I don't know what it is about this specific one, because I mean, so roofs, what we got? RCT 29.8, BTR Type 1 29.8, BTR2 29.6. That's the mustached one. I don't know why this one's quicker than that one. I literally can't answer that, to be perfectly honest. I think it was just that solid of a lap, by the looks of it. I don't think there's anything more to come out of that, to be perfectly honest. You know, I don't usually like to say that, because I often think there's at least a little bit to come out, because I don't think I'm the best driver in the world, but yeah, that's not bad. In case you're wondering, by the way, 2 more rear-engined rear-drive roofs, and then there's 4 four-wheel drive ones I'm counting there, so that's the current roof split. Anyways, 29.138 places this into 55th place. Goes in between the R33 Skyline and the ST205 Celica GT4. I don't think a roof's ever gone there, but that's where this one's gone. It's quicker than the Silhouette Formula R30, quicker than the LM GT2 NSX, quicker than TVR Tuscan, which is quite apt, I guess. Yeah, as I mentioned, I mean, it's 0.5 up on the BTR2. I don't know. I can't give you an answer as to specifically why that is. In case you are curious, it is no way near. The next quickest roof is 4-wheel drive, and that's at like a 28.3. So don't go thinking this is like some sort of big like gap bridge between the 4-wheel drive and the 2-wheel drives, because it isn't. But yeah, alright, wildly impressive. Good job to the roof BR2. The 1969 Subaru 360 Young SS. The mighty Subaru 360, a car that often is forgotten exists in this game, but no, the Fiat 500 has an actual rival, and it is the Subaru 360. I love the Subaru 360, essentially Japan's first people's car. Based very obviously on stuff like the Volkswagen Beetle. Yeah, it would be Subaru's first proper car, and these also got exported to America for some reason eventually. So, cool car, definitely interesting. I love the racing stripes on the Young SS model. Later games would often go for the earlier models, the 1958s, whilst this is a 1969, so there you go. I assume this was one of the last years of 360 production, because by the time this came out, Japan actually had some proper cars and didn't need to drive around in stuff like this. But nevertheless, here it is, and I am very happy it is here. Also, look at those aerodynamic wheel caps that it's got on it. Fantastic. Anyways, rear-engined, rear-wheel drive, 145 horsepower, 391 kilos. This thing would have been an absolute blast to drive around Motorsports Land if it was a real track. But in terms of this game, I'm not expecting a whole lot. Anyways, this car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.131. And that car is quaking in its boots at the sight of the mighty Subaru 360 Young SS. This has 145 horsepower, and it is struggling to reach 60 kilometers an hour. Oh no. So it makes all its power right at the top end, but you literally can't use first gear because it only goes up to 58 kilometers an hour. That's interesting. First flying lap, 40 seconds. Usually cars that spin out set better times than that. So, oh no. What we got? We got 4 speed. Okay, I was actually expecting a 3 if I'm being honest. Maybe the Young SS got you a 4-speed gearbox as opposed to a 3-speed. I don't know, but What I do know is it's really quick in first gear for a second, and then you have to change back to second. Oh god. This is not in for a good time. I think, ladies and gentlemen, after literally almost a year of being at the bottom of our leaderboard, I think the Opti Club Sport is going to have a friend. And the friend's got to be slower than it, if this is anything to go by. We aren't going quicker on this lap, amazingly. No, that didn't work. I was seeing if I could, like, find a way to lose less speed through there. This can't even reach 100 kilometers an hour. 60 miles per hour. Can't even reach 60 at the moment. A 39.405. It's on the leaderboard, finally. I mean, it's still got to find 3 seconds to that Opti Club Sport in order to not be the slowest car around here. Don't want to stare into the tyre barrier. Oof. I mean, the worst bit is as well, because it's rear-ended rear-wheel drive, there's no weight over the front end. Because there's no weight over the front end, the actual turning of this is pretty god-awful. So, yeah, 38.878. So, we managed to take a little bit of time out there. I think the only time I'm using the brakes is that first bit. And that's only because it's going to understeer wide if I try to not do that. Oh. Brakes there, not required. Okay. So definitely don't need the brakes at that specific point in the track. Oh, poor Subaru 360. Poor Subaru 360. You are going to probably have the I can't speak. You are probably going to the bottom of our leaderboard, good sir. And I don't think it's even close. And the worst bit is the rival to this, the Fiat 500, does actually get a racing modification. So yeah, the old teapot probably not looking to do too well around here. Oh, look at that. First gear, a bit more power. Final corner. Can we get anything more out of the mighty 360? Nope. Nope. Oh, no. Oh, no. Well, it happened. It had to happen eventually. The Daihatsu Opti Club Sport is not the slowest car anymore. I never thought the day would come. Ironically, this is sort of the same colour that Opti Club Sport was. I mean, it has 145 horsepower. I swear the Opti Club Sport had... We've had cars with less power than that, like the Beats. The Beat had like 90 horsepower and had a far worse power to weight ratio than this. Also, I love how zoomed in the replay camera is on this because it's so tiny. I don't know why that's as slow as it is. But it is. If you hot lapped forever, you could go quicker, but I don't think you'd find 2 seconds in that. Not a chance. There you go, ladies and gentlemen, the slowest car we've ever had. 38.878 puts it into 360th place. It goes slower than the Daihatsu Opti Club Sport, again, breaking almost an entire year of that car being at the bottom of our leaderboard. And if this is anything to go by, I think this is going to go more than a year being the slowest car at the bottom of our leaderboard. It is slower than the Opti, the Move, the Prius, the Beat, the Life, a standard Mazda Roadster, which has far less power than this does, slower than the Minica, the Servo. Yeah, that's really slow. Really, really slow. Oh no. Poor 360. The 1998 Renault Megane rally car. This is a car added with the GT2 Plus mod, and it is one of the pre-built rally cars from the arcade mode. So you can win these in GT2 Plus and then use them as actual cars. In case you was wondering, the arcade rally cars are identical to their standard car. So in this case, this is identical to the 2-litre 16-valve coupe with a racing mod. It comes with a couple of modifications, but you can upgrade this further to basically be a fully upgraded Megane with racing mod. However, this particular rally car has a bit of a problem. For whatever reason, this one doesn't have weight reduction. I don't know why. You can't buy weight reduction with these cars. That's usually the problem. They have stage 2 weight reduction and race mod, and you can't add stage 3 weight reduction to them, which is a bit of an L. But the Megane has no weight reduction whatsoever, so this still weighs 1,134 kilos. So I don't even know if this one's going to be able to beat the Megane that's actually gone round, but we'll find out. Front engine, front wheel drive, 298 horsepower, 1,134 kilos. At least it looks cool. This has one of the best race mods in the entire game, based on the Megane F2 kit car, just without the flared out fenders. So anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.131. Of course, the Renault Megane is not likely to be beating that, but it is likely to be quicker than the car we had last time out, the Subaru 360 that went to the bottom of our leaderboard. First lap, 32.5. In case you're wondering, the standard Megane Coupe set a time of 31.530. As mentioned, that car had all the power and the weight reduction stuff as well. In all honesty, if I'd known this car was as much as a dog... Actually, no, I'm not going to lie to you. Even knowing that this car was going to have this advantage, I probably would have won the Megane without racing mod, and then this one with just because variety. And again, we get to showcase this race mod in its own separate video, which is cool because this is an awesome looking race mod. This Megane, again, like I say, based on the F2 kit car, just obviously not the widened arches and all that, but I love this era of Renault sort of factory team racing modification. One of my favourite BTCC liveries of all time is the sort of 1996, 1997 Lagunas that had the yellow and blue like this. Originally it was blue and yellow, and then they switched to yellow and blue in 97. That's the championship winning car. Absolutely phenomenal looking race mod. In my opinion, they sort of ruined it when they went to the 98 season and ran the sort of British Racing Green, which I think was due to the Williams tie-up. I could be wrong, but yeah, I wasn't as much a fan of that one as I was this one. So we finally got a lap out of this, 31.789, which is, I'm going to be honest, that's roughly where I expect this to be. This does have 300 horsepower, which isn't a small amount for this course, but it's just not, I don't know, it hasn't, it's NA, which doesn't help. If this was turbo, it probably would be quicker. And again, it's just that weight, 1,134 kilos. It's not super heavy for this course, but it's you can feel it. It does not feel like a tight car. This does feel quite lethargic when you push it around the corners. It definitely feels all of its 1,130 kilos. But this does have downforce as well, but again, I don't know how much that really helps on a front-wheel drive car such as this one. When I want to steer into that wall a little bit, sort of tagged it, but we're alright. That turning, it takes a while to get turned in. 31.569. It is slower than the standard Megane, which isn't that surprising, again, considering the limitations this has in terms of its actual weight reduction and all. I think if this had weight reduction, easily 0.4, 0.5, easily. But as it stands, yeah, it's just a bit of a heavy beast to drive around, but at least it looks cool. And again, if you're not impressed by this, you can just racing modify as standard Megane and get probably similar performance. I think that's probably the max you can get out of it as well, looking at that. I did tap that wall a little bit, which definitely slows you down, but I don't know by how much. I think I gained more advantage taking that corner quicker than I did by slamming the wall, so yeah, interesting. Anyways, a 31.569 will place this into 268th place. Interestingly, it is quicker than the Peugeot 306 rally car, although that was one of the very first cars to go around. From here, you can probably see the Megane right at the top. That's the standard Megane. You can see the gap in it is not a lot. It's like 300th of a second, but because of how sort of tight and competitive the leaderboard is now that we've got over 360 cars on it, you are going to have issues with that, where basically, you know, cars that get similar times, they end up in a clump. Everything's within about a tenth of a second here, so there you go. But interesting stuff. Like I say, I wasn't expecting an awful lot out of this, and to be fair, it didn't deliver an awful lot, but still a very cool car indeed, and doesn't it look nice? The 1993 Honda Civic Ferio SIR. This is an EG model, and you might remember the first car to ever take on the new version of the Hot Lap Classic was, well, the hatchback version of this car. So be interesting to see how this does. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes a little bit quicker, because naturally over time you do get better at the course, so this might end up being a little bit quicker, but we will see. Interesting thing on that Civic EG, the first car we covered, is that it's still more or less mid-pack. Actually, it's slightly better than average, given the cars that have gone round. So, yeah, like I say, it'd be interesting to see how this gets along. Unfortunately, this doesn't come with the mighty Jax livery. This just makes do with an Advan livery, which is still cool, but it's not quite Jax. Anyways, front engine, front wheel drive, 298 horsepower, 971 kilos. One of the fixes of GT2 Plus is to add the turbo kits from the hatchback versions to the sedans. For whatever reason, they were missing, as well as the incorrect weight. So there you go. Anyways, this car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition, set the time of 27.131. The Civic Ferio SIR, unlikely to beat that, but again, we have that EG Civic to think about. That's the time of a 30.779. Like I say, it is more or less a mid-pack. Our mid-pack car at the moment is actually the Citroen Zara, which set the time of a 30.853. So, and also just below that is a 97 Civic Type R, but that one was running natural aspiration. Fortunately, we don't have to run natural aspiration with these Ferios like we would have done in the base game, because natural aspiration on these cars is a problem. Whereas the turbo, you get sort of power delivery throughout the rev range. With the NA cars, it's very peaky, so not quite as good. 31.076 on its first flying lap. Like I say, I hope this does well. The Ferios as well, interesting to mention the EK Civic Ferio that we had go round. That's at a time of like a 30.352, a phenomenally quick car. So the 4-door Civics are certainly nothing to sleep on. If the EK that we had go around, the EK hatchback, is anything to go by, that's at a time of a 30.2. That was a little bit trickier to drive because the wheelbase was a bit shorter, but it does turn out to be a little bit quicker. So this doesn't handle great, I will be honest. If you've been around the Hot Lap Classic, you'll sort of know, once you start getting to about the 900 kilo mark, which this is 970 something, once you start hitting that sort of mark with front wheel drive cars, they do become a bit tricky to drive, end up getting a little bit sort of rearward, which is interesting. 30.496, so yeah, as I predicted, this is going to go quicker than that hatchback Civic. Don't worry too much, there is always the option of maybe recovering those down the line, but I think that's going to be long after this series has ended, because I've already got, you know, I've got 600 plus cars to cover with the GT2 Plus mod, and once A-Spec's said and done, that's probably going to add. Well, they're currently on 120 cars, and I'm monitoring their car list progress very eagle-eyed, sort of hoping they don't slam a whole load more work on me, but if they do, then so be it. I don't know if we're going to go any quicker on this lap. There's definitely 0.2 in this, which, you know, this being the year anniversary, I guess I have to get that little chestnut in there. There's always 0.2 in everything. Apart from that 360 last time, and that McGann as well. I think that was pretty much min-maxing that, but yeah, there you go. 30.496 for the EG Civic Ferio. Good car, good time. Yeah, handling a little bit weird, but once you're used to it, it is a very quick car. Again, your power delivery, pretty spot on. I would be a bit more scared of this car if it had any more power, to be perfectly honest. I think it would be a little bit of a handful there, but yeah, it's not too bad. Also, debadged EG Civic is quite terrifying to look at. It's a bit faceless. Yeah, very strange. But yeah, definitely 0.2 in there, I would say. The sector times aren't quite as reliable as you think they are, but well, I say definitely 0.2, maybe like 0.1.5, 0.1, somewhere around there. That has gone basically where I'd sort of expect it to be fair. So yeah, there you go. Anyways, a 30.496 will place this into 146th place. Goes between the Vauxhall Vectra GSI and the Mercedes-Benz E55 AMG. It is quicker than a NA Mitsubishi GTO, Silvia Spec R, Lancia Stratos. It is slower than the Vectra Integra Type R from Mugen, FTO GPX. So it's not quite at the top tier of front-wheel drive cars, but it's not far off. Slightly slower than a Prelude and an Accord from 96. But as previously mentioned, the 96 Civic Ferio is like clear up there. This is about 0.1 and a bit slower than that, so yeah, but a good time. The 1997 Subaru Impreza WRX Sedan. Another Impreza takes on our cause, and another WRX Sedan. This is the third one of the 4 in the game. We've had the 94, we've had the 96, and now we have the 97. It is worth mentioning, thanks to the Gran Turismo 2 Plus mod, that this car has had a very significant bug fixed. And by very significant, I mean you absolutely did not notice this. Apparently they corrected the peak torque value due to the engine being a copy of the 1998, and fixed something with power, which meant this produced less power than it was supposed to. Did you notice? Probably not. Have you ever bought this car in this game? Probably not, because realistically, for the price of the 97 sedan WRX, you'd probably buy one of the STIs, either older or indeed a 97. I don't know what the price difference is, but anyways, we're here to find out today whether that choice is a good one or not. Four-wheel drive, 396 horsepower, 1,112 kilos, pretty WRX-like stats. So, let's go ahead and get into this. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to slip the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM edition, set a time of 27.131. The 97 WRX sedan unlikely to beat that. In case you are curious, the 94 WRX is actually well up the leaderboard. I think that got a very high 28-second time, while the 96 Impreza sedan sits with a 29.464, right around the same sort of time that we got out of the wagon version and the Subaru Forester. So if this can get above a 29.5, then that will be a good result for this, especially considering this is not running a racing mod. This is the first standard WRX sedan to run that does not have racing mod, and indeed the 97 and the 98 will not be running racing modification because there's not really much point, because you can just run those race mods on the STIs and they'll be quicker. So that is why I get a bit of variety in here. And I've got to say the white suits this car. I don't think I've ever seen a white GC8, and it looks pretty good. So, or at least the sort of normal saloon that hadn't been destroyed with, you know, big wings and all that. It's also worth pointing out we've had the 97 WRX wagon. I think that ran ages ago, and that ran, I want to say that might have got just below 30. That might be one of the few Imprezas that is not in the under 30 club, but I could be wrong there. I do remember that car being blue, so, or royal blue, which isn't quite the STI blue, but still a pretty cool colour. So currently 29.665, which would make sense. I've got to say, these sort of 97, 98, 99, have we had a 99? I'm not sure. But either way, this sort of model years of Impreza, these later ones, they don't handle quite as to my liking as the early cars do. The early cars feel a little bit more tossable like the Evos do, whereas these later cars, the 97s, 98s, do feel a little bit more rigid. Can mean they can go quicker in certain scenarios, but it does mean there's sort of some rather unavoidable understeer that you have to contest with, which the earlier cars seem not to have, and the earlier cars are a bit more likely to brake sideways and stuff, which can, you know, hurt a lap time, but it can also benefit it to an extent. Push it to the line, gonna go a little bit quicker on this lap at 29.581. That is about what I would expect, in all honesty. As I mentioned, obviously this isn't running a race mod unlike the 94 and the 96. 94 and 96, a bit less power, a bit less weight, so I suppose that makes sense for this series. Obviously it would be nice to get a little bit more out of it, but I'm just trying to find the 97 wagon on here. If I can't find it in a second, I'm gonna break out of this. Ah, there it is. 29.936. So 0.3 up on its non-wagon contemporary, which makes sense. Apparently Sector 1 was better on lap 2, but everything else is better on this lap. So yeah, not a bad time from this car, all things considered. A 29.581 will place this in to 74th place. Goes in between the Ford Escort rally car and the Mazda Speed RX-7 A-Spec. It is quicker than a Lister Storm, it's quicker than a Mitsubishi Galant VR4, quicker than the R33 Skyline, R32 Skyline, quicker than the Evo 3. So, quicker than quite a lot of the Skylines. Obviously not quite got the turn of pace that the 96 sedan, wagon, or Forester had. I think Forester's quite surprising. That car was pretty quick, but also wasn't fantastic to drive. But the 96 sedan and wagon being quicker, considering the race mod, does sort of make sense. So can't argue too much on that one. The 1999 Mitsubishi Galant VR4. This is our third Galant to take on the course. We've had the 96 VR4 a long time ago. We had the VRG Touring, the terrible Galant, a long time ago, and now we have this one, the 1999 Galant, in this rather fetching race mod. Considering the 296 Galants had atrocious race mods, it's nice to see a Galant finally dressed up properly. I like the wing, I like the white accents. You could get this in black or blue. I've gone for the blue, which I do think looks pretty nice, and I'm hoping this will be pretty quick. The Galants and the Legnums haven't done massively well around here, so it'd be nice to see one of these cars shoots its way up the leaderboard a little bit more, and I have some faith in the 99. Statistically, it does look quite good. Four-wheel drive, 459 horsepower, 1,247 kilos, a good turn of torque as well. And Mitsubishis are usually pretty quick around here, so here's hoping this one will be too. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM edition, which says I'm on 27.131, the Galant VR4, unlikely to beat that. In terms of Galant VR4 times, well, like I said, we've had the Legnum VR4, which wasn't very quick. I can't quite remember where that car ended up, but we might have just beaten it on this first lap. And we had the 96 VR4, which at the time was 29.598. So hopefully this should go a little bit quicker than that. I'm hoping for like a 29.3, and then anything above that would be a bonus, because the 29.3 would set this car up rather nicely for when we get the quickest of all the Galants round, the Super VR4, which should, well, A, go quicker than this, and also B, hopefully I should set that car up for a decent under 29 second run. I'd like the Galant to go and get one under 29 under its belt, because I like the Galant a lot. I'm not the biggest Mitsubishi person, and having looked at images of the interior of the Galant, it is sort of not really a car I particularly want to sort of own and use on any frequency, but I do really like the way it looks. I always thought, you know, very rare car in pretty much any market this got introduced into, which is a bit of a shame, because, you know, Mitsubishi really did try with this, and it had some wild engines from that good old 90s Mitsubishi where they tried to do sort of everything, and some bits turned out better than others, and the Galant was one thing that turned out better than most. 29.577. I didn't realise if I was going to get that clip or not, so I thought we were going to get taken out of bounds by that, and apparently not. So this isn't looking like it can quite do a 29.3. Hopefully this final lap can offer us some better answers. It's just a bit too understeery. Feels quite heavy, which isn't a massive surprise. But, you know, the Evos feel better than Imprezas, but by the same token, the Legacies feel a lot more athletic than the Galant does. The Galant just sort of feels like a heavy four-wheel drive car. And it does sort of feel as well, I guess because of the gearbox being stock on this, there's a bit of a lull when you come out of corners. 29.3 on the mark. Okay. I did manage to go quicker on that final lap. Yeah, wow. Alright. Well, I managed to get my 29.3, but it did take a lot out of me. But, I mean, what are we on? We're on a 5-speed. I'm assuming this was a 5-speed auto. But it's just a bit of a lull there. I think this is a stage 3 turbo, so realistically this should be able to deliver pretty healthy power bands, but still just not quite at the level we'd want it to be at. But either way, it did all come together on that final lap, and that has made me eat my words, because that does mean that this is quicker than any Legacy we've had. Just looking at the leaderboard, admittedly the 96 Legacy Saloon did not run racing modification, the 93 did, but that was one of the first cars to go around. So the quickest one is a Legacy wagon, and this does beat that by a little bit. So 29.3 dead. We'll place this into 60th. As you can see, it beats that Legacy Touring wagon by about 500th of a second. Beats the Evo 4 as well by about the same amount as well. Quicker than a WRX STI sedan version 3. Quicker than the aforementioned Legacy Touring wagon. Quicker than a Corolla rally car. It is quicker fractionally than the TVR Speed 6. Loses out slightly to an R32 Skyline, the NSX LMGT2, the Skyline Silhouette Formula, and the Celica GT4 ST205, which, to be fair, all of those sound like pretty good company to be in and to get beaten by. So, yeah, I mean, it's not anywhere near our quickest four-door vehicle. I suppose in terms of cars that are heavier than this, the four-door Skyline GTR beats this by about 0.3 of a second. So, not... I don't know. I mean, I'm happy I got the time out of it, but like I said, it doesn't really compete with Imprezas or Evos. Ultimately, if you are shopping for performance, you should buy one of those. The 1997 Nissan 300ZX GTS GT500. Full name. This car is very cool indeed. So, this is, for all intents and purposes, an IMSA car that was taken to GT500. Why? Because Japan. And as you know, the Japanese in the 90s were a bit mad, and GT500 in its early days had lots of fantastic creations. We've seen some of them. We've seen the STP Taizan Viper, which did remarkably well around this course. Not expecting this American import to do better than that, but we'll see. This car was raced by Team Le Mans in 96 and for a brief part of 97 before they stuffed it and had to withdraw from the season. But Team Le Mans in JGCC has a fascinating history, and yeah, this was sort of the car that started them on their way, if you will. So yeah, this was an IMSA race car turned GT500 car. Front-engined, rear-wheel drive, 682 horsepower, 1,180 kilos. 300ZXs, if we're talking about the road cars, have not done massively well around here. I think the quickest one is still a naturally aspirated car over the ones with the giant turbos on them. But I'm hopeful this one should be alright. It's very wide, so I'm hoping that means it has wide tyres. And also, it looks cool. I mean, it looks fantastic, let's be honest. This is used as the basis for the racing modification to the 94 Fairlady Z/300ZXs. So, yeah, hopefully this one will do well, but we shall find out. Anyways, this car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition, set at 27.131. The 300ZX GTS GT is unlikely to beat that. Now, in terms of where this car is going to go, I say we aim for like a 29.5 and we sort of see how it gets on from there. On its first lap, it almost smashes that. Okay, this is... yeah, maybe this does have the wide rear tyres I was on about. Maybe this will be another STP Taizan Viper situation where just because the car was not very good in real life doesn't mean it's not good for this track. Unfortunately, unlike the Taizan Viper, this is a turbocharged car, so not quite going to get the same consistency in its power delivery, which is, I think, a big part of what helped the Taizan Viper. So I think you can sort of feel it. I am being careful on the throttle with this. It's not like the again, not like the Taizan Viper where you could just sort of floor it and hope for the best. This does not play that game, but it does drive beautifully. 28.552, and that was not a clean lap by any metric. That means it is actually quicker than the Takata NSX, which does mean this is our second quickest GT500 car. And I do think there's a bit more time in this. Fortunately, we're going to get 2 more laps to play about with this. But yeah, I think the real life car had a 4.5 litre V8, and this one has a V6 turbo because of Gran Turismo logic. So probably another case of Gran Turismo shafting these cars. It's one of those sort of surprising ones where I'm surprised GC2 Plus hasn't fixed that. I'm sure A-Spec probably has. A little bit sort of frightful on the throttle there. The problem is that lap that I got the 28.552 in was a cautious lap that was trying to bank, so try not to overstep the mark on the on this lap. I'm gonna have to take a very shallow corner cut into there, but that is gonna pay dividends down this back straight. To the line, 28.417. Again, not even... I still don't think that was everything out of it, but that handles so well. I'm so shocked. These oddball GT500 cars, ignore that part, these oddball GT500 cars are just super surprising in the way they drive. They really are. They're just, again, this isn't STP Titan Viper territory, and to be honest with you, it's not even close in terms of its sort of drivability, but it is not far off. I think if that had its V8 in it, who knows? That does show us that that final lap was pretty bang on. So between the third lap, I mean, I touched the grass. I think if I didn't touch the grass on that lap, maybe. But I don't know by how much. But either way, I'm very happy with that. A 28.417 will place this into 24th. I can't believe I'm saying that. It is quicker than an Evo 5 GSR, quicker than the Espace F1, as I mentioned, quicker than the Takata GT500, which means it is the quickest Japanese GT500 car we've had go around the course. Insane to say. Quicker than an XJR15, Cerberus LM Edition, CLK race car. In terms of things it's slower than, I mean, not much. It only fractionally loses out to the Wed Sport Celica, which we thought was going to be the quickest JGCC car we ever have, and it turns out that car's been threatened more times than it probably should have been. Slightly slower than the GTC LM Edition, RX-7, Audi S4, Roof CTR2, but that's the really, really fast stuff. This is done phenomenally. I am super impressed, and I can safely confirm that this will be the absolute best 300ZX/Fairlady I drive around the course in this entire series. So the 1998 Roof Turbo R. By process of elimination, I guess this should be my favourite roof in the game. I love a 993 generation 911, that's my favourite. This one is the newest, tied with the BTR2. It doesn't have the weird mustache the BTR2 has, and I guess this would be the most sort of road usable. I don't think this is quite as crazy as like something like the CTR2. The CTR2 seems more like a track weapon. I think that's ultimately why the CTR2s are probably going to be quicker than Turbo Rs. Whereas this seems, I guess, more street tuned, if such a word exists for roofs. I guess. I don't know. Anyways, four-wheel drive, 666 horsepower. Pretty bang on there with the number. 1,326 kilos, awful lot of torque. Quite heavy for a roof, so yeah, that's sort of where I got my idea. This might be the sort of more road car-y version, but we'll see. This car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Apparently it is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition, set its time 27.131. The Roof Turbo R unlikely to beat that. In terms of where the Roof Turbo R ideally should end up, the Roof CTR2 set a time of 28.302. The Roof BTR4 3.8, which is the quickest roof we've had, set a time of 27.9. Now, I think in terms of power, they were both about the same as this. But of course, the caveat is the CTR2 is a little bit more sort of sportier, and the BTR 3.8 is lighter because it was based on the older 911. To the line, 28.466 on its first lap, and admittedly that was a very conservative first lap. Does feel very strange driving this after driving that 300ZX last time. Despite the fact that I think the 300ZX might have even been lighter than this, the 300ZX felt like a much bigger car compared to this. This, despite weighing 1,300 kilos, which is a lot for this series, that's like 200 kilos more than that Impreza we had a couple of episodes ago. I think that's about 60-70 more than that Galant VR4 we had out as well. This gets bounced around quite a bit on the bumps, which means it feels sort of lighter than it is, which for the most part, is a good thing, but also, again, with like bump sensitivity and stuff, not so much. We'll go for sort of a bit of a run-up on this lap. I don't even dare try and launch this thing in first gear. I'm sure first gear is very fast, but yeah, not ideal in this sort of thing. It is a bit on the understeery side. Not surprising given there's no weight over the front wheels, which is sort of what holds these roofs back a little bit. We found that with the 3.8 BTR4. That car honestly felt like with like a racing mod or something to give it some extra front downforce. That would have really challenged for the top spot of our leaderboard back in the day, but as it stood, not quite. Yeah, God, I'm just getting buffeted about by the bump so much. First gear sort of saved us a bit on that lap, but not by much. Yeah, I think this is... I don't know, it doesn't feel quite as nice as the other roofs. It's still a vastly quick car, there's no doubting how quick it is. But, yeah, I was hoping sort of the wider rear arches and stuff would make this thing a little bit quicker. I guess we're going to have to wait for something like the CTR2 Sport to really see, like, the ultimate roof. So, yeah, not quite what I wanted out of this, but not bad. I mean, I think it could go quick. I think you'd be able to match that CTR2 28.305. You can probably get it up there, but it would be a challenge. Definitely be a challenge. 28.466. We'll place this into 26th place. Lots of sixes in this episode. Goes quicker than the Renault Espace F1, quicker than the Takata NSX, quicker than a Impreza version 5 STI sedan. That's the second quickest Impreza we've ever had, so that is a massive achievement, quicker than the next JR15. Does lose out slightly to that 300ZX that we had last time out, the Daihatsu Storia Rally Car Altezza LM edition. So it is amongst the really quick stuff. I mean, Audi S4 beats this, CTR2 beats it, BTR4, and then obviously you got the 22Bs and the Evos and stuff. So in terms of like road cars, there's not much quicker than this. But unfortunately for roof, it seems like it's a bit of a third best, maybe fourth best when we get the CTR2 Sport round. So yeah, not quite there, but still a very cool car to drive. I'm glad I've had the chance to have a go in it, and again, all sixes in this episode, which is good because it's my favourite number. The 1972 Lotus Europa. The Lotus Europa. This is probably my favourite classic Lotus because it's just so strange looking. I actually think it's a really good looking car from the front, and then obviously once you get towards the back it goes a bit weird, but I really like that. And this car is fascinating. This car first launched in Gran Turismo 2. That was the first game that it was in the series. I think it returned in 4, and then in Gran Turismo 6 they gave this the premium treatment, and they had two versions of this car with the two completely different powertrains you could have. You could have a Renault engine, and then eventually you could have the Ford twin cam, which would go on to great effect in stuff like the Elan and so on. So, very cool car. I love it. I love the race mod on this as well. I mean, it's technically inspired by a genre that we shall not speak, but you can get it in different colours. This blue and white, I think, looks the best. Awesome car. And I'm hoping it does really well. Classic Lotuses haven't been quick, so I'm hoping this one is. Mid-engined, rear-wheel drive, 304 horsepower, 650 kilos, good power-to-weight ratio, but that hasn't saved some of the other Lotuses. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM edition. That's at a time of 27.131. The Europa is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where the Europa is going to end up, well, the classic Lotus Elan set a time of a 31.597, and the quickest at least we've had set a time of 31.517. So in an ideal world, this should be quicker than those, but we will see. That first lap seemed quite promising. Yeah, hopefully this does well. 304 horsepower, it's got more than enough power to sort of do well, but it's all in the controllability, which to be honest with you feels pretty darn fine. I'll have to verify that in a second, but this is feeling pretty strong. 31.675 on its first flying lap. That was a lot of overspeed inside that corner. I am actually quite impressed with the way this thing is driving at the moment. Most of these classic Lotuses, and you especially notice this with the Elan and the Elise, they really struggled over the bumps because they're so light. They get sort of bounced around and thrown around a lot. And it's really, wow, okay, 30.950. This is quite possibly legitimately quick. They sort of got buffeted around a lot on the grass. This doesn't seem to have as much that issue. It's still there a little bit. It still sort of reminds you it's a 650 kilo car sometimes, but it feels quite planted. It'll be interesting to see how close this can get to the Tommy Kyra, the ZZS, the Japanese Elise, which actually did quite well. That set a time of like 30.77, I think it was. Sort of right around stuff like the C4 Corvettes and some proper serious sports cars. So if this can get close to that, that would be cool. A little bit of sliding from the rear axle there. I suppose the one issue with this, and we see this quite a lot in light cars, there's not a lot of weight. 565, wow. There's not a lot of weight sort of pushing the tyres into the track, and so it does mean you get handling that's a little bit wishy-washy. It's not quite got enough traction out the corners, not quite got enough turning in the corners, and it sort of seems to be a bit random on whether you get turning or not. But slide, damn, if it wasn't for that slide, that's annoying. I'll take the 565, but yeah, that was just that last little bit. We've seen cars sort of lose time there before, and this is another one to add to the list. I think this could be quicker. To be honest with you, I legitimately wouldn't be surprised if we can get this into a 30.4. That is phenomenal. For a car like this, I mean, I'll say it, this is within 2/10 of a V8 Esprit. Wow, that quickest lap wasn't... Look how much of a heat we was on for that final lap as well. Oh, that is heartbreaking. That really is, because if we'd got that sector 3 time, that would have been a 30.3 car. 30.2, 30.3, beating the Esprit, but yeah, unfortunately, just caught out at the end. But we'll still take that. A 30.565 certainly isn't anything to be too mad about. A 30.565 will place this into 155th place. It does actually beat the previous V8 Esprit we had round. That was one of the first cars we had round, but it still beats it. Beats the Nissan Silvia Spec S, Savannah RX-7, Mazda Roadster B-Spec, E36. As mentioned, this is about 0.2 up the road from the Tommy Kyra ZZS Coupe and the Yugen S2000, Mazda Roadster. Very quick car, this. Again, loses out slightly to the Lancia Stratos, which is actually quite a direct competitor for this, but the Stratos was significantly faster, so slightly slower than that, slower than a Silvia Spec R, Mitsubishi GTO, Vectra. I do think realistically this could have been sort of 30.4. I don't know if this would have quite got to like 30.3 to be able to knock off the Sport 350, but it wasn't far off. This is a fantastic car, and I highly recommend you give this a go because, yeah, phenomenal car. Just a shame, just missed out just an inch. Damn it. The 1998 Honda Integra SIR-G. This is our second SIR-G to take on the course. We had the 95. This is the 98. It comes in this fantastic colour. I think it's... I won't even try and pronounce what it is, but it's sort of this bluish purple. Does look very cool. Weird to see Integras without rear spoilers, but I suppose most of them weren't sold with them. So, I mean, I guess that was sort of reserved for the Type R and the American ones, the Acuras, which we have had go around. So, yeah, be interesting to see how this one does. Front engine, front wheel drive, 251 horsepower, 1,030 kilos. Those are pretty mediocre stats, but again, remember, this is only an SIR-G, it is not a Type R. Anyways, to find out how the Honda Integra SIR-G gets along, we have to take it around our course. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.131. This car is heavily unlikely to beat that. So, Integras. We had the 95 SIR-G a long time ago. It's set like a 31.8, which I've often thought is a bit underrated. So, admittedly, part of the reason this car's here today is to change that. We ran the Integra GS, which is sort of the base model Integra with a 5-speed manual, the Acura, and I managed to pretty much beat that car in that one. So hopefully we should add some redemption today. Much more representative, the Acura Integra GSR. We had that go around, that set of 31.4, so that's sort of what I'm expecting, more akin for this car to do. Although that being said, a 31.899, maybe all the difference is in that rear lip spoiler, which I think that Integra had. I'm not entirely sure. But Integras around this course, to be honest with you, are either mediocre or fantastic. Sort of thinking back to what I said in the Legnum episode, where I thought the the Galant was one of the cars to have one of the biggest gaps between sort of its quickest and slowest versions. The Integra is definitely up there for that. I think the quickest Integra we've ever had was the 98 Type R. That set a time of like a 29.864. It was for a time the quickest front wheel drive car we'd ever had. And then you've got the at the bottom of the leaderboard, you've got the Integra LS, which set like a time of 33.2 or something, because that had a 4-speed automatic. So here we go, getting more into it, 31.462. That is far more representative of what this car should be getting. It should be beating the Celica's. I think it actually... ST202 Celica, a 31.3. I'd like to get it to beat that, although admittedly that car had about 300 horsepower. This one only has 254, but, you know, again, it's a Celica and they're not very great to drive. I think this has beaten the 7th gen Celica, the Elegant Sports version, fractionally. So, but, I mean, ultimately, in terms of what this is like to drive, I mean, we have seen 250 horsepower front-wheel drive coupes become unstuck. I'm not all that surprised the Integra is one of those that is not unstuck by this much power. It can handle far more than this, and indeed it has in the past. So, nice, consistent car to drive, not really much to write home about. I don't think you'd be... maybe you could do some sort of quake drifting in it. But, yeah, it's not the sort of thing you'd be infused to drive, but it certainly does everything it needs to do, which is sort of drives around the track in a straight line with not too many problems. Good. 31.462, and that was the quickest lap, and I don't honestly think there's that much more in that. That is, unlike that Europa we had last time out, I don't think this is a car with time on the table. I think this is a car that that's pretty much where it's supposed to be. In fact, That puts it in quite a funny spot. So, a 31.462 places this into 261st place. It is a thousandth of a second quicker than the Rally Mini Cooper, and I think it's ended up in about the right place because it's only fractionally quicker than its Acura equivalent, so that's probably about the maximum of what you can get out of it. Quicker than the FTO GR, the 94, although I'd highly recommend GPX. Quicker than the Celica GTR, Elise, Accord, the Megane Coupe. It is, so I was wrong, it is slightly slower than the Elegant Sports version Celica, which you can't really see here. Slightly slower than the Opel Corsa, 71 Skyline, Daihatsu Storia X4. But they're all pretty compact. I would still probably choose this over a Celica. I think this is far more drivable than the Celica. But, you know, the leaderboard doesn't lie, and the Celica is apparently quicker than this. So, if you want quick, go for the Celica. But if you want a car that's actually good to drive, get this. Or you could just pay extra and get the Type R. And get the best of both worlds. Who knows? The 1998 Dodge Intrepid ES. Yes. This car is not a dragster, as much as it may look like one. Obviously, this car's racing modification is very well known in Gran Turismo circles. Potentially the most outlandish of all of the racing modifications. It's probably this or the NASCAR Taurus for what is the most OTT racing modification, but I love it. It's fantastic, and it fits the Intrepid brilliantly because the Intrepid is just a weird car in this game in the first place, and then to top it off with this racing mod is even better, and to top it off with the power figures as well, it just makes it fantastic because this is the second most powerful front wheel drive car in the entire game. It is this and the Mercury Cougar, which has 522 horsepower, I believe, and obviously its Ford equivalent has the same amount of power, so technically the third quickest, or third most powerful front-wheel drive car. Let's not get ahead of ourselves and say quickest, because as much as this has all the power, I'm not actually expecting this to be that quick, but we'll find out. I mean, it will look fantastic doing it regardless. Front engine, front wheel drive, 513 horsepower, 1,363 kilos. Let's go ahead and get it on the Motorsports Land track. It's going to have 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Mitsubishi FTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.131. The Intrepid unlikely to beat that. Now, let's just get this. Oh, yes. We got a 4-speed. We have a 4-speed. We have a stage 3 turbo. And we have a ridiculous drag race mod. So, yeah. In terms of where I'm thinking this car is going to end up, if I had to guess, probably somewhere in the mix of 31.1s that we've had from front-wheel drive saloon cars, specifically American ones. I mean, Mercury Cougar 30.9. I think the Taurus is somewhere in the 30.9s as well. Wait, that was like a 31.9. So this thing's beating the Taurus. So if you want the, you know, the American saloon car to have, I guess it would be this one. 31.185 on its first flyer. So the good news with the ridiculous gearbox is it does mean we can sit in second gear for a lot of it. And the second gear gets you to about 137 miles an hour, or 137 kilometers an hour, sorry. So, I mean, that's pretty crazy to be fair. So, this thing's beating the Taurus, so it is officially the quickest of the wacky race modded American cars. I think the Stratus was like 31.2 as well. Now, admittedly, the Stratus, I don't think the Stratus was actually rolling on that much less power than this, but still, the Stratus should probably be quicker than this thing. It's just this low-end nothingness that this car has. Again, I maybe could shift into first gear, but to be honest with you, I think it's not going to make this that much quicker, and it's also, 30.7, okay, that's quite quick actually. Maybe I was wrong to mock the Intrepid Extra Special, which I'm assuming is what ES stands for. Unless it's like some exceptional or something. I don't know, Dodge was weird in the 90s. Dodge is always weird, but Dodge was especially weird in this time. I think this might have gone quicker than a Corvette, so that's something. You don't need a Viper to go quicker than a C4 Corvette. You just need a ridiculous paint scheme and... Whoa, okay. Like 40 grand's worth of Intrepid Turbo. Yeah, this is completely lost it on this lap. It is a bit uncontrollable, I'll be honest. That 30.703, fluke, complete fluke. This isn't supposed to be that quick, realistically. You can sort of see this is more like a 31.1 car. But I managed to drag that lap out of it somehow. Yeah, this is a ridiculous thing. It really is. I love it. All the ridiculous cars in this game come in yellow, apparently, which I'm all for. But yeah, I mean, that's shocking. That does actually make it quicker than a Corvette. So, like I say, all you need to beat a Corvette is a ridiculous turbocharger and like 120k under the bonnet of an Intrepid. And the race mod's like 85k as well. Incredible. Just incredible. I have no other words for it. Incredible. Unfortunately, it does create a tie on our leaderboard, which is the one thing I hate. But, worth it. Because that car was hilarious. I love it. 30.703 puts this into a tie with the Volkswagen Golf V5. And when we get a tie in this series, it is the car that set the time last that goes below it. So this car goes into 167th place. Quicker than the Mazda Familia S-Wagon, quicker than the Nismo 270R, quicker than an Acura Integra Type R, TRD 3000 GT, all bow beneath the mighty Dodge Intrepid. It's only fractionally slower than the Renault Laguna V6, which is interesting. Slower than TVR Griffith, Mustang GT, Spoon Type R, E36. It's the most irrational car sat around there, and I'm trying to think of anything to compare it to. The new Beetle was pretty uncontrollable, and it beats that. Again, just to remind you, beats the Corvette. It's also quicker than an NSX, but we'll ignore that part. Yeah, I mean, it's 0.2 up on the Cougar. And again, it's millions mile ahead of that Taurus. So, the 1999 Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. The GTO LM Edition has returned, this time in its 1999 guise. Of course, the last time this car was here, in the 1997 model, it, well, went straight to the top of our leaderboard, and despite some very credible challenges, stayed there for a very long time, until, of course, the FTO LM Edition came along and snatched the top spot by just 0.1 of a second. So, can the 1999 car reclaim the top spot? On paper, it certainly has a chance. So, differences between the 97 car and the 99, well, you can visually see it because this car has improved bodywork over the 97. Different front bumper. I think the side skirts are mostly the same, but of course you've got the giant time attack rear wing. Can't remember if the roof scoop was on the 97, but that's an impressive roof scoop as well. A lot of people prefer the way the 97 looks. I personally much prefer the 99, and it's more purposeful, no-nonsense look. Also topped up with some BBS rims and this sort of turquoisey aqua blue paint job, which looks fantastic. This car also has a power bump over the 97, not like the 97 really needed more power, but this one has it. It's gone from about 630 horsepower to 699. You also get a torque boost. It is, of course, still four-wheel drive, and the only real downside is it weighs 1,300 kilos as opposed to the 1,280 for the 97. Some people say they prefer the way the 97 drives because of this, which means it's less understeery. But we'll put that to the test when we take it to the course. And can we beat the FTO? And if so, by how much? Because that's the other important point here. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader, FTO, That's at a time of 27.131. The GTO has that locked in its sights and it's ready to go. The 97 GTO set a time of 27.223, so worth mentioning that as well. Personally, I do believe this is going to beat that GTO. And if it can beat that GTO, the FTO can't be long behind, because I've got to admit, I don't quite remember it too well, but from what I remember, the FTO's lap time was mostly made up in the first sector, and then everywhere else the GTO was the stronger car, just based on its superior grip downforce and just ease of use. So this should be a pretty interesting fight. First flying lap 27.369, which isn't too bad from this car. It's all about just sort of suffering through this first sector. 0.4 down. If I can sort of bring that down to like 0.2, I think we're in for a pretty good run. It's just about getting that good run, sticking to it, and being able to operate at this car's level, which is the key thing here, you know. I don't... okay, we are going to get an off-course violation for that, which is a shame, because we are much quicker, although, obviously, illegitimately, but that does mean we can reproduce this, which is good. Although, that second sector was nowhere near as good, so I'm fine for that, because this is going to be an invalid lap time. Come on, car. Come on, squishy bit driving it. 0.141, so I've got my within 0.2 range there. Hard on the brakes, hard on the brakes. Gotta go hard on the brakes, 0.12 through there. I think this is shaping up to be the thing I hate, which is, okay, 27.017. Let's not celebrate too early though. Because there is a chance, no though, not probably now. No, not now, bollocks. Ugh. That was close. Close, but no cigar, unfortunately. That was close to, yeah, we've had cars that have just got under the limit and cars that have just gone over. And this is a car that's just gone over slightly. 0.017, the 26-second gap, or the 26-second lap time continues to elude, but that still doesn't take away from a fantastic effort from this car. I do think, personally, there is a little bit of time in there. Let's have a look. I think the problem is it's this first sector is so scary in this car. You want to get it exactly right. Maybe tiptoeing a little bit too much through there. I was definitely too late on the brakes coming up to this bit here. I should have been slammed hard on the anchors, understeered round there. Got a good launch out of that, which did save this lap a little bit. And then the corner cut was really nice, really clean. That's what saved this lap time. I fear it's not by much, but there is definitely the potential to do 26 seconds in that. It's a bit of a I hate times like this when I'm driving something as quick as this is, and as you know, this car's fantastic. It really is fantastic, and you can't quite reach the limit of what this can do. We're very close to it, but I just can't extract that final 17th of a second to get it under 26 seconds. But either way, it's done what it set out to do, which is beat the Mitsubishi FTO. Less than a month, the FTO falls, although I did realise the GTO had to take on the course sooner rather than later. So there it is, top of the pops. Beats the FTO by about 0.1 of a second, which in turn beat the GTO LM edition by about 0.2. Again, I think there's more like 0.3 of a gap between the 97 and the 99, but I'm happy to see the 99 beat this. It is quicker than the Celica Rally Car, Tigra Ice Race Car, Evo 6 Rally Car, Evo 5 RS. That car, to be fair, I mean, there's 5 Mitsubishis in that top sector, which tells you a lot. But that Evo 5 RS, for that to still be the quickest sort of normal road car we've had is phenomenal. We definitely need to find something to challenge that soon. But, no, end of an era for the FTO, and unlike this car, the FTO does not have a 1999 car to fall back on, so, yeah. Mitsubishi reigns supreme, as it always does, apparently, over this track. The 1997 Acura NSX. Another NSX to take on our course. This is the second and last from the Acura brand, although they are entirely identical to the Honda NSXs, which we have quite a few to still go through. This is our second race-modded NSX to take on the course, and I'm hoping that signals a little bit more of better fortune for this car, because NSXs have not been quick around here at all. The quickest NSX we've had sits in 184th place with a 30.826. It's being beaten by just about every single Civic that has gone around the course. That is, in case you're wondering, pretty average for this course, and ultimately the NSX is supposed to be a high-end sports car, so it's supposed to be a lot further up than that, but these cars are really not well suited for this course, so I'm hoping this one signals different fortunes. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 437 horsepower, 1,188 kilos. As I mentioned, this car is identical to the 97 Honda NSX, which we have previously ran. I think that ended up in a very low 31 seconds, but this one has race mod, so basically that's the difference. And this one has a 6-speed manual, as opposed to the 91 Acura NSX, which had a 4-speed automatic. Anyways, to find out how this gets along, it is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader, thanks to the last episode, is the 1999 Mitsubishi GTO LM edition. That's at a time of 27.017. The NSX absolutely is not beating that. The NSX would be lucky to come within probably about 3 seconds of beating that. So as I mentioned, Type S is sort of what we're aiming for. I'm hoping the increased downforce on this NSX might give it better fortunes. The problem with the NSX, simply put, is it is not well suited to this course at all. It is a mid-engine rear-wheel drive car. It is naturally pretty wayward in its handling, and it's naturally aspirated, which really doesn't help. That means you don't really get an awful lot of power until way high up in the rev range, which does mean it's not quite as quick as something you'd maybe want, although 30.514. The race mod really made the difference, damn. To be fair, this drives a lot better than most NSXs, and also I was being very sort of conservative on that lap, trying not to push it too much, so we'll try and push a little bit, see what more we can get out of it. These ones shouldn't be too bad. The later cars are better because they've got the better gearboxes in them. Of course, in case you're wondering, the quickest ones will likely be the Type S Zero and the NSX Type R, of course, which, despite both of them having basically the same power as the stock, because everything was 276 horsepower with an NSX, they, I think, actually get a little bit more power fully upgraded. So, yeah, that's something to bear in mind for when those cars take on the course. So, yeah. Again, a fun one to look forward to. I am quite pleased we managed to get into the 30s. Trying to see if we can get anywhere close to that again with this. Maybe some better driving would help. It always is a bit on a knife edge. This isn't actually a particularly lightweight car, but it definitely drives like one. We've seen this with stuff like the really lightweight stuff like the Elises. They really get bounced around on the grass, and this feels like that, even though, you know, this is like 2 times the car of an NSX than an Elise in both weight and power and all the rest of it. It does drive just like that, and you've got to be really careful when you're on the grass, so the rear end doesn't snap out and try to fight back on you. Again, it's all about the gearing as well in these naturally aspirated cars. You've really got to be in the right gear at the right time, otherwise you are having a problem. That might have been a bit too deep into there, and indeed it is. I think there's a little bit of time in there, but we'll take the 30.514. Considering how the previous cars have done, that's a pretty darn good time, to be fair. We've seen this a little bit with these sort of Japanese sports cars. We test like 5 or 6 of them and they really don't do well. And then all of a sudden we'll get the breakout star. Stuff like the Supra comes to mind. So, yeah, interesting one. Also interesting, apparently my quickest time was not the quickest on any of those laps. Very interesting. Like I say, I was going conservative on those laps, and you can sort of see in the time differences. I lost an awful lot of time on that last lap, but would that last lap have been quicker? Maybe by a little bit, but not by much. There's definitely 0.2 in there, no doubt, on this car, but still, definitely not a bad time. A 30.514 will put this into 154th place. Goes in between, well, 2 Japanese rivals. The Mitsubishi GTO, although worth mentioning that's the naturally aspirated version, and the Nissan Silvia Spec R. It is quicker than the Lancia Stratos, quicker than the Lotus Europa, quicker than a Lotus Spree V8 GT. Does lose out slightly to E55 AMG, the Civic Ferio, Vectra GSI, Mugen Integra Type R. It is trying to look for it. I think it's a little bit down on one of the Supras we had. Yes, it is. We had a turbo Supra go around that was about 0.1 of a second quicker, which honestly, again, there might be time in this to sort of get that far up. But we'll see, of course, when we get around to stuff like the Types S0 and the Type R. The 1998 Lexus IS200. It is another Altezza, kind of. This is the IS200, the European spec Altezza, the one with the weird 2-litre inline-6 motor. So the way this works is, in this game you have the Altezza AS200, which is a 2-litre 4-cylinder with no turbo. You have the IS200, which is a 2-litre 6-cylinder, no turbo. They both make about the same power. And then you've got the Altezza RS200, which has a 2-litre turbocharged engine. And then obviously you've got your LM editions and stuff like that. No IS300 2JZ configured cars in this game. I don't think they existed in 1999, hence why they don't. Anyways, yes, the IS200, I really like the IS200. This car, it was a bit of a revolution when this came out, in the same way that sort of the Lexus LS was to America, the Mercedes S-Class rival that put them on the map. The IS200 really caught on over here. This was sort of a BMW competitor that looked awesome in the 90s. You might say it hasn't aged well. I disagree. I mean, those rear lights, they literally became a staple of tuner culture. The Lexus lights, as we call them, or Altezza lights, as they're known in other parts of the world, because that's sort of a styling quirk that really became something going into the 2000s. And this car, it was built well, it drove well, it has the best gauge cluster of any car, I personally think. They're sort of like watch dials, I love it. It's definitely up there as one of the best. Yeah, a bit of a revolution. Again, this was sort of the car that really helped push Lexus in Europe until Alan Partridge called it a Japanese Mercedes. Then it sort of fell apart a bit. But either way, we have this one here. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 391 horsepower, 1,144 kilos, which, to be fair, is somewhere in between the AS200 and the RS200 in terms of upgraded statistics. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. That's at a time of 27.017. The IS200 unlikely to beat that. Now, in terms of the Altezzas / IS200 we've had go around, we've had the two polar opposites. We've had the Altezza 280T by Tom's, which is the sort of most upgradable of all the cars. That sits very pretty, actually, 136th place with a 30.369. And then there is the Altezza AS200, which is a terrible car because that had a 4-speed automatic gearbox. and wasn't very quick, and that's set like a 32.6. So this car, I'm going to guess, is going to go somewhere in between those, probably closer to the 280T. This one has the 6-speed manual, I believe, in it. So sort of how you'd expect the European spec ones to be. We did have automatics, but I don't know when they were introduced. Also worth mentioning, there is some confusion in the PAL regions of the game, and I guess maybe in the North American versions as well, as to how these sort of cars are defined, because in an attempt to localize, they called some of the Altetzas the Lexus IS200J. So the AS200 that we had go around, that was for some reason called the IS200J, and then you have this IS200. So this is a real IS200. The AS200 is not a Lexus IS200. Unless it was in some sort of weird Asian market, I don't think that car was ever referred to as the IS200, and the IS200 always had its 2-litre 6-cylinder, because, of course, Toyota had vastly different engines depending on where the cars were manufactured, naturally, because Toyota. So far, though, this drives pretty spot on, to be fair. Not a lot to complain about. It is quite similar to something like... I should have really looked at this before I started doing this. I think sort of BMW 328i, this may have already beaten that. I think that's at like a 30.9. That would be a pretty good place for this car to sort of get towards. The 328i actually had a lot more power than this, but this does seem a little bit more on the side of controllable. 30.536 as we come into our final lap in the IS200, which has been a bit of a joy to drive, actually. It is, you know, you got to be careful, the rear end will come out on it, but yeah, overall a pretty nice, solid car to drive. Gear ratios are nice, it's got a good amount of power. There's definitely a little bit more time in there, but I think it's one of those cars which, it slides out pretty consistently, but it's still just about enough to catch you out, so I don't think we'd go that much quicker with this, but there you go. Also, again, another good way to tell the Altetzas and the correct IS200 between which one is which. This has its own special race mod, which you can see is sort of based on the Advan cars with the Lexus logos on it, which some of you may never have even seen before because you're so used to race modding the Altetzas and seeing the standard Altetza race mod, maybe, which is interesting. Yeah, there's a little bit more time in there, more than the sort of breakdowns on timing there would suggest, but I'm happy with that lap. I think this car performed pretty well. A 30.536 will place it into 156th place. Wait, what is it? 526 or 536? 536. 30.536 will place this car into 156th place. Goes in between the Nissan Silvia Spec R and the Lancia Stratos. It's not that far off that Acura NSX we had last time out. Clicking on the Europa V8 Esprit, Silvia Spec S, RX-7 Savannah. It is quicker than the E36 BMW Coupe, which I think is the quickest BMW we've had. In terms of stuff comparable to this, there's not a massive amount around here. Slightly slower than the E55 AMG, the Vauxhall Vectra, Audi A4 Avant, Honda Accord SIR, which is to be expected because this is a rear-wheel drive car and it doesn't have the mega sort of power and controllability the E55 had, and it doesn't have the nimbleness that something like a Vectra or the Accord had. The 1996 Nissan 180 SX Type S. This is one of 3 180 SXs in the game, maybe called something different in your region, but it's a 180 SX, the sort of slope-nosed cars, if you will, with the pop-up headlights. We've had the 95 Type X, this is the 96, this is the facelifted model, which got you this sort of ground effect-ish body kit, which I actually quite like, the rear wing and some different rear lights, and of course it comes in this fantastic purple colour, which was going to race mod this, and I saw it came in purple, and I we're going to use the race mod on the Type X anyway of this generation, because there's a 96 Type X. Race mod isn't all that spectacular. I thought this purple was spectacular, hence the purple. So compared to the Type X, so last time the Type S is the naturally aspirated one, question mark, or it's a lower turbo. The Type X is the more powerful one, basically. Although I think the 95 Type X made around the same power as this. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 340 horsepower, 1,104 kilos. Gonna be interesting to see if this beats the 95 or not. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.017. Definitely did not set a 30, although 30 seconds is on the mind, because the last 2 cars we've had have got into the 30s. In terms of what this is up against, well, the 180SX 1995 sits in 242nd place with a 31.240. Trying to think, this is technically related to the S13 Sylvias, if I'm not wrong, which we've had one of those and it just snuck into the 30 seconds, so I guess somewhere around there. Nissan Slatey, 31.059 as well, so we don't expect a great turn of speed out of this. Sylvias are sort of very naturally not built for this circuit, as you might expect. You know, they're a little bit wayward, the power delivery isn't spectacular. You know, they haven't got the big power to get them out of the tricky situations the sort of slidiness finds themselves in, and as a result they're a little bit of a non-factor around this track, I guess you'd say. I have been finding the S13 chassis have drove a little bit better than the S14 chassis. Do not like the S14s. So, again, maybe that'll play in this ballpark. Or maybe I'm talking nonsense. I know virtually nothing about these cars. Sort of on purpose, because they're not all that interesting to me. Personally, I think the 180SX is one of the better Sylvias, I guess. S15 is my favourite, but even then, I mean, I'm not like a super huge S15 fan. Definitely not enough of an S15 fan to notice all the issues the Forza model apparently has, so there you go. We do look like we're on for a bit of a quicker lap. The first few laps on this were a bit scruffy. 31.057. Does that not tie it with the Slatey? I think I might have said that. Okay, so a little bit quicker than the 95 Type X, which, again, I want to say that 95 Type X was only making about 330 horsepower. The later Type X that you can get in the game, that one makes about 390 horsepower. And again, that will run the race mod, so that will be sort of the protagonist of the 180SXs, if you will. I thought it would be the Slatey. I think the Slatey made quite a lot of power, but the Slatey obviously did not handle that power particularly well. Whereas this is a little bit better. I mean, it's not atrocious or anything like that. I'd say it'd be a bit far-fetched to call it good, because it's not incredible or anything like that, but it's not bad. Certainly might have left it a bit too late into the final corner. To the line, yeah, not quite. 31.057. It actually beats the Slatey very, very slightly by about 2,000th of a second. But that is pretty much what I'd expect from this, in all honesty, in terms of lap time. Not a bad car by any means. And just not a particularly effective one. There's definitely, for driving around this course especially, there's better cars you can buy, but also there's far worse cars you can buy. You can buy something like a 300ZX, which really does not go well around this track at all. So, yeah, interesting stuff. A little bit quicker on that sort of last lap, which, mind you, Sector 3 is almost identical. There's a little bit of time in there. I don't think it's like an insane amount or anything like that, though. I don't think we're really not quite reaching the peak of this car, because I think we are about what this should be getting. 31.057 will place this into a very cramped 219th place. As I mentioned, it is 2,000th of a second quicker than the Nissan Celeity, and by extension the Z28 Camaro, quicker than an RX-7 Cabriolet, quicker than the 300ZX. Lose out slightly to the Honda Logo, Peugeot 106 Rally, and the Mercedes-Benz CLK 200 Sport, along with the 4-speed automatic NSX and a rear-wheel drive Skyline. But it's not as far off as you'd imagine from a turbocharged Toyota Supra. Just looking around at this car's sort of other relations, as mentioned, it beats the other 180SX by about 0.2 of a second. It's nowhere near the S15 Silvias, but it is about 0.1 down on the Silvia K's 1800cc, the S13. And I do think the S13s benefit from having slightly less power, and they're a little bit more controllable. So yeah, there you go. That also ran race mod, is worth mentioning, that Silvia K. So I guess we'll see when we get the 180SX with its race mod what that'll be able to do. The 1996 Toyota Chaser Tourer V. Another Chaser to take on. Of course, we had the Tourer S a long time ago. Now we have the proper one, the Tourer V with the turbos and all the rest of it. And hopefully, it'll be a bit of a better car. It certainly looks like a better car. This has one of the best race mods in the game. I believe it's based off a car that ran in the JTCC, but I'm not 100% sure. But it does look phenomenal, especially in the blue with the gold accents and the white. OZ wheels, yeah, it looks cool. The wing's a bit questionable, but beyond that, it is a very cool car indeed. Chaser's one people like a lot, the four-door Supra, as everyone refers to it. And much like the Supra, not looking to be a particularly quick car around this course, but we will wait and see. Front-engined rear-wheel drive, 457 horsepower, 1,255 kilos. So it is not a chubby Chaser. That's actually pretty good on the older weight side of things. Anyways, this car has a 5-speed gearbox. Okay, that's not too bad. It's not the 4-speed auto. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. That's at a time of 27.017. The Chaser absolutely is not getting anywhere close to that. We have had the Chaser LM Edition before, which was a pretty quick car, but yeah, the Tourer S not so quick. That's at a time of a 32.1. I think that was naturally aspirated, or if it was a lot less powerful than this one. So hopefully a bit more power should make this a little bit better, but I can already tell from sort of piloting it, it is very much like a Supra, where it does not want to really put the power to the tarmac. It just spins its wheels a lot. Because it's got an obnoxious turbocharger on it, basically. So, I'm not really too sure. We'll get it into 31 seconds, and then we'll sort of see from there what sort of time we're looking at for this. I think sort of big turbo Supras, 31.002 was the Supra RZ. That had about 600 horsepower. So if this can get somewhere like a 31.4, 31.5, I won't be too happy with it, because honestly I was hoping for a little bit more from this car, especially considering the way it looks. But you can see it's a challenge to drive. It feels like it's made out of lead. The tyres do not properly give you any form of grip whatsoever. And of course the joke of this is it's only really got 460 horsepower. It's not a massive amount to stick through the rear wheels, and we've seen cars like the Lexus IS200 from a couple of episodes ago that had not too dissimilar a power, but that managed to push it all down onto the road. And this Chaser absolutely cannot do that. Yeah, second gear the entire way around the lap's probably going to be the way you do it. The worst bit is, like I say, because it hasn't got a ridiculous amount of power, second gear is not really massively ideal. Mind you, I suppose it is sort of near the red line. But trying to use anything else is not going to be good, and trying to use third gear, you'll just go nowhere, which is why I'm opting to just sort of leave it in second and just let it spin its way out of it. And generally speaking, wheel spinning is usually better than short shifting in this game. 31.469. That is pretty much what I predicted for this. You can feel it can go quicker, but it's horrendous to drive. It really is not a good car to drive this at all. Looks fantastic, but not quick by any stretch of the old imagination. So, yeah, bit disappointing, 31.469, but then the ropes, that's unfortunately where this goes. Yeah, I think if you manage to hook a lap up, there is probably about 0.2, maybe even 0.3 in there, but it just will do everything in its power to not hook a lap up. Like I say, it feels like it weighs about 5 tons. It's not even all that quick. It's just not a great car. It's just not great. That's the best way to explain it. Would a better gearbox help it? Maybe. Would less weight help it? Definitely. But I mean, it's quicker than the other Chaser by like a lot. And this is definitely the Chaser you should buy, unless you get like the TRD or something. But yeah, not a super quick car. 31.469 will place this into 268th place. Goes in between the Mad Rally Mini and the Acura Integra GSR. Loses out slightly to the Nissan Sunny VZR. Cars comparable to this is slightly slower than the 1971 Nissan Skyline GTR. It is about 0.1 down on the Toyota Corona, which had a lot less power than this, but was a lot nicer to drive. It is quicker than the Celica GTR, Mugen Accord, Renault Megane. It is sort of with the low-end sports cars. I'm trying to think anything else really comparable to this. The Mazda RX-7 Touring X beats it, and that's not a very good car. But that's also got sort of a bit of a dodgy gearbox and a lot of power. So, yeah, not great. The 1995 Mitsubishi Lancer Evolution 3 rally car. This is another arcade mode rally car that has been restored into the game thanks to the GT2 Plus mod. And as usual with these rally cars, the only difference between this and a fully upgraded race modded Evo 3 is that this car can only get stage 2 weight reduction. So the weight of the Evo 3 GSR and this one are about the same. Also worth mentioning, I referred to this as the 1995 Evo 3. Technically speaking, this is the livery of the car that competed in the 1996 World Rally Championship, but because it is in the game defined as the Evo 3 rally car, which is an Evo 3 with the race mod, I've called it the 1995. So yes, I know technically it's the 1996, but it's not the actual WRC car, so it's the 95. Also, another caveat, this doesn't come in the yellow, so I can't have the fantastic Thunderbolt colour scheme, so we're stuck with the normal, I'd say white, but it's more sort of pinky, salmony beige. It's weird. Anyways, this is a very cool car. It should be very quick. We had the Evo 3 GSR in its non-race modded form go around, and that was quite quick, so I'm expecting this to be quick as well. This is my second favourite Evo in the game. Evo 6, 3, and then probably the 5. In terms of the ones that I like the most. I love the 3 because it just does look like a standard compact car that's been through Halfords. It's fantastic. Anyways, 4-wheel drive, 411 horsepower, 1,112 kilos. Pretty good statistics for what should turn out to be a pretty good car. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set time 27.017. God, the wing on this is huge. This car unlikely to beat its other Mitsubishi brethren. That's the 1999 GTO LM Edition, in case you are confused. Now, this car in its base trim set a time of a 29... Went off the course there, nice. Set a time of 29.632. So, I guess through the passage of time alone, we're probably going to eke another 0.1, 0.2 out of this, but... we will find out. It's not a super crazy car to drive like some of the later Evos, stuff like the Evo 5s, which are immensely powerful. This is a little bit more sort of subdued, but you can feel the start of what would eventually become a bit of a dynasty with the Evos. Of course, Evo's legendary around this track. They've held the top spot before. They are very quick cars. This is a very quick car because it says 29.471. In case you're wondering, Evo 4, which also, again, ran sans race mod because we have the option of running its arcade mode counterpart. That set a time like a 29.1, I think. That was a very quick car. I don't think this is going to be getting anywhere near there. We have recently had the Gallant VR4 run. That got a 29.3, so if we can beat that, that would be something. Yeah, a bit of a shame I can't run this in the yellow. Well, I could have run this in the yellow, but I thought it would be far more interesting to sort of showcase the arcade mode rally cars, because I've always wondered about them, and I'm assuming other people are the same. I also love the quad exhausts on this. They're quad exhausts, but they're also very tiny. Probably the tiniest exhausts that have ever been fitted to an Evo ever, because these things usually have horrendous aftermarket knockoff baller exhausts attached to them. Or they used to anyway. I'm sure they probably don't now, because Evos these days are quite valuable. Mostly because they made a lot more Impreza WRXs than they ever did Evos. And also probably because you can still, well, not in the UK, but at least in the rest of the world, you can still get essentially an Impreza WRX. Maybe not like a full-fledged STI, but not far off. I really cannot get a good run out of that final corner, which is a shame. But still, final lap. So, yeah, I suppose that's sort of why Evo prices are still high, because it's back from when Mitsubishi actually made cars you'd want, as opposed to cars you get threatened with. Like, oh no. What car shall I get, Mum? Oh, I'll buy you an Outlander if you don't decide. I don't want an Outlander. I'm sure that's probably an argument that's happened in an American household at some point. 29.4360. I'm actually quite surprised by the lack of the turn of speed in this. I forgot sort of how slow almost these Evo 3s feel, but still a pretty good time. Actually puts it in a pretty interesting spot, as you'll see in a second. But yeah, on the whole, nice driving car. A little bit of a shame. I think if I'd managed to get a bit more speed on that final corner each time, we would have gone a little bit quicker, but I'll take that. 29.360. That'll put it into 68th place. Interestingly, that puts it just behind the Evo 4 GSR. So there's some progress for you. In a gaggle of 1996 cars, actually. It's slightly quicker than the WRX STI Sedan version 3, which also has its own arcade mode counterpart. Quicker than the Legacy Touring RS, quicker than the actual Corolla rally car. Quicker than a Lancia Delta Integrale, again another car that has an arcade rally car option. Slightly slower than the aforementioned Evo 4, Legacy Touring Wagon, GT300 Silvia, TVR Tuscan, and the Mitsubishi Gallant. So, ends up in a pretty good gaggle of four-wheel drive cars. I think that's the quickest arcade mode rally car we've had. Admittedly, most of the arcade mode rally cars we've used haven't been the serious four-wheel drive type, but still a pretty good time from a pretty good car. The 1999 Tommy Kyra ZZ3. Tommy Kyra and its weird collection of cars in this game often gets people asking questions, and usually, because it appeared in later games, it's the ZZ2 that gets asked about. Is it actually a real car? Was it something planned? And it turns out, to an extent, it was. The ZZ3 gets less attention, and I actually think this is far more interesting because a lot of people have to ask, is the ZZ3 actually a real thing? Was this considered? Well, as it turns out, kind of. What happened is, I think, because Tommy Kyra has a lot of representation in the game, I'm assuming Tommy Kyra Polyphony visited their factory or studio or whatever they had, and they found a sketch of this car. And the sketch, you can find it on the internet, of this ZZ3. And it seems they've modelled a car around that one sketch, which is interesting. You do get some sort of signs that this car was sort of definitely a concept car and not something that was actually even really prototyped at this stage. You can see how far back the rear window comes, considering this is a mid-engine rear drive car. That does pose the question where the engine would go. I mean, what engine would even be in this car? I'm assuming it's some sort of Nissan derived unit, but still. And with the size of the wheels as well, yeah, where's that engine going to go becomes a bit of a problem. But it's a cool looking thing. I don't know if it's good looking. The front end especially is quite dorky with its sort of split grille. It sort of looks almost like a really bad Pontiac concept car from the 90s. Like, this would be like the new Sunfire or something, I don't know. But yeah, interesting looking thing. It also has the tiniest rear lights on it, which is quite cute. But it's cool, definitely. I think the side profile, it looks really good, which ironically enough was basically the picture Polyphony saw and modelled the rest of it around that, I guess. But yeah, interesting car. Anyways, one thing we are going to know about it by the end of today is how quick it is around the Motorsports Land track. It is mid-engined, rear-wheel drive, 280 horsepower, 616 kilos, good power-to-weight ratio, but quite a scary prospect in a car like this, and I'll tell you why in a second. But first, this car's going to get 6 laps to set the best time it possibly can. Current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99. That's a time of 27.017. The little ZZ3 is not beating that. Now, smash into a wall. In terms of what the ZZ3 is up against, this could go one of two ways. It could be Lotus Elise-esque, where it gets bounced around a lot on the grass and isn't very quick and doesn't set a very competitive lap time, or it could be like its real life cousin, if you will, the ZZS, where it's actually a very nice car to drive and defies all odds and really beats Lotus at their own game. And I've got to say, feeling this over the bumps, it feels more like that latter. This feels pretty well composed, a lot like that Europa we had out last time, which doesn't handle all like any of the other Lotuses. This actually doesn't feel too bad. 31.366 on its first flying run. I don't suspect this is going to be as quick as the ZZS. The ZZS, it was a very nice, easy car. That lap times just kept coming with that. Of course, that had racing modification as well, which helped. This doesn't have the benefit of that. I mean, it's not even a real car, so what would the race mod even look like on this thing? But yeah, we shall see. This looks like it's 30.780. It is right on the heels of the ZZS. I take that back. Can the little tiny Tommy Kyra that could beat its, again, the real car Tommy Kyra made? I'm assuming, as with most of the, despite being a tuning company, Tommy Kyra sort of fell into a trap you see a lot of small car makers, both Fisker, do, where they try and sort of, they release like one product and then try and overreach and produce like everything. So, you know, in the case of Tommy Kyra, they made the little ZZS sort of sports car, and then they were like, oh, this is great, we can make this, and then we can make a Grand Touring car in ZZ2, and then we'll make a little version for sort of more everyday purposes called the ZZ3, and it's going to be cheaper and more, yeah, and then it just, you know, falls apart. If Tommy Kyra was still around today, I'm sure they'd be like, oh, well, first we're going to launch, well, they did actually launch an electric ZZ in the end, but they'd be like, oh, we're going to launch the electric ZZ, and then we're going to do a crossover, and then we're going to do a coupe crossover, and it's going to be great. And Fisker. Just trying to see if I can eke out a little bit on this lap. It is a little bit like the ZZ2, where the lap time sort of comes to it. It is a lovely driving car, this. It really is. I'm deeply impressed with the ZZ3. Gonna have a little bit of understeer coming around there. 30.511. That is still a very quick lap time, but that did that final sector. It's one of those cars, we sort of saw this with the Europa, and I talked about it with the Europa, and I'll talk about it with this, where because it's so light, it only weighs 611 kilos, and because the engine's in the middle, there's nothing really pushing the front wheels down, and that does result in understeer, and this car definitely had a little bit of understeer in that final sector. If I didn't get caught out by that understeer, I think we could have been on for a 30.4, but that is a deeply impressive time from this little car. I am shocked. I really am. That is fantastic to drive. A 30.511 will place this into 155th place. It beats an Acura NSX, beats the Silvia Spec R. Does beat out the Lancia Stratos and the Lotus Europa and a Lotus Esprit V8. As I mentioned, it's about 0.2 up on the ZZS. It's well up on something else you might compare this to, something like the Tom's Angel. I'm deeply impressed with how much traction that has. It's a really nice car to drive again. And someone tells me if the understeer hadn't slipped up, if it was a little bit more sticky on that front end, you know, we could be looking at like a 30.2. That is a deeply impressive car. I am very happy I've given this car a shout, and while it may not have been a real thing in real life, it's certainly real in GT2, and it's really proved a point. The 1998 Ford Mondeo Gear X 2.5i 24 valve. Yes, the Ford Mondeo, the car they picked with the absolute longest name when it came to the Mondeos to include the Gear X 2.5 24 valve. It's not an ST200, which I think would have actually existed by the time this game came out, but it's the Gear X. But I don't care, because it comes in the fantastic BTCC race mod, which is one of the absolute best race mods in the game. It looks exquisite. It is bang on as well, including the Auto Trader sponsorship and everything. Some of these BTCC cars, for the most part, they look great. Stuff like the Accords and the Primeras. And then you get ones like the Laguna that sort of lose a lot. But this one, you know, hasn't lost anything. It does look absolutely phenomenal. And a car, of course, famous for Nigel Mansell piloting it for one point. And then other than that, the Mondeo didn't really do a lot in BTCC. It was always there. It was always quick. Eventually ProDrive took on running these, but yeah, it just never really got anywhere near like a championship or anything like that. But still a very cool car, and this, I guess you could say, second gen Mondeo, especially this sort of hatchback design. You do not see a lot of these anymore, and anytime I do, I get excited. Like all of these 90s saloon cars, you know, all of them are gone. Lagunas, Accords, all of it. But the Mondeo is perhaps the most surprising, because this is the one they sold the most of, and these cars just weren't preserved at all. But fantastic looking things, the New Edge Mondeo, very cool car. I like it a lot. And I'm hoping it does pretty well. A lot of these 90s saloons have been doing relatively well. They're a bit patchy on how well they actually do around this course, but here's hoping the Mondeo is quick. Front engine, front wheel drive, 337 horsepower, 1,194 kilos. It is on the heavier side because it is the mighty Gear X. Anyways, this car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Currently it is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99. That's at the time of 27.017. Just drove past the Vauxhall logo there. Interesting. Yeah, this car unlikely to beat that. In terms of this car's competitors, as I mentioned, they're a bit all over the place. Accord, I think we got like, well, the original running of the Accord, the 97 Accord, did not do very well at all. That set like a 31.1, but then later we ran the JTCC version, that got like a 30.4. Vauxhall Vectra, again, another 30.4 car. I think the Renault Laguna sits around a 30.693, so hopefully the Mondeo can get up there. It hasn't quite got the raw power that the Vectra and the Laguna has, which is going to hurt it. I think the other thing that's going to hurt this as well, I don't know what gearbox is in this. I'm not sure. By the way it's shifting, it doesn't feel particularly automatic. I mean, it's a 5-speed. Maybe did the Mondeo have a 5-speed auto? That seems like that might be a bit too sophisticated for the everyman car of the time. But yeah, Either way, I don't think this is going to be quite on the peak of those cars, but I'm hoping it still does pretty well. We should be able to get this under a 31 second, hopefully. Yeah, the Mondeo. This car was known as the... what was it called in America? I love it how... The Contour, that was it. I love it how my brain, when I was like, oh, in America, it was known as... I instantly went to the Mercury Mystique, which I think was the Mercury model. I don't think Lincoln ever did a version of it, but yes, no, it was the Contour. Which, interestingly enough, was not 30.800 dead. That's not bad. Yeah, interestingly enough, that's not one of the regionalizations they made when converting this game into the North American market, even though the Contour was a car. I guess because the Contour had a bit of a different rear end, although by this time it had identical front end to this Mondeo. In terms of the way it drives, I'm not super happy with it. It's a little bit wayward on the rear end. You can sort of see it flicking me out of that first corner there on that previous lap. It's not all that planted, which something like the Laguna was. I think the Vectra was a bit more like this, but the Vectra was also significantly more powerful and quicker. Yeah, it's not an amazing handling vehicle. It does feel heavy. Like, there's no getting around the fact this thing is a bit of a plod. With its Gear X trim and its mighty electric heated leather seats that I'm sure it had. Yeah, a little bit of a disappointment from this car. I mean, in terms of the lap time, it's not too bad. It does beat quite a few vehicles in this sort of range, if you will. But it's not amazing, I wouldn't say. Definitely one of the weaker of the BTCC inspired cars we've had. Although, to be fair, with the way it looks, do I really care? No, I wish it was a little bit quicker, but it still looks fantastic. So it doesn't really matter in the end. And I'll be honest, I don't think there's a lot more lap time to come out of that either. Maybe a little fraction, but not a lot. 30.800 will place it into 188th place, beaten out fractionally by the car that inspired this, the Nissan Primera. It is quicker than the NSX Type S, Citroen Saxo, Dodge Copperhead, Citroen Zara Exclusive. Quicker than an Alfa Romeo 166 Twin Spark, which isn't bad going. Quicker than an Opel Astra. Quicker than 2-litre Vectra, other such cars like it. I'm just trying to find. But yeah, it's slower than the Primera. It is about 0.3 down on the Vectra, 0.1 down on the Laguna. Yeah, it's just not got the raw power of something like a Laguna and a Vectra. It hasn't got the controllability of the Primera. The 1999 Volkswagen New Beetle GT. What a weird car. Gran Turismo specials maybe don't get much weirder than the new Beetle GT. So I think what happened here is they saw the concept car for the new Beetle Cup car, which would eventually go on into GT3, 4, 5 and 6. Looked at that and went, do you know what would make that better? 4-wheel drive and a lot of power. I'm not saying they're wrong, but it's here. There's also new Beetle Ice race cars as well, which this isn't, but I guess it could be inspired by it, sort of like the Tigra Ice race car. And I could be wrong, but I think the new Beetle RSI concept car might have been sort of circling around this time as well. So they had quite a lot of inspiration for this, and they just made it into one crazy Gran Turismo original. Unfortunately, one that never came back. Although I do suppose this car sort of lives on in spirit in the newer Gran Turismos with the Group 3 Beetle, which is an insane car in and of itself. Yeah, I'm expecting this to be quite quick. It is goofy. I love goofy, and I hope it's as quick as I think it might be. 4-wheel drive, 456 horsepower, 960 kilos. That is a good amount of power. It's almost like a baby TTLM, if you will, which is a car we haven't run yet, and there's a reason for that. But anyways, This new Beetle GT is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. It looks like it has really tiny wheels from third person. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99. That's at a time of 27.017. We are not expecting the new Beetle to beat that. I am expecting this to go under 29 seconds. And I do think if this had like 600 horsepower, we could be fighting against the GTO, but it doesn't, so we unfortunately won't be. As cool as a full-blooded new Beetle LM Edition would have been. And I remember those new Beetle Cup cars from the next couple of installments, and I hated them. They did not drive very nicely. The Lupo was pretty cool, but yeah, unfortunately they weren't the best. So 28.903. That is quick, as one would expect from the new Beetle GT. Yeah, I don't think it's going to quite be reaching the peaks of something like a some of the Evos we've had and the Tigra Ice race car and all that. It hasn't quite got the power for that sort of stuff, but it's pretty rapid as it turns out. 28.263. I could be entirely wrong, and this is just going to keep getting lower and lower lap times. Holy cow. I love this thing. It's ace. It does actually drive very well. I will give it credit for this. It's yeah, I mean, a 900 kilo 468 horsepower Beetle does sound like something that'd be very fun, but it does sound like an absolute recipe for disaster. And this isn't a recipe for disaster. It's actually not bad. It's yeah, handles pretty well. A little bit of understeer, but I like a bit of understeer, to be honest. So not too disenfranchised by that, I guess you could say. Just trying to get a drift through that second corner like I did on that lap. I don't think I can pull that off consistently, but here's hoping this final lap. I would love to get this. What are we looking at the moment? We're 263. It's not far off of the Mitsubishi GTO Twin Turbo. I'd love to beat the roofs with this. That would be something, but I don't know if I'm going to quite get over that quick. But we'll find out in this final lap, this do or die lap for the new Beetle GT. A little bit too much understeer on the way in, which isn't ideal. No, too much understeer. It's not far off though, it really isn't. It is a great little thing, this. I love it. I think this could be a little bit quicker, but not quite. But even still, I mean, even that lap, which was terrible, was like a 29.3. This thing is rapid. Absolutely rapid. I love it. I love it. I love it. Yeah, why do we have to get those horrible new Beetle Cup cars and the RSIs and stuff? All we really needed in life was the mighty new Beetle GT. Yeah, we're a little bit less understeer. That is definitely up there. It just looks so goofy. It really does. I love it. Oh, man. I don't think I've had that much fun in a car for a while. That's a good car to drive. Again, I'd love to beat roofs with it. I'd love to get somewhere like the Ford GT40 and the RS200 with it. But it's not quite on that level, but it's not far off. That is an exceptional car to drive. Huge amount of fun. Absolutely adore it. 28.263 will place it into 19th place. 19th quickest car is a Beetle. It's quicker than the Roof CTR2, quicker than the Audi S4, quicker than an RX-7 LM edition. It's quicker than a bunch of the LM editions, actually. The only LM editions quicker than this are the R390, the Mitsubishis, obviously, and the Vector M12. Which, yeah, I mean, I'm just having a look. I think... Yeah, this only has about 480 horsepower this has, which I think is right around what the RS200 has. So this might actually have less power than that. So this is the least powerful, quickest car we've had, which does tell you a lot for how awesome this thing is. You know what? In this series, I've recommended a couple of cars to you. I don't think I've recommended anything more than the new Beetle GT. It gets overlooked a lot, but seriously, give this a go. If you can put dirt tyres on this as well, your quid's in. It's only 500 grand as well. The 1997 Honda Accord Wagon 2300 VTL 4-wheel drive. The Accord Wagon with the longest name, and the only Accord Wagon in the game with a 4-wheel drive. And me, being really excited, saw this and thought, 4-wheel drive Accord Wagon, this is going to be amazing. Going to run the race mod, this is going to get a turbo, 400 horsepower, under 30 club. No, this is naturally aspirated and isn't running the race mod because it's not the quickest Accord Wagon. I mean, it's interesting looking. I love the green, that's part of the reason I bought this. It's got the light bar, which is weird. Obviously, the 96 Accord Wagon that we've seen come round, I think the North American one had the same rear end as this, was the North American Accord Wagon later on had different rear end. I haven't seen one. But I suppose this is, you know, it's forward thinking. You get wraparound rear glass and, you know, no pillar there, and you get the light bar, which as he looks out the window isn't too dissimilar to the one on my 2024 Civic Hybrid, so you know, they bought that back, I guess. Yeah, it's I bought this because it was green, and in case you're curious, this car is actually now holding the record for the car that's been in my garage the longest that you've seen in this series so far. I bought this like a year ago and got really excited about it, and then fully upgraded it, and was waiting for a rainy day to broadcast this on. And, well, as the sun shines outside, maybe the sun will shine on this Accord Wagon. 4-wheel drive, 286 horsepower, 1,290 kilos. Not exactly world-beating stats, and, yeah. Oh, and I didn't mention the best part. It's a 4-speed wagon. Oh, boy. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99 that set a time of 27.017. You hear that noise? That engine noise there? Does that sound like a car that's going to beat the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99? No. No, it doesn't. I'm hoping this beats the Mitsubishi Legnum ST, which is the terrible Legnum that has like 180 horsepower, and this isn't the slowest wagon we ever drive. But with the 4-speed auto and knowing how sort of naturally aspirated Hondas do not like this track, I am very much hoping that it can do that, but I'm not super convinced. It has 2 light bars. Look at the size of that third brake light as well. Fantastic. This was a car that cared about your safety and wanted you to know it was stopping. Not because, like, it wanted to alert you with the fact that, like, the car was coming to a halt. It was more to alert you to the fact that the car is going to take a while to speed back up again. I'm also having to use first gear because gear ratios. Now, the other Accord Wagon we had, the 96, that did have a 4-speed auto. And that wasn't super slow. Of course, the difference there is that one was front-wheel drive and quite agile and quite quick, and this isn't any of those things. 33.367. I don't want to over-rely on first gear, which is the one thing I'm sort of conscious of, but at the same time, I am going to need to use it to try and shove it out the corners a little bit, because it's slow, and trying to drive this entire lap in second gear, it's going to be slow. That was a very cheeky corner cut, but forgive me. I'm on a mission to save the Honda Accord nameplate from a Legnum. 32.928, it beats the Legnum ST. There we go. And we get into the under 32 club. It's only 3 seconds slower than a Beetle I drove last time. Yeah. God, poor car. Can we beat some... I'd love to pick off, like, a car that is, like, vastly underperformed down here. Something like a BMW 740i. But I think I am going to have to settle for the fact that I beat the horrible Legnum and the Acura Integra LS, which has a 4-speed auto as well, which is a car that I think is probably slower than this one because it had literally no power whatsoever. The worst bit is this has like 100 more horsepower than that Legnum, and it really doesn't feel like it has 100 more horsepower than that Legnum. This car would be... Someone tells me this car would be a lot quicker if it was just front-wheel drive and sort of left it at that, but either way, we are going to finish this with... Okay, that's good. I wanted to get another lap that was quicker than that Legnum, just so it doesn't look like a fluke. But no, that was slow. That was poor. I expected it, but it was poor. It's not the slowest Honda we've ever had, though, which is good. It is slower than the Honda Life, though. No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh, thank God. It's not slower than Honda Life. There is 2 Hondas that are slower than this, and the beat and the life of them, which is good. Lap time's actually all over the place. I think if you really got good with sort of that horrible engine braking thing, you could probably get this into like a 32.8. There'd be nothing for you if you did manage to do that, but you could do it. Yeah, 32.928 will place this into 358th place. It does beat the Toyota Style S, which is good. Beats the Integra LS, Plymouth GTX, Vauxhall Corsa Sport, heavy hitters. Slightly slower for the speed demon that was the Mitsubishi Pajero Mini, and the Mirage Asti, and the Aristo GS300. Is this our slowest sort of decently powerful 4-speed auto car? Yes. The 1999 Jaguar XKR Coupe. Jaguar's first R Coupe. And yeah, we've had the XK8, we've got the full-blooded XKR now with supercharged V8, although they put a turbo in because this game's logic. Yeah, the XKR, a car that I still to this day cannot decide if it's good looking or not. It's cool, no doubting it. The rear end does look a little bit like a Nissan Almera Saloon. The front end is weird. It's got the mouth. I definitely think the next generation XK was a much better looking car, and I think this car's forebearer, the DB7, is a better looking car, but it's still very cool, and I guess we've got to find out today if it can beat the DB7. The DB7 sort of stole this car's limelight and its chassis and launched earlier, and the XK8 wasn't all that quick, so I guess we'll see how the XKR gets along. Front-engined, rear-wheel drive, 559 horsepower, 1,459 kilos. This is a heavy car with a lot of power. That's rear-wheel drive, and that should mean it is absolutely terrible at the Motorsports Land track, but we will find out. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. That set time at 27.017. The mighty XKR is unlikely to beat that. As I mentioned, XK8, that's at a time of 31.079. The one DB7 we've had go around was the Volante, and that's at a time of like a 31.2, and wasn't very good. But this, unlike the DB7, does not have a puny inline 6. This is a proper 4.2 litre V8 engine. And I can't quite remember if the XK had the access to turbo tuning that this does, but it does. That means improved torque over something like the DB7. So the DB7 actually didn't make too far off the power of this. I think it was about 526 horsepower. But this makes more torque, which is good. And we know this track likes torque. And we've already beaten both of those cars on this car's first 2 runs. So yeah, that is... Well, we actually beat on the very first run. So this car is different gravy, as we'd expect for the XKR. But I mean, this was kind of cool. I suppose this was sort of the car that was used to sort of modernise Jaguar's reputation, even though it was kind of just based on the XJS. Because you had like the new generation of XJs which came along and they were cool, and Jeremy Clarkson drove them fast on top of you. And then you had the XKR. This was the baddest car in a Bond film when it drove on ice, which it obviously cannot do. Some may argue the rear traction of an XKR is like driving on ice, but that's a discussion for other people to have, and not me. I would never allege such claim to this being terrible to drive. It's actually not that bad. It's just a little bit wayward. Look at those bonnet vents. Fantastic. Yeah, again, I'm still, you know, this car's been out for as long as I've been alive, and to this day, I still can't really tell you if this is a good-looking car or not. Like I say, very odd-looking. I think it's definitely... It's got presence, like I say, it's definitely a cool car, no denying that. But, is it pretty? I guess you can tell me down below in the comment section if you think this is a good-looking car. I definitely think the DB7... Whoa! Okay! I am stunned. Truly, that is a ridiculous time for this car on its second to last lap. I guess this thing really can be quite quick when it wants to be. Can we get a better final corner out of it? No. But that did prove it's not a fluke. 30.186. That is almost a whole second quicker than I was expecting this to be. Why is this so quick? Okay. Alright. Nice. I was going to say the DB7's better looking, which I don't think you can argue with, but I guess the car that really has all the mustard is this XKR. That is a very quick car. Fantastic. Sounds awesome as well. Yeah. Yeah. I have nothing more to say. I am stunned at that time. 30.186. Phenomenal stuff from the XJR. 30.186 will place it into 125th place. It's quicker than the 323 Interplay, which admittedly is about 100 grand cheaper than this, but still. Quicker than Honda S2000. It's quicker than an RX-7 RSR, the Lexus GS400, TVR Cerebra 4.2, TVR Chimera 4 litre. Quicker than all of those. It's not that much, well, it almost beat the Camaro Z28, which was a bit of a traction monster when it came round. Lancia Delta HF, Alfa Romeo 156 Twin Spark. It is a quick car. It is worth mentioning, it is slightly slower than the TVR Chimera 4.5, and it's nowhere near something like a TVR Tuscan. So it's not quite up there with like the super powerful rear-wheel drive stuff, but I'll tell you what, that's that easily makes this the quickest Jaguar. I mean, the Jaguars have done honestly better than I expected. The XK8 did a lot better than I expected to get into a 31.079. I think the XJ Sport, we haven't had the XJR yet, which this does bode well for, by the way. When the XJR comes around, that's probably going to be quite quick. I'm trying to see if I can find the XJ Sport glance. I think the XJ Sport was a little bit slower than the XK8, but not by like a great deal. Yeah, that is impressive. Super impressive. I say, actually no, it's not the quickest Jaguar, the XJR15 exists. It's the quickest proper Jaguar, because the XJR15, let's be honest, that's a TWR thing. The 1997 Toyota Celica SS3, the ST202. We've had the SS2, now we have the SS3. What's the difference? This has a different body kit on it? I have no idea what the difference is. Either way, this is the SS3. The SS2 we ran didn't have a race mod. This does. The race mod isn't particularly impressive, but it's there. I don't get why. It's sort of got like a colour sort of slashing thing like a trainer or something, but I don't know why it's as far back as it is. So like basically the rear end of the car's blue, then there's a red bit, and then the rest of it's white. I don't understand it, but it's there. Yeah, I'm not expecting this to be massively quick. Unfortunately, Celica's, including this, my favourite generation of Celica, the weird bug-eyed one, these haven't proven to be that quick. The ST205 GT4 was, but that was a bit of a fluke, so yeah, not expecting an awful lot out of this, but we will see. Front engine, front wheel drive, 317 horsepower, 1,079 kilos. Those are pretty okay stats. They're nothing spectacular. But we will find out how this car gets along. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, set a time of 27.017. This car is unlikely to go ahead and beat that. So, yeah. Again, not expecting an awful lot out of this. The SS2 set a time of a 31.314. Just ahead of that is the ST165 GT4, which set an abysmal time of a 31.297. And then there's some Supras, including the naturally aspirated one, the newer one. Which if this beats that, I guess that's something funny. And then yeah, quickest front wheel drive Celica I think is the, no it isn't, it is the SS2. So yeah, a lot of riding on today. We could be the quickest front wheel drive Celica we've had. Although the only 99 model front wheel drive Celica we've had was the Elegant Sports version, which had a lot less power and was elegant. So, yeah. Although, ironically enough, I think that one actually weighed less than this does. So, yeah, I didn't realise there was a big weight difference between the 6th gen and the 7th gen. But maybe there is. I don't know. You'd think I'd know because I actually really like Celicas. But, no, I don't like Celicas enough to be that much of an enthusiasm. In fact, shout out to Azza on the Elegant Sports version. Video, because when we was doing that, he pointed out the weird sort of texture block on the fuel cap is intentional. It was actually a TRD factory part, like a see-through fuel door, because of course it was, because 90s. And apparently it is very sought after in 7th gen Celica communities now. So there you go. I have to tell you, if I was buying a 7th gen Celica, I A, wouldn't know that, and B, wouldn't care because I'd think it was stupid. But yeah, that is a genuine Toyota accessory you could have had for your Celica back in the day. Fantastic. Anyways, in terms of this, 30.898, that is quick. Well, quicker than these usually are, so I will take that to be fair. Other than that final part, I was actually pretty bob on that. I was just too busy transfixed thinking about the translucent fuel door of a Toyota Celica. You know, really blew me away. Oh, can we get a little bit quicker to the line? 30.893. We did get a little bit quicker on that final lap. That is more like I would expect these cars to perform. I knew they weren't sort of 30.2 machines. Admittedly, I think if you reran that ST202, the SS2, that's at like a 31.3. I think if you reran that today, that'd be more like a 31.1 car, because that did run a while ago, but still. Yeah, impressive stuff from the, whatever this one's called, the SS3, that's it. Could have gone quicker as well, maybe a little bit. I don't think it would have gone that much quicker, but still, not too bad. A 30.893 will put this Celica into 202nd place. Goes in between the Nissan 200SX and the Mercury Cougar, which makes sense. The Cougar had about 500 horsepower and was terrible, and this Celica was alright to drive and not much else. that is, interestingly enough, around about mid-pack. The mid-pack now sits at the Ford Mondeo at 30.8, so slightly lower than mid-pack, but that is pretty middling performance for a car in this game, so not too bad. Beats Ford Focus, Silvia K's, NSX. It's right around the sort of mediocre stuff, so there you go. ST202, I love this car. It's just a shame they're not, you know, mind-blowing on a track. And it is worth pointing out, despite this having 313 horsepower, it gets creamed by stuff like Nissan Primera, Honda Prelude, FTO GPX, stuff like that is so much quicker than this, but still. Now it's better than usual from the Celica, so we'll take it. The 1994 Nissan Fairlady Z version S 2-seater twin turbo. As you'll know, if you've been watching this series for a long time, we've had quite a few Fairlady Zs go around the course, and one other twin turbo car, which was the 2x2 version S. And that car wasn't very quick, as it turns out. The quickest Fairlady Z/300ZX that we've had go around the course at the moment is actually the version S 2-seater from 1998. However, this car, we haven't had a race-modded twin-turbo go around yet. This is statistically the best of the bunch because it's the 2-seater twin-turbo. And this car has the same livery as the 300ZX GTS that we ran a couple of episodes ago. And that car turned out to be mighty quick. So maybe, with this car having a very similar race mod, the success of that car will rub off onto this one. Maybe. That's my hope, anyway. This one does look very cool. I do very much like this race mod. I don't think it looks quite as cool as the real car, the GTS. It doesn't have that sort of wide body, so it looks a little bit strange going from that car to this car. It's very narrow. Same wing, but a very narrow-bodied car, but does look very cool indeed. Statistically, it'll be a handful. Front engine rear-wheel drive, 643 horsepower, 1,306 kilos. Those statistics are not great for a course like this, but like I say, who knows? Maybe this one will turn out to be the car, the 300ZX that we've all wanted to take on the course. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GCO LM Edition 99. That's at a time of 27.017. Fairlady Z unlikely to beat that. As mentioned, the quickest Fairlady Z is the 1998 version S naturally aspirated. That car set a time of a 30.962. So, yeah, if this car can get ahead of that, we'll count that as a success. We're hoping, obviously, it gets quite a bit quicker than that, but these twin-turbo cars are not known for being particularly pleasant with the power delivery, although actually this seems remarkably well controlled. Usually they're a bit out. Ooh, okay, 30.501 on its first flyer. Yeah, we're seeing, I don't know what's changed. We're seeing a lot of sort of high-powered rear-wheel drive cars do quite well around here more recently. So I don't know. Maybe I'm getting better with throttle and books, but I doubt it. Yeah. All right. I mean, this does feel a bit better. Usually these 300ZXs, same with like big turbo Toyota Supras and stuff like that, they do feel completely uncontrollable. This is surprisingly alright. It always feels like the tyres on this one are actually bigger. I can't... So we've had the... I mentioned the 2x2 twin-turbo car. That, I think, set like a 31.2. Admittedly, that did get around a long time ago, but that car didn't run race mod, so I'm wondering if maybe the race mod for this car, like, would it make that much of a difference to this car? Race mod is sort of very dependent on the car you fit it to, but I can't imagine it making that big of a change, unless it changes stuff like wheel and tyre sizes, which I'm almost certain it doesn't, so I don't really know, to be honest. This just is surprisingly quick on its feet, apparently, which is no bad thing. Like I say, it does look very cool. 30.385, I think that actually is quicker than the quickest Supra we've had, which isn't surprising because Supras are awful, but 300ZX can re-establish its dominance there. It's also worth mentioning this car is a ways off of that 300ZX GTS. I think that's set a 28 second. So yeah, this car is definitely quicker than that one, although this last lap is looking to be a bit of a heater. Slow in that final sector. 30.231. I do actually think that might have been on for a sub 30 second there. That is crazy. That is 0.7 of a second quicker than the previous quickest Fairlady Z we had. Mighty car. Mighty quick. Yeah, a bit peeved about that final sector. I just wanted to... Sometimes you just want to get a lap over the line home, which is sort of what I wanted to do, because it's still not the most... You can sort of see it as it's going into that corner and the rear end stepping out. It's still not the most controlled car in the world, but yeah, maybe not then. 0.641. It might have just gone sort of just below the under 30 club into like a 30.1 or something like that, but that was still a rapid time, and to be fair, that car was rapid. It is very nice to drive, actually. Cannot complain about that one bit. Really good car. 30.231 will place this into 128th place. It is fractionally slower than the Honda S2000, which did have a lot less power, it is worth pointing out. It is quicker than the Evo 2 GSR, quicker than an RX-7 Type RSR, quicker than a Lexus GS400, Mitsubishi Eclipse. As I mentioned previously, it's about 0.2 up the road from the Supra RZ. Other cars such as this, it's quicker than naturally aspirated GTO, although nowhere near the twin turbo cars. And it's about 0.7 up the road from the previous Fairlady Z we ran around, so yeah, it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see what the 98's like. I think the 98 makes more power. I'm not sure about the weight difference, but if the 98 drives like that does, admittedly it won't have the special livery this one has, so maybe it'll be slower because of that, but yeah, if the 98 is as quick as that, then we might look at an under 30 Fairlady Z, which, to be honest with you, if you'd asked me even before this episode, would be absolutely impossible. So yeah, really good job from the Fairlady Z there. That should be a pretty popular victory. The 1998 Mercedes-Benz SLK 230 compressor. The R170 generation of the SLK, a car that I'm actually quite fond of. I think this is a terrific looking thing. I'm not usually a big fan of the sort of dawn of the late 90s Mercedes into the early 2000s where the quality control went out the window, but this generation of SLK I think is a very good looking thing for the most part. Unless you put this racing modification on it, which I have done, which does not look good. I've gone for the blue and green colour scheme because it is atrocious. You get green door handles as well to really top it off. And then you just get that three-pointed star on the side as well. Admittedly, I'm saying it's a good-looking car. The more I look at it, the more I realise that this race mod might not be the best to showcase the fact that this isn't a bad looking vehicle, but no, it's cool. The SLK, eventually, I think they did about 3 generations of SLK and then it died off eventually because people stopped buying small convertibles in favour of, you know, silly Range Rover Evokes, but this, yeah, is a cool car. I do like this SLK, and it's quite a good performer in this game as much as in real life. Not necessarily known for its performance acclamations. Front-engine rear-wheel drive, 430 horsepower, 1,131 kilos, good amount of torque. Pretty heavy for a car like this, but still not too bad. Controller sort of disconnecting and reconnecting. The wire on this controller is going to fall to bits very soon, which has me worried. But nevertheless, we'll ignore that part. Instead, we will drive this car around. It is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Currently, it is the Mitsubishi GCO LM Edition 99. That's at a time of 27.017. This car is not likely to beat that. In terms of where this car is going to go, I tried to think of anything equivalent to this car in this game, and I legitimately can't really think of anything. BMW 328i 30.9, sort of similar, well, it's a German car. We haven't had the 328ci go around yet. Audi TT, well, that's four-wheel drive, so that's not really a direct rival to this vehicle. S2000, I think the S2000 is going to be too quick for this, because this is a fairly heavy vehicle. What I'm saying is I really don't know. 30.707 on its first flyer, which is quicker than I expected. But no, this is this car in the base game, like I say, is actually, performance-wise, this isn't too bad. You can upgrade it to a reasonable level. The handling for this is pretty dialed in. It's a car that, fortunately, you do sort of get to experience that, you know. It does get overlooked, but you still get to do the SLK 1-make race in it, where it does turn out that it's not a bad vehicle. As far as sort of rear drive coupes go in this game, you can do a lot worse for a lot more money as well. This being, I think it starts at about 55k, which is strong, but the CLKs are about that. And I mean, we've had the CLK 200 Sport, which wasn't terrible. That's at like a 31.042, but you know, I don't suspect something like the CLK 320 is going to be quicker than this. 30.332, okay, never mind, it is quite close to that Honda S2000. And there is still time in this as well. If this can get under 30, I would be astounded. Part of me doesn't really want that to happen, because I do love the S2000, but this has got more power than the S2000. It's got torque as well, which is one of the main things this car's got on its side. You know, it handles well, good torque. It goes under 30. Wow. Out of all the under 30 club inclusions, I suspect that this one might be one of the most surprising ones. But yeah, I mean, it's controllable. It's got a good turn of speed. It's a pretty decent vehicle, all things considered. Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to welcome it into the under 30. I think it might be our quickest roadster, or one of the quickest roadsters in that top spot. Definitely one of the smallest cars in that top spot, because this is quite a petite little thing. But yeah, phenomenal job from this car, actually. That's a really good turn of speed. Like I say, it's just nice. It drives well. Yeah, there's not really a lot more. I'm quite shocked at just how quick that was. That was a lot quicker than, that was a lot closer to the TT than I was expecting. And I think realistically that was about the ceiling of where this was going to end up. But definitely not bad at all. A 29.912 will place this into 108th place. Goes in between the Volkswagen Golf rally car and the Alfa Romeo GTV, which is, I guess, sort of a comparison car to this. The GTV was quick, but obviously that's got front-wheel drive. It's quicker than a Viper GTS, Chevrolet Camaro, RX-7 Type RB. It's quicker than the TVR Chimera 4.5 litre, which I'm not that surprised about, but still very good. Not the quickest Mercedes-Benz we've had. We've obviously, apart from the CLK race car, we've also had the C43 AMG, which is quicker than this, but that's a very good turn of speed. Out of all the cars in the under 30 club, that's definitely one of the ones I was not expecting to get in there. I was expecting it to, after the first couple of laps, I was expecting it to sort of get close, but I was not expecting it to leap on into there. So really good effort from the SLK 230. So yeah, you've been sleeping on this one. Give it a go. The 1997 Nissan Stagia 260 RS Alltech version. This is our third stager to take on the course, and they have been exciting, I guess would be the word to describe these vehicles. They are very ill-fitting for this course, but they are a lot of fun because they've got stage 4 turbos, which makes them absolutely insane. This one, I'm expecting to be one of the more insane ones we've had go around, because it's the 260 RS, which means you get the proper engine, not like the RS4Vs, which are not very good. But yeah, it has no race mod, so this will have absolutely zero controllability or handling, but it'll be rocket ship fast in a straight line, so it should be a lot of fun. Four-wheel drive, 636 horsepower, 1,530 kilos. So yeah, again, statistics not fit for this course. Let's find out how much trouble we're going to get into. The Nissan Stagea Autotech is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best stand it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99, set a time of 27.017. The 260 RS Stagea is unlikely to beat that. We have a 5-speed. Okay. So, in case you're wondering, the previous Autotech was the 98 Autotech. That car ran a 29.518. So, this without its race mod, I am suspecting this is one of those cars that is really going to benefit from racing modification. Just because it's very heavy and needs all the traction benefits it can get. So, yeah, I am not expecting this to get on that level. I'd be surprised if this gets under 30, but I would welcome it in. So, thinking about this logically, we've had the 260 RS, we've had the RS4V. The RS4V, in case you're wondering, was not a very quick car. That I think it had about 440 horsepower, and that car set a time of like a 29. That car set like a 31.7. It was deeply disappointing, which hopefully this one isn't. Although that being said, second gear is very short. Well, second gear is very long, and because this is stage 4 turbo, it's not at all reaching peak power, so that is interesting. I can't remember if it was like that in the 98 or not. Obviously all these cars in this series are running the stock gearboxes, and yeah, the RS4V I think had a 4-speed, so that car was not quick. I think we've also had the Turismo Stagea. I seem to remember that. Oh, we are in the under 30, that is good. The Turismo Stagea as well, which actually I think is slightly lower on power than the Autotechs, the sort of yellow body kitted thing. I could not pull that off again in my entire life, I can assure you of that. The Turismo version of this car sits 29.894, so there you go. Yeah, I forgot about the Turismo. Well, there you go. Alright, final lap in the old Stagea. Was recently added to Horizon 5. I think that was just the RS4V though, not the mighty Autotech edition with its ridiculous bodywork. Gran Turismo original, I guess you could say, the Stagea. That's how most of us know this car. Alright, to the line. I don't think we're going to go any quicker. Yeah, that lap time on that final lap is about what I expected this to set in general. I will take a 29.946. That's not bad at all. That actually puts it in a bit of an interesting spot, which will highlight its sort of deficiencies. But yeah, it's not set up for this track. It really isn't. This is not the type of car you want around here. To be perfectly honest, it's not the type of car that you want, well, for any racing scenario, other than maybe drag racing, where the ridiculous amount of power will come into to its own. Interesting on that final lap, it was quicker in those sort of bits there. Interesting. I don't think I've said before, Sector 1 and Sector 2 sort of bleed into each other because the Sector 1 timing point is the braking zone into Sector 2, so I don't know how much you can really read into that. There's probably is a bit of time on the table. I mean, if the racing mod version can get a 29.5, realistically you could probably get close to like a 29.8, 29.7 in this if you really kept it tamed, but it is a difficult car to keep a handle on. I mean, this has 600 horsepower, and yet that SLK we had last time was about 6 kilometers an hour quicker on the back straight, which probably tells you everything you need to know about how this drives. 29.946 will place this in to 112th place. As you can see, interesting spot because it means it's actually slightly slower than the Subaru Impreza WRX Wagon 97, which has about 250 less horsepower than this, weighs about 400 less kilos, and is a much nicer car to drive. It is quicker than the 93 Subaru Legacy Touring Sport. It's quicker than an R33 drag car, and slightly slower again than that Nismo Stagia, so slightly quicker, slightly slower than Tommy Kyra R. It's about where it should be. Again, I don't recommend it. To drive for a laugh, sure, but I think if you want to go quick in a wagon, you definitely want to be looking towards an Impreza and not towards a Stagia. The 1997 TVR Cerbera Speed 6. This is our third TVR Cerbera to take on the cause. We've had the LM edition and the 4.2. Now we have the Speed 6. I was originally going to run the Speed 6 without the racing modification because this car comes in lots of fantastic factory colours, but I decided I'm just going to run it in racing mod, partly because it's a bit of variety and you don't see the racing mods for the Chimeras, but also because we had the TVR Tuscan Speed 6 go around, and that was pretty quick, and that set a time of like a 29.3, so I'm hoping maybe the Speed 6 TVRs are the way to go. I mean, I doubt it, but I'm hoping. I'm hopeful this one's going to be controllable like the LM edition was, but yeah, I'm not too sure on that. You know me, I love TVR. Cerbera is my favourite of all of them. I think it's a fantastic looking thing, and I would dearly like to own one, which is why I want to buy a Chimera instead, because a Chimera is less scary. This one is the Speed 6, so that means it's got the 4-litre inline-6 engine of TVR's own making, as opposed to the, well, I suppose the 4.2 and the 4.5s kind of were TVR V8s, but they're sort of loosely based on Rover V8s, so there you go. Anyways, front engine rear-wheel drive, 549 horsepower, 1,007 kilos. Interesting thing to note, despite the fact that this is the Speed 6, the 4.5 litre, which we'll see later, is actually slightly more powerful and weighs slightly less, so something to bear in mind. So, in theory, the 4.5 should be quicker, but we will find out. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 97. That car set a time at 27.017. This Speed 6 is unlikely to beat that. Now, in terms of what this is targeting, I think the Tuscan might be a little bit too out of reach for this. I'd dearly love to go under 30 with this, but apart from the Tuscan, it seems the standard dealer TVRs have missed out slightly on going that far up. The quickest non-Tuscan TVR we've had is the Chimera 4.5 litre, which, again, the 4.5 litre is technically the quickest of all the Cerberas on paper. That car's set a time of a 30.071, so I'm hoping we can get close to that. Now, 30.081, what is that? Very slightly slower, okay. That was admittedly a very conservative run, so I'm hoping there is an under 30 in this. In fact, I can almost guarantee there's an under 30 in this, but it's just keeping it under control, because at the end of the day, as much as I'm saying, oh, the 4.5 litre is slightly more powerful and slightly lighter, this car is still very powerful and very light, and there's the under 30, 29.917. First TVR to do an under 30, I am actually quite happy with that. The other cool thing with the Cerberas as well, the racing mod, depending on which one you go for, you get a couple of different colour options. This one, the Speed 6 comes in the traditional British racing green with the yellow highlights, which I do think looks fantastic. I'm going to go for a run up on that lap, because yeah, otherwise that lap's going to be a bit of a throwaway, because we're going to enter that corner very slowly. I'm actually over the moon we got the under 30. I was not expecting that out of this, to be perfectly honest. I was expecting this. It's not great to drive. I will be. You can feel the rear end is very fidgety, and there's, yeah, like that. It's one of those cars which traditional TVR really. It really does lure you into a false sense of security because you're sort of on the throttle like this, and you think you've just about got away with it, and then all of a sudden the rear end will just sort of kink out. Which, there you go, 29.762. I'm happy with that. Let's see if we can get anything more out of this. Like I say, you're just so delicate on the throttle of this. This does make me excited for what the 4.5 litre can do, though. Maybe it will beat the Tuscan. I'd dearly love to see that. But as it stands, we'll take that. Tried to keep hold of that drift, didn't quite hold on to it, but it wasn't too bad. Yeah, it's scary car to drive. You can see with the speed, even on that like GTO, this car is super quick in a straight line. It's just trying to keep it together, trying to keep it from throwing itself out at the last moment is very difficult. And yeah, there's a couple of cars that's slower than. There's a couple of cars that's quicker than, surprisingly. It's quicker than a Viper, which had a sort of similar knife-edge personality to it, so I guess that makes sense. Could have been maybe a bit quicker through Sector 3, as we usually see, but I think that was just an attempt to get that car home. 29.762 will place this in to 96th place. My racing number, coincidentally enough. It is slightly slower than the Mazda 323 GTR, but quicker than an Audi TT Coupe, the Roof BTR Type 1, the Roof RCT, the RX-7 Type RS, the C43 AMG. Up there with a lot of punchy rear-wheel drive vehicles. It is slightly slower than the Viper GTSR, which was obnoxious to drive, and the RX-7 Type R Infini thing. Which could have actually gone quicker, so that's not really massively representative. But, yeah, it's a quick car if it just stays controlled. I mean, stuff like this that wasn't, you know, that was equally as unruly is quicker. Stuff like the Lister Storm V12, the Tuscan Speed 6. Those cars ultimately have higher ceilings than this, so... you know, do you cross-shop at Storm with the Cerberus? Because the Cerberus is, like, a quarter of the price. Yeah, these TVRs are great cars if you know how to handle them, and that is usually the biggest problem. The 1996 Subaru Impreza WRX STI wagon version 3. Another Impreza wagon with a long name to take on the course, and this is another STI version, the version 3, which I guess is my favourite of the sort of earlier Impreza generations because it's the quickest and it usually has the best race mods. Unfortunately, not the case in this version 3. It doesn't keep that fantastic sort of ruby pink ready colour that you get on the version 2 wagon as well as the version 3 saloon, but it still does look quite cool. You can't go wrong with this livery. Of course, you get the typical STI trappings, the quadruple downforce, roof rails, and the 2 wings. Yeah, it's a cool looking car, no doubt about it, and it should be a pretty quick car indeed, as most Impreza wagons usually are. 4-wheel drive, 409 horsepower, 1,110 kilos of weight. So let's get this show on the road. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to take the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. So at a time of 27.017, that's the 99 model. Because it gets confusing because we have the 97 run our leaderboard for so long, now there's the 99. And I need to preface that they are separate cars. So, in terms of this, well, there's no shortage of cars to compare this to. Obviously, in terms of Imprezas, we've had a lot. The version 2 STI sits with a 29.7, but that was one of the very first cars to go around. The version 3 saloon, which did run sans race mod because there is the Impreza 96 rally car from the arcade mode, which is just a version 3 with the racing mod. That car, sans the race mod, ran at 29.403, so it'll be interesting to see if the wagon is quicker than that or not. Maybe that's roughly the same time we got out that version 2 right there. But no, these I prefer these earlier Imprezas to drive. They are nicer than the later generations. They're still understeer, but these cars feel a little bit more sort of playful, a bit looser, which usually in a racing game is not something I like. I like my cars to feel sort of quite taut. I like them to be understeery. We are quicker than that version 3, 29.283. But yeah. Usually I like that, but in the case of this game, not so much, I've got to admit. It's, you know, especially around a course like this, where you need the ability to sort of change lines on the fly, if you will. You know, you need the ability to sort of try and get some rotation around the corners and stuff. These Imprezas are better than the later ones, which again are a little bit more sort of set in their ways. Elephant footy, if you were to use a Clarkson expression. But no, these cars, I mean, they drive exactly how you'd want them to. Obviously, you'd probably rather have the saloon, just because it is, or sedan, just because it is a little bit more, it's lighter, it's more controllable, but still, 29.147. Can this go under 29 seconds? That is the question. Obviously that version 3, like I said, did not run race mod, which means A, we didn't see the fantastic ruby colour on it, but the Impreza rally car should cover that off. Ran and widens that wall, which isn't particularly helpful. Just gun it on the grass. Does it go quicker? Yes, it does. 29.104. That's quick. That is quick. I'm trying to look on the leaderboard quickly if I can spot. Okay, it's not the quickest Impreza wagon, which is good because we had the version 5 go around. That has gone a little bit quicker, but still, good from the old timer, definitely. Yeah, it's a nice car to drive, as all of these are. It fortunately does not sit with the rest of the 1996 Subarus that all seem to sort of corrugate around the same area, but there you go. Could have gone a little bit quicker, potentially. I do think maybe there's an under 29 if you really sort of went for it. And by went for it, I mean was way more consistent than I am. But still, a very impressive lap from this car. A 29.104 will put it into 58th place. It sort of fills a bit of a gap that we were seeing between the two R33s. So it is quicker than the R33 V-Spec, quicker than a Roof BR2, quicker than a Celica GT4, which is telling on how not great Celicas usually are around this course. Quicker than the NSX RLM GT2. It's quicker than a Mitsubishi Galant VR4. Quicker than the Legacy Touring 96, which is the quickest, or was the quickest 96 Impreza that we had go around, other than the coupe version, which is way up the board. So it sort of sits in a great midway between the Impreza coupe from 96 and that version 3 saloon that we had go around. But again, we've still got the Impreza rally car from the arcade mode to go around, and I think that will turn out to be a fraction quicker than this. The 1996 Mazda Infiniti RX-7 Type RB. Another RX-7 to take on our course, and this RX-7 is also in the sort of 767/787 throwback livery, but with the black, because yeah, we've had the green with the Type R, now we've got the black, and there's also a dark blue on the RZ that we'll see a little bit later on, which is fun. I like seeing all the different sort of colour combination of this livery, because I was a bit worried it would turn into sort of green and black and there'd be no difference between them all, but fortunately, as it works out, all the RX-7s have very slightly different colour coding, a lot like well, a lot of the cars from sort of GT1 that got backported, they have sort of different colours depending on the years. So like the Imprezas are all sort of different shades, which is cool. Keeps things looking nice and fresh. So the Type RB, we haven't had a Type RZ round yet, but the RZ is very slightly lighter, so I figured it'd make more sense to run the RB first. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 474 horsepower, 1076 kilos. RX-7s have run pretty well around this track, so here's hoping this is another pleasant driving experience today. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99, set a time of 27.017. This RX-7 unlikely to beat that. So yeah, RX-7, the I forgot what generation of this, FD. The FD RX-7s have been, well, excellent around this track, to be perfectly honest. The slowest one currently is the RSR, which at a time of a 30.244. The one downside to the RX-7s, it seems, is the more power they get, the less good they are. And as a result of that, actually, one of the quickest RX-7s we've had is actually the oldest of the FDs, the Type R. That's at a time of 29.734. So hopefully this car can prove that car wrong a bit, but looking at it, maybe not. So that car, also interestingly enough, had slightly different aero. Now, I am not for a second going to try to sell you the idea that Gran Turismo actually calculates that stuff, because it really doesn't. But I mean, it's something worth considering. What is the quickest RX-7, actually? I probably should have checked that. I think it was like a 29.5 for the Mazda Speed RX-7. So now that car didn't run race mode, but it was just a very nice car. I think the Mazda Speed might end up sort of turning out to be the quickest of all these cars, even though there's no like real performance gain from buying it used. As much as it does have slightly more power than these cars, I think the sort of driving dynamics of it are a little bit better. Nicely out of that corner, 29.331. I love it when I say something and then just completely prove myself wrong. It's great. Fantastic. Alright. It is another great day to be an RX-7 lover. To be honest with you, the RX-7 is probably the only Japanese sports car in this series that you can get away with being a lover of, unless you're like me and a giant Mitsubishi GTO fan and completely left field, in which case you'll like that. We'll go for a bit of a run-up on this final lap, why not? This is quite quick, 139 kilometers an hour. That is pretty good going, but yeah, if you're into your GTOs like me and you're a bit weird, then good luck on that, because they're quick, but you know, the Skylines are tricky and never really seem to operate to what you'd like them to be. The Supras aren't very great. The Fairlady Zs, I mean, the most recent one turned out to be alright, but yeah, for the most part, they've sort of fallen apart. I love it when I do a run-up on a lap and you get all suspenseful about it, and then I just piss it away in like the first sector. And it's like, whoa, okay, all that was completely worthless, but nevertheless, 29.331. And again, we've got the Type RZ, which is a whole like 7 kilos lighter, so maybe that'll mean that's so much quicker. I doubt it, but maybe it does. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, it's a nice car to drive, as they all are. It's exactly like all the rest of them, really. And it does, the one cool thing with the RX-7s is the slowest ones are actually the most powerful, the ones that are making closer to 530 horsepower, which does go to show you can have too much of a good thing. Wow, yeah. That gives you an idea of RX-7s. You can just consistent and just smash that lap and get it, and no problems. Fantastic. Wow. Yeah. A 29.331 will place this car into 68th place. Goes in between the Zenavi Silvia, and the Legacy Touring Wagon 96, which is a bit of a weird place for this car to end up, but that's where it does. It's quicker than the Evo 4, quicker than the Evo 3 rally car, quicker than the 96 sedan version 3 Impreza, so it's with a whole bunch of 1996 vehicles, basically, and it's beaten them all. So, yeah. I mean, it hasn't beaten, like, say, that Impreza wagon from last time was quicker than this, and that was a 96. And it's nowhere near something like an Impreza Coupe, or even a GT300 Spec RX-7. But it's not bad. In fact, it's better than not bad. It's bloody brilliant, if I to be perfectly honest. Yeah, these cars are good. There's no denying that. And to be fair, I should point out that Type R that I was mentioning, 29.7, I actually lost it in the final sector, otherwise that would probably be like a 29.5 car as well. So, yeah, I suppose in that context this would sort of make sense. That it's not a massive jump up, but it is still a little bit quicker. The 1997 Mitsubishi Legnum VR4 Type S. A Mitsubishi Legnum on our course, and that means one thing: this will be slow. Yeah, the previous two Legnums we had the Legnum ST, which we expected to be terrible because that car is terrible, and the VR4 Type S from 1999, which should be a little bit better than this, which is what scares me, because that car was not very quick at all. It currently sits in 157th place, so I'm hoping the 97 is a little bit quicker. This car is winning Turquoise Pearl, which I'm hoping should push up the leaderboard a little bit, but yeah, we'll see. Maybe we'll have to wait for the Super VR4 before we can get a Legnum up the course, but hopefully that doesn't dampen your excitement for this car, because you never know, maybe it'll be quick, I don't know. Four-wheel drive, 427 horsepower, 1,397 kilos. I do really like a Legnum, so I'm hoping this car is the one that sort of breaks the a bit of a Legnum curse, but we will soon find out. Anyways, this car is got the weirdest third brake light I've ever seen. Is that a texturing error, or did they genuinely look like that? Yes, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition from 99. Now, that car set a time of 27.017. So, as mentioned, the Legnum, currently the quickest Legnum, set a time of a 30.483. It's actually tied with the Mugen Integra Type R. So, yeah, to give you an idea, that means it's slower than a Honda Accord, slower than the Supra RZ, Spiderman 4-wheel drive, slower than the Esprit Sport 350. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm hoping this can go under 30. That would be my sort of dream, but I don't know if I've gotten half a second quicker in the intervening time between this car and that car. Admittedly, this lap will be a lot quicker than the first two because I'm not looking for times on a screen anymore, so that should help a little bit. But to be fair well, I say to be fair, to be slightly critical of the Legnums, they're just not great for this course. Obviously, I mean, the fact that they're sort of big, heavy, hulking wagons doesn't help. 30.830. Yeah, obviously the fact that they're sort of big, hulking wagons doesn't help. But also, the key issue is they're just not powerful enough to get round it. We had the Nissan Stagia a couple of episodes ago, and that Stagia was a terrible car to drive, truly obnoxiously awful car to drive, but it's quicker than this, 30.212, and that's because it just has enough power to deal with its weight, as this doesn't. I mean, maybe a racing modification will help this, obviously. I've left that for the Super VR4. The reason I've left that for the Super VR4 is twofold. One, because the GT2 Plus actually fixes the 99 Legnum, so that is going to be four-wheel drive instead of the terrible front-wheel drive version, so that'll actually get a bit more power and should hopefully be actually usable. And also because all Legnums have the same racing mod, which I think is a bit... I'd say it's quite irritating, because all the Galants have like different racing mods, but the Legnums do not have that. The Legnums just sort of have this. Oh, well, not this, but they have like a sort of generic sort of white and grey and black, which isn't great. I do think there's a little bit of time in this vehicle. I don't think it's going to go under 30 though. That actually ties it with something that's quite telling of how sort of mediocre the pace of this vehicle is. Yeah, it's just not it. It's just not it. They just don't have the power to, again, Super VR4s, I think they make close to like 500 horsepower, so, you know, if this can get a 30.2, I have no doubt the Super VR4 will get under 30, so at least we will have a Legnum that can do it, but, yeah, I mean, compared to Legacies, there's just absolutely nowhere compared to them. So, yeah. A 30.212 will tie this vehicle with the Mazda Familia Interplay. It goes into 132nd place, which on the face of it doesn't look too bad, because it means it's quicker than an S2000 and an Evo 2 and an RX-7 Type RSR and the Lexus GS400, but slower than the XKR Coupe. It's slower than a standard Impreza wagon. Like, yeah, I think they had like 310 horsepower or something. It's slower than that. Slower than an Alfa Romeo 156, Peugeot 406. Slower than the Celica GT4 RC, which is also quite a disappointing car. It's not even close to like the slowest Legacies. It's just not. It's just not it. That's it. That's the problem with the Legnums. They're just not it. So it's a better showing than it was from the previous time we had a Legnum, but yeah, still not quite enough dice. It's telling when it sort of ties itself with, I think, what is the second or third cheapest car in the game, and yeah, I mean, it's not that much quicker than the front-wheel drive Eclipse, which again is another car that went ages ago, so maybe that could be even quicker if we run it now. So yeah, the 1998 Alfa Romeo 145 2-litre Cloverleaf. One of my favourite cars in GT2. I love the 145, and I would dearly love one of these in real life. It is one of the most bizarre looking vehicles I've ever seen, but because it's an Alfa Romeo, I think it looks fantastic. That sort of weird window kink on the front window, the wraparound rear glass, the fact that this really should probably be a 5-door, but is actually a sort of 2-door wagon. It's an awesome looking thing. Absolutely fantastic looking. And Cloverleaf is, of course, amazing. You get that fantastic 2-litre twin spark engine. It's just right, and the interior of these is fantastic, especially with the Momo leather. Stunning vehicles. I adore them. I absolutely adore them, and I adore this even more because the upgrade potential on this car is actually pretty good. Now, Alfa Romeos with the 2-litre twin spark engines have been very quick around here, and I'm hoping the 145 will follow the same legacy. And this car does have a good legacy, because not only is the engine good, and cars with this engine have been quick, this car also shares its underpinnings with the Fiat Punto, which turned out to be a very quick car, and this car has almost 120 more horsepower than the Punto did. So, I mean, is an under 30 possible? If the 145 can get an under 30, I would lose my mind. But we will see. Front engine, front wheel drive, 340 horsepower, 1,113 kilos. The only thing this is really missing is a rating modification, which, while I would love to see, does mean I can showcase the fantastic Zoe Yellow Metallic, which is the correct colour for this car. Anyways, the Alfa Romeo 145 2-litre Cloverleaf is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99. That car set a time of 27.017. The Alfa Romeo 145 Cloverleaf, unlikely to beat that, as cool as that would be. Maybe a mod can introduce the 145 LM Edition, and that can challenge for the top spot one day, who knows. Either way, As I mentioned, this car has a lot to live up to. So Fiat Punto set a time of 30.325. I think that's achievable. This doesn't have quite the handling that the Punto had, but it has the power to make up for it. Other cars, the Alfa Romeo 156, that's at a time of a 30.180, which, I think is potentially in reach if I can sort of drive this thing within its limits. It does feel a little bit understeery, it does have to be said. And I guess, if you was being super hopeful, the Alfa Romeo GTV, I don't think this is going to get to the GTV, and it's 29.9. And as I'm actually sort of driving this now, I don't quite think under 30 is going to be achievable. But 30.325 from that Punto, I think if we got like a good lap together, this would be able to beat that, as it should do, realistically. I mean, the Punto should not have been as quick as it was, but still. Yeah. The one issue this car has, and you can tell, is it is a little bit wayward on the rear end. Does not like rear end traction. The other thing as well is it's... Yeah, you are starting to feel the limits of the front wheel drive chassis in this. You know, it's a bit understeery. It is a bit on the understeery side. You get the lift off oversteer, and you get the sort of understeer, especially as you sort of brake into a corner. It's not ideal for that sort of stuff. But yeah, come on, Alpha. Definitely go quicker through that final sector. Let's pin this lap together. Come on, Alpha. We can do this. Take to the skies on that, because there's no point in trying to make that turn, because it's just going to be slower. Sticking it into there. Brake super early for this corner. Try and get it round, get the rotation going. Come on, car. 30.137. It's not quite the under 30, but God, I'll take that. I actually think, to be fair, I don't think that lap was 100% perfect. I definitely think there's a couple of areas, especially in Sector 2, I think I could have rounded that a little bit better. I didn't want to go for a super ridiculous corner cut there, like I did in one of the laps, but yeah, phenomenal stuff. That took a lot out of me to get that lap out of that. I won't lie, that was, yeah. That is definitely towards the limit of what the car can do and what I can do with the car, but yeah, phenomenal stuff from the 145. Apparently that lap was the absolute quickest of all of them by a good chunk as well. So, yeah, wow. You can see, like, the straight line speed isn't even that quick. I think if this had, like, the 156's 380 horsepower, dare I say, because the chassis is already losing control anyway, so you may as well chuck an extra 40 horsepower into it. This could have been challenging even higher up, but yeah, phenomenal job from a phenomenal car. A 30.137 will place this into 125th place. Goes in between two very quick front-wheel drive cars, the Peugeot 406 V6 Coupe and the Alfa Romeo 156 Twin Spark. It is quicker than the Lancia Delta HF Integrale, quicker than a Subaru Legacy Wagon GT, quicker than the Impreza WRX Wagon. I mean, stuff is slower than, okay, Spoon Integra Type R, similar sort of handling issues. That did weigh a lot less than this, but, you know, power-wise wasn't too dissimilar. I mean, it's not quite getting to, like, Alfa Romeo GTV levels. I'm starting to think if this thing had a racing modification, maybe it could get up to those sort of heights, but, yeah, phenomenal time from a phenomenal car. I was not expecting... The first couple of laps, I was not expecting us to get close to that. I was actually thinking it'd be a bit of a struggle to beat the Punto, but, yeah. All came together on that final lap for the fantastic 145 Cloverleaf. The 1998 Nissan R390 GT1 road car. We've had the 1997 R390 road car. Now we have the 98, which actually in real life is the same car as the 97. They just put the new bodywork on it and said, there you go, it's a different car. So unfortunately the 97 doesn't exist while the 98 does. It's in Nissan's museum, I believe, and this is a phenomenal car, of course, built to go into Le Mans for homologation. From standard, this has like 350 horsepower that everyone thinks is very underrated from the factory, and Gran Turismo seems to agree, because you can stick stage 4 turbos on this and up it to 849 horsepower. That's a lot. This car is very scary to me. I mentioned I do prefer the 97, mainly because of the paint colour, but the 98 is very cool. The long tail, obviously different bodywork. Maybe I like the 97 because it looks a bit weirder than this. This looks sort of more like you'd expect the R390 to look. And of course in this game there is the R390 LM edition, which we will get to in due time, but I wanted to cover the 98 road car first. So, as mentioned, mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 849 horsepower, 1,085 kilos. More torque than I think basically anything else that's gone around this course. I am terrified of what this car is going to do. Anyways, the R390 is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99. That's at a time of 27.017. In truth, if this had like race mod, I'd say maybe we're on something there, but it doesn't. So I'm gonna say that car is probably safe. Now, it is worth mentioning when we had the 97 road car, which I think has slightly less power than this. Might weigh slightly less as well. That car got into the 27s. That car set a time of a 27.861. It was actually very fractionally beaten by its race car equivalent. So this R390 is going to be quick. The question is how quick. I don't know if it's going to get under 27. That would be something. Because again, I don't know how much sheer luck. I can imagine a lot of sheer luck actually went into the R390 97's road car time. God, you can see this thing is challenging to drive. The one saving grace the R390 usually has is it is very good over the bumps. I'm not quite sure if I'm feeling that too much in this one. I think this one just might genuinely be just atrociously powerful. So yeah, usually they don't get sort of rocked around by the bump so much, which is a good thing. It's just about trying to deliver the power in the right instance and trying to keep that rear end under control, which is problematic. Let's go with problematic on this one. But yeah, it's definitely something to drive. It's not quite compared to some of the sort of special models I've driven recently. A lot of stuff has been a lot nicer to drive than it should have been, so I guess the R390 not being that is the price we pay for that, I guess. But coming on to the final lap of R390ness now. The problem is with this car as well is these are stage 4 turbos, so they are big and beefy and there is no control over the power delivery whatsoever. It all just comes in one big gulp and you've got to sort of accept it as that. To the line, 27.922. It's slightly slower than the 97. I said, to be honest with you, it wouldn't surprise me if that's the case. It is a little bit more powerful, but it's not. It's just as sort of uncontrollable as that car. I think there's some time saves in there. I definitely think this could go a little bit quicker. You can probably beat that the 97 road car, in all honesty. But it would be a challenge. It'd definitely be a challenge. God, what a car. What a machine. What a machine indeed. 27.922 will place this into 11th. As mentioned, very slightly slower than the 97. I will take that. I think maybe you could get this to go a little bit quicker. I don't think that lap was perfect, but I think I'm too scared to try more than that. Yeah, slightly slower than the LM edition as well. I'm gonna guess the 98 race car might be quicker than the 97, but we'll see on that one. I mean, there's not a lot this is slower than. It's slightly slower than the 22B and the Evo 5 RS, but that's the only road cars, because everything beyond that is so much quicker. Yeah. What a car. I am... Yeah. Lots of emotions are going on after driving that. What a thing. What a thing. The 1998 Toyota GT1 road car. So, you remember last time when I drove the R390 and I said, hopefully I drive something less insane next time. I lied. I'm going to drive something even worse. Yeah, I love the GT1 road car. I love the R390 road car, but the GT1 road car is perhaps, I think, the peak of homologation special road cars. When your idea of the boot, where you can put the suitcase, is the fuel tank, yeah, I'm in love with it. I mean, it looks like absolutely nothing else that has existed before or since. It is a literal race car for the road. Rumours are, if they had actually built this as a road car, this thing would have been able to do about 260 miles an hour and been the quickest car in the world, road car at the time. But obviously, they didn't build more than 25 of them, for obvious reasons, because they would not have sold any of them. But if I was a billionaire in the 90s, I would have bought one. I'd have probably bought this one, to be fair. Yeah, unlike the R390 as well, I don't have as much hope in this one. The R390s have been pleasant to drive around here for the most part, you know, with the bump steadiness and all that. But the GT1 race car, we've only had one GT1, and as much as it was one of the first cars to go around, it currently sits in 40th, so... Yeah, a lot of stuff's been quicker than it, and I'm very scared of this car, statistically. Mid-engine rear-wheel drive, 989 horsepower. I think the only things we've had more powerful than this have been the drag cars. 900 kilos of weight. So it's over a 1-to-1 power-to-weight ratio. Yeah, I think it's... the controller's trying to prevent me from driving it. That's sort of how insane this is probably going to be. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, which at a time of 27.017. The GT1 road car, if it was like 4-wheel drive and not a GT1, could be threatening that, but it is, so it isn't. Yeah, so I guess the sort of the target for this car will be somewhere around the R390. The R390 set a time of a 27.922, the 97 road car a slight bit quicker than that. So that's the target for this vehicle. It's obviously going to be a challenge to try and reach that. I'm trying to think, if this can't beat that, I don't know if this is going to go quicker than the GT90. GT90 set a time of 28.180, the GT90 was mad fast, but that's because it weighed a lot, which meant it could sort of keep its power in check, and turned out to be quite nice to drive. This doesn't have that. The one thing I'm noticing as well with this vehicle is the gear ratios aren't as nice as they were in the R390. It's a little bit longer ratioed by the looks of it, which is a bit of a problem. The other thing worth bearing in mind as well between this and the R390 is the R390 can get a lot more upgrades than this can. The R390 actually you can do like weight reduction and brakes and stuff like that to it. The GT1 road car does not have any of that. The GT1 road car is as it is from factory, except giant turbo, which does make me wonder if this car might be better without the giant turbo on it. I guess we'll find out. We've managed to get one clean lap out of this so far, and it wasn't very fast, so come on GT1. I'd dearly love for this car to get into the 27s, but I'm not 100% sure it can quite beat R390 levels of quick. It's just not... I mean, okay, this would be my pick, personally, between the R390 and this, just because this is, like, completely unhinged, but the R390 is a far better car to drive, no doubt. 28.017 from the GT1, and yeah, that was it's interesting that, because it was actually, you saw it sort of on that first sector, it was actually quicker than the GTO LM edition. It's just not as nice to drive as the R390. It does not have the level of controllability that car has. I mean, it's still phenomenally quick. There is no way around that. But again, it's one of those cars I can't help but feel maybe this would be quicker if it didn't have the level of upgrades that the R390 did. I would hope this would have beaten the R390, but I don't think it's not quite controllable enough to do it. But it definitely got close. I think in terms of like speed, it is quicker. If you was to do like 0 to 1,000 meters, this would be quicker than the R390, but it just doesn't have the R390's level of controllability. But and that didn't have a lot of control, to be fair, but it definitely had a bit more than this, but still a phenomenally quick car. A 28.017 will place this into 14th place, which is definitely nothing to shake a stick at. The only road cars quicker than this are the two R390s and the Roof BTR4 3.8 litre, which probably tells you something. But this is quicker than the Vector M12 LM Edition, quicker than the Ford RS200, quicker than the Ford GT40, quicker than the Ford GT90, quicker than the Mainz Lancer Evo 5. It's a very quick car, no doubt. And I do think if you were to sort of do laps over and over and over again, I think you could get it a little bit closer to the R390, to be honest, but it's not as good of a car at the end of the day. In terms of controllability and actual drivability, it's not quite as good. But I'd still have one over the R390. The 1997 Suzuki Wagon-R Column FT. Now, in the last couple of episodes, things have got pretty extreme with the R390 and the GT1, so I figured it was time to slow things right down with the Suzuki Wagon-R. Or maybe this thing will be a speed demon in disguise, who knows. All I know is, as of this car's running, we will have had 3 Wagon-Rs, and, well, unless this one turns out to be, we haven't had any outright speed demons. We've had the Turbo RTS and the Aero RS, and this is the Column FT. What does that mean? Not a clue. Column shifter, maybe? No idea. It does look cool. I love the Suzuki Wagon-R race mods, this sort of two-tone thing, and there's lots of different colours and stuff, so it is a fantastic looking thing if it doesn't turn out to be the quickest thing. Yeah, Wagon-R's, the quickest one is in 369th place, and these things have been roundly beaten by the Daihatsu Moves so far, but maybe this Wagon-R will instill some fear into them, who knows. Four-wheel drive, 173 horsepower, 731 kilos. This car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99, and as amazing as it would be, this car is not beating that. As I mentioned, Daihatsu moves. The Aero RS at a time of 32.876, that was one of the very first cars to go around. I think actually I used that as the benchmark for all the key cars, so this should, in theory, be quicker than that. It's a free speed. I wasn't expecting that. Free speed automatic in 97. I mean, I know these things were cheap, but goddamn. I mean, I assume all Wagoner. Would they do a manual Wagoner? I mean, I know they did over here because European. They actually built that in Hungary over here. Fun fact. Along with the Vauxhall Agelia, which had a different engine and was apparently better, to be fair. Probably not more reliable, but the engine was a bit more sort of peppy in those, because people who buy Vauxhall Agelias and Suzuki Wagonars really want something peppy. Yeah, I mean, it's beaten that Aero RS, which is fair. This is one of those cars. I actually think, in some ways, the key cards are almost just as tricky to drive as the really quick stuff, because in the really quick stuff, as much as your brain is just trying to process non-stop how quick the vehicle is, the one advantage is that you know, you can make little errors along the way, and it won't cost you a massive amount of lap time. You know, if you misjudge a braking point or something, you can usually get right on the way. But in something like one of these, it's just all about keeping the momentum up and, you know, not using the brakes too much and really trying to feather it in. It is a bit of a nightmare. 32.284. This is quicker than I expected it to be. This sort of goes to show maybe that Aero RS would have been a bit quicker if it had gone a bit later on in this series. But of course, we've still got the ultimate Suzuki Wagoner for last. We've got the mighty RRR to go around, which that'll be a pretty late go around the course, I think. There's a couple of sort of natural rivalries that I'm sort of setting up for this series, and as silly as it sounds, I do think one of them is definitely going to be the Daihatsu moved Aero Down Custom versus the Suzuki Wagon RRR. So yeah, that'll be a late one to go around the course. The wardrobe battle will come to its conclusion there. I don't actually know how many Daihatsu moves I've got left to throw around. I think it is just the Aero Down Custom. Definitely a better line through that final corner, but we are going to go a inkling a bit quicker on this final lap with a 32.250. Good stuff from the Suzuki Wagoner Column FT. Probably one of the quickest free speed cars we've had go round. I mean, obviously the quickest one, and I think is probably going to turn out to be the quickest one for all time, if I had to guess. The Wiegert Vector WH Twin Turbo, of course, had a free speed, but yeah. Not terrible stuff from the old Wagon Column FT thing. And apparently it could have gone quicker. I definitely think that last lap, that final sector on lap 3 I took pretty much bang on. As like bang on as you're going to get. But yeah, maybe you could have gone a little bit quicker. But I don't think it would have been by too much. A 32.250 will place this into 349th place. Goes in between the Mazda Unos Roadster S Special and the Volkswagen Polo 1.4. It is a bit up the road from the Fiat Cinquecento Sporting, the Suzuki Alto Works, it's quicker than an Aston Martin DB6, and a Plymouth Cuda, and the Suzuki Cappuccino, which is interesting. It is about 0.1 off of the quickest Daihatsu move we've had, the SRXX 4-wheel drive 97. And the sort of really quick key stuff seems to... The really quick key stuff. I think the quickest key car we've had is the Subaru Vivio, and that got a 31.7. So, yeah, it's not quite on that level, but it's not far off. Pretty good car, all things considered. The 1999 BMW 528i. Yes, the E39 finally comes to the Hot Lap Classic, and if I'm being honest, if there is any car to benefit from the GT2 Plus mod, this might be one of the cars that has benefited the greatest in this series. So, a couple of changes from the standard game. They corrected the engine power. For some reason in the base game, they made the 528i make 142 horsepower, which isn't correct. It's supposed to make 190 like the 328i and the 328ci. So that got corrected. It now makes the correct 190 horsepower. On top of that, the NA tuning got corrected to match the 328i because it's the same engine. And they added the turbo kits from the 328i. All of this results in the 528i going from probably in this series making only about 260 horsepower to 480. Which is more than the M5 of the time, and hopefully that should put it into contention with quite a sort of interesting rivalry that's popped up. The mid-size saloon car, or sort of large executive saloon, medium executive saloon if you will, has turned out to be quite a heated category, and these cars are quite quick, so we'll see if the 528i can go up there. BMWs haven't been the quickest around this course. The quickest BMW is still the E36 323i Coupe. But, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if this car can get up there. Front-engined, rear-wheel drive, 480 horsepower, 1,401 kilos. A lot of torque. And, well, it's the E39, so it looks absolutely exquisite. So I'm hoping this car will turn out to be quite quick. This E39 is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition, which set a time of a 27.017. The BMW 528i obviously not likely to beat that. In case you're curious about its BMW brethren, the 323i, which had the turbo upgrades as well, that car set a... Or did it have natural aspiration? I think it had... I don't actually remember. Oh god. Yeah, that car set a time of like a 30.939, I think. So not quite where we want to be. The E36 at a time of a 30.6. And the sort of slowest of these sort of large executive saloons, medium, I have no idea what, it's not quite 740i sized, but like, yeah, the E55 AMG set a time of a 30.499, so if it could get somewhere in there, I don't think we're going to be quite matching something like the Lexus GS400, but, you know, who knows. Yeah, I'm hoping this does well. I guess out of all of the BMWs in this game, might be my favourite, as much as I do love a BMW 3 Series Compact. The 3 Series Compact in this game is not the ridiculous bug-eyed thing, which is my favourite of all of them, because it's very weird looking. I was obsessed with it as a kid, and, you know, several years later I'm still obsessed with that car because of just how strange and odd it looks. It's my favourite E46, but yeah, the 528, obviously the E39, this car has a presence, doesn't it? Maybe not quite the same as something like the big 7 Series. You could argue all day over which one looks better between this and the 7 Series, but I think for me the 5 Series of this generation is awesome. I am not the biggest BMW fan, but I did seriously consider getting, and so when I ended up with my Accord in the end, I had a couple of cars that were shortlisted, and one of them was an E39, because they are just awesome looking and very well built, and proper BMWs. 30.351, there you go. It did not feel like it had that lap time in it, I will be honest. And then just on that final lap there, it's absolutely blitzed it. Wow. That is impressive. Fortunately, that's not a tie as well. I thought it was going to be a tie with something else, but yeah, I don't know where. Maybe cutting that corner is slowing stuff down. I'm not too sure. To be fair, that does look like a pretty bob on lap, if I'm being honest. Gotta reverse over the line because I can't drive in a straight line because I'm so amazed by my driving skills on the previous lap. There you go, the quickest BMW is what would have in all likelihood been the slowest BMW in the base game, but thanks to the GT2 Plus mod, we can give the E39 something to sing about. Incredible stuff. Yeah, that was a pretty bang on lap time. I'm impressed with myself in that one. Yeah, didn't even check how many speeds this had. I'm assuming it's a 5-speed because BMWs, they actually had pretty decent gearboxes from this time. Anyways, a 30.351 will place this into 146. It is fractionally quicker than the FTO GPX and the Audi A3. It loses out slightly to the Fiat Punto, but ignore that part. The key things to note is it is 0.1 down on the Lexus GS400, but it beats the 91 Toyota Aristo by about 600th of a second, and it does beat that big E55. It's about 0.3 up the road from the E36 and 0.6 up the road from the 328i. I think in terms of BMW supremacy, the only thing that's really going to be beating this is the 328ci when that takes on the course, but and because that has racing modification, it will have roughly the same amount of power as this does. But yeah, that's a phenomenal time from the 528i. Again, a car that honestly in the base game I wouldn't even bother with. It's one of those like the Dodge Stratus as well that has a similar sort of horsepower problem in the base game. From that to being the quickest BMW, that is the power of GT2 Plus, the way the game is actually supposed to be. The 1994 Mazda Unos Cosmo Type E CCS. Another Unos Cosmo to take on our course, and unlike the last one that I incorrectly said was a free rotor, this one actually is a free rotor Cosmo. The Type E is free rotor, the Type S is a 2-rotor, so that's nice. That means this car is slightly cooler, and it certainly looks cool because this race mod looks fantastic. This sort of turquoisey colour that it's in, I want everything I've ever owned painted in this colour because it does look fantastic. Unfortunately, that means that this has more power, and I didn't really come away from the last driving of the Cosmo thinking, what this car really needed was more power, or more weight, or to really ever be driven again because it wasn't very good. So I'm not really looking forward to this, if I'm being perfectly honest, but we'll see how this gets along. Front engine, rear wheel drive, 643 horsepower, that is a lot. 1,400 kilos. It weighs a lot, it's got a lot of power. Let's find out how it gets along. This car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99. That car set a time of 27.017. The Cosmo Type E CCS is unlikely to beat that. It's wheel spinning all over the place. That is fantastic. And I suspect... yes, I am right. This gearbox will go forever. So I don't actually need to shift out of second gear, which is nice. The problem is it's not ideal because it's very terrible at putting the power down. So I can't use a higher gear to short shift into because I'm assuming third gear will have absolutely no ratio on it whatsoever. 31.753 on its first flyer. We might end up in a unique case driving this where this car might actually be slower than the 2-rotor. We'll find out. 144 kilometers an hour in second gear, and yeah, there's no point in short shifting. You just end up at like 3,500 revs and just go nowhere. And because this is a rotary, admittedly this makes a lot of torque for a rotary. The problem is it makes all that torque at the top end and not in the low end. So that's a problem. It's not one of those cars torque can sort of pull it through and solve all its issues. Torque is not going to help us here. I don't know what is going to help us really. In case you're wondering how this drives, the front end is heavy. This is one of the most understeery cars I think I've ever driven around this course. It is very, very understeering. It almost feels like the front end's on completely different tyres to the rear end. So they're not on speaking terms. It makes far too much power. The rear tyres are... I think the problem with this car is probably the tyres on it are very narrow. Which means it's just sort of struggles to do anything. It's really not very good. It will be interesting to see how this compares to the Toyota Sora by the end of this series. The Sora is another car which has far too much power for its own good, and a 4-speed automatic gearbox. I have no doubt that could go quicker. I have no doubt that could probably be quicker than the two-rotor model. But that's atrocious to drive. I can't wait to not have to... As much as I enjoy looking at this car, I can't wait to never see this car again. It is horrible. Absolutely horrible, atrocious, terrible to drive. I can't say enough bad things about the Unos Cosmo. Which is a shame because I think it's a really cool car. I mean, even if you top like the best points of the lap, I don't even think it beats the Type S. That's a terrible car. It really is wretched. There's no other word for it. That's just not good. I didn't like it. Yeah. Nothing to say positive about that experience. A 31.683 will place this car in to 307th place. Goes in between the Corvette 427 Stingray and the Dodge Avenger. It is slightly quicker than the Peugeot 306 somehow. It's quicker than the Dodge Charger and the 83 Celica, which both had less power than this and realistically shouldn't have driven as well as this should have done. Slower than Sprinter Trainer, slower than the Type S Unos Cosmo. Bad car. Just a bad car. There's no other way to put it. It's just bad. I'm just having a quick look for how many Soras have we had. We have had one Sora. It was the VVTi. If I recall, that's well down. Yeah, 31.950. So there's 3 more Soras to go if you count the Lexus SC400 as a Sora. Which I'm going to for the purposes of this. That one's probably going to be a significant ton quicker than this because that's got a big burly V8 in it. But the other cars, I think one of them makes like 700 horsepower and has a giant turbo in it. I expect that to be just as awful as this. But we'll find out. The 1995 Chevrolet Corvette ZR1. I've mentioned before, the C4 Corvette might be my favourite Corvette, and the ZR1's the best version of the C4 Corvette, so I guess this is my favourite Corvette of all time, I guess. The ZR1, for those of you who don't know, this original ZR1, was a bit of a collaboration project between GM and Lotus, who I think they owned part of, or maybe all of it at the time. And they basically bought Lotus in and said, can you make this car more complete as a sports car? Obviously, the Corvette's always been very fast and flashy, but they wanted, like, handling and maybe some sophistication. And so they called Lotus, because naturally that's who you go to. And they tweaked the suspension. I think they did a couple of bits with the chassis. And most keyly, they looked at the V8 and revolutionised it. The Corvette V8 was always a bit agricultural, still is kind of to this day. Well as the one that was in this car that eventually got slotted in had dual cams, it was 32 valve. It was a proper motor. This was a proper job. And ultimately ZR1 turned out to be unreliable because, well, it's a Chevrolet Lotus project, that's what happens. And also it was very expensive. I think this was about 2 or 3 times more than the standard Corvette C4 was. So, and I think that was like a top trim C4 as well. So they didn't sell very many of these. It wasn't all that successful. But it did pave the way for fast Corvettes to come. Obviously you had the Z06s, which you always had. And then the ZR1 would come back in 09, I think, with the C6, which had the supercharger on it and looked cool. So, yeah, very cool car. I think it looks fantastic, because, of course, it does. Some cool colour options as well. In case you're wondering, the race mod's going to be ran by the standard Corvette Coupe, which is actually the most powerful one and the lightest one. I think this is technically the heaviest Corvette you can buy. And then there's the Gran Sport, which I think makes a little bit less power than this, and that's obviously just sort of a stripped down racer for the road, essentially. So the complete polar opposite when it comes to the C4. Anyways, front engine and rear wheel drive, 652 horsepower, 1,415 kilos. Those statistics scare me because that's not too dissimilar to that Cosmo I had last time out. That was terrible. 109 kilometers an hour in first gear. We are going to have to use first gear. Oh, God. Anyways, this car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99. That car's at a time of a 27.017. The ZR1 C4 unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this can end up, well, the Gran Sport went round in a 30.777. Admittedly, that I think I relied a lot on the torque and the second gear pull, whereas this is going to be far more reliant on first gear and trying to sort of tame all the issues that come with that, i.e. trying to get the power down to the ground. But I tell you what, it is, if you saw the last episode, you'll know I wrestled with the Unos Cosmo, 30.271 on its first flyer. That is impressive, and it beats the Gran Sport. Other than that, I mean, I don't know, Viper, maybe? I don't think this is going to be quick as the Viper GTS. The Viper GTS was far more controlled than this was, and it does make more power and all the rest of it, so, but we'll see. Maybe we could get under 30 in this. But yeah, this feels a gazillion times better than that Unos did last time. That Unos was not good, very bad. I think that might actually, to be honest with you, thinking about that Unos more and more, that genuinely might take the cake for one of the worst cars I've ever driven around here. Driving something like this, which, ironically enough, does drive a bit like a Lotus or like a TVR, where it does sort of feel like it's, you know, mere seconds away from trying to kill you. I would rather drive this than I would drive that Unos any day of the week. I will take potential mauling at the cost of actually being able to go around a corner somewhat straight. No, this does drive, like I say, remarkably like something like a TVR or a Lister, or there is that constant fear at the back of your mind, like, this is going to try and kill me. And it does. It really does try to kill you, but it's also quite rewarding to put a lap together in it. So, yeah, it's catch-22. How do you like your Corvettes? Consistent but a little bit slow, or very fast with the side effect of death? Entirely your choice. Ah, that last lap was going to be quicker. I mean, it was pretty consistent in the lap times. You can sort of see where it can go. There's definitely 0.2 in this. There's probably 0.3 in it, to be honest with you. This could be a under 30 contender, I have no doubt. It just doesn't behave itself for long enough to really get there, which is a shame, because it actually drives alright. It's, yeah, God, that final lap, that could have been something, but unfortunately it's all for nothing. It's even faster in a straight line than that Cosmo was, which tells you how bad that Cosmo was again. Yeah, bit of a shame we couldn't pull more lap time out of that, because it definitely could go a little bit quicker, but I will take that. A 30.271 will place this into 143rd place. Goes slightly quicker than the TVR Cerbera and the TVR Chimera, which backs me up that this is basically a British sports car. Slightly slower than the Eclipse GST, the EK Civic, the Lexus GS400 RX-7 Type RSR, and the big twin-turbo Fairlady Z we had go around as well. It is 0.5 up the road from the Gran Sport. It is about 0.3 down on the Viper GTS. As I said, realistically, I do think there is probably 0.2 in there, so you could get it a little bit closer to the Viper. I would personally recommend the Viper GTS over this. Viper GTS is just more controllable, you get more power. It's a better car, but nevertheless, this was still quite impressive indeed. And yeah, 1998 Vector M12. Vector is back for one last glorious throwdown with the M12. If you ever wanted to drive the Lamborghini Diablo in this game, well, spoiler alert, you could have always driven the M12, because this is a Lamborghini Diablo underneath. I think in the 90s, Vector was owned by the same company that ended up owning Lamborghini, the fantastically named Megatech. And from that, there was a bit of a collaboration between Lamborghini and Vector Born, in which the M12 came out, which was a Diablo, basically. There's a fantastic story about this car. Basically, Vector owed Lamborghini money for all of the components for this car, and one of the ways they paid them, because they had no money themselves, was by giving them a W8 twin turbo, which if I was the boss of Lamborghini, I would have perfectly accepted. Yeah, Vector, fantastic company. It's a shame the M12 is a little bit forgotten about, obviously. I think this was Vector's last ever car. They tried some other stuff like the SR-V8, which was supposed to be more attainable, but that never really came to pasture well as the M12 did. So, yeah, a bit of a shame this car's sort of been forgotten about history, although any players of Grand Theft Auto 3 will probably instantly recognise this as the Infernus. If you thought the Infernus looked out of this world, look at the M12 and then you'll see where they got the inspiration from. Anyways, as I said, this is Vector's last throwdown. We've had the W8 Twin Turbo and the M12 LM Edition. So the M12 road car rounds us out. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive, 643 horsepower, 1,456 kilos. It's quite a heavy car, this. Anyways, this car has a long first gear. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99. That car's set a time of a 27.017. This car is unlikely to beat that. In terms of vectors, we've had the W8 Twin Turbo. That car set a time of a 29.021, which was very fast and did it all in first gear, as this car is basically going to as well. And we've had the M12 LM Edition, which is actually one of the quickest cars we've ever had. That currently sits in 15th place. So yeah, this car's got a lot to live up to. I don't think this is going to be quite as quick as a W8 Twin Turbo. Personally, I don't think it has the torque. It's not quite there, but it will definitely get close. 29.541 on its first flyer is definitely good. To be honest with you, Vectors, every single one of them that I've driven around here has been surprising, and that extends to this one as well, because I was expecting this to be easily the worst Vector of the bunch. You know, the M12, obviously, big sort of race car, that would have been fine. I'm surprised how quick that was, but still. W8, you look at it and expect it to be mental, but obviously because it's got a 3-speed automatic and a big sort of doggy twin-turbo V8, it just makes all the power in the world, or all the torque in the world, which pulls it through really nicely. Was this, you know, naturally aspirated V12, a Lamborghini underneath? It is, you know, you'd expect this one to be a little bit sort of more awkward to drive, but I guess the weight, which has been a theme in this series, weight can, well, as it can in all sort of racing games, weight can make or break a car. And in the Hot Lap Classic, that has definitely turned out to be true, because we've seen some heavy cars like the, Unos Cosmo, turn out to be atrocious, and then we see stuff like this, or Mitsubishi GTOs, and all that sort of stuff, and they turn out to drive really nicely, and I think it's because the weight sort of planting them. I think if this was 200 kilos lighter, it would probably be quicker, but it would be a lot harder to extract that lap time from it. Well, as now as it sits, it's remarkably easy. I mean, I'm full throttling out of every single corner, and I'm having no problems with getting the power down whatsoever. 29.427. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of where I expected it to be. I do think there's a little bit of time out that I'd sort of lost, especially in that final sector on that final lap. This could definitely be a 29.3 car, but yeah, I mean, it drives nice. It really does drive nice. It isn't, you know, again, it isn't quite a full-blooded Vector in the way it drives. It is probably the worst of the Vectors, but that's not a bad thing to be when you consider that the Vectors are quite quick around here, so yeah, definitely lost some time in that final sector. That is not great. If I had kept 7.3, yeah, we could have been like 29.2, but we'll definitely take that, and that is good enough for me. A 29.427 will place this into 76th place. Goes in between the Subaru Legacy Touring Sedan RS and the CDMA 1 Turismo Supra. Admittedly, that GT500 car's time is out of date, because we've had GT500 Supras since then, and they've gone closer to 28 seconds, but still, it's there. Beats quite a lot of reputable stuff, to be fair. Corolla Rally Car, Imprezas, Forester, Delta HF Integrale, quicker than the Escort. In terms of stuff equivalent to this, beats out the Lister Storm, the Roof BTR2, Dodge Viper GTSR. It is a quick car, as I said. You know, I mean, if it even ended up like 0.2 up the road, it'd start competing with stuff like the NSXR LMGT2 and the Roof BR2, but yeah, it's just a solid supercar. It really does drive nice, and you can just put the power down whenever you want. So yeah, don't sleep on the M12, and I think that's a nice way to send Vector off. All Vector, yeah, every single Vector is in the under 30 club, and by a good chunk as well. So if we get really scientific at the end of this series, which maybe we will, if we do like an aggregate time for all the manufacturers Vector, yeah, they'll do pretty darn well. The 1997 Venturi Atlantique 400 GT. Last time out, we had an Italian supercar that did not look like an Italian supercar. This time out, we have not an Italian supercar that looks like an Italian supercar. This is, yeah, the Venturi Atlantique 400 GT, a car that I would imagine is in Gran Turismo 2, purely because it looks a lot of bit, like a Ferrari F40. That's not to say the Atlantique 400 GT is not cool in its own right, because it is. This is a fascinating car. This comes from a time when supercar makers had one make spec series. Jaguar was doing with the XJR15. There were several of these, and one of them was the Atlantique 400 GT trophy, where you were, if you was a rich gentleman driver and you wanted to go racing, you could buy yourself an Atlantique, get it converted into a cup car, and then go racing in it. And it was actually quite popular. You see a lot of the 400 GTs were actually converted, well, I say a lot, about 10 of them were converted from race cars into road cars, which is sort of what this is based on. I think there was also a separate road car which didn't sell very well. I think the trophy sold more. There was actually one of these for sale not that long ago, which was fascinating. But yeah, essentially what this is it looks like it does, which is fantastic. It's got a turbocharged PRV V6 in the back, and it's awesome, and it's French, and it's great. This car benefits significantly from the GT2 Plus mod. So in the base game, this only makes about 420 horsepower, and that's because Polyphony kind of cocked up. You see, the 400 GT, I know it doesn't have bi-turbo in the name like the 300 Atlantique does. That doesn't mean this didn't have a turbocharger, which it did, but Polyphony, for some reason, forgot about it. And so it means this car misses on intercooler upgrades, and you basically add a turbo to it from the turbo upgrade. GT2 Plus has fixed that, so it has a turbo at stock, which doesn't improve the power, but that does mean you can do stage 2 and stage 3 turbos, and they adjust the boost accordingly, and you can have intercooler upgrades. And what that means is this car makes about 200 more horsepower than it would have done in the base game. That means this now makes about the same amount of power that the 300 bi-turbo does. Whereas in the base game, you're far better off going with the 300 bi-turbo. Another thing to mention, which GT2 Plus does not fix, which is slightly irritating, this car is asymmetrical. As you can see, there's like a graphical glitch on the back end if it goes on the non-Lager side, this side. And yeah, and this side just says Lagers randomly and nothing else. So I don't know what's going on there. I guess the French got bored when they were applying stickers to it. I don't know. It does look cool though. I like the very simplistic race mod. Mid-engined rear-wheel drive, 462 horsepower, which I think is actually about the same as that Vector made last time out. 1,026 kilos. So we are going to see. I mentioned last time that Vector would have probably been worse off by weighing 200, 300 kilo less. So I guess we're going to see what that looks like with the Venturi Atlantique. This car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99. That car's at a time of 27.017. The Venturi Atlantic 400 GT is unlikely to beat that. As I mentioned, we have had the 300 bi-turbo go around. That car set a time of I think it was just into the under 30 club, 29.907. So the 400 GT is looking to beat that. Game is apparently having some sads, which is weird because this computer is godly. Anyways, yeah, that's what we're aiming for. So we will try and get our act together and put a lap together. The first thing that is sort of striking me with this car is the brakes are terrible. You know how I mentioned this car in the base game had about 420 horsepower and now it has about 600 odd? Yeah, I think the one thing that probably wasn't accounted for when they changed the power, and I suppose it doesn't really make sense to change it, the brakes were a part of that sort of initial balancing for this car. Yeah, it doesn't stop particularly well. 29.429. Doesn't that? No, that means it is 2,000th of a millisecond slower than the Vector M12. So can we beat that? On paper, this should be quicker than that Vector, but yeah, the brakes are atrocious. Like, usually you just sort of dab them through there and drive the rest of the corner around, but not in this. In this, you have to be a little bit more liberal with your use of the brake pedal. It's not great. It does have to be said. Other than that, it drives okay. It is, as I would expect, it's not as nice to drive as somewhat like the Vector M12, for example. You know, you get more wheel spin. It does feel more unsettled because it weighs less. And again, you got that braking issue to deal with. But other than that, it drives all right. I don't think we're going to go any quicker on this final lap because I sort of cocked up for that first. Yeah, it's one of these where if you try and push it, it doesn't really want to play ball. You've got to sort of be on its own level with it, which is not great, but yeah. that is probably about where that should go. I think there's a little bit of time in there if you can master the brakes, but as I mentioned, the brakes are atrocious in this. And it's quite hard to sort of show that when I'm driving around. You're like, oh well, just brake earlier. There's a lot of muscle memory involved with driving around here, and also I don't usually expect to brake that much sooner. So yeah, that does kind of make this fall apart a bit, but yeah, interesting where it ends up, I guess. It was the quickest lap by far. I think there's a bit more time to find in there if you can push it, but pushing it is part of the problem. Anyway, it's a 29.429. We'll place this into 77th place. It goes just behind the Vector M12 we had last time by 2,000th of a second. I don't think we've had a car that's gone back-to-back with another one end up that close to it before. That is interesting. And so it sort of beats the same stuff that the Vector did. Cars equivalent to this. It's 0.1 up on the Lister Storm, 0.2 up on the Roof BTR2, 0.3 TVR Cerberus Speed 6, and a couple of the other roofs. As I mentioned, about 0.5 up on the 300 Bi-Turbo. So yeah, it's a good car. It's just I think if you got this on a track between this and an M12, it probably wouldn't be too bad. To be honest with you, on a conventional track, I'm sure you wouldn't notice the brakes as much as I notice around here, just because this is a very stop-start course. But yeah, just be aware the brakes in this are not particularly great. The 1999 Aston Martin V8 Vantage. This is not the Vantage you're used to. This is not some sort of small, cozy little coupe, which is fun around the bends, the small Aston. No, the V8 Vantage back in the day was the big Aston. This was a cut above the DB7. A monstrous looking thing. I'm not a big fan of early Vantages, I've got to be honest. The original one looked like a Mustang 2, which I didn't like, and then it didn't really look any better the more they updated it. And then it sort of culminated in this, which, I mean, it looks good for what it's trying to do, which is sort of come across as a big, brutish car, but it's not really my cup of tea, I will be honest. It is very wide, though. Very wide, and quite scary statistically. I don't know how this is going to go. Aston Martins around here have not been particularly quick cars, and I'm not quite sure if this is going to change the tide, but we'll see. Front-engine rear-wheel drive, 737 horsepower. A lot of torque, 1,771 kilos. That is also a lot. That makes this one of the heaviest cars we've ever had around here. I think the only things that are heavier than this are the 740i, which is the heaviest car in the game, and I think maybe the 840ci is heavier than this as well, but if it is, it's not by much. Yeah, big heavy car, lots of power, rear-wheel drive. I'm not looking forward to this, I will be honest, but we'll see how it does. Anyways, this car is going to do 93 kilometers in first gear. This car is going to get 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition. That car set a time of 27.017. This is unlikely to beat that. God, this is weird to drive. So, straight away, we've had cars that, I mean, we've literally seen them today. Cars, well, not today for you, but today for me. We've seen cars that do not do a good job of delivering power. Stuff like that Unos Cosmo that I keep banging on about. That was truly wretched. This, though, that car feels like it has a lot of power, and it really wants to like put it all down at once, and it can't really do it. This doesn't feel particularly quick. This does not feel like a 737 horsepower car. This just feels, well, to be honest with you, it feels like it makes like 200 horsepower. It really is. It almost feels like it's clipping into the ground or something weird. Like, it does not. Jesus. It is not good to drive this at all. It's atrocious. I know Aston Martins haven't done good around here, but I was expecting, I mean, DB7 31.2. We've had the Jaguar XJR round recently. That was a V8, and that was quite quick. That's at a time of like a 30.1. But this is not on that level at all. This is... I don't know. It just does not feel... It doesn't feel quick. I mean, I get handling like a dog and all that, which it does. God, this car is so weird. I've driven cars before that are like so bad they make you question whether you've got the right parts on them. Which is fair enough. I don't think I've ever driven a car that's... feels like this, where it actually feels like all the right parts are on it. It's just, it doesn't work. What a bizarre thing. It's not good. It's really not good. We're gonna go sideways, so that's gonna ruin that. This is not nice to drive at all. This is actually quite horrible. If I'm being perfectly honest, this might be worse than that Cosmo, just because it doesn't... It just wants to pirouette. It does feel weird. It feels like someone's broken on it, almost. Ends with 666 lap time, which I think is pretty fitting. That's bizarre. That does not drive... I really don't know with that car. That doesn't feel right at all. I mean, the replay footage here looks fine. I mean, it looks like just a big, unfitting car going around this course. I don't know if it's because the red line's really short on it, or... I don't know. That... Apparently there's time in it. I guess there probably is, but... What's a strange vehicle? Weird. Really weird. I can't get my head around it. What a strange car. Don't drive it. I don't recommend this, but... I suppose there's a reason I've never really seen many people use or pay attention to this car in this game. It's because it's not very good. I guess. I don't really know how else to explain that. That's just bizarre. Anyways, 32.318 probably means this goes down as one of the biggest disappointments we've had around this course. It goes into 356th place, goes between a Volkswagen Polo and a Fiat Cinquecento, and it should be happy it beat the Fiat Cinquecento. I mean, it's quicker than the DB6, but in saying that's kind of an oxymoron. I mean, it's slower than the drag car. The drag car drives less worse than this does. I really don't know what to say. It's just, what's a bizarre vehicle? Odd. Really, really odd. The 1965 Shelby Cobra Daytona Coupe. An absolute racing icon, one of the oldest cars in the game, up there with the Elan S2. And it's time to see what the old timer can do around our Motorsports Land track. It is a fantastic looking car from the front. I'm not quite a big fan of the sort of duckbill rear end. I get why it's there, aerodynamics, or at least the 60s understanding of it, but it's a bit of a bizarre look. But who am I to judge? This car is an icon. It's been raced in lots of places, and I don't remember anywhere it's raced, so that's why I'm not being specific. But these are very valuable. They only made 6 genuine Daytona coupes, and I think they go for well over 10 million quid a pop. So yeah, if you want one of these for your personal car collection as a daily, it might cost a little bit. But no, it is an exquisite car, and I'm hoping it has the same sort of aura as something like the Ford GT40 did when it came around here. GT40, old car, but it still went very, very quickly indeed. I hope this is less road-going Cobra, which we have had round and was terrible, and more GT40, but we'll see. Front engine, rear-wheel drive, 394 horsepower, 1,043 kilos. Stats are pretty strong, to be fair, so yeah, let's see how it gets along. It is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99 that costs at a time of 27.017. The Cobra Daytona is unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, I mean, as long as we could beat the road going Cobra, that was a 30.9. Beyond that, I guess we could sort of look at other cars for us to go against. On its first lap, it's quicker than that. Is this going to be an under 30 club car? That is the question. It certainly feels like it could be. I also forgot, by the way, the fantastic exhaust note the Daytona makes. It sounds like a Spitfire. It is fantastic. Wait, this is American. It sounds like a Mustang, not the car, obviously. Yeah, P51 is what this sounds like. It's an extraordinary sounding vehicle. And also, again, surprisingly well engineered. I guess this, I mean, part of it's race car, which obviously means it's got sort of built-in handling benefits to a standard vehicle. But also, I'm going to imagine the rear tyres on this, I suppose they were on the Cobra, but I can imagine on this they're probably beefier than they were on the Cobra. So that explains why this drives a lot nicer than that did. The Cobra also, to be fair to, was probably lighter than this was. I dog on that Cobra, but the Cobra actually wasn't like massively slow or anything. It was just, yeah, not pleasant to drive in the slightest. Same rear end kink from there. That's the only problem this car's having, is getting out of that corner. Admittedly, we are pushing on this far more than we probably ought to. I think if this was, if you was driving this around a conventional circuit, driving conventionally, and not like I am around here trying to get every inch of lap time out of it, this would probably serve you well. I mean, it doesn't appear in the GT All-Star roster like something like the GT40 race car does, but I can imagine it could put up a decent fight against those sort of cars if you're a quick player. 29.806 as we come on to our final laps in the Daytona. Trying to eke out a little bit more lap time out of it. Don't go sideways, good car. Taking the shallow line through here. To the line, 29.613. Not bad from the old timer. Yeah, I mean that is a really competitive lap time even for, well, I say the modern cars. Obviously the modern cars of today being 1999 for this game. Back when this car was only 35 years old. But yeah, still a fantastic achievement for this car. It does drive really nicely. Again, it isn't. I obviously made mention of the GT40 race car and stuff in this video. It isn't a GT40 race car at the end of the day. It still does drive quite old. But, I mean, it could have gone even quicker than that, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, it is still an old car at the end of the day. But it does drive really nicely. And, yeah, I'm quite impressed with that. A 29.613 will place this into a 92nd place. Goes between the Skyline GTR V-Spec 2 and the Lancer Evo 3. Beats the GTR Nismo, beats the Roof BTR 2. Lots of cars with 2 in its name, apparently. Quicker than a Cowsonic GT500 car, but we've had other GT500 cars since then and they've gone quicker. Quicker than the RX-7 Type R. Yeah, impressive. I mean, it's not that much slower than the Lister Storm V12. And the Lister Storm V12 has basically double the power of this. So, that's quite remarkable from this old-timer. So, yeah, good shout. Daytona Coupe. So, yeah, there we go. The 1996 Nismo 400R. Of course, because this is a Skyline in this game, it has to have a duplicate. In this case, there is two Nismo 400Rs in the game. There's this one, the normal road-going one, and there is the prototype, or preceding model as it's called in the base game, which is a silly name. What's the difference? One only comes in yellow, and this one comes in other colours and has a race mod, so basically get this one. This one is a little bit harder to earn. You have to do the tuned Turbo Cup, as opposed to the 4-wheel drive challenge, which is a fixed spawn of the prototype, whereas this is on one of those weird get any free price cars, which I hate, but that's the situation with this one. Yeah, it does have a very cool looking race mod, so I do suggest this one. You can either go yellow and black, which is usually what I'd go for, or this grey and red, which I think looks fantastic. Especially the little sort of strips. Obviously, they're supposed to be sponsor logos and they didn't have the resources to put them in properly. But I think it looks almost quite cyberpunky with those strips on it. It is very cool. Yeah, Skylines aren't the quickest around this course, so I'm not really sure what this is going to do. I think it's going to be on the quicker side of Skylines, especially the R33s, but we will see. 4-wheel drive, 652 horsepower, 1,323 kilos, which is pretty light for an R33. Anyways, this car is going to have 6 laps of the Motorsports Land track in order to set the best time it possibly can. Our current leader is the Mitsubishi GTO LM Edition 99. That car set a time of 27.017. The Nismo 400R unlikely to beat that. In terms of where this is going to go, quickest R33 is, ironically enough, the 4-door, the 40th anniversary. That car set a time of 29.068. Don't really know why that one's quicker than the rest of them, but it is. Quickest Skyline Coupe sort of overall road-going version is the R34. That car set a time of 29.068. So, yeah, that is the Skyline breakdown for you there. I will say, on my first impressions of this does not feel like a normal Skyline. Skyline's okay. It isn't a normal Skyline. It is a beast of a car. 28.434 on its first flyer. Wow, that is quick. Yeah, this drives nice for an R33, for a Skyline even. Obviously, we've only had one R34, but no, this drives really nice. It drives really planted. That's the vibe I'm getting off this, is planted. Usually these cars aren't, or they are okay. You know, they're just very rear-wheel drive bias. Maybe don't go there. They are very rear-wheel drive bias, which isn't great. They can also feel a little bit, so they can feel a bit slidey. Another thing, which this does suffer from actually, gearboxes. You can sort of see here, on these sort of low-speed, almost 180-degree turns, the second gear just isn't quite in the boost range for the car to take off, which is a bit of a shame, but it's not too bad. Hopefully I can get a decent final lap so we can actually see sort of what time this car's supposed to be getting. I think that run up on that first lap where I took that sort of final corner really really wide actually helped it quite a bit. It's getting through here without sliding too much is the problem. Now, the good news with sliding, you want a bit of rear end swing with these cars. No, that was bad because I hit the wall. Yeah, you want a bit of rear end swing on these cars so they can sort of engage the turbo a little bit better, but yeah. That was a shocking performance from me, if I do say so myself. That was not good at all. That could go quicker. There is no doubt in my mind that could go quicker. It's just yeah, didn't do myself any favours there. In fact, I didn't even get close on any of the other laps. That's really embarrassing. Oh well. It set a good time anyway, so we will take that 28.434, but yeah, I don't know, maybe it was that first sort of lap swing. You can see I got close on lap 6 in Sector 1. If we didn't have that off in Sector 2, maybe it would have been alright, but yeah, not too sure on that one. Anyways, a 28.4, what was it? 28.434 will place this car into 29th. Goes in between the Nissan 300ZX FedEx and the Evo 5 GSR. It's quicker than that. It's quicker than a Roof Turbo R, quicker than a Spat F1, quicker than the Impreza WRX STI Sedan version 5, which means it's quicker than all of the Impreza sedans that have gone around so far, which is very, very impressive. Yeah, it's a really good car. I'm a bit, like I say, I'm a bit pissed, if I'd, to be honest. I think that could go a little bit. I think you could push into the 28.3s. In terms of matching something like the Audi S4, 28.332, CTR2, 28.3, GTO Twin Turbo MR, 28.26. I don't think it's quite got the pace for that. I don't think the gearbox is quite set up for that. This with a racing gearbox, I mean, I'd put at least half a second on it up the road. So, you know, towards stuff like the Nissan R390 GT1, I think it could get up there. But, yeah, as it stands sort of standard, I still think it set a pretty good time. And, I mean, I have to remind you, even though it only got one real lap in there, it's half a second up the road from the R34. Like, that is tremendously quick from the Nismo 400R. Anyways, that is it for this episode. Thank you all very much for watching. Join me next time when I'll be driving something completely different. Until then, farewell.